A huge beam of lightning hit the ground, devastating everything around it. This power came from a man known as the Fist King, who had mastered Jiangyu with his own hands. He was so famous for this title that few remembered his real name. This was Dan Wuzing, the great fighter, who now faced a complicated situation. With a shocked look, he reacted to something terrible that had just happened. In his arms, he held the body of one of his seriously wounded comrades. The hero believed he had been caught off guard in an ambush by a mysterious group. Now he found himself alone in the middle of a desolate battlefield. Looking around, he noticed the bodies of his enemies scattered across the ground. However, on a nearby cliff, only 2 opponents were left standing. He saw that both seemed very skilled and wondered where they had come from. Even though he was exhausted, the warrior stared at the 2 with unwavering determination. He then decided to return their subordinate by throwing the body in their direction. The man on the cliff begged for help from the Sword Demon, his leader. However, the Sword Demon ignored the plea and struck down his own companion. Dan Wuzing was completely shocked to witness such cruelty. The enemy had eliminated his own ally without the slightest hesitation. At this point, the protagonist realized that the opponent fought dirty. The symbol on the man's sword, combined with his merciless actions, caught Wuzing's attention. Putting the pieces together, the King of Fists finally began to recognize the foe's identity. He questioned whether the 2 enemies belonged to the demonic faction. The enemy seemed impressed and acknowledged that he was standing before the King of Fists. He praised the hero's resistance, but Wuzing sharply told him to be quiet. Burning with anger, he declared that he would defeat the enemy with just 10 blows. The Sword Demon found such confidence arrogant and charged forward, eager to test the extent of that arrogance. Wuzing, however, managed to defend himself, countering the attacks with his electric fists. The opponent was surprised, unprepared for such speed. At that moment, Wuzing landed a punch and began his count from 1. With a confident gaze, he prepared for the second blow and unleashed a hail of punches until the count reached 6. Then, something strange happened. His attacks began missing the weak points. Looking up, he realized the woman had tied him with purple energy wires. Enraged, he wondered when the villain's accomplice had managed to do that. Taking advantage of the distraction, the Sword Demon retrieved his weapon. In the next instant, he pierced Wuzing's chest. Seriously injured, the warrior suffered massive damage from the attack. The swordsman coldly declared that the reign of the King of Fists ended there. With a look of triumph, he stared down at his nearly powerless opponent. But Wuzing surprised him, grabbing the blade with his bare hand. Alarm spread across the enemy's face as the fighter released one final burst of energy. The Sword Demon watched the scene unfold with a satisfied smile. He then approached the fallen body and praised the Fist King's skill. The explosion left behind a massive crater and a path of destruction. The woman joined her partner and commented that the situation had been extremely dangerous. The villain bent down to mock the warrior in his final moments. But Wuzing summoned his last strength to deliver one final punch to the enemy's face. With that, he completed his 10th blow, leaving the enemy in complete shock. The hero felt his life slipping away and accepted that his reign as the King of Fists had come to an end. In his final thoughts, he regretted one thing he couldn't do. He had wanted to strike the enemy one more time before his journey ended. And so, Dan Wuzing, the King of Fists, was defeated by the demonic faction. Meanwhile, in a safe house on Joa Mountain, something strange was taking place. A mysterious crow watched a young woman inside one of the rooms. Suddenly, someone inside woke up, frightened and disoriented. The young girl ran over in a panic to check on her master. She asked again about his condition, while the man looked around, confused, wondering where he was. He glanced down at his body and questioned whether anyone had tended to his wounds. The man touched his head and looked confused about his current situation. He realized that he had no injuries, and the girl addressed him as Young Master. He accepted the water, but found the title of First Young Master strange. When he looked in the mirror, he saw an unfamiliar face staring back and wondered why he was being called that. Holding the cup, he examined his new hands and noticed how different they appeared. Suddenly, he was startled by his own reflection and jumped back. In a panic, he desperately tried to remove what he believed was a mask from his face. But as he touched his skin, he found no seams and understood that it was truly his face. He stood in shock, while the girl silently watched, unable to make sense of his reaction. Seeing his distress, She quickly said she would call a doctor. Left alone, the fighter continued staring at his hands, still unable to accept what was happening. The girl walked away, confused by how strangely her master was behaving. He began to think through the situation and concluded that not even the demonic faction could have done something like this. Looking at his reflection again, he questioned who the person in the mirror really was and decided he needed to investigate the truth. Attempting to test the new body's movements, he tried to stand but stumbled and nearly fell, unfamiliar with how it moved. He grumbled that the body was too weak, comparing it to a baby deer. Frustrated, he slumped into a chair and called the new body complete trash. At that moment, his attention was drawn to some papers on the table that mentioned a group of merchants. He recognized the name of the large Inhum merchant group. As he read through the documents, he noticed they were addressed to someone named Li Jin. It became clear that the body he now inhabited belonged to Li Jin-un, the eldest son of the household. Scanning the letters, he saw that the requests were mostly about money, gambling, and women. From this, he concluded that the former owner of the body had been a complete failure. He ruled out witchcraft or the use of a mask, and he felt no strange energy within the body. The pieces began to fall into place, and he started to suspect he had been reincarnated. Sitting at the table, he began to wonder if he had completely lost his mind. Just then, a loud call for the first young master echoed through the room. His personal doctor rushed in, asking if he was all right. The hero felt uneasy and wondered who the man was. The doctor explained that he had heard something was wrong. Seizing the moment, the doctor grabbed the young master's wrist to check his pulse. The warrior replied that everything was fine and there was no reason to worry. The doctor was relieved and said he had prepared the usual meal. When the dish was brought out, the hero recognized it immediately as refreshing chicken soup. He knew the soup was good for healthy people, but would be harmful to the body he now possessed. He recalled how the old man had checked his pulse and found it odd that he looked so healthy. The doctor cheerfully claimed that the soup would make him as strong as the young men participating in the upcoming martial arts competition. Curious, the hero asked about the competition and was shocked to learn that 200 years had passed. Processing this information, he refused the soup, claiming he had no appetite. He then sent the doctor away, saying he wanted to return to sleep. Thinking to himself, he calculated that if the competition was nearing its 200th edition, then it hadn't been long since his death. That realization brought him some relief. He concluded that the demonic faction likely still existed. He also began to suspect the doctor and others around him, convinced they were people who deserved a beating. With fierce determination in his eyes, he silently vowed revenge. This time, he would finish all of them with a single punch. Later, a table full of appetizing food was set before him. The servants whispered among themselves, surprised by how much the young master was eating now, so unlike before. The hero returned from a walk looking much healthier than before. Entering the room, he complimented the girls for preparing the meal and requested that meals remain simple like this from now on. The servants continued to whisper, amazed at the change in him. While he was eating, Dr. Gong Sunming called to him from outside. The hero felt annoyed by the interruption, but allowed the man to enter. The old doctor came in with a grim expression while the servants bowed politely. The hero found the doctor's attitude amusing, noting how rude he was despite his formal entrance. But then the doctor's face suddenly shifted into a forced smile as he greeted the young master with enthusiasm. Wuzing didn't understand the sudden change in behavior and decided to trap the doctor. He calmly asked what the doctor wanted. The older man stood there, speechless. The gentleman said he had come out of loneliness and remarked that his effort had been in vain, since the young master appeared healthy. With an ironic smile, the protagonist questioned what kind of effort he was referring to. He then asked if that effort had been an attempt to poison him with the soup. The doctor stood in shock, unable to believe what he had just heard. He tried to defend himself, insisting that the soup was a nutritious tonic. But the hero continued provoking him, saying he thought it was poison meant for someone in his condition. The doctor grew furious and reminded the young man that he was his personal physician. Realizing he was no longer welcome, the gentleman turned to leave the room. However, the warrior suddenly called him by name, making the doctor visibly nervous. With an intimidating gaze, he asked who the true master of the house was. The doctor cringed, recognizing that he had crossed the line with his earlier behavior. Then the hero broke the tension with a laugh and said it was just a joke. After that, he asked the doctor to bring the writing tools. Once ready, he ordered the man to write a letter as he dictated the words. The first line stated that he would stay in the village due to his illness. But when the warrior continued dictating, the doctor stopped writing and scowled. The hero noticed the hesitation and asked why he had stopped. The doctor tried to cover it up and replied with feigned confusion, asking what the young master meant. Suddenly, a small gold bar flew through the air and slammed into the wall, narrowly grazing the doctor's neck and leaving him terrified. With a serious expression, the hero warned him that he was no longer the same Lee Jin-un from the past. The doctor, alarmed, asked what the young master meant by that. The boy began to explain everything, starting with the dragon phoenix soup. He said that for healthy people, the dish could serve as an invigorating tonic. But for someone sick like him, it was practically poison. The warrior insisted that a real physician should have known this. The doctor stood still, quietly analyzing the situation. Then the hero asked whether he had thought the pulse check would go unnoticed. The doctor was even more stunned by that revelation. But the protagonist added that the most important part had yet to come. With no appetite, he ordered everyone to leave the room and take the tonic with them. Looking directly at the doctor, he stated that the man hadn't even managed to hide his intentions. The older gentleman stood glaring at him while holding the bowl of tonic. Knowing the doctor wasn't working alone, the hero told him to write down the name of his boss. The man feigned ignorance, asking how anyone could suspect such a kind soul. The protagonist let out a sigh, exhausted by the doctor's pathetic act. Then the doctor's face twisted, revealing his true nature. With a malicious glint in his eyes, he glared at the hero, who calmly questioned him. The hero declared that the man had finally revealed his true self, and that it had been foolish to even try to appear worthy. At that moment, the villain threatened to eliminate all the servants to silence them forever. He slipped a needle from his sleeve and prepared to attack. But in the blink of an eye, the young master appeared right in front of him. With a swift, accurate strike, the protagonist punched the doctor in the face. Holding a piece of chicken, he warned a man not to get distracted. Then he took a bite from the chicken and added that the doctor shouldn't have let his guard down. Wincing slightly, he muttered about the pain and complained that the body was still far too weak. Determined, the warrior decided he needed to regain his strength as quickly as possible. Once he did, it wouldn't matter if the mastermind behind it all was the Yunha group. He also planned to investigate Gongsun Meng further in the future. But suddenly, the young master's body began to weaken, and he nearly collapsed. A sharp headache struck him, and he wondered what was happening. A familiar voice cried out desperately, calling for its lord. The image of the doctor flashed in his mind as the voice shouted his name. The hero began to deny what he was seeing, confused by the vivid images. He soon realized that he was experiencing the memories of the real Lee Jin-un. The memories were so sorrowful that a tear ran down his face. At that moment, the warrior finally understood the entire story of the boy whose body he now inhabited. Lee Jin-un was the eldest son of the wealthy Inha merchant group, but he was neither as smart as his second brother nor as strong as his third. He was simply the eldest, a young man without many special talents. To compensate for his shortcomings, he relied on money and immersed himself in a life of pleasure. By the time he realized his mistakes and tried to change, it was already too late. His health had been neglected for far too long. Lee Jin-un came from a small family, which is why he was sent to live in an exile village where no one cared much about him. The warrior thought the real problem at the beginning had been not having the body's memories. But now, with everything cleared up, he could finally focus on his martial arts. He regretted the waste of such a naturally gifted body, but he planned to use his own knowledge to make up for it. Then he paused, struck by a realization. His eyes fell on a pile of coins, and he remembered the elixirs he needed. The former owner of the body had been extremely wealthy and could buy anything he wanted. Thinking of this, the boy remembered the doctor he had defeated and decided that he needed to bury the man. A year passed, and the landscape around the village had completely changed. One day, someone approached the place with firm, determined steps. A man wearing an eye patch greeted the servants, who were surprised by the visit. Introducing himself as Mokinsep, he asked to see young master Lee Jin-un. One of the girls pointed the way with a smile. The guard was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. He could hardly recognize the young master, whose physique had changed drastically. The boy now had a muscular, well-defined body thanks to his intense training. Several seasons had passed since the warrior had begun dedicating himself to growth. During this time, He had manifested his energy core and mastered the arts of survival, including the art of mobility, body art, and the quick step. He had also mastered the 10-phase lightning art, which allowed him to control lightning itself. The hero reflected on how smoothly his training had gone so far. To test his new skills, he performed an impressive acrobatic move. At that moment, a solitary leaf floated down in front of him. Without even moving, it was sliced perfectly in half, a clear sign of how far he had come. Despite all this progress, the warrior still felt that it wasn't enough. Then a voice called his name, breaking his concentration. He turned to see the visitor. The guard introduced himself again as ManhwaCapped, saying it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He handed over a letter from the main clan. Without speaking, the boy extended his hand. ManhwaCapped was shocked and wondered where the weak, fragile young man had gone. As he handed over the letter, he complained that his arm hurt under the young master's grip. The hero simply stared at him in silence. Moments later, the two sat together as the warrior carefully read the letter. It revealed that his father had suddenly collapsed and was now bedridden. The boy noticed the message lacked any clear explanation for the cause of his father's illness. When he asked about it, the guard hesitated before revealing the truth. He explained that the Aoyang clan was responsible, blaming them for absurd protection fees. The hero asked if the Aoyang clan had done anything to justify the tax increases. The guard angrily replied that they had not, calling the other clan dogs. He added that the Little Divinity sect had also tried to impose outrageous taxes. According to him, the Aoyang clan had refused to help and done absolutely nothing in return. Even the captain of the guard had been unable to protest to Aoyang Hu. The hero recognized the name, recalling that Aoyang Hu was a powerful and well-known figure. With a confident smile, the boy asked if the situation would be resolved by dealing with the Aoyang clan. The guard was shocked and admitted there was another reason behind the patriarch's collapse. He revealed that the second and third brothers had drawn swords and fought in front of their father. The protagonist asked if the old man had fainted from rage, and the guard confirmed it. The warrior could hardly believe that his own brothers had fought so recklessly before their father. But he quickly decided that he could no longer sit back and observe. He stood up firmly and handed the letter back, telling the messenger to keep it. With a composed, determined posture, the young master declared that he would personally take care of all family matters. ManhwaCapped was stunned by the complete change in his lord's demeanor. Back at the clan, the guard excitedly reported that Li Jin-un had become a perfect martial artist. But another man, overhearing the story, burst into laughter. With a mocking grin, he scoffed at the idea of the useless Li Jin-un becoming a martial artist. Laughing loudly, he said that if that were true, he himself must be a legendary master. Another nearby man told him to stop joking and try to be a bit more convincing. But deep inside, Han Yip seemed thoughtful as he considered the possibility that the story was true. As the vice captain of the guard squad, he began to wonder if Jin-un had truly recovered his health. He remembered that the young master had always possessed a good physique since childhood. He then asked the guard when the heir planned to return to the clan. Just then, the guard interrupted him and announced that the young master had arrived at that very moment. Han Yip told the others to stop complaining, reminding them that he was the one who fed them and that they should move quickly. Finally returning home, the hero stood before the imposing headquarters of the Inhum merchant group. He was stunned by the grandeur of the estate, thinking to himself how insane it all seemed. The warrior realized that the body's former owner had been even wealthier than he had imagined. He dismissed his servants and said he would go see his father immediately. As he walked alone through the property, he began to reflect. It struck him as odd that no one had come to greet him upon his return. That's when he sensed the presence of several people hiding nearby. Suddenly, numerous guards emerged and surrounded him with swords drawn. They congratulated him on his safe return with an intimidating tone. The man at the front introduced himself as Han Yip, the vice captain of the guard squad. Smiling, the vice captain remarked how unrecognizable the young master had become. He expressed relief at seeing him healthy. Another guard whispered a reminder that the old Jin-un used to look down on and mistreat them. Despite these memories, Han Yip maintained a calm and neutral expression. The guard expected his captain to be humiliated again, but the hero stepped forward confidently. With a smooth motion, with an ironic smile, he thanked everyone for the enthusiastic welcome. The guards were stunned, and Han Yip quickly offered to escort him to his father. Everyone watched in disbelief. unable to comprehend how the once useless young master was now greeting them with such poise. Moke and Sep reaffirmed that his master had changed, while another guard admitted it felt like they were meeting a stranger. From a distance, Han Yeep watched the young master closely, his expression thoughtful and curious. He gave a small smile, mentally noting how the boy now seemed more like an ally than ever before. Upon arriving at the door, the vice captain paused to speak. He informed the protagonist that the clan leader had already been notified of his arrival. The warrior nodded and thanked him. His younger brother suddenly appeared behind him. With a casual, mocking attitude, the younger one couldn't resist taunting. He called attention to the scene with a sarcastic remark, clearly trying to stir trouble. Both the guard captain and the protagonist turned to look at him. The younger brother then stepped closer, placing a hand on his older brother's shoulder. His touch wasn't friendly. It was filled with arrogance, meant to provoke. With a smug expression on his face, he insulted the protagonist by throwing out an old nickname, mocking him as the perverted Jin Ian, a label meant to belittle and shame. Without stopping, the younger brother continued his verbal jabs. He made fun of the protagonist's facial expression, claiming it looked like he had completely changed and even had the nerve to glare now, something he found laughable. As he spoke, he pressed down harder on the protagonist's shoulder, trying to assert dominance. The guard captain, observing the tension, became nervous. He thought to himself that this was going to get ugly again, just when the protagonist had returned. Trying to defuse the situation, the captain stepped in and gently removed the younger brother's hand from the protagonist's shoulder. He attempted to lighten the mood, joking that the two brothers were finally reunited after such a long time and must be overjoyed to see each other. But the younger brother didn't take it well. He slapped the captain across the face without hesitation, annoyed and offended. With a sharp glare, he demanded to know how the captain dared to touch him without permission. Watching this, the protagonist began to feel irritated. Meanwhile, the younger brother wasn't finished. With a threatening glare, he looked between the captain and his older brother and snarled that dealing with one worthless fool was already bad enough. But now even the vice captain seemed to be disrespecting him. The protagonist didn't respond. He stayed calm, simply looking back at his younger brother. But that only fueled the younger one's arrogance. He pushed further, asking if he should teach the protagonist a lesson so intense that he'd never even dare to meet his gaze again. Just then, something shifted. The protagonist gently raised his hand and rested it on his brother's cheek. He softly called his name, Ja Ian. Annoyed by the gesture, Ja Ian tried to respond with more venom. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist suddenly slapped him hard across the face. Ja Ian fell to the ground, shocked. He looked up in disbelief, demanding to know what the hell had just happened. But the protagonist ignored his outburst. Instead, he crouched down, placed a firm hand on Ja Ian's shoulder, and gripped it tightly. As pain shot through him, Ja Ian cried out, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in power. The protagonist calmly confessed that he had been excited on his way here, perhaps even looking forward to this moment. As the grip tightened further, Ja Ian, in pain and rage, cursed and shouted, calling his brother a completely insane bastard. Outside, the sounds of the scuffle echoed through the corridors of the large estate. A man wearing glasses appeared, confused by the noise. This was Liu Eun, the second son. He asked what was going on, and Han Yi quickly explained the fight between the brothers. Liu immediately assumed that the third brother had been harassing the eldest again. He shouted at the guards, demanding to know why they hadn't stopped the fight sooner. But the protagonist turned to his younger brother and told him to be quiet. They were standing in front of their father's room. Just then, a weak voice called out Li Yue's name from within the room. What Wyan and the others saw next left them stunned. Outside their father's room, Wang stood calmly, holding their eldest brother in place. Yan was struggling, but Wang had completely subdued him without breaking a sweat. From within the room, a voice called out to Wyan, but he couldn't respond. His mind was still reeling from the sight of Wang's dominance. Nothing about what he was seeing matched what he had expected. The scene shifted to a more composed setting. A quiet room awaited with a steaming teapot on the table, its gentle heat contrasting the underlying tension in the air. Hyan now sat at the head of the table, silent and observant. Wang stood beside a kneeling and restrained Yan, his expression calm and confident, wearing a faint, knowing smile. Hyan took a sip of tea and casually remarked on Wang's return, noting that he appeared to be in good health. He paid no attention to Yan's condition. Wang confirmed that he was indeed well, meeting Hyan's gaze with steady confidence. The overseer then raised his bandaged hand, pointing it out and questioning whether Wang had caused the injury. Before Hyan could explain or wave it off, Wang turned toward Hyan again and landed a sharp, calculated strike across his face. Hyan was forced to endure the pain in silence, completely powerless under Wang's authority. Wang then issued a cold warning to Hyan about the consequences of disrespect. Hyan, shaken and bruised, quickly accepted his position, though his mind was in turmoil. He couldn't understand how his older brother, once weak and pathetic, had overpowered him so easily. A brief memory surfaced in Hyan's mind, a flashback to when things were the opposite. Back then, he was the one who tormented Wang, who was then known as Jin Ian. But now, the roles had completely reversed. Hyan, watching quietly, understood what had happened. Wang had truly humbled the arrogant third brother. Curious, Hyan pressed Wang for details about this transformation. Wang answered calmly, clearly proud of how far he'd come. As Wang glanced around the room, his eyes landed on a stack of scrolls sitting on the table. Hyan explained that they were the employee lists for an upcoming conference. But Wang was already reaching for them, picking one up and unrolling it with deliberate motion. He scanned the list, letting his finger glide down the names until a realization hit him. A smirk spread across his face. All the key guards had been recommended by the same individual, someone from the Iang clan. The pattern was too precise to be a coincidence. Without waiting, Wang turned to his brothers, his voice taking on a tone of sharp accusation. He directly asked if either of them had ties to the Iang clan. Hyan was too stunned to reply, and Hyan immediately panicked, denying everything in a frantic voice. Both brothers reacted with disbelief, protesting the accusation and calling it absurd. They insisted that they were loyal, that they'd never betray the family or their father's business. They swore to protect everything, no matter the cost. Wang took their responses in stride, clearly satisfied. With a cool remark, he noted that their loyalty had saved him the effort of dealing with them further. He then shifted focus to the upcoming conference, confirming with Hyan that all the high-ranking officials would be present. Once Hyan affirmed it, Wang made his own announcement. He would be attending the meeting himself. Then, without waiting for questions or objections, he turned to leave, stating plainly that he was going to see their father. His calm authority left his brothers speechless. As Wang exited, Hyan broke the silence. He demanded to know what had happened back at the safe house, unable to make sense of Wang's new power. Hyan, overwhelmed with frustration, completely lost his composure. He screamed in anger, tormented by regret over a past decision that now haunted him deeply. Meanwhile, Wang arrived at his father's quarters. A voice from within gave him permission to enter. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and heavy. Wang approached the bedside of Liang Min, the head of the Yuna merchant group, who looked weak and frail. His father acknowledged his presence quietly, then asked about the noise from earlier. Wang dismissed it with a calm reassurance, downplaying the situation. Instead, he brought up his father's health, which Liang Min attributed to the weight of stress and pressure. As Liang Min looked into Wang's eyes, he studied his son's face closely. The changes were undeniable. There was strength and confidence where there had once been hesitation. For a moment, the old man questioned whether the person standing before him was truly his son at all. Despite the lingering suspicion in his eyes, Liang Min looked genuinely pleased to see Wang standing strong and healthy. It was an expression of warmth that Wang hadn't anticipated. In fact, it caught him off guard. The contrast between what he had expected and what he received was too stark to ignore. As the moment lingered, a memory surfaced within Wang, a haunting fragment of his former life. He remembered the cold, distant world he had come from. Back then, he was an orphan, untouched by a father's love, shaped by hardship and emotional isolation. The concept of paternal affection was foreign to him. It wasn't part of his reality. Yet Jinian's memories, those belonging to the original son, painted a different picture. The bond between his father and son had once been rich with connection, though now aged and strained. Wang looked down at the frail hand resting in his own. There was a softness to the moment as he gently gripped it, his expression deep and contemplative. His father, once a towering figure of strength and command, now lay worn and diminished, consumed by illness. It stirred something strange inside Wang, something he wasn't used to. He tightened his hold slightly, not out of force, but out of something more conflicted. A mix of unfamiliar emotions swirled in him. Then, he quietly reassured his father, speaking of lightening his burden. He hinted at a solution to his father's overwhelming stress, and though his tone remained composed, a sinister glint danced in his eyes. Liang Min furrowed his brow at the cryptic remark, his instincts sensing something unsettling. But Wang dismissed his concern with a warm, disarming smile, carefully veiling his true thoughts. Still, the old man couldn't shake the unease creeping over him. His son was different, there was no denying it now. The next day, the Manhwa Merchant Group's conference commenced. The room was filled with tension and ambition, none more apparent than an Yang, who arrived with his usual smugness. He took his seat with a self-satisfied grin, immediately surrounded by his loyal men. When one of them spotted Wang sitting confidently in attendance, he whispered the news to his leader. Yang's brow lifted ever so slightly at the sight, a calculating look overtaking his face. Wang, however, sat unfazed, composed, commanding. He didn't flinch at the whispers or the puzzled glances from the other members, who were clearly unsettled by his unexpected presence. To them, he was still the once weak son, and his attendance at such a high-level meeting didn't make sense. Yang scoffed inwardly, writing Wang off as a desperate man clawing at relevance. He viewed the appearance as nothing more than a weak attempt to gain favor, a last-ditch effort to remain standing in a game far bigger than him. Meanwhile, Han took charge at the front of the room, trying to carry the meeting forward. He asked if there were any objections to the current topic on the table. Just as he was about to move on, a hand went up. Bold, unexpected, it was Yang. With calculated confidence, Yang took the opportunity to speak, offering what he claimed was the perfect candidate to serve as Wang's personal guard. The move was transparently political, another attempt by the Yang clan to extend their influence deeper into the group. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the room. Some of the members grumbled openly, clearly frustrated by Yang's relentless power grabs. One member was so startled by the brazenness of the suggestion that he crushed the teacup in his hand. Embarrassed, he quickly blamed it on a slip, though it was obvious the tension had gotten to him. Yang offered a fake apology, feigning politeness, but his eyes betrayed him. He was enjoying every second of the discomfort in the room. He then challenged the assembly, daring anyone to oppose his nomination. The room went quiet. He smirked, clearly expecting no one to answer. But just as he began to bask in the silence, a single voice broke through. Across the room, Wang raised his hand. All eyes snapped to him. With unshakable confidence, he calmly stated that he had objections to the current proceedings. Then, rising from his seat, he locked eyes with Yang and made his own proposal, direct and explosive. He called for the dismissal of Aryan Ho, the current guard squad leader. The room exploded into chaos. Yang's supporters burst into laughter, mocking the proposal as pure nonsense. One of them openly jeered, treating the idea as if it were a poorly timed joke. Yang himself laughed dryly, questioning whether Wang had lost his mind. He sneered at the idea, taunting Wang for forgetting his place. To Yang, Wang had no power, no right, and certainly no authority to make such declarations. Wang didn't respond to Yang's mocking tone with words. He simply smiled. His expression alone was enough to shake the air, daring Yang to keep talking. In a blink, Wang channeled a surge of raw energy into his fist. Without warning, he lunged forward, slamming his knuckles into the ground. The entire floor erupted beneath him, a violent explosion of debris and force that shook the room to its core. As dust and stone rained down, Wang stood tall in the center of the destruction, staring down at his completely stunned rival. Yang could barely breathe, his eyes wide with disbelief as sweat dripped from his forehead. The sheer power Wang had just displayed left him paralyzed. With an icy gaze and clenched fists, Wang made a bold declaration. The Manhwa Merchant Group belonged to him now. He turned his back on the room and began walking away, the silence behind him heavy and stunned. Hyan, still in shock, called out, questioning the recklessness of Wang's challenge. But Wang didn't stop. Instead, he turned slightly and called back to Hyan, asking what happens when a martial artist is underestimated. A smirk played on his lips, sharp and knowing. He answered his own question, the one making assumptions gets devoured. Then, he gestured toward the gathered crowd, directing Hyan's attention to something more urgent. Their merchant group, Wang pointed out, was already rotting from within. Ayang's people were everywhere. Wyan followed his gaze, his eyes widening in alarm as he finally noticed the sheer number of Ayang clan members surrounding them. Wang stepped closer and firmly gripped his brother's shoulder. He told him not to worry. As the older brother, he'd handle everything. Hyan was left speechless, trying to grasp what Wang meant by handling it. His brother's methods were unpredictable, chaotic even. The scene flashed back to the wreckage. Amid the dust and shattered floor, Wyan's thoughts spun. He demanded to know what Wang's violent display meant. Now, armed men were closing in, surrounding Wang. A few of Ayang's subordinates sneered, assuming the so-called troublemaker had finally lost control. But before they could act, one of Wang's loyal guards stepped forward, furious. He placed himself between Wang and the attackers, declaring their actions a disgrace. Drawing weapons on the young master was beyond insolence. In moments, Wang's personal guards formed a defensive line. Despite being outnumbered, their resolve was unshakable. Wang stood at the center, cold and still. With a quiet voice, he agreed their enemies were out of line, lifting his head with open contempt. The air grew thick as Wang stared into their eyes, questioning how they could dare threaten their own employer. Even his own guards were caught off guard by the intensity of their master's presence. Wang calmly commented that his enemies must have a death wish. From a distance, Ayang observed everything unfold. He casually offered compensation to the opposing guard captain, a thinly veiled bribe. But Wang met his gaze with a smirk. He said he wasn't sorry for the chaos, only for utterly ruining Ayang's plans. Then his voice sharpened. He revealed the truth. During his recovery, Ayang had hired a physician, an assassin, meant to kill him. But the plan had failed. Wang went further. He exposed Ayang's entire strategy, how he had manipulated the brothers from the shadows, hoping to fracture them. With the siblings turned against each other, the Ayang clan would have seized control of the merchant group like puppeteers pulling strings. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, but Ayang didn't flinch. He erupted into derisive laughter, brushing off the accusation as delusion. Wang took a step forward, his presence heavier than ever. He was just getting started. With a calm but piercing voice, he dropped the final bombshell. The assassin sent to eliminate him had already been dealt with by his own hand. The room fell silent again. Ayang reached out in disbelief. He looked him in the eye and calmly confirmed it. He had swiftly eliminated the assassin. Wang stood calmly. He openly mocked his rival, pointing out the glaring flaws in his clumsy, half-formed takeover attempt. His words stung, and Ayang's composure finally cracked under the weight of humiliation. Fueled by fury, Ayang gathered a surge of energy into his fist. The air around him crackled as raw power coiled in his arm, and he stepped forward with murderous intent. But Wang didn't flinch. He simply watched the incoming blow with a knowing smirk. This was exactly what he wanted. Ayang lunged, unleashing a savage, energy-infused punch aimed directly at Wang. In response, Wang summoned his own vibrant blue energy, meeting the attack head-on. The two fists collided with a thunderous explosion of light and force, sending shockwaves through the conference chamber. Ayang was thrown backward, pain surging through his arm as it trembled from the impact. He stared at Wang in disbelief, the realization dawning. Wang had mastered a formidable martial art. The sheer force of the exchange left no room for doubt. His own guards, witnessing this display, stood frozen. None of them had known the depth of their master's strength. Wang tilted his head with a playful smirk and casually asked if it was really okay to hit someone fresh out of recovery. Then, with a mocking chuckle, he added that if the duel was official, then surely everything was fair game. Ayang's face twisted with rage as he sensed his rival's confidence bleeding into every word. Seeing their captain challenged so brazenly, Ayang's men quickly jumped in, shouting to declare the battle an official duel, with the entire room as witnesses. The guard captain grinned, thinking Wang had been cornered by the formal terms. But Wang simply adjusted his robes with calm precision, shaking his head. He rejected the offer flatly. He wanted none of their rules. Instead, he raised his fist and demanded a life-or-death duel, no constraints. Ayang's expression shifted. He begrudgingly acknowledged Wang's advanced skills, assuming the strength came from training under some prestigious sect. Without another word, he rushed in, declaring that Wang's inexperience would be his downfall. But the moment Ayang's leg came flying, Wong moved with elegant precision, effortlessly parrying the kick. He smirked and mocked his opponent, questioning what exactly counted as experience in his eyes. Ayang's disbelief deepened as Wong stood there, crackling with lightning, dismissing the lecture on experience entirely. Then, with a sudden motion, Wong fired a devastating counterattack. Ayang's body was launched across the room, a blur of limbs as he crashed into the ground, completely overpowered. Blood stained his lips as Ayang struggled to process what just happened. Wong approached, his smirk deepening, now ready to deliver a true lesson in combat. Activating his enlightened mobility art, Wong distorted the space around him, blinking forward at impossible speed. In an instant, he was in front of Ayang. Ayang barely had time to raise his sword before Wong's hand caught it mid-swing. Sparks exploded as flesh met steel, but Wong didn't budge. With one swift motion, he deflected the blade entirely, forcing Ayang backward. His boots carved trenches into the ground as he fought to stay upright. The duel intensified. Blow after blow, the two clashed in a blur of strikes, each movement laced with lethal precision. But Ayang was slipping. He barely managed to block the next strike, and in that instant, he understood something was terribly wrong. The way Wong moved, the timing, the power, the footwork, none of it aligned with a novice. It wasn't just raw strength. It was technique refined through brutal mastery. Ayang suddenly felt as though he were facing not a young upstart, but a seasoned martial grandmaster. Unwilling to accept the truth, Ayang pushed down the fear rising inside him. With a snarl, he summoned his energy once more, readying a desperate counterattack. His men, watching anxiously from the sidelines, erupted in cheers. They were certain their captain was about to unleash his finishing move. Ayang gathered every ounce of strength he had left, channeling it into his most powerful technique. The three-form sword arc his pride burned hotter than ever. The thought of being defeated by someone he considered a mere brat was unbearable. With fury coursing through him, he lunged forward, unleashing a rapid, energy-infused sword strike meant to end the duel once and for all. But in the blink of an eye, Wong vanished from his sight. Ayang's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't track him. Before he could even turn, Wong reappeared behind him, glowing fist already poised. With a chilling calm, Wong delivered a final, devastating blow. Ayang's face twisted in agony as the force slammed into him. His body was lifted off the ground, sent flying backward like a ragdoll, crashing into the floor with bone-rattling impact. Silence fell across the battlefield. Onlookers stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. No one had expected the once-dismissed Wong to hold such overwhelming power. One of Ayang's men rushed forward, horrified by the captain's condition. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, the scene shifted to a peaceful room overlooking a serene landscape. Inside, a tenant respectfully offered a drink to an older man, possibly Liang Min, the merchant group's head. The old man paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he absorbed the news of the duel. Hands clasped in front of him, he reflected quietly, the weight of realization settling on him. Something about his son, Wong, had become undeniably clear. Back at the battlefield, Wong stood tall over his defeated opponent. His expression remained calm and resolute. Ayang lay broken on the ground, his body limp and battered from a single, decisive blow. His subordinates swarmed to him in panic, shouting in desperation. One of the men glared up at Wong in disbelief, but Wong met the gaze coldly and asked if he too wanted to share his captain's fate. The man hesitated, then swallowed his anger. Cradling his injured leader, he grudgingly acknowledged that the duel had been fair and free from interference. But then his voice turned low and threatening. He warned Wong that this victory came at a steep price. The Ayang clan would not forget this humiliation. They would drag the Yuna merchant group into endless revenge and political sabotage through every deceptive means available. Wong remained unmoved. He replied without hesitation that he had never expected a life without conflict. This path was his choice. He laid out his codes simply. Kindness would be returned in kind, and grudges would be paid back equally. He made it clear that this duel and everything that followed was his personal responsibility, not the merchant group's. That declaration sent a chill through his brother, who cried out in alarm, realizing the danger Wong had just chosen to face alone. But Wong was unwavering. He He announced with full conviction that the Yuna merchant group belonged to him now. Recalling his father's gentle smile, he spoke of the group not only as a business, but as a legacy entrusted to him, a responsibility he would protect no matter what. He honored the loyal guards who had stood by him even when he was treated as a discarded heir. He spoke of the humble servants who had cared for him without hesitation. For them, and for everything the merchant group stood for, he vowed that it would never again be manipulated by men like Yang. His voice turned cold. He stared directly at the intruders and ordered them to leave. They were all fired. Silence fell once again as Wang's brother and remaining companions stood dumbfounded by the sheer force of his declaration. The Yang clan members returned his glare, fury blazing in their eyes, but they said nothing. With clenched jaws and bitter hearts, they turned and began their retreat. One among them, quieter than the rest, offered a rare and sincere farewell, wishing Wang well in the days ahead. Now alone in the chamber, Wang faced the people who had witnessed everything. The battle was over. He stood not just as a victor, but as the new, undisputed leader of the Yuna merchant group. His brother, still trying to process it all, stared blankly at the destruction and the man at its center. One of Wang's loyal guards suddenly burst into cheers, elated, but his friend quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Their commander turned sharply toward them, scolding their lack of restraint, though his expression betrayed something else, a rare mix of pride and relief. Wang's attention shifted to the chief administrator, who flinched slightly as he was suddenly addressed. With a commanding gesture, he demanded an elixir, requesting that it be taken from the merchant group's funds. After all, if he was going to shoulder this mountain of responsibility, the least he deserved was a tonic to help him recover. The administrator lit up with enthusiasm, bowing deeply. He promised to retrieve the finest tonic available, nothing less for the new leader of the Yuna merchant group. Wang, standing firm as the new head of the Yuna merchant group, begins assigning responsibilities with sharp precision. He outlines the administrator's new duties, emphasizing the urgent need to hire a completely new guard squad. His tone leaves no room for negotiation. The old system is being torn down. The scene then shifts to a peaceful estate bathed in the golden hues of sunset. Inside, a relaxed man sits comfortably between two imposing figures, sipping tea. As Wang speaks, he mentions already having candidates in mind. The man seated with him arches a brow, asking for confirmation, brings up the name Leginian. The man's interest sharpens immediately. The narrative flashes back to a few days prior, on Leginian's very first day at the merchant group. Night has fallen, and Leginian walks calmly through the estate grounds, accompanied by his subordinate. His eyes are sharp, scanning every detail around him with a measured, thoughtful gaze. As they pass the vice captain, Leginian casually asks if the man has had a meal yet. The surprised officer admits he's been working non-stop since sunrise, with no time to eat. Leginian doesn't respond immediately. He simply files the information away with a knowing look. A sly grin creeps across his face, hinting at the gears already turning in his mind. He then turns his gaze downward from a balcony, watching a cluster of guards fooling around while on duty. The contrast is obvious. Where the vice captain was dutiful and focused, these men were lazy and indifferent. Leginian quietly unclenches his fist. He's already made up his mind. These freeloaders need to go. But he also knows the harder part isn't firing them. The real challenge is replacing them with people who are actually worth something. His subordinate, watching the changes in his expression, finally begins to understand just how large and calculated Leginian's plan truly is. Their search leads them to a bustling, lantern-lit establishment filled with smoke, noise, and laughter, a den for gamblers, drinkers, and rough types. Exactly the sort of men Leginian is looking for. Inside, one especially loud man enjoys a smoke, completely oblivious to the eyes watching him. Some patrons recognize Leginian instantly. They snicker among themselves, calling him the merchant group's famous pushover. Their tones are mocking, but Leginian doesn't flinch. He stands with his hands clasped calmly behind his back, surveying the room like a general analyzing a battlefield. He turns, gaze sharp and predatory, and begins walking toward a roped-off area marked restricted. A large bouncer, armed with a trident, stands in front of a set of ornate double doors. The bouncer smirks at his approach, mockingly greeting him as young master. expecting yet another bribe or groveling favor. But Li Jinian's expression turns cold. He dismisses the man's familiarity and commands him to open the door. The bouncer, caught off guard, sputters in disbelief as Li Jinian brushes past him without hesitation. His firm stride signals a dramatic shift. This is not the same man they once knew. Inside the private room, the rowdy atmosphere quiets as the occupants notice Li Jinian's entrance. Their leader, Como, greets him with a smug grin. But when his eyes meet Li Jinian's, he senses something is different. Li Jinian stares back with icy resolve. Two bald men, Yuk Jimbo and Yakiongo, offer a cold, dismissive welcome. Como scolds them with mock concern, scolding their lack of hospitality and putting on an exaggerated show of care for his old friend. He forces a laugh, acting as though they all share a warm bond. A flashback surfaces. A younger Li Jinian appears, visibly distressed, while a teenage Como stands above him with cruel authority. The memory is bitter. Their friendship had always been one-sided. Como used him, mocked him, and took advantage of his family name and resources. Back in the present, Li Jinian studies their faces in silence. He watches the lies play out, pondering what they even think friendship means. Como then tosses him a bag of coins with a smug grin, telling him to have fun, his tone dripping with condescension. He laughs about finally having his favorite pushover back, promising a big treat, all at Li Jinian's expense. But this time, Li Jinian doesn't play along. His silence unnerves Como. The room grows tense. Como frowns, uncomfortable with the uncharacteristic lack of response. But Li Jinian breaks the quiet in a chilling tone, stating he's simply deep in thought. His gaze narrows. With calm menace, he admits he's contemplating whether or not to end Como's life right then and there. Internally, Li Jinian clarifies his true target. It's not Como, not directly. His real concern is the twin brothers beside him. They're the true muscle behind Como's operation. From the way they carry themselves, Li Jinian understands they're little more than hired fists. Thugs living in Como's shadow, loyal only to his coin. Li Jinian studied the two enforcers closely, picturing them in their element, brutal, efficient, and unquestioning in their loyalty. They were clearly skilled men, but he couldn't help thinking their talents were utterly wasted under someone like Como. While their leader reaped all the benefits, these brothers did the dirty work, little more than tools in the hands of a man who had no true respect for them. Having reached a firm conclusion, Li Jinian finally acknowledged Como's repeated questioning. He turned to him with a radiant, confident smile and extended his hand. His first demand, the vault key. Como and his henchmen stared blankly, completely thrown off by the sudden and unexpected request. The gang leader scoffed at the absurdity of it, waving it off like a joke and assuming this was just another round of begging for pocket change. But Li Jinian nodded calmly, replying that cash would suffice for now. With chilling precision, he began listing out every single coin they had extorted from him over the years. Forced investments, rigged games, even exaggerated medical bills. As he reached the end of his calculations, he concluded the total debt, 100,000 Niang. He then paused, tilting his head slightly, wondering aloud if perhaps he was being too lenient. Como barely held back a laugh. He covered his mouth as his shoulders shook, trying not to burst outright. But soon enough, he erupted in hysterical laughter, slapping the table in disbelief. To him, this was pure comedy. Through tears of laughter, he mockingly praised Li Jinian's sudden mastery of mathematics. Still chuckling, he leaned forward and sneered, calling Li Jinian a complete madman. His tone shifted. Como now spoke with dark amusement, boasting that the vault didn't just contain money, it held a fortune in jewels and precious metals. He took a deliberate step closer, amusement giving way to menace. He got in Li Jinian's face and growled that none of it was meant for him. With a sneer, he offered Li Jinian a patronizing loan, mockingly asking where all this vault talk was coming from. Li Jinian remained stoically silent. Annoyed, Como grabbed his chin, trying to provoke a reaction. Still, Li Jinian did not flinch. His silence only agitated the gang leader further. Como's expression twisted in frustration. His voice rose to a furious snarl as he demanded to know why Li Jinian was ignoring him. Spit flying, he ranted about the complete transformation, from a weak, fragile patient to someone who dared scowl at him. Then, completely losing his composure, he grabbed Li Jinian and shouted, trying to remind him of his place. But Li Jinian stayed calm, exhaling slowly. His poise remained untouched, even as Como tightened his grip and barked threats at him. Finally fed up with the lack of response, Como shouted for his henchmen to put him back in his place. One of the bald twins stepped forward without hesitation and slammed Li Jinyan's head onto the table, expecting an immediate submission. But something fell off. As he held him down, a bead of sweat began to trickle down the enforcer's face. Li Jinyan wasn't reacting, not even flinching. He wasn't resisting, but he also wasn't yielding. A smirk spread across Li Jinyan's lips. He muttered that he had tried to show them kindness. Then, in one swift and explosive motion, he shattered the enforcer's grip and flipped the large man clean over his shoulder, slamming him hard into the ground. The room erupted into stunned silence. But before he could react, Li Jinyan was already moving. He pivoted and sprang forward with incredible speed, using the table as a springboard. With perfect aim, he launched a devastating kick straight into the second brother's midsection. The blow landed hard, utterly destroying his guard and sending him hurtling across the room. Li Jinyan landed gracefully, casting a glance over his shoulder, faintly surprised at how smoothly it had all gone. The first twin groaned and pushed himself to his hands and knees. The second staggered back to his feet, refusing to stay down. Li Jinyan observed them quietly. He noted the swelling wrists, the awkward stance. They were clearly injured. But even through the pain, neither showed an ounce of fear. Only fierce, unshakable determination. A confident smirk formed on Li Jinyan's face. He recognized their spirit. They were real fighters. Ignoring their wounds, the brothers roared and launched a coordinated charge at him, moving in perfect sync. Li Jinyan readied himself. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The twins froze, their attacks swinging through empty air. They looked around, bewildered. Then, he reappeared right behind them. Before they could turn, he seized both their heads with a crushing grip, completely halting their momentum. His smile widened just slightly. Their strength was admirable, but they lacked leadership. With no hesitation, he slammed their heads together with brutal force, dropping both enforcers to the ground instantly. As their unconscious bodies hit the floor, Li Jinyan issued one final, cold warning. And then silence. Only one person remained conscious in the room. Como. He stood frozen, sweat dripping down his face, too stunned to speak. He had just watched his two strongest men get dismantled with ease. Li Jinyan turned his attention to him with a pleasant smile. Calm, composed, and terrifying, he addressed his dear friend, Miamo. After Li Jin finishes off the guard, he turns to face his friend. His posture is calm, but clearly implies the confrontation isn't over. He's signaling that there's only one thing left to deal with, and it's the person standing in front of him. His friend reacts with alarm, the realization hitting him that he's next. The sudden shift in power makes him nervous and panicked. Li Jin then casually rubs his hands and closes his eyes, smiling as if this situation is lighthearted, but the smile is sharp, like a predator playing with its prey. He addresses his friend directly, but the tone makes it clear this is personal. The friend responds with feigned innocence and light sarcasm. He tries to downplay the situation, almost jokingly suggesting that Li Jin should have told him about his training. It's a weak attempt to defuse the tension and pretend this is just a misunderstanding between friends. But Li Jin's expression shifts into something colder. His response is laced with quiet intensity. He's essentially telling his friend that he expected better, that someone like him should have seen this coming. It's a warning and a judgment at the same time. Meanwhile, the friend is hiding a knife behind his back. His tone shifts from nervous politeness to open desperation. He tries to halt Li Jin's approach, pretending he wants to talk things out, but internally, he's cursing the situation and gearing up for an ambush. As he launches forward, his thoughts are cocky. He still underestimates Li Jin, believing he's just a weakling pretending to be tough. He thinks a surprise attack will end things instantly. But before he can land a blow, Li Jin counters decisively. A table slams into his friend's face, followed by Li Jin smashing the table apart and grabbing him by the head. After seizing control, Li Jin calmly follows up with an electric attack. He could have killed him, but didn't. Outside the room, a guard hears the chaos and panics. He hides himself, thinking that things have escalated far beyond what's normal. The situation is dangerous, and someone could genuinely die. Back inside, Li Jin releases his friend, who drops to the floor in a daze. Li Jin sits beside him, composed but focused, as if watching a dying ember flicker. He tries to jolt his friend back to awareness, not out of concern, but control. The friend begins to laugh, not out of joy, but sheer disbelief. It's the kind of unhinged laughter that comes when someone realizes they've completely lost. He then manages to speak weakly, asking what Li Jin wants. He's confused, disoriented, and trying to understand what Li Jin's goal even is. Internally, he's overwhelmed. He starts questioning everything, wondering what Li Jin was really doing during his supposed recovery. He remembers things that suddenly make sense in hindsight, suspecting that Li Jin had been training in secret. The realization hits hard. Maybe all of this was premeditated. Maybe this beatdown wasn't just self-defense, maybe it's revenge. But he can't believe he was bad enough to deserve this. Or at least, that's what he tries to tell himself. The fear builds. He begins to truly wonder if this is the price for his past cruelty. He starts suspecting that Li Jin might have orchestrated all of this, the timing, the attack, the exposure. In an effort to shift the mood, he suddenly stands and acts overly cheerful, a complete 180 from just moments ago. His performance is clearly fake, but he hopes to divert Li Jin's attention. Instead of offering what was demanded, he suggests an alternative, anything really just to stall or misdirect. Li Jin responds with interest, but doesn't make his intentions clear. This ambiguity gives his friend a sliver of hope, which he clings to. Sensing a possible opening, the friend becomes excited. He references their long-standing relationship, appealing to nostalgia and shared history. It's a manipulative move, trying to reframe the conflict as a misunderstanding between old friends rather than consequences for betrayal. Li Jin acknowledges the sentiment in a neutral way, appearing to accept the idea of friendship, but without much emotion. His friend takes this as a good sign, becoming animated, relieved. He even celebrates the moment as a turning point, convinced that things are resolved. He suddenly pulls Li Jin into a hug, acting as if everything's forgiven. His promises to stop bullying and hitting Li Jin feel performative, like lines rehearsed by safety. Not because he means it, but Li Jin's expression doesn't change. He doesn't return the hug or acknowledge the excitement. He simply stares ahead with a flat, disinterested look and says something that makes it clear. His words suggest that the friend's touch and the entire charade disgusts him. Hearing Li Jin's cold rejection, the friend quickly lets go of him and tries to reset the mood with exaggerated optimism. He puts on a wide, glowing smile, acting as if everything's fine now. He insists that they're not just friends, but brothers. His tone is overly dramatic, clearly fake, and meant to cover his fear and shame from earlier. To solidify the performance, he turns to the two guards nearby and loudly orders them to treat Li Jin with reverence. He demands they greet Li Jin as their new big brother and show proper respect, even congratulating him on how much stronger he's become. It's his way of saving face and pretending he's still in control. The guards don't question it. They respond instantly, congratulating Li Jin in a way that's respectful but feels automatic. It's clear they recognize strength and have started to shift loyalty. Internally, however, the so-called friend smirks. His thoughts are full of contempt. He scoffs at the idea of friendship or brotherhood, clearly seeing it all as an act. Deep down, he still views Li Jin as someone who used to crawl at his feet, obedient, weak, and pathetic. In his mind, he's already planning to escape. Once he gets out of this mess, he intends to grab the twins, likely his loyal subordinates or bodyguards, and disappear. He believes that with them by his side, starting fresh somewhere else will be easy. But as he begins to walk away, Li Jin's voice cuts through the room. He calls out to the two guards by name, reminding them that when he swears brotherhood with someone, it's for life, not a passing moment. His tone is heavy, implying a deeper commitment and warning them to consider their stance carefully. The twins immediately turn to look at the friend. Their eyes are uncertain, perhaps even judgmental. They're silently questioning whether they should still trust or follow him. Feeling the pressure and not liking the attention, the friend snaps back. His voice becomes defensive, frustrated. He demands to know why they're looking at him like that, and reminds them loudly that he and Li Jin are sworn brothers now, trying to reassert authority, but it sounds desperate in response. The guards face Li Jin and declare their loyalty to him with complete seriousness. They announce that they'll now follow him as their big brother. It's an official transfer of allegiance. They're no longer under the friend's influence. Seeing the shift, the friend fakes a smile, and pretends to support it. He plays along, complimenting their attitude, but there's no sincerity. Inside, he's boiling. Li Jin then speaks again, his voice smooth and calm, suggesting everything is settled, but only on the surface. Then, suddenly his tone shifts. It grows darker, more threatening. He states that if they truly are brothers, then it's time to determine who the biggest brother is. With a quiet but unmistakable command, he tells the guards to step outside. Whatever comes next, it's going to be private and decisive. The friend is completely caught off guard. Panic flickers across his face. He tries to interrupt, pleading for a pause, but the guards are already moving. A moment later, he finds himself alone in the room with Li Jin. Li Jin looks at him with narrowed eyes and asks what he's trying to do. The friend, growing more uneasy, begins to question Li Jin's motive. In his head, he's wondering, what exactly is Li Jin after? Li Jin gestures for him to hurry up and make a decision. This throws the friend off. His thoughts spiral. He wonders if Li Jin isn't after money, as he originally assumed. Could there be something else? Li Jin responds again, now openly critical. He calls out how the friend had used the guards for personal gain, manipulating their loyalty for selfish purposes. He's calling out the way the friend operated and declaring it wrong. Then, surprisingly, Li Jin smiles brightly. The mood shifts for a moment. As he raises a fist with resolve, he declares his new intention: to properly guide those who followed the wrong leader. It's not about revenge, it's about setting things right. And this time, he's the one taking responsibility. Hearing this, the friend sighs, not from relief, but from resignation. His face falls, disappointment clouding his expression. He weakly tells Li Jin to just take the money and be done with it. He grabs his head in frustration and despair. Emotion spills over as he bitterly complains. Li Jin has already beaten him up, and now he's even taking the two people who were closest to him. It's too much. Then his frustration explodes. He screams that what Li Jin's doing is no different than telling him to die, that he's being pushed to the edge. Li Jin turns slightly, calm as ever, and repeats the word kill, as if he's considering it. And then, without another word, he kicks his friend in the face. The blow is brutal and sudden, meant not just to hurt, but to humiliate. His face shows a mocking expression, and the words that follow sound like sarcastic praise, pretending to thank him for his efforts. But it doesn't stop there. Li Jin launches a series of punches, not even giving his opponent a moment to breathe. Each strike is fast, merciless, and unrelenting. There's no hesitation, just raw, controlled fury. The friend, now overwhelmed and terrified, thinks he might actually die. The pain, the power, the relentlessness, it all becomes too real. For the first time, he fears that Li Jin isn't just proving a point. He might be serious. Barely able to speak, he manages to get a few words out, a plea. He says he'll hand something over, but Li Jin only leans in with a cold, unreadable look. His face shows no pity. He says he can't hear him, forcing the broken man to repeat himself. With no pride left, the friend finally says it clearly. He'll give up the keys. He begs for mercy, asking to be spared. After Li Jin's final mocking remark, Myungo, beaten and bruised, tried to regain some control over the situation. He asked sarcastically if he should show respect now that they were supposedly friends. But instead of responding with words, Li Jin suddenly grabbed him and threw him hard toward the door. Myungo crashed through the door, breaking it as he tumbled outside. The two guards standing nearby saw him fall and immediately called out his name, shocked by the sight of him in that condition. Li Jin watched him with an unreadable expression, silently wondering how Myungo still had the nerve to laugh in that state. Lying on the ground, Myungo was overwhelmed by disbelief. In his thoughts, he questioned whether Li Jin was even sane anymore. The guards, seeing their former boss sprawled out like that, asked if he had really lost. With a weak voice, Myungo admitted defeat. He told them that from now on, they should serve Jin Eon instead. Inside, he felt deeply embarrassed but held back his emotions. Still, he tried to reason with himself. Maybe it was better for the twins to follow someone like Li Jin, someone who could give them a better life, perhaps in a more stable place like the Alinha Merchant Guild, instead of keeping them stuck in this run-down gambling den. As he thought about it, a tear slipped from his eye. He had spent a long time with them and believed they shared a bond. But before he could dwell on that feeling, the twins spoke in unison. They said they understood, and they thanked him sincerely. Hearing that, Myungo looked at them with irritation. Later, He muttered to himself in frustration, calling them ungrateful and cursing the old saying about never trusting those with black hair. He then made his way upstairs toward his room. On the way, people in the building recognized him and started whispering. They called him the walking corpse and commented that now, without the twins, they might actually be able to beat him. He ignored the voices and kept walking, head lowered. But suddenly, a group of men stepped in front of him, surrounding him. One of them mentioned that now that the twins were gone, things had changed. Myungo looked at them calmly and acknowledged how bold they were all being now. Then he raised his voice, claiming his reputation and daring them to come at him if they were serious. One of the men mocked him, saying it was pathetic how someone in his condition still talked tough. The group raised their weapons and moved in to attack. Seeing the situation, Myungo instinctively raised his hands to protect himself. In his mind, he felt the fear set in. He really might die here. But before they could strike, someone intervened. Lee Jin suddenly appeared, fighting off the attackers as he walked through, casually carrying goods looted from Myungo's room. He made it clear that he didn't approve of these people jumping Myungo now, especially when he was already injured. He reminded them that these same people were once too scared to even look at Myungo properly, and now that he was weak, they were trying to pile on. After dealing with the attackers, Lee Jin continued walking, barely looking at Myungo as he passed by. Myungo, still lying on the ground, muttered a bitter remark, annoyed at how cool Lee Jin was acting. A short while later, he and the twin guards were walking toward the exit. One of them turned to him and quietly thanked him for helping Myungo. Then, both of them bowed respectfully and repeated their thanks. As they left to carry out Lee Jin's orders, he watched them go, thinking to himself. He recalled how many people had wondered why the twin guards stayed loyal to Chul Myungo for so long. From old memories, he remembered that some said they had been brought there and sold as slaves, while others believed they followed him purely out of fear. Even Lee Jin once thought that way. But now, looking at them with a more thoughtful gaze, he realized the truth. They hadn't been slaves, and they hadn't stayed out of fear either. As he walked on, he quietly acknowledged something else to himself. Even in this second life, understanding people's real intentions was still difficult. Unbeknownst to Lee Jin, someone was secretly watching him from behind pillar. The observer, wide-eyed in disbelief, whispered to himself. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In his thoughts, he questioned it again. Could that really be Jineon? Sometime later, the scene shifts to Jan, who is grumbling to himself. Ever since Jean came back, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. He's clearly frustrated. Just the other day, Jean returned with a ridiculous amount of money out of nowhere and brought along 2 big guys as well. At this point, Jan has concluded that he simply doesn't like him. While in the middle of his complaining, he notices some movement. It's none other than Incup, barging into the residence, pulling a huge cart behind him. Not far behind, one is managing the goods, giving orders to the workers to handle everything carefully since they're transporting important items. Curious, Jan approaches and asks what all this is about. His mood suddenly shifts to excitement when he hears that the goods include extremely rare elixirs. One so rare, they're not even available on the market. Just then, a familiar voice draws everyone's attention. It's Jan's father, the old man, who steps out and casually mentions that he was the one who ordered them. Juan immediately urges him to stay indoors since he's not in great condition, but the old man waves it off, saying he's doing much better now. Jan and the turd both ask the old man what he plans to do with all the elixirs. The turd gets especially hopeful, assuming that since Jean only needed one, surely some of the rest must be for him too. But that little dream is crushed the moment the old man clearly states that all of it is for Jean. Still disbelieving, the turd asks again if all those precious elixirs are really just for Jean. The old man explains that one elixir alone isn't enough to change Jin's fate. He reminds them that he's already spent a fortune on the trash guards before, so this isn't a big deal in comparison. In addition, he's already sent letters to their company's regional branches, contacting old friends and respected merchants. He told them he would be buying high-quality elixirs to help the company recover from its current crisis. Since the company's collapse would affect them all, they took his words seriously. He acknowledges, though, that his biggest mistake was putting a rat in charge of the escort group. So now, he feels obligated to clean things up properly. Hannah praises the decision, saying the young leader has the potential to become a great warrior. Everyone around seems to admire Jin's effort and potential, while Jan, and especially the turd, struggle to understand what's going on. The old man laughs joyfully, clearly proud, saying this is finally his chance to spend all the money he's been saving up his whole life. Meanwhile, the turd, his hopes fully shattered, can't even speak. Sometime later, having mentally snapped, the turd is seen wildly swinging his sword like a man possessed. Earlier, he had asked his father where his elixir was, only to be met with silence. The old man had looked at him with clear dissatisfaction and questioned whether he really needed one. Now, driven mad with envy, the turd rants that he can't even breathe peacefully anymore. Everywhere he turns, it's all about Jean. He sulks and cries, convinced everyone's playing favorites and discriminating against him, wondering what sort of miracle Jean must have experienced. That's when he notices movement again. In a blur, Jean runs past him at incredible speed, barely pausing to say that he's just out for a walk. The turd gets pushed aside in the process, and as Jean disappears into the distance, he realizes something strange. Jean is dragging a huge boulder behind him. Not only that, but he has weighted shackles strapped to his legs. Despite being completely out of breath, Jean continues walking without slowing down. Watching this, the turd is left in disbelief. It finally hits him. Jean really is putting in the work. As the sun begins to set, Jan collapses onto the ground, exhausted. Despite the fading light, he grips his sword tightly and keeps swinging it, refusing to stop. He's clearly trying to imitate someone, probably Jean, and even mutters a few overly dramatic lines to himself, as if role-playing. But no matter how much effort he puts in, it's obvious his moves don't come close to what Jean had displayed earlier. That's when Jean suddenly appears, catching Jan off guard. With fear written all over his face, Jan jumps slightly and asks why Jean is back so soon. He thought he'd gone out for a walk. Jean replies bluntly, saying that if Jan is going to try and copy techniques, he should at least do it properly. He points out that Jan managed to mimic one of his own finishing moves surprisingly well, and tells him to try replicating it again using the sword. Embarrassed, Jan realizes Jean had been watching the entire time. Jan gives it another try, swinging with all his strength, but ends up breaking the training staff. Jean admits the move was powerful, but immediately follows up by critiquing the form, saying the stab was extremely sloppy. This stings Jan's pride. Just as he turns around in frustration, Jean suddenly throws a punch at him. To his own surprise, Jan manages to block it. Jean calmly says he just let his guard down on purpose, then quickly follows with a kick that sends Jan crashing to the ground. Jean explains that in that moment, Jan panicked, and that's what made him fall. Lying on the ground and convinced that Jean has lost it, Jan begs to talk things out. But Jean isn't listening. With no other option, Jan grabs his sword and charges. But just as he looks up, Jean is gone. In the next instant, Jean appears behind him. He says that when people are pushed into a corner, that's when they usually reveal their trump card. But in Jan's case, all he did was tremble. That's why Jean held back, collapsed on the ground. Jan realizes just how close he came to death. Jean, meanwhile, offers some calm advice. Stabbing attacks have a lower hit rate than slashes. He explains that Jan's technique, whatever it's called, is a one-strike move, and because of that, he had to be cautious. Jean adds that the difference in a split second of movement could decide the outcome. As he continues lecturing his brother, Jean reflects on his own strength. In his past life, he wouldn't have even let a weak escort captain draw a sword on him. His current body is still nowhere near as strong as the one he had before. Even as the renowned Fist King in his previous life, there were still people he couldn't surpass. That thought unsettles him. It's not enough. Clenching his sword tightly, he tells himself that this time, he'll become stronger than ever, stronger than anyone. Just then, one of the guards comes to inform him that someone is waiting for him outside. As Jean leaves, he flicks his brother on the forehead. Jan starts complaining, but Jean pays him no mind and walks out without another word. Meanwhile, outside, some visitors nervously exchange opinions. They're trying to convince themselves that there's no way Jean could have learned martial arts. After all, wasn't he just obsessed with girls? But one of them, Guang, says he saw something strange with his own eyes. He recalls passing by the gambling den run by Manga while drunk and catching a glimpse of Jean. Shocked, he says that before he could process what he saw, he vomited, and by the time he looked again, Jean was gone. The others, Ju Jar Yang and Samaguk, dismiss the story, thinking he's exaggerating. But as they confidently push open Jin's room door, they all freeze. Inside, Jean stands before them, completely jacked, muscles toned, and presence overwhelming. The group immediately closes the door in disbelief. Turning to Jin's maid, they ask if this is really Jean. She confirms it, shocking them even further. Still trying to process the change, they wonder if they were just drunk the last time they saw him. But their thoughts are cut short as the door opens again. Jean stands there, expression cold. He first tells his maid to take the twin guards to the dining hall and make sure they eat to their heart's content. Then he turns to the two visitors, his gaze sharp. "What are you waiting for?" he says, stepping aside. With a heavy look, he orders them to get inside. Shaking, the two pray silently for someone, anyone, to come save them. As soon as Lee Jian laid eyes on his friends, a wave of memories from the original owner of his body surfaced. In his mind, he recalled their identities with surprising clarity. These are the self-proclaimed four heavenly kings of wine and women. A bunch of eccentric men chasing after dreams and pleasures. Sima Guk, the one from Miram Alliance, was known for his ambition, but also for his unfortunate condition, irritable bowel syndrome, and being a perpetual exam taker. Then there was the youngest heir from the West Wind escort establishment, try to make a name for himself. The other two included the infamous heir of the Yunha merchant group and another who never quite let go of reckless youth. They were all here, gathered in one place, having heard the wild rumor that their long-forgotten pushover friend had returned. A rumor so unbelievable, they had to see it with their own eyes. Later, inside a quiet room, Lee Jian sat with them, sharing drinks. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts, as everyone silently observed him. From the expressions on their faces, it was clear they were trying to figure out the man he had become. But Lee Jian, now in full awareness of his inherited memories, looked at them and thought to himself with distaste, not these fake friends again. The memories rolled in. He remembered clearly how these guys used to always be together, chatting endlessly about booze and women. They used to call themselves something ridiculous, maybe the four unruly drunken idiots, or perhaps the four total wrecks. Whatever it was, the name perfectly matched their carefree, chaotic behavior. The silence was finally broken when one of them hesitantly called out to him, asking if he was really back. Another chimed in, pointing at him and expressing concern about his well-being. Lee Jian, showing no emotion, simply replied that he was fine. That short answer was enough to throw them off. One of them began sweating nervously and awkwardly commented that he seemed more than just fine. He actually looked intense. Curiosity quickly took over. One of the friends grabbed Lee Jian's hand, staring at it in disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around how someone like Jian could have changed so much. He asked if he had been secretly training all this time. Sima Guk, watching quietly, was more perceptive than the others. He could tell, just by sensing Jian's presence, this transformation wasn't something that could be achieved through sheer training. What he felt was something deeper. This was real martial arts. True strength had taken root in Lee Jian's body, and it wasn't something that could be faked. Their questions continued. They brought up a rumor, something about Jian defeating Ouyang Hu. They pressed further, demanding to know who had trained him, convinced that no one could possibly reach that level alone. But Lee Jian just smiled faintly and told them it was luck. That was all. Sima Guk, still trying to piece things together, smiled as well. He suggested that it must have been one of those fateful Jianghu encounters they always heard about but never experienced. Another friend quickly agreed, saying Jian had finally caught a break. He even admitted that at first he didn't recognize him. But that moment of levity vanished in an instant. With a cold and serious tone, Lee Jian raised his cup to his lips and stated something chilling. The man they once knew as Lee Jian was dead. The room froze. Every one of them stared at him, beads of sweat appearing on their faces. The weight of those words hit them hard, and none of them could laugh it off. Breaking the awkward silence, Zhu Jiaoyang, one of the group, nervously asked what he planned to do next. Without hesitation, Jian began to answer, about to mention something crucial, the demonical, but he stopped himself mid-sentence. Instead, he corrected his words, saying that he had debts tied to his sect that he needed to repay. In the meantime, he planned to help out with a merchant group while preparing for that responsibility. Suddenly, Lee Jineon looked toward his friends, his gaze cold and unwavering. With a serious tone, he made his stance clear. He wasn't interested in anything anymore, except getting stronger. His words brought the room to another heavy silence. The air froze for a moment before the group, clearly caught off guard, started panicking and whispering among themselves. One of them, confused, turned to the others and blurted out in disbelief if they had walked into the wrong house by mistake. Another quickly responded, denying any fault and saying it definitely wasn't his doing. As this flurry of awkward energy spread among them, Sima Guk went quiet. He couldn't help but recall an old conversation he'd once had with Lee Jineon. Back then, Jineon had mentioned he was being sent away to recuperate. Sima had reacted with surprise, asking if he was really going somewhere just to recover. Jineon had replied with resignation in his voice, saying it was basically exile, that his father must have been deeply disappointed in him. But Sima, holding a sake bottle in hand with a grin, had encouraged him. He said it was a good thing. This was Jineon's chance to recover, study, and change his life. Back then, Jineon had only responded with a bitter smile, doubting whether change was even possible. Still, deep down, he had hoped for it. Now, returning to the present, Sima Guk poured a glass of wine for Jineon and offered a heartfelt congratulations. He looked at him warmly and remarked with a smile that Jineon had really changed. Hearing that, Jineon froze for a moment, shocked and confused. The sincerity in Sima's voice caught him off guard. The others fell quiet, watching the exchange, and then slowly they too softened. With a smile, one of them chimed in that it really was something worth celebrating. Another added, jokingly, that he always knew this would happen, that they should have kidnapped Jineon before he got sent away. He even blamed the others for not showing up that day. Sima Guk chuckled at that and teased one of the guys, reminding him that he was too hungover to even make it that day. That friend quickly turned away and defensively claimed he was just busy. But the teasing didn't stop. Sima responded with sarcasm, suggesting that taking a dump probably didn't count as being busy. A playful argument broke out as they all started teasing each other. Watching them banter so naturally, Lee Jineon smiled quietly to himself. In that moment, a warm thought passed through his mind. Turns out, even Jineon had real friends. Then, Jineon poured himself a glass of wine and muttered softly, as if confirming something within himself. He looked at the group with a calm, yet confident gaze and declared that he had changed. Then, with a faint smirk, he asked, "What about them?" That question stunned the group for a moment, but they quickly laughed it off, brushing it aside with their usual carefree energy. One of them joked that if they were the type to change easily, they wouldn't be themselves. Feeling the shift in mood, Jineon awkwardly suggested they stop talking about such things. Everyone raised their cups and clinked them together, laughing loudly, the tension melting away into genuine camaraderie. As the laughter faded, Ju Jaryong looked quietly into his cup, deep in thought. He recalled their old days together, back when they were just a bunch of naive kids. They had all thought of themselves as frogs stuck in a well, unable to see the vast world outside. But now, looking at Lee Jineon, he realized that one of them had already climbed out and seen that world for himself. Some time passed, and the gathering began to wind down. One of the friends told Jineon he had a good time today, and that if he ever needed anything, even from a bunch of wrecks like them, he should reach out. Ju Jaryong called out with playful excitement, urging Jineon to train hard so he didn't get beaten up somewhere again. Sima Guk patted Jineon on the shoulder with a proud smile and congratulated him once more on his transformation. As they finally prepared to leave, Jineon walked with them to the gate, waving goodbye. His friends waved back, their faces lit with sincere warmth. Later, as they walked through the streets of the city under the night sky, Guang looked up and let out a quiet thought. Among all of them, the one who had been the biggest screw-up had come back, all grown up, and that made it feel like their youth had truly come to an end. Sima Guk, feeling a bit tipsy, rubbed his head and admitted that he was feeling strangely lonely today. He told the others it was time to go. One of his friends quickly asked where they were heading, jokingly suggesting a brothel. But Sima Guk immediately shut that down, annoyed, saying they were going home. He reminded the guy he had flunked out and told him to go study. calling him an academy dropout. Zhu Jiaoyang laughed and, not taking offense, repeated what he always said, that it's not that he's bad at studying, just really bad at exams. Guang then looked at Sima Guk and casually asked if he wanted to stop by Sweet Scent House for one last drink. The scene shifts to the Sweet Scent House. A warrior was kneeling in front of the little deity sect leader, Yom Jisong, reporting what happened at Li Jinian's gathering. When Yom Jisong heard the report, he hit the table and asked in disbelief if Ouyang, who was really dead. Then he asked whether the heir of the Yunhe merchant group was actually that strong. The man confirmed it with a disappointed look. The fight hadn't even lasted 30 moves. Ouyang, who had been completely outmatched. He thought back to the fight, clearly frustrated, and admitted to himself that Jinian's skills were on another level. Yom Jisong, now a bit more composed, commented that it was impressive. He asked what kind of weapon Jinian had used. The man answered that Jinian fought using only his fists. Yom Jisong raised an eyebrow. A swordsman losing to someone who didn't even use a weapon, it wasn't a good look. He shook his head and said it was a disgrace. The man hesitated, then asked about taking revenge. Yom Jisong replied that there was no reason to. It was a fair duel, and they weren't the kind of group to seek revenge over that. Still, the man pushed the issue. He mentioned that Yom Jisong and Ouyang, who had been friends, and said there should be some honor between them. Before he could say anything more, Yom Jisong killed him on the spot. A girl standing nearby was startled by the sudden act. Yom Jisong looked at the body and simply said that no one befriends a corpse. Then he ordered his men to take the body away. One of them responded right away. Noticing the girl, Yom Jisong turned to her and apologized for not seeing her standing there. Her name was Saran. Then, sounding annoyed, he said the drink didn't taste good anymore and told his men they were heading back. A servant replied, confirming the order. Later, while thinking over the situation, Yom Jisong noted that the Yunhe merchant group had not only refused to pay taxes, but had also killed Ouyang Hu. He looked concerned and wondered aloud how to respond to that. One of his men commented that it seemed like the merchant group didn't even recognize the authority of the little deity sect anymore. Yom Jisong wasn't surprised and agreed, then clicked his tongue in frustration. Another subordinate asked if they should retaliate. Yom Jisong dismissed the idea and said that they couldn't just go around killing people. That wasn't how they operated. One of the subordinates looked at Yom Jisong and asked again, was he really just going to let the Yunhe merchant group go? Yom Jisong paused for a moment, thinking about it. At that same time, Li Jinian's friends walked into the place together, chatting among themselves. Zhu Jiaoyang commented that even after seeing how much their friend had changed, they were still the same as always. He admitted they were probably hopeless. Guang responded casually, saying that Jinian only asked for one drink anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. Zhu Jiaoyang looked over at him and said that even that small step felt like progress. Sima Guk nodded in agreement. At least it was something. As Sima Guk passed by the sect leader, he overheard Yom Jisong quietly say to his subordinate that he didn't know what would happen next, but he did want the Yunhe merchant group's money. That stopped Sima Guk in his tracks. He turned to glance back at Yom Jisong, thinking to himself about what he'd just heard. The Yunhe merchant group. Yom Jisong, unaware that anyone was listening, continued talking. He mentioned that Li Xiaogman, the elder of the Yunhe merchant group, was known to be a skilled negotiator. Rumor had it he was far wealthier than people assumed. Then he wondered out loud, how much would the young heir of such a group be worth? Sima Guk, now realizing what was going on, looked concerned. Sometime later, he stood in front of Li Jinian and shared everything he had overheard. After hearing the report, Jinian responded calmly, asking if Sima Guk had come running back to him. Breathing out, Sima Guk admitted it. Yeah, he had. Jinian rubbed his eyes and yawned, replying that it was touching, especially since he had taken his time getting there. That annoyed Sima Guk. He raised his voice and said the situation seemed serious. It looked like they were planning to attack Jinian at any moment. Still thinking things over, Sima Guk added that now that Ouyang, who was gone, Jinian's house didn't have proper guards anymore. He asked if they should reach out to Guang for help. Jinian, meanwhile, remembered something Makin Siep had told him earlier, that the little deity sect had been planning something behind their backs with Ouyang Hu. He kept a calm expression as he asked Sima where those people were now. Sima replied that they were probably already back at their base. Jineon told him to come inside for now. Sima was confused and asked where he was going, but Jineon didn't answer right away. A bit later, inside the house, the two of them were getting ready. Jineon handed something over and told Sima to put it on. Looking around the room in confusion, Sima asked what it even was and where they were. Jineon explained that it was the guard squad's warehouse. Then, turning to him seriously, Jineon asked if he knew the way to the little deity's sex base. He told them to get dressed quickly. They needed to be back by breakfast. Sima looked surprised. He asked if they were really going right now. Just the two of them? Starting to panic, he reminded Jineon that it was just the two of them, and over there was the entire little deity sect. He said Jineon didn't even know what they were up to. But Jineon picked up a knife and held it up. He said it didn't matter. That's exactly why they needed to move first. Sima still looked unsure and tried to say something in protest, but Jineon interrupted him, calling him Mirim Alliance hopeful. Jineon tossed the knife gently toward him. He told him to lead the way. The scene shifted to the little deity's sex base. Guards in yellow uniforms stood watch. Some of them posted at the gates, while others patrolled the area. From high up in a tree, Jineon observed everything. Looking down at the base, he thought to himself that there were a lot of guards. This had to be the place. Hiding in the bushes nearby, Sima Guk whispered to him, asking if he was sure this was it. He admitted nervously that he wouldn't be of any help and reminded Jineon of that. Jineon brushed the dust off one hand using the other and told Sima Guk that his job was done. Sima, still confused, asked if bringing him here was all he needed. Jineon looked at him and replied plainly, "What else could it be?" Sima looked toward the guard station inside and asked how they were supposed to get in, with the place crawling with security. He asked if Jineon had some brilliant plan. Jineon simply closed his eyes and said that for today, they'd do it his old way. He walked straight up to the door and kicked it open. As he looked around at the guards, he thought about his past life, about how Dan Wusong never backed down from a fight. Not when he was a child, not as an orphan surviving in the martial world, not even after earning the title of King of Fists. Now, back in the present, he looked at the guards in front of him and thought to himself, Dan Wusong was someone who enjoyed a good fight. Without hesitation, he walked forward and pointed toward a building, asking the guards where their sect leader was. One of them yelled back, calling him crazy for barging in and talking nonsense. But before the man could finish, Jineon snapped his neck and told him not to make him repeat himself. He dropped the body on the ground. That was enough to provoke the others. All the guards rushed toward him with swords, shouting at him, asking if he even understood where he was and who he was messing with. Just then, a voice called out from an upper floor. A man, holding a girl in his arms, looked down and asked what all the noise was about. He spotted Jineon and smiled, asking who he was. Jineon replied calmly, he was an assassin. Then he asked if the man was the head of the lesser immortal sect. The man, amused, asked what if he was. In his head, he was trying to figure out who Jineon was. He thought it was the first time he'd seen an assassin come in through the front door. Then he noticed Jineon's hands and remembered what one of his men had reported earlier. The kid fought with his fists. He asked Jineon if he was the heir of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. Jineon replied, "And what if I am?" The sect leader stroked his beard and said he didn't expect someone so important to show up personally. Then his tone shifted. He said that in that case, he wouldn't hold back. Suddenly, a net dropped down above Jineon, but he dodged it easily. The guards shouted to get him. Jineon, now surrounded, thought to himself that it had been a long time since he fought a group like this. Maybe not since back then. He grabbed the net and swung it, using it as a weapon. As he took down enemies one by one, he thought to himself that even if his current body wasn't what it used to be, the thrill of battle remained. He tore through them easily, breaking weapons with no weapon of his own. Despite all that, he smiled to himself. This was actually starting to feel fun. The remaining guards hesitated. Some asked who he even was, shocked that he was fighting like that without a weapon. Just then, a sharp object flew past him and sliced his mask and cheek. Blood trickled down as he wiped his face. He looked in the direction the projectile had come from and asked if someone was trying to show off their fancy gear. The sect leader answered with a smirk, saying he didn't usually like using expensive tools, but he'd make an exception for Jineon. He raised a crossbow and aimed. Two guards grabbed Jinion's legs for both sides. The sect leader told them to hold him down. One of the guards grabbing him thought to himself that he was definitely going to die today. The sect leader aimed and told Jinion that even if he was good with fists, there was no way he could dodge this. More men appeared beside him, each holding crossbows. He gave the order to fire. Jinion stood still as the arrows came flying toward him. In his mind, he noted that the sect leader clearly didn't care if his own men got hit. Even someone like Darkblade would be speechless at this reckless tactic. Suddenly, Sima Guk shouted from behind and threw a knife toward Jinion, yelling for him to catch it. Jinion caught the knife midair and deflected every incoming arrow. The sect leader, watching in shock, realized that Jinion had blocked them all with just that one dagger. Jinion turned to look at Sima Guk. Sima looked confused, but then Jinion gave him a thumbs up. Sima Guk returned the gesture. Then Jinion gripped the knife and threw it. It scratched the sect leader's throat before hitting the wall behind him. Jinion told him calmly that he didn't usually use blades, but made an exception for him. The sect leader, clutching the small wound on his neck, cursed under his breath and called Jinion a psycho. He turned to his men and yelled at them for just standing there. He ordered them to kill Jinion immediately. But before they could react, Jinion dashed forward and closed the distance in an instant. The sect leader could barely process what was happening. Jinion was already in front of him. Jinion readied his fist and said that his real strength was in his fists. The sect leader quickly pulled the girl in front of him, trying to use her as a human shield. But Jinion didn't stop. He used his lightning martial arts to strike with force. The explosion from the impact shook the room. As the dust cleared, Jinion was holding the girl safely in his arms. He gently let her go and told her to stay back. The sect leader sat on the ground, shaking from fear. He looked up at Jinion and wondered what kind of person he really was. If Jinion was the heir to the Galaxy Merchant Guild, he should be a young man, but the way he fought felt like someone who had survived countless battles. Jinion looked down at him coldly and asked what he was staring at. Did he have something to say? The sect leader tried to save himself. He laughed awkwardly and offered money. He said he had plenty stashed away and promised to reward Jinion generously if he spared his life. But Jinion stepped on him and told him to stop putting a price tag on people's lives. He pulled back his fist and said he didn't need any of it. The sect leader could keep his money. Then Jinion drove his fist into the man's chest, piercing through his heart and killing him instantly. The room fell silent as everyone looked on in shock. Jinion pulled his hand back out and glanced at the body. He muttered one final word as he looked at the corpse. Filthy. As morning arrived, the protagonist, his friend Sima Guk, and the girl he had recently saved were walking together. Along the way, Sima Guk turned to Jinion and mentioned that he would be taking a different route. He offered to escort the girl instead. Jinion agreed and entrusted her to his friend. Sima Guk and the girl then walked away from Jinion. After a short while, the girl looked at him and asked if he was young Master Sima Guk. He was surprised and asked how she knew. The girl chuckled softly and explained that she had seen him at Danhyang multiple times. She also added that since he was clearly close with Jinion, it wasn't hard to figure out. Understanding her point, Sima Guk nodded. The girl then gave a respectful bow and thanked him for what he had done that day. She promised that if he ever returned, she would serve him a bottle of top-grade rice wine as a token of gratitude. Sima Guk waved her off casually, saying there was no need. He hadn't done anything noteworthy. He also mentioned that he didn't plan to visit the pleasure quarters anymore. The girl looked at him and commented that he had truly changed. He responded briefly, then glanced over toward Jinion and added that he, too, had a change, especially since his friend had changed so much already. Meanwhile, Jinion was walking toward his home, thinking to himself that it was time for breakfast. Some time later, after finishing his bath, he stepped into a room where a table full of food awaited him. He invited the two bald men he had brought from the entertainment district to eat, encouraging them to be comfortable. The two men gratefully accepted and responded politely. Jinion, in a gentle tone, told them not to hold back and to eat freely whenever they were hungry. One of the men expressed amazement at the generosity of the trading company, while the other jokingly asked if eating 7 meals a day was acceptable. Jinion calmly confirmed that it was. As they chatted, the two bald men noticed Jinion's wound had already closed. They asked if he had been all right the previous night. Neon gave a vague response while holding his chopsticks, but in his mind, he reflected on the situation. He realized that the sudden incident had shaken his core, something that wouldn't have happened in his previous life. This made him recognize the need to grow stronger. He understood that if he truly intended to protect the merchant group and stand against magic users, ordinary training wouldn't be enough. He needed something beyond conventional methods. Just then, a voice from outside his door informed him that a delivery had arrived. Curious, Neon acknowledged it. A servant girl entered and placed a box on the table. As he opened it, he muttered that he hadn't been expecting anything. Inside was a letter from his friend, Gu Wong. The letter explained that after they had parted ways, Gu Wong had stopped by a tavern, had a single drink, and then left. He jokingly called it a sign of real progress. Neon smiled as he read it. The letter continued, revealing that Gu Wong had also meant to deliver something on Neon's father's behalf the day before, but had forgotten. Now he was sending it along. Neon paused at the mention of his father, feeling surprised. The letter concluded with Gu Wong saying he would leave the item with Neon and asking him to help watch over their escort agency once he had become stronger. As Neon examined the contents of the first box, he immediately recognized what was inside. It was a piece of century root. Judging by its appearance and condition, it had likely been aged for 4 or even 5 centuries. He estimated that, with a bit of luck, it could help him raise his White Lightning 10-stage art to the 5th level. Holding the root in his hand, he reflected on the moment with quiet appreciation, realizing this was the kind of gesture that showed the true value of having a good friend. He then turned to the next box placed beside him. Inside was another letter. This one was addressed from the Tejo Trading Company. The letter spoke of a long-standing trust and friendship with his father and a gift offered in honor of that bond. As Neon processed the message, he recognized the name of the firm. It was one of the wealthiest and most influential trading companies in the Central Plains. He realized his father must have reached out to them personally for assistance. The depth of that gesture and the effort behind it caught him off guard. He hadn't expected such care and foresight. Inside the box was a bottle, and as soon as he saw it, he was struck with surprise. It was pure, void stone milk, a miraculous elixir that martial artists could only dream of acquiring. It belonged to the same legendary tier as the 1,000-year spirit fruit, moon elixir flower, and 10,000-year snow ginseng. All of them were incredibly rare and nearly impossible to obtain. Neon brought the bottle close and inhaled its scent. There was no doubt it was genuine. Even in his previous life, he had only managed to taste a few drops of it. He found it hard to believe that a merchant had managed to acquire something even top martial artists struggled to find. Turning to the 2 bald men seated nearby, he called out their names, Myongbo and Jinbo, and handed each of them a portion of the medicine. One of them immediately prepared to begin circulating his chi, asking the other to guard the room and eat later. As he accepted the dose, he asked what it was. Neon simply told him it was good for the body and warned him not to lose it, emphasizing its rarity. Surprised by the comment, the man stood up and walked over to a nearby storage room. Opening the door, he gestured inside and revealed stacks of similar rare items, all prepared for Neon. Seeing this, even Neon couldn't help but be taken aback. A smile formed on his face as he silently acknowledged the simple truth: money really was a powerful thing. 2 hours later, Neon was seated cross-legged in his room, meditating. As he consumed the elixir, he noted its taste, bitter and without aroma. It reminded him of martial arts itself, bitter in the beginning, with no immediate reward. Training was painful, and often it felt like there was no progress at all. Soon, his body began to react. A strong heat spread through his core. He recognized that in his past life, his body would have already broken down under this intensity. Fortunately, he had taken the time to strengthen himself beforehand. A sharp pain surged through him, intense enough to force his eyes open. It felt as if his entire body was burning. The more he tried to suppress the pain, the more fiercely it fought back. Realizing resistance was futile, he changed his approach. He would push through it instead. With that decision, a wave of powerful energy burst out from his body. Some time later, Neon exhaled deeply. As he examined his hand, he activated his energy with a focused gesture. Then, clenching his fist, he confirmed to himself that he had reached the 5th stage. However, a sharp smell caught his attention. He looked at his clothing and realized that the toxins released from his body carried a strong stench of alcohol. He wondered just how much the previous owner of the body had drunk for the impurities to still reek so strongly. Genion looked down at himself and smiled softly. It felt like a farewell to the remnants of his old self. But his attention soon shifted to the glass bottle beside him. He picked it up, eyes narrowing in thought. What lay ahead wasn't going to be easy. Absorbing pure voidstone milk at this stage was like trying to form a bowl out of wet sand and then tossing it into a blazing furnace. The fragile structure was almost guaranteed to crack under the pressure. Yet, if he could endure the process, the reward would be immense. He could feel the intense spiritual energy within the elixir. It was testing him. As the dense black aura began to swirl around him, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he had become too greedy. Still, he clenched his fist in determination. With a powerful leap, he took off, heading toward a secluded spot to begin the next stage of his transformation. If he could overcome this trial, he knew he would emerge stronger than ever before. 7 days passed. Outside Genion's room, his brother, Liwa Ian, stood with a troubled expression. It had been exactly a week since Genion had started circulating his energy, and there had been no signs of movement or sound from within. Concerned, he reached for the door, but the two bald guards stationed outside immediately stepped in front of him, blocking the way. They greeted him formally. Recognizing them, Liwa Ian returned the greeting. He asked if there had been any updates. One of the men replied that there had been none, but Genion had left clear instructions not to let anyone near. Hearing this, Liwa Ian let out a sigh, wiping sweat from his brow as confusion set in. He mumbled that even so, going this long without contact seemed concerning. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden explosion blasted through the door from within the room. The two guards quickly shielded Liwa Ian from the blast with their bodies. As the dust settled, Liwa Ian stared in shock at the sight in front of him. Emerging from the room was Genion, his eyes glowing with lightning, energy radiating violently from his body. The overwhelming stench coming from the room made Liwa Ian recoil and cover his nose. His thoughts raced. Was this the condition known as chi deviation, something he had only heard about in passing? Panicked, all three men rushed toward Genion. One of the guards called out urgently to him. Two bodyguards then tackled Genion, trying to pin him down in hopes of stabilizing his energy. They pleaded with him to come back to his senses. Liwa Ian tried to speak, beginning to ask if his brother was all right, but his words stopped midway. As he got a good look at Genion's face, a chill ran through him. What he saw frightened him so much that he couldn't say another word. Liwa Ian quickly caught his brother in his arms, trying to steady him after the sudden outburst of energy. But Genion rose to his feet once more without saying a word and began walking away. One of the bodyguards called out behind him, asking if he was all right and where he was going. Genion, without turning around, simply responded that it was too hot and that he needed to cool off, insisting they not follow him. Without hesitation, Genion leapt onto the rooftop and dashed off into the distance. Liwa Ian stood frozen, watching his younger brother disappear. He had no words to respond. After a moment, he quietly questioned himself how anyone could be hot on such a perfectly clear day. Meanwhile, Genion kept running. His thoughts were in turmoil as intense heat surged through his body. He could feel every part of himself burning. His physique, still not fully attuned to the immense power he had taken in, was reacting violently. Clutching his throat, he tried to suppress the sensation, but the energy inside him continued to rage uncontrollably. He realized that if this went on, it wouldn't just be the Yunha merchant group at risk, he could endanger the entire street. He needed to put as much distance between himself and others as possible. Eventually, he stopped at a remote mountain peak. His body was covered in veins bulging under the pressure, with lightning surging all around him. The pain had reached its peak. He thought of the color blue, likely tied to his energy state, and acknowledged that he couldn't contain it any longer. Memories of his death in his past life flickered through his mind. He knew that if he couldn't embrace this energy, he would face the same fate once more. Raising his hand toward the sky, he made a decision. The power had to be released. In that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, crashing directly into him with a thunderous impact. Some distance away, in a nearby village, two people noticed the phenomenon. One of them watched in awe as the scene unfolded, observing the lightning surge from the earth toward the heavens. It was a sight he had never witnessed before, a reverse strike that defied natural order. Sometime after the intense phenomenon had ended, Neon stood alone on the mountain. Rain poured down steadily around him as he remained silent, letting the moment settle. Clenching his fist, he counted under his breath 6, then paused and corrected himself 7. A smile formed on his face. If he was able to release that much energy, it could only mean one thing. He glanced at his hand, activating his energy once more to confirm it. The answer was clear. He had reached the 8th phase. Later, Neon walked through the city streets, still partially undressed from the aftermath of his training. His presence turned heads immediately. Several passers-by, especially the young women, blushed as they watched him walk by. A few whispered in surprise, wondering who the half-naked man was. Taking notice, Neon quietly thought to himself that he should at least get some clothes. Sometime after, he was inside a clothing shop, now dressed in a sharp outfit that gave him the refined appearance of a nobleman. He looked in the mirror, then turned to the shop owner and said he'd take the outfit. He asked for the price. To his surprise, the shop owner responded with a gentle laugh and insisted there was no need to pay. Neon, confused by the generosity, hesitated. He didn't feel right about taking it for free. But the shop owner explained with a warm smile that ever since Neon had beaten up the troublemaker from the Ouyang clan and the Little Deity sect, the streets had become noticeably safer. Fewer thugs caused problems now, and that peace had made it easier for him to bring his children to the shop. He pointed to his child nearby and expressed gratitude, saying that the free clothes were his way of repaying Neon. As he noticed the rain still pouring outside, he offered an umbrella as well. The shop owner's child walked up, holding out the umbrella toward Neon. Seeing this small gesture, Neon smiled back and accepted it graciously. A short while later, he stood outside the shop in the rain, waving back at the shop owner and his children. As he continued down the street, Neon looked around and reflected on the changes. Things truly did feel more peaceful now. In the past, he never paid attention to what the streets looked like after a fight. But now, recalling the shop owner's words, he could feel the difference his actions had made. People were safer, families were more relaxed, and the atmosphere felt lighter. Looking ahead, he saw people laughing and enjoying themselves. For the first time, Neon found himself smiling at the sight. The feeling wasn't so bad. Suddenly, his attention snapped toward a commotion behind him. Someone was running through the street in a panic, shouting for others to move aside. The man shoved someone out of the way, tried to escape from a group that was chasing him. The people behind him yelled not to let the man get away. As Neon observed the scene, he immediately recognized the person on the run. It was Chil Myung-go. His thoughts locked onto the name with surprise. The man who had been chased earlier suddenly appeared before the protagonist. With a casual smile, he greeted him, commenting on the heavy rain. The protagonist looked at him with visible disappointment, noting that he hadn't changed at all. As the man stood confidently in front of him, the protagonist remarked again on how he was always caught up in a busy life. Meanwhile, a large number of people from the Moyang clan had gathered at the Emperor's assembly. Among them, a red-haired man confidently acknowledged the significance of all the clan patriarchs coming together after such a long time. He specifically praised Moyang Bin for his efforts. This red-haired man was Dako Myong, the patriarch of the Dako clan. In response, a green-haired man humbly dismissed the praise, saying he had only arranged the meeting. This was Moyang Bin, the patriarch of the Moyang clan. Then, turning to another figure, he brought up a recent issue, mentioning that he'd heard about a regrettable incident involving Ouyang Seng's clan. He stated that Ouyang, who had apparently challenged a member of a merchant group to a duel and died as a result, asking if it was true. Hearing this, Ouyang Seng, the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, looked visibly irritated and surprised. Another person in the room then questioned the situation further, pointing out that Ouyang, who was supposed to be one of the more skilled martial masters of the clan. Yet another added that Ouyang, who had caused trouble with a merchant group, made a scene and ended up being severely defeated. Just then, loud laughter erupted in the assembly hall. Everyone turned toward the source, which was none other than Namgung Wu, the leader of the Emperor's assembly and the patriarch of the Namgung clan. Known as the world's strongest martial artist and often referred to as the Blade Emperor, Namgung Wu was laughing heartily, mocking the situation. He found it ridiculous that someone from a merchant group had defeated a member of the Ouyang clan, calling it even funnier than a jester's performance. He asked if others agreed with him. One man in the assembly could be seen trembling with anger, though another quickly agreed with Namgung Wu to avoid conflict. At that moment, Ouyang Sing, now visibly furious, exclaimed that Ouyang had already been expelled from their clan. With his frustration boiling over, he declared that it was time to remind the merchant group of the true power of the Ouyang clan. Back on the street, the protagonist stood with his friend. He looked worn out and clearly exhausted from everything that had just happened. Lee Jin-ian looked at his friend and remarked that he was always living a busy life. Before the conversation could continue, one of the gang members pointed a finger at Lee Jin-ian and ordered him a hand over his friend, warning him not to get involved in something that could get him hurt. Lee Jin-ian's tone turned cold as he asked his friend, Myungo, who these people were. Myungo explained that they were members of the Crimson Reaper Alliance, the most notorious underworld gang at the moment. They had recently been trying to take over the downtown district. He went on to say that, since he was involved in the auction business, he had discovered they had taken his ledgers when he went to organize the books, a theft he clearly resented. Lee Jin-ian then asked if Myungo's hands had healed. Myungo showed his hands and said they were still usable, even managing a laugh. Facing the gang, Lee Jin-ian stated calmly that they didn't seem to be from the area. He told them to come back when Myungo's hands had fully recovered, but to leave for now. The gang members were irritated, thinking his words were nonsense and that he must have grown up sheltered. But despite their thoughts, they felt an inexplicable pressure from him. One hot-headed member ignored a companion's warning, stepped up to Lee Jin-ian, and arrogantly pointed a finger at him, demanding to know who he thought he was. Before he could finish, Lee Jin-ian flicked his forehead with a single finger, sending him flying several meters and knocking him out instantly. Lee Jin-ian then looked at the rest of the gang and told them he was hungry, and if they fought now, he might kill them all. He advised them to leave while he was still being nice and promised they would meet again, either through Myungo or himself. The gang, clearly intimidated, bowed and quickly left. Myungo, now more relaxed, turned to Lee Jin-ian and asked him to buy food, saying noodles would be fine. With a disappointed expression, he clarified that the last time he was on the verge of death wasn't because Lee Jin-ian had beaten him, but because he was starving. He even remarked that food had always been the most important thing in the Central Plains. Irritated, Lee Jin-ian told him he could have just asked without saying so much, calling him insane. Myungo simply grinned and replied that it was surprising Lee Jin-ian was only realizing that now. He then excitedly suggested they go to Jinpyeong Noodles, claiming it had the best noodles. Later, in the restaurant, Myungo finished his bowl and leaned back with satisfaction, saying he finally felt alive. After finishing his meal, Myungo looked at Lee Jin-ian with a serious expression, teasing that it seemed like a branch of the beggar sect had taken up residence in his stomach. He pointed out how Lee Jin-ian used to eat very little, like a bird, but now had changed completely. Myungo added that people shouldn't change so suddenly and should live according to the natural order. Turning toward the shop owner, he ordered 2 more bowls of noodles, then quickly changed it to 4. The owner agreed without hesitation. After a short pause, Myungo awkwardly asked about the twins. Lee Jin-ian replied simply that they were doing well. When asked what they were doing, he answered flatly, training. Myungo guessed they must have grown stronger and then asked for another bowl, even though he already had one in his hands. He remarked that their food expenses must be huge, calling them gluttonous spirits. Lee Jin-ian replied with a blank expression, I'm rich, which slightly irritated Myungo, who reminded him that he had also helped in the past. Shifting topics, Myungo asked how one could learn proper martial arts. Lee Jin-ian questioned the reason, but Myungo avoided eye contact and explained that he was wondering if martial arts training would help him take on the Crimson Reaper, the leader of the gang they encountered earlier. He described the Crimson Reaper as someone with countless subordinates who attacked in overwhelming numbers and retreated quickly when needed. Lee Jin-ian asked Myungo if he wanted to be taught martial arts. Myungo hesitated for a moment before saying he'd be grateful. Crossing his arms, Lee Jin-ian asked if Myungo would follow his instructions exactly, to which Myungo confidently replied that of course he would. After all, he was the poisonous fox, Chul Myungo. Lee Jin-ian then pointed at the ground and told him to bow. Myungo rubbed his head in mild irritation, calling the request embarrassing, but eventually bowed without further complaint. Standing back up, he jokingly threatened that if Lee Jin-ian didn't teach him, he'd make a scene in front of the Yunha Merchant Group's gates. Instead of responding seriously, Lee Jin-ian swung the shop's borrowed umbrella and held it out, telling Myungo to hold it like he did. Myungo was stunned at the simplicity of the lesson and asked if that was really it. Lee Jin-ian simply asked what else he expected. Myungo grew frustrated, complaining that he had even bowed and threatened again to cause trouble. Before he could finish, Lee Jin-ian struck him with the umbrella and told him to shut up, instructing him to take the umbrella with one hand. Myungo held the umbrella and asked what to do next. Lee Jin-ian explained that it was a gift and couldn't be given away, but Myungo could borrow it. He instructed him to swing it exactly as demonstrated 100,000 times and then return it. He emphasized that if Myungo didn't want to commit to this, he should give up on learning martial arts entirely. Shocked, Myungo confirmed the number, clarifying that it wasn't 1,000 or 10,000, but a full 100,000 swings. Lee Jin-ian, unfazed, told him to stop talking so much and either get to work or leave. When Myungo questioned whether he was serious, Lee Jin-ian grabbed his collar and reminded him that learning a few basic moves wouldn't be enough to kill someone. He explained that with 100,000 repetitions, Myungo could at least defeat half of those men they had faced earlier with just a wooden sword. Instead, Myungo had run away like a frightened animal. Lee Jin-ian told him bluntly that if he was going to live such a pitiful life, he might as well die, prompting Myungo to nervously say he didn't want to die. Releasing him, Lee Jin-ian told him to remember whether he was a rat or a poisonous fox, and to stop making empty boasts. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Myungo suddenly stood and asked to borrow the umbrella. Before he could leave, the shop owner approached Lee Jin-ian and asked him to pay for Myungo's food as well. After paying, Lee Jin-ian thought to himself that he would wait to see if Myungo would take the training seriously. He then shifted his attention to the Crimson Reaper Alliance, recalling his promise to seek them out and deciding it must be kept. The scene then moved to the Crimson Reaper Alliance headquarters. Inside a dimly lit room, a man sat on a bed while two bloodied corpses lay on the floor. In front of him, the group from earlier knelt in submission. A red-haired man looked at them and asked why they had allowed Chul Myungo to escape. The red-haired man questioned his subordinates, repeating their claim. They had almost caught everyone, but one of the poisonous fox's friends had stopped them, and they were saying that a merchant group's son had stood against all of them. The subordinates, sweating and visibly shaken, swore it was true. They explained that the man was extremely skilled in martial arts, with rumors calling him the strongest in the Yanhua region. Before they could finish, the red-haired man's gaze sharpened, his red eyes silencing them. He then gave the order, have the men on standby, find both of them, and kill them. The scene shifted to Lee Jin-ian, who was hearing troubling news. One of the twins explained that the Crimson Reaper was infamous for his brutality, preferring to tear opponents apart with his bare hands. The leaders of multiple sects, the Jangsen sect, the Nopio sect, the Horn Dragon sect, and the Hongrak Pavilion, had all been killed by him. He had absorbed several factions in the Yukwan region, forcing tribute money from every business, from escort agencies and merchant groups to inns and pleasure houses. Even Chul Myungo had been extorted. The twins added that just the day before, the Crimson Reaper had taken over an entire auction house. Lee Jin-ian listened, toweling off sweat from training, and acknowledged that if the Crimson Reaper discovered his identity, the merchant group could become involved in unnecessary trouble. He decided he should confront the man first, before that could happen. Night fell over the Yukwan shopping district. At the Passion House, the building was busy, with guests filling every floor. Two women conversed, one instructing the other to check if guests in a certain room had left. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and another woman was comforted by her colleagues. She had gone into the Crimson Reaper's room, and something had happened. Worse, another woman named Seoli was still inside. One of the women, Zhonghua, was informed that a new guest had arrived downstairs. She instructed the others to take the shaken woman away, let her rest, and avoid disturbing the Crimson Reaper. Lee Jin-ian entered the establishment. Zhonghua approached with a welcoming smile, introducing herself as the manager and beginning to explain the house. But Lee Jin-ian interrupted her with a direct question. Was the Crimson Reaper here? Zhonghua froze, startled, and asked him to repeat himself. Li Jin-ian repeated himself to Zhonghua, saying he was looking for the Crimson Reaper. She became slightly flustered, her voice trembling as she asked if he meant the association leader and whether he had made an appointment. Li Jin-ian answered simply, no, and told her to just confirm if the man was upstairs. Hesitating, Zhonghua glanced at a crimson subordinate nearby, debating whether to answer. Finally, she told him that the Crimson Reaper was indeed upstairs. Without waiting to hear more, Li Jin-ian walked past her, calling her by name and instructing her to evacuate the others. Her mind flashed back to an earlier thought. Seoliai was still inside that room. Nervously, she warned him that heading up would be difficult, as the association leader's temper was rough. Li Jin-ian only smiled and said it was fine. As he approached the stairs, one of the Crimson subordinates stepped forward, blocking his path. The man demanded to know who he was, warning that this wasn't a place anyone could enter freely. Li Jin-ian didn't respond, continuing up the stairs. The subordinate struck at him in anger, but Li Jin-ian quickly caught the man's spear and threw him to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of the other Crimson men. They surrounded him, demanding if he even knew where he was. Li Jin-ian looked at them with a sharp, threatening gaze and asked which floor the Crimson Reaper was on. His words only enraged them further. They attacked, shouting insults. Li Jin-ian calmly replied that if necessary, he would find the Crimson Reaper after killing all of them. As one man swung at him with a sword, Li Jin-ian seized the attacker's head, took the weapon, and used it to defeat them one by one. He fought using only the weapons he took from his opponents, systematically knocking each one down until the floor was clear. Finally, he stopped and looked at a nearby door. With certainty, he remarked that it wasn't the right room. Li Jin-ian prepared to attack again, asking aloud if he needed to smash every room. He began breaking into each one, sending the occupants fleeing in panic. After clearing several, he paused in front of another door, shouting in frustration that the Crimson Reaper wasn't there, and concluded he must be on the next floor. Meanwhile, in his private room, the Crimson Reaper sat calmly on his bed. Suddenly, two men were thrown inside, sent flying by Li Jin-ian's assault. One of them, trembling on the floor, reached toward the leader and tried to speak. Stammering, he identified Li Jin-ian as the merchant group's son. Before the man could finish, Li Jin-ian stepped on him, slamming him back to the ground. Confidently approaching, Li Jin-ian told the Crimson Reaper he had found him. The leader looked him over, speaking with casual arrogance. He guessed that Li Jin-ian had come to pay Chul Myungo's debt in his stead. Li Jin-ian ignored the remark, noting to himself that the leader's room was on the 5th floor and that it was unnecessarily high. The Crimson Reaper stood and walked toward him, asking if the welcome party wasn't to his liking and if the climb had been difficult. Li Jin-ian, now surrounded by many Crimson subordinates, stated that it hadn't been a problem, as stomping on his way up was his specialty. The two men now stood face to face. The Crimson Reaper smirked, saying his own specialty was looking down from above. Li Jin-ian, rather than being intimidated, thought to himself that this was why he liked dealing with underworld types. Beating them was always satisfying. He then noticed something on the bed. The Crimson Reaper brushed it off, saying he had simply lost control of his strength, and ordered his men to remove the person from the room. Li Jin-ian's expression darkened. Calling the man beyond rehabilitation, he asked in a low, dangerous voice how he should kill him. The Crimson Reaper said he liked those eyes, explaining that people who try to kill him always look that way, and that he had ripped all of them apart with his bare hands. Outside, civilians were fleeing the building, screaming. Someone asked what was happening, and a Crimson subordinate answered that some lunatic was tearing the entire pleasure house apart, urging the man to escape as well. Instead, the man raised an umbrella like a weapon and muttered a number, 2874, before striking the subordinate. Removing his hood, he revealed himself as Chul Myungo. He made a universal gesture toward the Crimson men, declaring he was there to crush them one by one. Practicing his swings with the umbrella, he continued counting 2875, 2876, 2877, when suddenly a loud explosion came from the building where Li Jin-ian was. Chul Myungo froze, looking toward it in shock, realizing something significant had just happened inside. The red-haired association leader is suddenly thrown out of the building, crashing violently against the ground. Following closely behind him, The protagonist leaps out as well, landing with confident precision before striking the leader mid-air and sending him skidding further across the dirt. With firm steps, the protagonist calmly lands in front of the fallen man, standing tall and unwavering. The association leader slowly rises from the ground, wiping the dust from himself as his eyes fix on the protagonist. Instead of showing fear, he reveals a twisted smile of amusement, clearly intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. Without wasting time, he signals to one of his subordinates. The loyal follower quickly rushes to his side, handing him a weapon. Gripping it tightly, the leader swings it once through the air, testing its balance and preparing to face the opponent before him. The red-haired leader brandishes the weapon with confidence, determined to at least show his strength. He lunges forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks. However, the protagonist moves effortlessly, dodging each strike with minimal movement, almost as if the attempts were too slow to even matter. At the perfect moment, the protagonist reaches out and seizes the weapon, halting it completely with his bare hand. The grip is strong and unshakable, surprising the leader. A wave of realization sweeps over the red-haired man's thoughts. In disbelief, he questions how the young master of a mere merchant family could possess such monstrous strength that not only withstands but matches his own. His pride stings, yet his fighting spirit surges. He releases the weapon, letting it fall away, and instantly launches himself forward with renewed determination. In his mind, the leader vows to crush his opponent with the sheer rebound force of his own body. Gathering strength in his fist, he prepares a direct strike, intent on breaking through any defense, daring the protagonist to block the blow. The protagonist, however, observes carefully. His sharp eyes take note of the man's technique, recognizing the influence of meteor hammer skills combined with refined fist techniques. The precision in his movements reflects training under a legitimate orthodox martial artist. His execution is clean, sharp, and deliberate. Yet, the protagonist's expression remains calm, even slightly impressed, as he analyzes every detail. Without hesitation, he counters. His thoughts steady, he acknowledges the difference. The association leader may have skill, but his true opponent now is someone far beyond his level, the one known as the Fist King. With explosive speed, the protagonist drives his fist directly into the leader's stomach. The impact resonates, forcing the air out of the red-haired man as his body buckles under the sheer power. Coughing and stumbling, he staggers back, clutching his abdomen. The protagonist quickly pulls away, distancing himself with perfect control as his opponent struggles to steady himself. Though clearly injured, the leader doesn't falter. He grits his teeth, forcing a laugh between pain breaths. Despite the damage, he acknowledges the strength of the man before him, realizing that he, too, has trained in formidable fist techniques. Determined not to lose, the leader raises his arm once again, declaring his intent to fight with everything he has. His voice roars with defiance as he charges, consumed with rage, claiming he will tear his enemy to pieces. But in the clash that follows, the protagonist's dominance is absolute. He meets the attack head-on, overpowers him with sheer force, and throws the red-haired man back down onto the ground once more. The leader groans in agony, his body writhing under the weight of defeat. As he lies there, thoughts cloud his mind. He cannot comprehend it. Despite giving his all, every ounce of his strength and skill, he is being utterly overwhelmed. Shock and disbelief consume him. For the first time, he questions whether victory is truly possible. The protagonist suddenly grabbed the face of the association leader with his hand, forcing him down against the ground. He stood above him, looking down with a cold expression, his presence dominating the moment. Without hesitation, the protagonist activated his electric martial arts, sending a current of energy through his palm into the leader's body. The energy pulsed violently, growing stronger with each stage he unleashed. First came the second stage, releasing a sharp jolt that made the association leader convulse in pain. His scream echoed as electricity surged through him. The protagonist showed no mercy, immediately pushing further. The energy increased again, third stage. The leader's body shook harder, the shock tearing through him. The protagonist continued, raising it to the fourth stage, and then again to the fifth stage, each level amplifying the damage. The overwhelming current left the association leader writhing, unable to resist. Nearby, one of the leader's subordinates watched with wide eyes, his face dripping with sweat. He stuttered, barely able to speak, questioning if they should step in to stop it. But before anything could be done, something unusual appeared in the sky. The subordinate's expression shifted to shock as he pointed upwards, realizing what was about to happen. The protagonist raised his hand and unleashed his ultimate technique. White lightning 10-stage art. Thunderclap. A massive lightning dragon formed, descending with explosive force. The ground erupted with a deafening blast as the dragon struck the association leader directly, vaporizing him in an instant. The impact left onlookers speechless, many of them frozen in shock. Some whispered in disbelief, saying the attack was nothing less than the purge of the dark path. The leader of the association, feared by so many, had been completely obliterated before their eyes. With the battle finished, the protagonist turned his gaze toward the remaining subordinates. His eyes were sharp, filled with disdain, as he confronted them. He demanded to know who they thought they were, collecting tribute from the weak. His voice was steady as he questioned their purpose and their right to drain the lifeblood of powerless people. The subordinates trembled, their bodies shaking under his words. None dared to respond properly, fear weighing heavily on them. The protagonist made his stance clear. If they wanted to flaunt strength, they should come directly to him instead of preying on the helpless. He adjusted his hair with visible disgust, his expression making it clear he looked down on them. Then he warned them all, stating firmly that if they continued down this path, they would end up just like their fallen leader. That final statement only fueled their panic. Some, however, desperate and angry, tried to rally together. They shouted at one another not to be afraid, reminding themselves it was just one man standing against them. With rage clouding their judgment, they charged at the protagonist, screaming that they would kill him. As the fight reached its conclusion, the onlookers began whispering among themselves, still shaken by what they had witnessed. They struggled to process the sight of the fearsome association leader, the so-called Red Reaper, being utterly defeated. Some muttered in disbelief, wondering if the Red Reaper was truly dead. Others questioned the identity of the young man who had stood against him, trying to understand where such overwhelming power had come from. Confusion spread quickly. If the Red Reaper was gone, and his men were about to be wiped out, then who would they be forced to pay tribute to now? A sense of cautious relief stirred in them, but just as quickly, doubt followed. What if this new figure, the one who had just crushed the Red Reaper, demanded tribute himself? Before the uncertainty could grow further, the protagonist's companion stepped forward. He placed his mask back on and addressed the gathered crowd with calm certainty. He assured them that the protagonist was not that kind of person. When some of the onlookers looked uncertain, he reinforced the claim, confidently repeating it. He even added that the protagonist had more than enough wealth already, leaving no reason for the people to worry about being exploited again. After that, the masked companion casually began swinging his umbrella in hand, almost as if nothing serious had just taken place. He started counting aloud, his numbers precise: 2,877, 2,878. His behavior left the crowd stunned and bewildered. Many exchanged looks, silently wondering if he had lost his mind. One of them, however, turned his gaze back toward the protagonist and thought to himself that despite the oddities of the companion, the young man himself was an incredible fighter. That thought triggered a memory, recalling the protagonist's words about how every person carried a spark within their heart and how nurturing that spark was a personal responsibility. The scene shifted to the companion once more, standing calmly in the middle of the city. With quiet reflection, he spoke to himself, almost as though affirming his own path. He acknowledged the desire to grow stronger, strong enough that the very pursuit could drive one mad. His eyes carried determination as he tightened his grip on the umbrella and muttered again, "Know your place." Then, as though snapping himself back into his own persona, he corrected himself. With conviction, he declared his identity: "I'm the Venom Fox." The scene shifts to the Yunam merchant group. Inside, the protagonist's younger brother, Waiyan, stood waiting. When he finally saw his brother emerge, he was stunned. The protagonist opened the door and stepped out, his body covered in blood. Waiyan froze for a moment before speaking, his voice uncertain, asking where his brother had been. The protagonist casually brushed off the concern, saying he had only been out for a drink. Then, turning the question back, he asked what brought Wei Yan to his room. Wei Yan, still unsettled by the sight of blood, admitted he had come to ask something but couldn't ignore the state his brother was in. The protagonist reassured him, explaining calmly that the blood was not his own. Though shocked at first, Wei Yan quickly pieced it together, acknowledging that it was clear the blood didn't belong to his brother. Shifting focus, he spoke with some excitement. The elixirs they had received recently, he explained, seemed to be working with great effectiveness. He had been considering preparing a gift in return, something to express gratitude to the ones who had provided such precious medicine. His thoughts, he added, had turned toward Merchant Taeho of the Taeho Merchant Group. At that moment, the protagonist silently recalled the Taeho Merchant Group, the very people who had provided the azurite essence. Even their father had been curious about its true value. As he wiped the blood from his face with a cloth, the protagonist admitted that even he could not easily measure its worth. One, startled by the weight of those words, asked if it was truly that valuable. If so, then what could they possibly offer in return? The protagonist replied that money or goods would not be appropriate. The gift they had received was priceless. Confused, Wei Yan pressed further, asking what should be done instead. Without hesitation, the protagonist answered, they should form a merchant's alliance. The suggestion left Wei Yan shocked. A merchant's alliance? He quickly pointed out that while great merchant groups like Taeho had contributed elixirs, smaller groups had as well, such as the West Wind Escort Establishment, which lacked even its own defense force. If an alliance were to form, and protection was offered to everyone, it could indeed serve as repayment. But wasn't such a plan far too ambitious? The protagonist calmly reassured him there was no need to begin with something grand. They could start small, first with the Taeho Merchant Group and the West Wind Escort Establishment. With confidence, he added that since they had received something money could never repay, they must answer in kind with something greater, an alliance built on protection and strength. Wei Yan, still uncertain, raised another question. What about the rules or membership fees? Shouldn't an alliance have structure? The protagonist answered that the rules should remain simple, just as their ancestors had once done. For the time being, there would be no membership fees. When Wei Yan pressed further, asking what the true purpose of the alliance would be, his brother paused. Memories surfaced, merchants thanking him after he had dealt with the Ouyang clan and the Little Deity sect, saying that since then, troublemakers on the streets had decreased. He also recalled Wei Yan's words from the past, urging him to one day protect their own escort establishment when he became stronger. With that thought, the protagonist spoke clearly. The alliance would exist to protect the lives of merchants. He explained further, suggesting the establishment of a system for quick communication, so that problems could be addressed without delay. Wei Yan admitted it was a sound idea, but raised another concern. What if the situation was beyond the ability of even the Taeho Merchant Group's escort warriors to handle? The protagonist, recalling everything that had occurred in recent days, considered it carefully. If such a problem arose for a group as large as Taeho, it would likely mean martial arts factions were involved, possibly even those from the darker corners of the Jianghu. In that case, he declared with certainty, he would step in personally. Shocked, Wei Yan asked if he truly meant to involve himself directly. The protagonist explained that the medicine they had received was priceless, and it had indeed granted him tremendous strength. When Wei Yan asked if it truly made him stronger, he simply replied yes. At that, Wei Yan leapt up in excitement, fully convinced. Determined, he asked what they should name the alliance. He proposed calling it the Great Merchants Alliance. His brother, however, looked disappointed. With a gloomy expression, he corrected him, better to call it the Great Merchants Association. The word alliance, he admitted, bothered him. Wei Yan, smiling gently, accepted his brother's choice and promised to prepare everything accordingly. As he turned to leave the room, he paused briefly, remarking that since his brother's return, his own workload had only increased, leaving him swamped with responsibilities. The protagonist offered an awkward apology, but Wei Yan brushed it off with a smile, saying that for merchants, the busier they were, the better it was. The protagonist returned his smile. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the room, calling for young Master Jinian and the chief administrator. The door burst open, and their companions stepped inside, flustered, exclaiming that they were finished. After hearing the urgent shout, the protagonist's brother asked for clarification, wanting to know what exactly had been done. The The response came back with tears and fear, explaining that they were doomed because Lord Ouyang himself had arrived, accompanied by his disciples. The protagonist's brother was instantly struck with shock. Sweat ran down his face as he processed the news, unable to believe that such a formidable figure had truly come. The scene then shifted to the Yuna merchant group's main hall. Sitting calmly while sipping tea was none other than Ouyang Seng, the patriarch of the Ouyang clan. As he drank, his mind drifted back to past events, and with visible frustration, he thought of the humiliation his clan had suffered during the ruler's meeting. Just recalling the disgrace made his blood boil. Determined to restore his clan's pride, he turned to the three men seated before him. He declared that each of them must face Jin Eon of Yunha, trading in combat. He emphasized that one victory alone would not be enough to regain their lost honor. His expression hardened as he made his intent clear. Jin Eon must not be allowed an easy death. Instead, his suffering would serve as repayment for their humiliation. The three men acknowledged his orders with unwavering voices, fully committing themselves to the task. One of them then raised a practical question, asking whether the others planned to use weapons. He himself stated that it did not matter, since he always fought barehanded. This man was Shin Sobik, the Ouyang clan's in-law. Another spoke up, saying that he too preferred not to use weapons, as striking with fists felt more natural and satisfying. This was Ouyang Mayong, the clan's second son, known as a skilled swordsman. Finally, the third joined the discussion. This was Ouyang Woon, the clan's third son and a bladesman. He admitted with honesty that he lacked confidence and would prefer to rely on his blade instead. Ouyang Seng, displeased, immediately challenged his words. He questioned why Woon felt uncertain when the opponent was only a merchant's son. But Woon quickly defended his hesitation, pointing out that Jin Eon had already defeated Ouyang Hu. Although who had only been a distant relative, he was still a man with solid experience in the Jianghu, and his loss had proven Jin Eon was far from ordinary. The patriarch dismissed this reasoning with irritation. To him, whose defeat had nothing to do with experience, it was simply a matter of lacking true skill. At that moment, a servant approached carrying tea, but Ouyang Seng waved for the chatter to end. He commanded that Jin Eon be brought out immediately, ready to settle the matter. However, as he looked more closely at the person bringing the tea, his eyes widened in recognition. It was not an ordinary servant. It was the twins, the trusted bodyguards of Jin Eon, standing before him in disguise. The twins stepped forward and conveyed a message to Ouyang Seng. They explained that their young master had invited him to the annex and would meet with him once he finished his meal. The patriarch stared at the twins in silence, startled by their towering figures. Inwardly, he wondered why mere servants looked so large and intimidating. A short while later, the twins escorted Ouyang Seng along with his sons and in-law. Together, the group made their way toward the annex where Jin Eon awaited them. Upon arrival, the twins stepped ahead and announced that they had brought the guests. Jin Eon welcomed them calmly, standing with a composed and confident expression. He acknowledged their long journey, showing courtesy despite the tense circumstances. In response, the three younger men bowed respectfully. They each introduced themselves, Ouyang Mayong, Ouyang Woon, and Shin Sobik. Jin Eon received their greetings with a gentle smile, remarking that he had not expected Patriarch Ouyang himself to appear in person. The old patriarch returned the gesture with politeness, admitting that his visit was unannounced. He explained that he had come because he wished to see Jin Eon's strength with his own eyes. Jin Eon, standing firm and unwavering, understood their intent. He stated plainly that they had come for a duel, and with confidence, told them to decide the format of the match. Ouyang Seng explained that his sons wanted to learn through this contest, and he requested permission to proceed. The rules were simple. If someone left the ring, fell unconscious, or became unable to move, it would be considered defeat. Jin Eon closed his eyes briefly, then nodded with a faint smile. The clarity of the rules pleased him. The duel began with Ouyang Mayong stepping forward, confidence written on his face. Both men squared off against one another. From the sidelines, Ouyang Seng's thoughts simmered with expectation. He anticipated the moment when the merchant's son would be reduced to begging for his life. Yet Ouyang Mayong himself began to feel uneasy. Standing across from Jin Eon, he sensed something unusual. The young master of Yunha did not feel like a mere merchant's son at all. Instead, He gave the impression of a warrior seasoned by the harsh life of the Jianghu. Doubts crept into Mayong's mind. Perhaps Jinion's victory over Ouyang, who had not been a fluke after all. Jinion slowly raised his hand, inviting his opponent to draw his weapon. But Mayong bristled at the suggestion, insisting that he would fight on his own terms. Before he could finish speaking, however, Jinion suddenly moved. His speed was overwhelming. With a single strike to the face, he sent Mayong hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Even Ouyang Sing, caught off guard, spilled his tea as his hands trembled. Jinion stood over the defeated opponent, calm and steady. His words carried a sharp edge of confidence as he remarked that Mayong should have drawn his sword. Then, turning his eyes toward the next challenger, he called for the fight to continue. Woon looked toward the protagonist and expressed his intention to step into the fight. Before leaving, he asked young Master Shin to take care of his older brother while he fought. Mayong, without hesitation, acknowledged the request and agreed to take care of his elder sibling. Then, he drew his sword and addressed the protagonist, stating that judging by his skills, there was no need to hold back during the match. He looked forward to a worthy challenge. The protagonist, with a calm and friendly demeanor, greeted him and invited the duel to begin. Mayong, locking eyes with the protagonist, prepared to attack with fierce determination. He launched himself at the protagonist with full force. Observing his opponent's boldness and swordsmanship, the protagonist admired his skill, recognizing that he was someone suited for the blade. But before he could think further, he swiftly moved and blocked Mayong's attacks with his bare hands. Mayong, stunned, wondered how the protagonist could read the flow of his sword strikes and counter them so effortlessly with just his fists. His mind raced with disbelief. At that moment, the protagonist's hand began to emit lightning energy. He internally acknowledged that this was the 5th phase, yet powered at the 3rd phase of strength. Without warning, the protagonist ready to punch and delivered it with force. His mind labeled the move as the White Lightning 10-phase art, Lightning Roar. The impact was overwhelming. From a single strike, Mayong was defeated and sent flying. Observing the scene, Shin could hardly believe how easily the 3rd young master had been pushed back. Lying on the ground, Mayong turned toward Shin and suggested that they should end the sparring session. He worried that if all 3 of them were beaten so easily, it would create a huge uproar. Shin, however, immediately rejected the suggestion with a firm response. Without delay, he advanced into the arena. Standing before the protagonist, he explained that although the eldest young master was a skilled martial artist, he himself specialized in palm strike techniques and couldn't let this opportunity pass by. He then asked if he could spar with the protagonist. The protagonist smiled at this and, internally, felt at least somewhat reassured there was someone at least decently skilled. With a composed expression, he accepted the challenge and agreed to the match. Immediately after agreeing to spar, both the protagonist and Shin engaged in combat. They skillfully blocked and countered each other's attacks, exchanging rapid strikes and defenses. Their moves were precise, and neither gave an inch. Suddenly, Shin smiled at the protagonist and, surprised by his cautious defense, asked if he was only going to block without counterattacking. As if to challenge him further, Shin prepared a new, more aggressive attack and taunted the protagonist to block it as well. Shin then launched his special technique called the whirling wheel-crushing palm strike, moving swiftly toward the protagonist. But the protagonist, with astonishing reflexes, dodged the attack effortlessly and reacted with a shocked expression, exclaiming, "Oops!" The protagonist then smiled and pointed out that while Shin's movements weren't terrible, they were unnecessarily large and lacked finesse. Without warning, the protagonist grabbed Shin's legs with speed and precision, and in a cold tone, complimented him by saying it had been a good duel. In an instant, he threw Shin to the ground with incredible force, in a way that resembled the Hulk playfully overpowering Loki in the Stark Tower, a visually satisfying and overwhelming scene. Watching the scene unfold, Mayong, lying on the ground, thought to himself that if he had also been defeated, what pride could he possibly have left? His thoughts were filled with frustration and disbelief. Meanwhile, the protagonist, with arrogance and a smug expression, turned his attention to the elder Ouyang and announced that the duel was over. However, he couldn't help but mockingly wonder aloud why Lord Ouyang looked displeased despite the duel's outcome being clearly in the protagonist's favor. As the protagonist observed, Lord Ouyang's face reflected deep anger and tension. Internally, Ouyang lamented that the merchant group's young master had consecutively defeated his men. He acknowledged that this opponent was no ordinary person and feared that even bringing in more members of the Ouyang clan wouldn't suffice to turn the tide. His mind spiraled into worry that their reputation would be destroyed and that they would be mocked endlessly if the defeats continued. After a deep sigh, Ouyang composed himself and invited the protagonist to take a walk together, trying to mask his concern. As they walked through the city, Ouyang commented that it seemed to be a peaceful town and that the merchant group must have numerous suppliers here. He then stated he would be direct with the protagonist, turning to face him with a smile. He proposed that the protagonist join the Rulers Association, not as a representative of the entire merchant group, but as an individual martial artist. He explained that if the protagonist joined, the association would extend its protection to the entire Yunhe merchant group. The protagonist, hearing this, was visibly confused and asked about the association, not fully understanding what it entailed. As the conversation progressed, the protagonist reflected inwardly about the Rulers Association. He knew it was an organization dominated by 4 powerful clans, Dako, Shimin, Namgung, and Moyong, but notably excluded the Tang clan. However, he also knew that behind the formal structure, there are deeper political motives and rivalries at play. With that in mind, the protagonist suddenly asked Ouyang whether they weren't merely a group that had left the Murim Alliance. He pointed out that the Murim Alliance's focus on the 9 great sects had caused others to branch off. His question implied that their association might not be as honorable or independent as it claimed to be. Ouyang, without hiding it, admitted that it was true but brushed it off by saying it wasn't a problem. He argued that it was better described as a group formed in friendly competition with the Murim Alliance rather than a rebellious faction. The protagonist, analyzing Ouyang's face, thought to himself that the Ouyang clan had only recently joined the association, and this explained why Ouyang seemed so obsessed with saving face and rebuilding prestige. Ouyang, picking up on the protagonist's silent judgment, spoke candidly. He revealed that the men under Ouyang who had been spreading stories about the protagonist everywhere, damaging his own reputation. Still, he quickly added that he wasn't blaming the protagonist, despite knowing that the rumors were likely related to him. Then, with seriousness, Ouyang placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and urged him to join the association to help restore his honor. He framed it as a simple request and asked if it was really that difficult for him to comply. However, in Ouyang's mind, his true intention was clear. This was a calculated move to bring the eldest young master of the Yunhe merchant group into the association, thereby making it appear as though he, Ouyang, had control or influence over him. But the protagonist didn't respond to the request directly. Instead, he sharply countered with a question: what if he refused? His tone was calm, but challenging. This caught Ouyang by surprise. His eyes widened in shock, and he asked why he would refuse, pointing out that there would be nothing to lose. He implied that a son of a wealthy and influential merchant group should easily recognize the benefits of such an alliance. Unfazed, the protagonist responded with cold logic. He questioned what benefit joining the association would bring to the son of a prosperous merchant group like himself. He pointed out that he already had all the money he could need, and what Ouyang was offering, a seat as an ordinary martial artist, was beneath him. Without wasting another word, the protagonist turned and began to walk away. Before leaving, he waved his hand dismissively and told Ouyang that if he wasn't there to fight, the conversation should end. He made it clear that the walk with him had not been enjoyable. Ouyang, not willing to back down, called out to the protagonist with a threatening voice, warning him to stop. He gave him one last chance, asking if he truly wished to see the entire Yunhe merchant group slaughtered. He emphasized that with the strength of the Ouyang clan, they could spare only the protagonist and label him a public enemy of the martial world. He asked, rhetorically, if the protagonist really thought they couldn't carry out such a threat. Ouyang closed the distance between himself and the protagonist. With a threatening expression, he placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and pressed further, challenging him. He asked whether the protagonist was truly strong enough to stop him, and even if he were, whether he could handle making the entire Rulers Association his enemy. Ouyang's tone suggested that the protagonist was foolish for rejecting his offer and spurning his goodwill. Before Ouyang could finish his sentence, the protagonist acted without hesitation. He grabbed Ouyang by the throat, pinning him against the wall with a firm grip. His voice, cold and threatening, cut through the air. He told Ouyang to stop right then and there. He warned him that he could easily kill him at that moment and wipe out the entire Ouyang clan without leaving a trace. Furthermore, he could shift all the blame onto Ouyang's eldest son, ruining him entirely. Despite being cornered and threatened, Ouyang didn't flinch. Instead, he mocked the protagonist with a smile, calling his words the most vile he'd ever heard. He criticized the protagonist for speaking without manners, restraint, or shame, but added that such words should be saved for after proving one's strength in battle. Without wasting another moment, Ouyang launched his attack. He unleashed a green poison gas that quickly surrounded the protagonist, a deadly technique he had practiced for defeating the leaders of the four great clans. As the gas spread, Ouyang's thoughts echoed with confidence, certain that no matter how strong the protagonist was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the poison-toned palm strike. However, the protagonist remained unfazed. Suddenly, he appeared unharmed, a sheet of lightning forming in front of him. Ouyang's expression shifted to shock. He stammered in disbelief, wondering how this was possible. Inwardly, he realized that his poison was burning away, consumed as if lightning itself was eating through it. Without hesitation, the protagonist counterattacked, sending a lightning strike at Ouyang. The force of the attack made Ouyang scream in pain. After delivering the strike, the protagonist stood over him, calmly releasing him from his grip. He remarked that despite how high and mighty Ouyang acted, he was far weaker than expected. Inwardly, the protagonist thought that this was due to the advanced stage his White Lightning 10-phase art had reached. Now at the 8th phase, his power exceeded what most could handle. Even lying on the ground, Ouyang didn't stop laughing. His eyes glinted with defiance as he spoke. He challenged the protagonist, saying that if he wanted to kill him, he should do it right then and there. Even if he were to kill him, it wouldn't matter, as he'd simply be seen as a public enemy. Ouyang reminded him that the Rulers Association stood behind him and warned that the real loser in such a conflict would be the protagonist himself once the repercussions unfolded. Without hesitation, he moved instantly, grabbing Ouyang by the head with lethal force. His eyes were cold and unforgiving as he spoke with a threatening voice, promising that Ouyang Seng would regret those words for the rest of his life. Sometime later, all the members of the association had gathered together. Several disciples were seen tending to the injured, bandaging their wounds. The atmosphere was tense, but calm as the association worked together to recover. Suddenly, in that very moment, the door swung open and the protagonist entered. He was dragging Namgung by the hair, causing immediate shock among the gathered members. All at once, they cried out in surprise and concern, calling out Patriarch and Father in alarm. Myong, stunned by the scene before him, turned to the protagonist with a shocked expression and asked what he was doing. The fear and confusion in his eyes were evident. The protagonist, with a cold and threatening look, silenced him immediately, warning him to be quiet or risk suffering the same fate as Namgung. His tone left no room for argument. Woon, equally shocked, questioned if their father was still alive, his voice wavering with uncertainty. Without hesitation, the protagonist flung Namgung to the ground and, with a dismissive tone, told him that for now he was still alive. Then, turning to one of his aides, he instructed Mok Inseop to prepare a carriage outside at once. A subordinate approached the protagonist promptly and responded with a respectful, "Yes, sir." At this, Myong, unable to hold back his concern, asked the protagonist if he had a justifiable reason for acting in such an extreme way. The protagonist, wearing a devilish smile, scoffed at the idea of needing a reason. He then fixed them with a threatening glare and explained that Namgung had coerced him. If he hadn't helped, Namgung would have destroyed the Galaxy Merchant Guild and framed him as the culprit. The association members were struck speechless, staring at him in shock and disbelief. They exchanged glances but said nothing. The protagonist, unbothered by their silence, pointed his finger at them and announced that they would immediately head to the Emperor's assembly to report the incident. He ordered the guards to accompany him and serve as witnesses. Just then, Shin appeared and confronted the protagonist. He stopped him and asked if he even knew where the Emperor's assembly was, pointing out that the assembly didn't have a central headquarters. He further explained that the gathering place of the assembly was simply the homes of the 4 patriarchs, the so-called emperors. The protagonist calmly responded that the closest location would be the Moyong clan's residence. Shin confirmed that the protagonist's assumption was correct. Turning to his subordinates, the protagonist instructed the guards to keep an eye on the twins to ensure they didn't attempt anything foolish. Finally, he looked to his brother, Wyan, and ordered him to compile a detailed report of the day's events and send it to the Martial Alliance. Upon hearing the instructions, the protagonist's brother immediately nodded in response, sweat forming on his face as he confirmed his obedience. Without hesitation, the protagonist once again instructed everyone to move forward, directing them toward the Moyong clan's residence. Sometime later, the protagonist and the members of the association were seen traveling in a carriage. The protagonist sat quietly, gazing out of the window with a slight smile playing across his face, as if contemplating something to himself. Meanwhile, Namgung, sitting nearby, grew visibly uneasy. His eyes shifted toward the protagonist, and with worry in his expression, he asked where they were heading. The protagonist, unbothered, simply responded that they were going to the Moyong clan. At that moment, Ouyang, seated beside one of his men, expressed his thirst and requested water. The man hesitated, his face covered in sweat, unsure whether the protagonist would allow it. He nervously replied that he didn't think the young master would permit such a request. Without missing a beat, the protagonist lightly placed his hand on the man's head and, with a playful tone, scolded him for being cold-hearted toward the patriarch's simple request. His smile seemed almost mocking. Then, shifting his expression into something more severe, he accused the man of not being a true martial artist of the Gu family clan and questioned whether he was, in fact, an assassin. Before the man could answer, the protagonist unleashed his martial arts technique. A surge of electricity burst forth from within the carriage, crackling violently, and causing the surrounding area to flare with intense energy. Hearing the sudden disturbance, the protagonist's subordinates outside the carriage grew alarmed. They shouted in concern, asking what was happening. The protagonist, remaining composed, reassured them that it was nothing serious and told them to keep moving forward. Inside the carriage, the protagonist turned his attention back to the tied-up man and asked directly if he and the others were hired killers. The man, trembling, admitted that they were indeed assassins. The protagonist pressed further, demanding to know the name of their organization. The man explained that they belonged to the Gold and Silver Assassins, which was split into 2 factions, Gold and Silver, with him being a part of the Silver Group. The protagonist pondered for a brief moment before commenting that the name made it clear they were nothing more than mercenaries driven by greed. He then addressed the man bound before him by name, asking how much had been paid for all of them. Ouyang, confused by the question, asked why the protagonist wanted to know. The protagonist, wearing a dismissive expression, explained that he still had plenty of untouched body parts, implying that their situation could easily turn fatal. He then ordered the carriage to be stopped for a moment. Ouyang, perhaps resigned, finally answered that each man had been paid 800 niang. The protagonist's smile deepened, and he sarcastically repeated the word assassin, asking if that sounded correct. The other men, realizing the trap they were in, acknowledged that the payment was indeed much higher than usual. With deliberate precision, the protagonist pointed his finger at the bound man and confirmed that the amount included not only their service, but also their eventual deaths. He explained that their leader had sold them out to Gu Hyang-seng, and that once they had completed their mission of eliminating the Galaxy Guild, they would have been killed themselves. The man, upon hearing the protagonist's question, glanced toward Ouyang but remained silent. The protagonist then continued speaking, explaining that doing such dirty work drew unnecessary attention from the patriarchs, and that disposing of assassins quietly was far simpler. He remarked on how efficiently assassins were used and discarded, saying it was the white path, a method to be understood and followed. With a confident expression, the protagonist turned back toward the tied-up man. He mocked the worth of his life, saying that 800 yang was a cheap price for existence. He further remarked that if the man had trained harder, perhaps he wouldn't have been sold for scraps. Anyone who took money to kill, the protagonist thought, wasn't even truly human. Then, adopting a threatening tone, he looked at both men and commented on the miserable lives they led, calling them bastards. He added that outside the carriage, there were 3 more assassins waiting, one crippled and one already dead, making quite the lineup for an evening stroll. The scene then shifted to the Moyang clan's compound. As the protagonist entered the compound with Ouyang and the bound man, everyone present was shocked. They looked toward the group in disbelief and whispered among themselves, recognizing the patriarch of the Gu family and questioning how he had ended up in such a state. Before they could react further, 3 men approached the protagonist. One of them, addressing him respectfully, asked what had brought him there and inquired about the wound on his neck. This man was revealed to be Moyang Bin, the current patriarch of the Moyang clan. Moyang Bin looked directly at the protagonist, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. He admitted that he had never seen his face before and formally introduced himself, asking the protagonist for his name. Without hesitation, the protagonist gave a straightforward reply. He identified himself as Li Jin-Eon, the eldest son of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. At that moment, the protagonist briefly wondered to himself if Moyang Bin was the correct patriarch, recalling that the previous patriarch had been Moyang Chu. Moyang Bin then turned to Ouyang and questioned why the patriarch of the Gu family was present, dragged along like a criminal. The protagonist, wearing a disappointed expression, replied that he would explain. He then narrated everything that had happened, detailing how Ouyang had orchestrated the attack. After explaining the situation, he pointed toward Ouyang and stated that the men attacking them had been hired by Gu Hyang-seng. Upon hearing this, one of Moyang Bin's subordinates expressed grave concern. He suggested that such an act of threatening the guild was a serious offense, and if the news spread, the martial world would ridicule them. He recommended silencing the young master to prevent further trouble. However, Moyang Bin immediately cut his subordinate off. Ignoring the suggestion, he instead turned his full attention to the protagonist and asked why he had come. He questioned whether the young master had come out of fear of repercussions, seeking to raise an alarm. The protagonist smiled at their suspicion and asked them what they would do if they were in his position. He left the question open-ended, putting the onus on them. Moyang Bin, contemplating the situation, thought to himself that if someone slaughtered his family and tried to brand him a criminal, the only solution would be to kill that person. But if that person happened to be Gu Hyang-seng, the matter would become even more complicated, entangling both the clan and the wider martial world. At that moment, Ouyang, with a strained voice, bitterly exclaimed how everything had gone wrong. He lamented that if the patriarchs hadn't laughed at him during their gathering, he wouldn't have fallen to such disgrace. His anger burst forth as he accused them of being responsible for his downfall and demanded their help. He insisted that since they had started the problem, it was their duty to assist him, swearing to repay them in kind if they helped him just once more. Later, Moyang Bin quickly struck Ouyang with a precise move, knocking him unconscious. He warned that if the situation continued, it would be him, Moyang Bin, who would be disgraced. Then he ordered his subordinates to arrest the 3 assassins, but instructed them not to kill them. His subordinate obeyed immediately, acknowledging the command. Moyang Bin then turned to the protagonist and apologized, saying it was a poor welcome and that the emperor's assembly was not a place for such people to cling to. He acknowledged that the protagonist had endured a lot and suggested that, since he wasn't leaving right away, they should share a meal together. The protagonist accepted the invitation, saying that at least the journey felt worthwhile. That night, as they sat at the same table, Moyang Bin looked at the protagonist with curiosity, wondering where someone like him had suddenly appeared from, especially after the way he defeated the Gu Hyang Patriarch. He then shared his thoughts on handling the matter, explaining that while he couldn't kill Gu Hyang Sing himself, he could deal with him within reason. He proposed sending Gu Hyang Sing to the Martial Alliance, shifting blame and resentment onto them so that both parties could find relief without compromising honor. Moang Bin added that the other patriarchs would likely agree to such a plan. The protagonist agreed that it sounded like a good solution. He then asked about the formal retirement ritual for martial artists, golden basin hand washing. Moang Bin explained that his father had been missing for over a year, and despite sending out search parties, they had been unable to find him. This left him branded as an unfilial son. The protagonist realized that this disappearance coincided with the time he reincarnated, suggesting that Moyang Chu must have died as well. He then asked if there had been any reports of clashes between Moyang Chu and the demonic path. Moyang Bin explained that the demonic path had been inactive for over 20 years, making it strange that his father would be targeted. The protagonist reflected that he himself had been ambushed without warning, indicating something suspicious. He then asked how Moyang Bin thought his father would fare against multiple swordsmen, and Moyang Bin replied that his father would never fall to a few attackers. The protagonist asked another question, suggesting that if those attackers had reached the level of sword-defying steel, it would have been an extraordinary situation. Moyang Bin was shocked by this thought. The protagonist's mind went back to his past experiences, realizing that some of his enemies had survived even his strongest attacks, meaning they must have been extraordinarily powerful. He concluded that only beings from beyond the heavens could withstand such strength. He wondered why the demonic path was acting covertly and what their ultimate goal could be. The scene then shifted to a mountain range, where a woman spotted a swordsman and declared that they had found the Sword King's location. The men accompanying her celebrated the discovery and prepared to hunt the king. The hills surrounding them were filled with countless figures with red eyes, ready for the hunt. The scene shifted back to the protagonist, who was still deep in thought. He wondered why the demonic path remained so secretive, even as a son searching for his father could find no trace of them. He questioned what their true motives could be and what they were after. Then he asked Moyang Bin if there was any news about the other top masters. Moyang Bin responded by repeating the word news, as if unsure, and then began recounting what he knew. He explained that not long ago, he saw Lord Blade Emperor in good health. He mentioned that Senior Ouyang Seng had shouted at them, suspecting they were mocking him, while the Blade Emperor had laughed loudly, indifferent to such tensions. The rest of the group had felt awkward because of the tense atmosphere. Moang Bin added that the Blade Emperor wasn't the type to care about offenses and would simply ignore them. He continued, saying that the Sword God had been in closed-door training for about half a year, and questioned what more skills such a master could possibly be honing. As for the Sword Emperor, Moyang Bin noted that he wandered without a fixed home, so they had no knowledge of his current state. The last time he visited, Moyang Bin informed him about his father's disappearance, but had not heard from him since. The Sword King, after partially retiring, had been focusing on training disciples. Regarding the Fist King, Moyang Bin trailed off, then added with a smile that the Fist King was rough-tempered and even his own father found him difficult to deal with. He speculated that the Fist King might be roaming the world searching for disciples or smashing some unorthodox faction, and that he wasn't someone easy to approach. The protagonist then set his teacup on the table and asked why it was so difficult to get along with the Fist King. Ouyang, shocked, asked if the protagonist didn't know about it, and then explained that the Fist King often beat up juniors from orthodox sects if they seemed arrogant, and thrashes seniors from unorthodox groups if displeased. He killed heretics whenever he encountered them, and even among the great clans, many young heirs have been slapped by him. The protagonist listened quietly, thinking for a moment but saying nothing, only expressing a thoughtful. Moang Bin then added that despite his rough nature, the Fist King was straightforward, kept every promise, and never hesitated to challenge seniors to sparring matches. From what Moang Bin had been told, the Fist King seemed like a warrior through and appeared to live a rather lonely life. The protagonist smiled slightly and replied that it wasn't all that lonely. Moang Bin, surprised, asked what he meant, but the protagonist ignored the question and simply said that he had eaten well. Then, as the conversation ended, Bin asked if the protagonist would be returning to the Merchant Guild. The protagonist replied with a simple yes. Bin then suggested that if the protagonist had no urgent matters, he could personally visit the Murim Alliance, since the Fist King headed there. The next day, at the Moyong clan, the protagonist prepared to leave. Before departing, Bin spoke to him, expressing that it was a wise decision to testify in person. This would allow them to shape the outcome according to their will. Then, Bin introduced a man to the protagonist. He explained that the man had just returned from an assignment near the clan's territory, so it would be helpful to introduce him in case the protagonist chose to accompany him. The man was Baekhangian, a member of the Murim Alliance. Baekhangian briefly introduced himself to the protagonist. Afterward, Bin turned his attention to Oh Hyang and mentioned that they would take care of his escort. He advised the protagonist and Baekhangian to set out ahead using light footwork, ensuring a swift and quiet departure. The protagonist acknowledged this instruction without hesitation. Before leaving, the protagonist requested Bin to take care of the Galaxy Merchant Guild during his absence. Bin, smiling gently, reassured him that the Moyong clan's warriors would be guarding the trading company in his absence. The protagonist then expressed his gratitude, stating that he would not forget the clan's kindness, and added one more important matter. He informed Bin that the assassins seemed to be part of an organization known as the Silver Blood Assassins. He asked that the Emperor's assembly investigate this group. Furthermore, he promised to lend his strength if their base was discovered. Bin agreed without difficulty, confirming that it would be easy to arrange. The protagonist smiled and remarked that, in truth, he had come prepared to cause trouble with the Moyong clan. However, thanks to Bin's wise judgment, he could leave without worry. He expressed his gratitude once more. With that, the protagonist and Baekhangian set out from the clan's territory. Watching them leave, Bin smiled to himself, amused by the young master's boldness. He thought about how the protagonist came alone, seemingly ready to stir up trouble, and found it entertaining. The scene then shifted to 4 days later. Inside a city, the protagonist arrived and Baekhangian walked through the middle of the streets. He observed the protagonist and thought to himself that the protagonist was as blunt and straightforward as he was. He also reflected that, during the past few days, this was the only conversation they had shared. The scene began with Beck walking through the city. While passing by, he accidentally bumped into a man and immediately apologized, saying, my apologies. As he noticed the cut on the man's face, he recalled something from a wanted poster and thought to himself, immoral guest, remembering that this was someone on the Martial World's wanted list. When the man tried to leave, Beck looked toward him and remarked that they seemed to have found someone listed as an enemy, and whether they killed or captured him, they would handle the situation. Upon hearing that, the protagonist responded by asking, a heretic, you say? The wanted man replied, yes, but stay nearby. It's dangerous. As Beck moved closer, the wanted man saw him coming and instantly panicked, crying out Kaya and fleeing. Beck thought to himself about the commotion and reflected on complaints about the Murim Alliance's handling of affairs. He considered that many heretics had been killing Alliance members and that it was no surprise to see a wanted criminal roaming freely. When Beck finally cornered the wanted man and his subordinates, he thought it might be a trap because both sides were missing arms. Surely they must have been defeated by the Alliance chief. Instead of attacking, Beck asked them if their seniors were still alive and encouraged them to challenge the Alliance chief again, calling it disgraceful to use a wanted criminal as bait. The thugs, excited, replied that cutting off arms was the Alliance chief's hobby and sending severed heads to him was their hobby. At that moment, the protagonist appeared from behind and said, quite a hobby, isn't it? The thugs instantly turned around, asking, who is there? Beck looked confused, wondering when the protagonist had caught up. The protagonist adjusted his shoulder and smiled, saying, me? The one whose hobby is beating people up. Li Jineon went to the Murim Alliance. The scene shifted to the Galaxy Merchant Group, where the protagonist's friend angrily wondered why the protagonist had gone to the Murim Alliance. He shouted questions about when and why this happened and yelled at his subordinates. The protagonist's brother, sweating, explained that it had been recommended by the Moyong clan head that the protagonist testify in person regarding the matter with the Ohyang family head. So they had received word that he would be leaving immediately, and the guards accompanying him were sent by the Moyong clan. He urged them to release him, saying he was an acquaintance. Despite this, the protagonist's friend sat down in front of the protagonist's house on the ground and complained that they had made an agreement, but he left anyway. After hearing the protagonist's brother ask what agreement he was referring to, the protagonist's friend glanced at him. He thought to himself, sweating, that he had struck someone 100,000 times, although admitting internally that saying it out loud felt embarrassing. Without much delay, he suddenly burst into action. Frustrated, he declared that if he wasn't told what to do next, he would relieve himself at the front gate and questioned whether anyone was listening. Seeing this outburst, the protagonist's brother and all the subordinates were instantly shocked. They quickly closed the door and advised the friend that if it was truly important, it would be better to chase after the protagonist and settle the matter in person. One of them mentioned being busy and excused himself. The protagonist's friend, disappointed, stood up from his seat. He expressed regret that the protagonist had already rushed off to the Murim Alliance. Then he picked up his umbrella, muttering to himself that the protagonist must think he was a fool. But he quickly corrected himself, insisting that he was no fool, he was the infamous Venom Fox. Gripping the umbrella tightly, he once more resolved to take action. He declared that, since things had escalated this far, he would storm the Murim Alliance. With renewed determination, he waved the umbrella and began counting aloud, imagining himself continuing to strike relentlessly, exaggerating his rage by counting beyond 100,000. As the group watched, one thug made a mocking remark to the captive, acknowledging the elder's presence and treating the situation as if the captive were worthless. Another thug used the distraction as an excuse to slip away, claiming urgent business. The protagonist responded with a direct provocation aimed at the captive, drawing his attention and provoking a sharp retort. The protagonist then remarked, without emotion, that there was no need to get worked up over ordinary impulses and asked Baek Hangyeong whether they had the authority to execute a registered public enemy on the spot. Baek confirmed that the Murim Alliance maintained a verified register of public enemies, and that with such verification, immediate execution was permitted. The protagonist adjusted his hand bandage and considered the idea of execution, while Baek, who had been traveling with him for 3 days, noticed internally that this was the first time he had seen the protagonist smile. The protagonist returned the observation with a brief expression of approval. The thugs reacted to the protagonist's composure by advancing, weapons raised and hostility clear. One of them rushed forward and threw 3 knives toward the protagonist. The protagonist dodged, caught one of the knives midair, and returned the weapons so that 2 of the attackers were struck. One managed to avoid being hit. The remaining thug watched in stunned frustration, suspecting that the protagonist had intentionally spared him. The protagonist moved in close and asked the captive what had motivated the attack. Rather than panic, the captive answered defiantly. His assault had been driven by spite and contempt, centered on a perceived disability of the protagonist. One thug lunged at the protagonist, declaring he meant to tear the object off and insulting him as he advanced. The attack was crude and aggressive. The thug justified his violence by saying the protagonist showed no use for the item, so he would take it himself. The protagonist looked down at the attacker with a composed, unreadable expression and interrupted the assault by seizing and crushing the thug's hand. The attacker screamed in pain, immediately realizing he had no chance to win. Inwardly, the thug acknowledged his helplessness and, panicked, offered to surrender. He proposed going to the Murim Alliance to accept punishment and try to bargain, claiming he held information about other operations that might be valuable. The protagonist leaned in, questioning the point of surrender. The thug, sweating and desperate, argued that surrender would close the case and that his information could be profitable. He attempted to continue, but never finished his plea. The protagonist ended it with a single, decisive strike to the face that killed the thug instantly. Standing over the body, he noted plainly that he was not a member of the Murim Alliance, and so had no need to accept formal surrender. At a short distance, the protagonist's companion watched the exchange without intervening. After the fight, the protagonist paused and considered whether he should have brought the man to the alliance instead of killing him. His companion disagreed. He regarded the thug as the sort who deserved death and advised not to worry about it. They moved on quickly. The protagonist said he was hungry and suggested they get something to eat. His companion agreed. Hearing the suggestion to eat, the protagonist's companion eagerly ran up to him, excited to agree. Not long after, the two of them were sitting together at a table inside a hotel. As they settled in, the companion remarked that the young master seemed to have a great deal of experience. After watching the earlier fight, he admitted that his curiosity about him had finally been resolved. The protagonist, calm and reserved, asked what exactly his companion had been curious about. The companion then explained honestly that he had struggled to believe the stories about the young master of the Merchant Guild defeating the head of the Ouyang family. After all, the protagonist's name was not yet widely known. The protagonist responded with simple understanding. His companion continued, however, saying that after witnessing the fight firsthand, it was clear he had the skill to back up those claims. He reassured the young master that he would personally vouch for his abilities, so there was no need to worry about testimony. The protagonist thanked him, though inwardly he noted how unusually talkative his companion had become. A moment later, the companion spoke again, this time with a more serious tone. He suggested that perhaps the young master should consider joining the Murim Alliance. Though the work was hard and the pay was low, skill was valued there above background or origin. In accordance with the Lord's words, the alliance prioritized personal ability. Someone like the protagonist, he said, could gain much by joining them. He also pointed out that while the protagonist was connected to the Emperor Assembly, that organization was entirely different. The Assembly offered easier work and far better pay, but it was dominated by the great clans. Outsiders had little chance to rise within its ranks. The great clans always favored their own, while most outsiders were merely martial artists chasing a large monthly salary. And when true battles erupted, he claimed, those same outsiders would scatter like autumn leaves in the wind. Hearing this, the protagonist recalled something from past experience. With a sigh, he replied that the Emperor Assembly was not entirely like that, saying the claim was too much of a leap. From the top floor of the restaurant, a man who had been watching their table interrupted. He agreed that the statement was true enough, then added with amusement that it sounded less like the Murim Alliance and more like a so-called slander alliance. He scolded them not to tear down others with such careless words, and mocked the comparison that described the Emperor Assembly as autumn leaves in the wind, calling it unbelievable. The companion immediately stood, realizing his mistake. With a respectful tone, he admitted that he had spoken impolitely and asked for the man's name so that he could properly apologize. The man responded with a smile, saying that his surname was a compound one, Autumn Wind, and his given name was in Wild. The protagonist then told his companion that his apology was enough and there was no need to worry further. His companion, relieved, sat back down and agreed. The protagonist, still thoughtful, asked his companion if it was possible that this man had also come because of Ouyang Seng, noting that he seemed to belong to the Emperor Assembly. When the protagonist asked about the man from earlier, his companion replied with a disappointed look. He admitted that he did not know him, but reasoned that, since he was with the Emperor Assembly, he had likely come because of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The protagonist repeated the name of the tournament, acknowledging it. His companion then looked at him thoughtfully and asked if he was perhaps interested in it as well. He explained that, being young and exceptionally skilled in martial arts, the protagonist was perfectly qualified to take part. Since the Dragon Phoenix tournament was a grand event watched by the entire martial world, it would be a valuable experience. The protagonist simply answered that he was not interested. Surprised, his companion pressed further, asking if he really would ignore such a chance to build his reputation. The protagonist calmly explained that reputation was not something built through a single event. As one grew stronger, it would naturally build on its own. His companion could only reply that it was a shame because the alliance leader had promised a top-grade elixir as the reward for the winner. The moment he said this, however, the protagonist's attitude shifted completely, and with sudden excitement he declared that he would participate. Caught off guard by the quick reversal, his companion stared in shock, admitting that he had not expected the change and apologizing. The protagonist brushed it off, saying it was fine, since everyone makes mistakes, but added that his companion should have led with the part about the elixir from the beginning. After finishing their meal, the two got up to leave, politely thanking the innkeeper. The companion reminded the protagonist that just a little farther ahead they would reach the Murim Alliance. But before they could step outside, the man from earlier, the one who had joined their conversation, passed by with his group. Clicking his tongue, he mocked them, saying that instead of the Slander Alliance, they now looked more like the Slow Alliance, starving them right at the gate. Hearing this, the companion grew irritated and thought to himself that these people were clearly holding a grudge. He then turned to the protagonist and suggested, half seriously, that from this point on they should run as fast as the autumn wind. The protagonist looked at him in confusion but agreed, and the two instantly took off at high speed. The dust cloud they left behind made one of the group members from the Emperor Assembly furious. He angrily remarked that their actions were obviously intentional, pointing at the dust they had kicked up. But the man named Autumn Wind, their young master, simply gave instructions to his group. He told Yinseal to follow along slowly with the guests, while he himself dashed off after the protagonist and his companion, determined to show them what real light footwork looked like. The group encouraged him, shouting for him to teach the two a lesson. One of them, a girl, simply wondered to herself what was driving him to act that way. Not long after, all three, Autumn Wind, the protagonist, and his companion, were racing ahead at incredible speed. They reached their destination almost at the same time, but the protagonist landed first. The other two touched down just after him. The companion stared at the protagonist in shock, thinking to himself how impossible it seemed for him to be so fast. He grew nervous, realizing that at this rate, the Emperor Assembly's young master might actually win. Both Autumn Wind and the companion sped up to catch up, and soon they landed together. The companion, out of breath, asked the protagonist to confirm who had won, insisting that he thought he had barely managed to take first place. But Autumn Wind immediately mocked him, saying his eyes must be failing if he thought that was the case. Still struggling to breathe, the companion urged the protagonist to hurry and tell them the result. But before the protagonist could answer, a man suddenly approached with confidence. He interrupted, questioning what meaning their little race even had. Both the companion and Autumn Wind instantly looked up in shock and addressed him with respect, calling him the Alliance Leader. The Alliance Leader, calm and authoritative, declared that in any case, the winner was the young master standing before them, the protagonist. The Alliance Leader acknowledged Hangyong's efforts, recognizing that he had done well. At that moment, Wai Yunwal of the Hua clan stepped forward, formally introducing himself and greeting the Alliance Leader with respect. The Alliance Leader then turned his attention to the protagonist, noting that he must be the young master of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. Upon realizing this, Wai Yunwal regarded the protagonist carefully and thought to himself that this was the one who had defeated the head of the Ouyang family, and that it now made sense why he had such a strong reputation. In response to the Alliance Leader's words, the protagonist identified himself as Li Jin Eon of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. The Alliance Leader then formally introduced himself as Yu Zhonghong, stating it was a pleasure to meet everyone. Yu Zhonghong's gaze then shifted back to Wai Yunwal as he asked if he had come to participate in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Wai Yunwal confirmed his purpose. After that, Yu Zhonghong looked again at Li Jin Eon, wishing him good luck and asking if the two of them were heading to the tournament hall. He then offered to accompany them. The protagonist responded with a confident smile, agreeing without hesitation. The group began walking together. Before leaving, Wai Yunwal bowed respectfully to the Alliance Leader, but then turned briefly to the protagonist, declaring that he would see him at the Dragon Phoenix tournament. With that, he departed, while the protagonist watched him leave with a blank expression. As they continued inside, the Alliance Leader spoke once more, pointing out that Hangyong had come in last place during the lightness skill test. Embarrassed by this, Hangyong protested, insisting that it couldn't be true, as he thought they had all arrived at almost the same time. The Alliance Leader explained to Hangyong that he hadn't given his full effort during the lightness skill test. Since he was preparing for the Dragon Phoenix tournament, He likely wanted to conserve his strength while gauging the competition. Laughing lightly, the alliance leader added that it seemed Hangyong, not wanting to lose, had ended up running alongside him. Embarrassed by this observation, Hangyong turned a red face toward the protagonist and asked if he had known about it. The protagonist didn't respond directly but smiled knowingly, giving away his awareness. Hangyong realized this and observed that the protagonist was the type to notice subtle schemes. The protagonist, smiling calmly, remarked that there was nothing to resent about hiding one's strength before a duel. It was natural for anyone preparing for a serious contest. The alliance leader responded with mild exasperation, but reassured him that there was no need to feel embarrassed, smiling gently at the protagonist. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Murim Alliance Tournament Hall. As the alliance leader entered the main hall, everyone accompanying him greeted him respectfully. Standing in the center of the hall, he instructed everyone else to leave, stating that only the young master of the Merchant Guild was to stay. He explained that the matter regarding Ouyang Sing would be decided after confirming the young master's strength. Everyone acknowledged his orders and exited. The alliance leader then called the protagonist closer. Sweating slightly, the protagonist obeyed, addressing him respectfully. As he approached, he reflected internally on the gravity of standing face-to-face with Yu Zhonghong, the leader of the Murim Alliance. He recalled Yu Zhonghong's fame, his near-equal standing to the three divine stars, and his pivotal role in the final battle against the demonic sect during the Five Dragons War, commanding the entire Orthodox faction at the forefront. This was a man truly worthy of respect. Noticing the protagonist's serious expression, Yu Zhonghong commented on it, noting that in the martial world he often encountered people like him. Yet, he found juniors like the protagonist easier to deal with, since what they displayed outwardly matched what was inside. Surprised by the comment, the protagonist allowed himself a small smile, which the alliance leader noticed, gently remarking that he looked even better when smiling. Suddenly, Yu Zhonghong's gaze intensified, and he asked the protagonist if he was a disciple of the Fist King. The question shocked the protagonist. Seeing no immediate response, Yu Zhonghong clarified, asking if the protagonist had learned any techniques from the Fist King. The protagonist's expression darkened with disappointment as he asked the alliance leader how he could possibly know such details. The alliance leader, noticing his reaction, tilted his head and asked why he was upset, pointing out that he practiced fist techniques. The protagonist confirmed this with a simple yes. The alliance leader then asked if he wielded lightning chi, to which the protagonist affirmed. He went on to explain the major sects known for using lightning chi in the martial world: Seomun, Namgung, Bakery, and Oreo. He elaborated that Seomun specialized in the way of the sword, Namgung the way of the blade. Bakery had abandoned martial arts after repeated failures, leaving only the Oreo sect, where the Fist King belonged. He added that, since the Fist King passed everything down to a single successor, calling it a sect might even be an exaggeration. The protagonist, smiling to himself, thought that this was exactly what he had expected from the alliance leader. With a steady, intense gaze, he confirmed that he was indeed the Fist King's successor. The alliance leader patted his shoulder, noting that he resembled his master, and pointed out that those who fully master lightning chi often carry a domineering aura, their gaze, presence, tone, and even personality radiating the power of thunder and lightning. He continued, explaining that he had no particular memories of the Fist King personally, because the man had always aimed to become a force capable of tearing apart the heavens on his own. He reflected aloud, wondering who could possibly befriend someone with such ambitions, and admitted that he had not heard any news about him. The protagonist replied calmly that, much like the former head of the Moyang clan, he had also received no word of the Fist King. Hearing this, the alliance leader was visibly shocked and mentioned Moyang Chu, noting that it had always been difficult to hear from the Fist King, but this was an even more serious situation. The protagonist explained that all connections had been cut, permanently, in his mind adding the heavy thought. The alliance leader, reflecting on the news, decided that it should be reported to the three divine stars as well, emphasizing the severity of mighty figures in the martial world vanishing one after another. His expression darkened with anger, and he speculated whether the demonic sect had begun to move again. Turning to the protagonist, he remarked that if the demonic sect rose once more, they would have no choice but to fight them as in the past, but noted that these events had likely occurred before the protagonist was even born. Shocked, the protagonist realized he was being referred to the Five Dragons War and asked for confirmation. The Alliance leader spoke to the protagonist with a measured tone, explaining the history behind the Five Dragons War. He recounted that after that battle, another confrontation had occurred in which the three divine stars faced a single grandmaster of the demonic sect, a lone man whose power and presence had left a lasting mark. He described the unimaginable intensity of that moment, remarking that even hearing the sword god remained in seclusion brought the memories rushing back. Despite the battle determining the outcome of the war between the orthodox and demonic factions, the three divine stars had faced only one adversary. Gently taking the protagonist's hand, the Alliance leader shared that this was a hidden history he often recounted to the members of the Alliance, emphasizing the need for them to grow stronger. He warned that if the Grandmaster had left descendants, they would be around the protagonist's age now. With firm eyes, he stressed that the junior must grow overwhelmingly strong. And selfishly so, reassuring him, the Alliance leader touched on the matter of Ouyang Sang, assuring the protagonist that there was no reason to doubt him as the Fist King's successor. Ouyang Sang would be imprisoned in the Alliance's dungeon, and the decision was final. Then, shifting the topic, he reminded the protagonist of the Dragon Phoenix tournament and encouraged him to rest. The protagonist responded with a quiet, "Thank you." Later, as night fell, the protagonist walked toward his room, recalling the earlier conversation. He asked the Alliance leader about the Grandmaster who had fought the three divine stars alone. The leader replied philosophically that the pinnacle of the demonic path needed no name. The protagonist pressed further, asking if the man was truly dead. The leader explained that he had been killed, cut again, and finally burned, with his ashes scattered across 5 sacred mountains: Huangshan, Wui, Taishan, Laoshan, and Amei. He added that if any calamity arising now was connected to this, whether by descendant or otherwise, he would ensure nothing remained. The protagonist, reflecting silently, observed the Alliance leader alone in the Grand Hall. He no longer seemed like the respected senior of the martial world, but rather like a monster forged by the era itself, an entity shaped by relentless battles between demonic and orthodox factions. He considered that, in some ways, he himself would have been no different. The martial world, born of constant slaughter, reminded him of the Asura realm. As he walked toward his room, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, asking if the conversation had gone well. The protagonist turned to see Warrior Beck, responding calmly that it had, which pleased Beck. Understanding the young master might find staying within the Alliance uncomfortable, Beck informed him that lodging had been arranged outside and offered to guide him there. The protagonist simply thanked him. Upon reaching the room, the protagonist expressed his gratitude again, noting that the room was promised to have good sunlight. From inside, a voice greeted him. The protagonist, relaxed, recognized the voice and remarked that the person had finally arrived. Sitting arrogantly on a chair, with one foot propped on the table, the protagonist's friend, the fox, commented on the luxuriousness of the room, lamenting that he had even lost sleep to arrive there. Surprised, the protagonist asked how he had found the place. The fox explained that he had gone from inn to inn, inquiring under the name Li Jinian. To make his point, he tossed an umbrella toward the protagonist, declaring with a confident grin that he had kept his promise, traveling by horseback and boat to get there, ready to ask the next question. The Venom Fox looked at the protagonist while holding his hand, impatiently demanding to know what they were waiting for and urging him to tell the next step quickly. Hearing that, the protagonist sighed to himself and asked if there was any good place nearby where he could train. One of the Alliance members responded, saying he knew of a suitable place. The next day, the protagonist and the Alliance member stood before a large waterfall. The member pointed out that this secluded spot was perfect for training and mentioned that members of the Murim Alliance, including himself, often used it. The Venom Fox looked around, noting how spacious it was. After that, the protagonist and the Alliance member bowed to each other, thanking him for bringing them there. The member told him not to mention it and began to take his leave, addressing the protagonist formally as Young Master Lee. The Venom Fox quickly introduced himself as Chul Myungo, to which the Alliance member respectfully replied and then left. After the man's departure, Chul spoke from behind, asking if the protagonist was also planning to train. He questioned this, saying that the protagonist already seemed strong enough, recalling how he had once used lightning. Both of them stood atop a cliff as the protagonist explained that he couldn't rely solely on the white lightning 10-phase art anymore. Since his inner energy had deepened, he wanted to practice the Phantom Blossom Divine art as well. Chul looked confused, asking what the white lightning technique even was. The protagonist, with a hint of sarcasm, brushed him off, telling him he wouldn't understand. This irritated Chul, who snapped back angrily, demanding to know if he was being looked down upon. After a brief pause, the protagonist decided to explain it anyway, telling Chul to listen carefully since he would only say it once. He began to describe the white lightning 10-phase art, saying it was focused purely on powerful offensive techniques. As he spoke, energy surged around him, lightning flickering across his body. He then explained that offense alone wasn't enough to overcome true martial masters. That's why he needed something more balanced. The Phantom Blossom Divine art, he said, specialized in countering, exploiting, and redirecting an opponent's techniques. Chul listened seriously, thinking about how the art allowed one to turn opponent's strength against them. The protagonist went on, explaining that the ultimate secret of this art was something called the Phantom Reach, a technique that allowed him to move distant objects without touching them, bend the path of an opponent's weapon, or even seize it outright. He added that for a close combat fighter like him, mastering this art was absolutely essential. Hearing this, Chul could only respond with a stunned reaction before simplifying the explanation in his own way, comparing it to a thief's trick. The protagonist immediately shot him a sharp look, telling him not to try to understand it with his dull mind. Chul grumbled, giving up on arguing any further. The atmosphere then lightened as the protagonist acknowledged Chul's progress in training. He noted that at least Chul was starting to grasp the basics, saying those 100,000 strikes weren't wasted after all. When asked how it felt to finally reach his goal, Chul simply flexed his arms and said he felt nothing except that they were now thicker. The Venom Fox grumbled in irritation, saying the protagonist should have just told him nicely from the start. But the protagonist ignored his complaints, taking on the tone of a true master as he began to explain the core essence of martial arts. He reflected that he had given the Venom Fox a chance only because he saw potential in him, but not everyone was capable of seizing such an opportunity. To truly test him, he decided to make things even tougher. He then gave a brutally honest assessment of the Venom Fox's training, explaining that out of the 100,000 downward strikes he had practiced, only one was truly worth anything. The lesson that followed carried the weight of life and death. He explained that if one wanted to block, parry, or counter an enemy's attack, they had to identify and use the most efficient motion from all those countless swings. Failing to do so would simply mean death. The Venom Fox tried to process it, repeated the idea of finding the most efficient strike, realizing how much precision martial arts truly demanded. The protagonist continued, elaborating on how a real martial art was created. It began by isolating the best movements, the single most efficient strike out of 100,000, the most precise slash out of 200,000, and the fastest, sharpest thrust out of 300,000. Once these were extracted, they would be refined, connected, and rearranged to form a complete sequence. This, he explained, was known as a basic form. He went on to describe how martial masters from different sects would then research, modify, and polish those sequences over long periods of repetition until they achieved the perfection known as swordsmanship. But he warned that learning swordsmanship itself wasn't the end. Applying it in real combat was an entirely different matter. He emphasized that one had to gain real experience to develop true battle instinct, and that running their mouth without gaining that instinct would only lead to an early death. Hearing this overwhelming explanation, the Venom Fox suddenly burst out with a humorous realization, saying that he finally understood why martial artists tended to lose their minds during training. It was because they were all insane to begin with. The protagonist replied calmly, reminding him that there were people in the Jianghu even crazier than he was. The Venom Fox could only weakly admit that it might be true. Seeing that his message had started to sink in, the protagonist reassured him, saying there was no need to worry because he had never planned on teaching him any difficult sword techniques in the first place. The Venom Fox looked surprised and questioned why, asking if it wouldn't make it harder for him to grow stronger, especially since there were already countless martial artists who had trained in the great sex techniques earlier and harder than he ever could. The protagonist dismissed this belief, explaining that joining a famous sect, mastering its renowned sword techniques, or training under a great master weren't the only paths to true strength. Becoming stronger, he said, was something much deeper, and it all depended on a single crucial factor. The protagonist delivered his core message, a simple yet deeply profound truth, by asking who lives their life more seriously. The Venom Fox, thinking for a moment, admitted he sort of understood, to which the protagonist casually replied that he hadn't expected much anyway. Their conversation, however, didn't remain private for long. It was suddenly revealed that they had been watched the entire time. The Alliance leader and one of his subordinates stepped out from hiding. The subordinate, the same one who had guided them to the training spot, quickly bowed in apology, explaining that he hadn't realized the leader planned to use the place and had brought the two of them there instead. The Alliance leader, appearing amused rather than annoyed, dismissed the concern and said he was simply enjoying the show. Seizing the moment, the protagonist shifted the topic towards sword arts. He explained that if people were asked to name the greatest sword technique in all of Jianghu's history, 9 out of 10 would point to Dako's 9 sword strikes. The Venom Fox, recalling his childhood, got excited and mentioned how he used to swing a stick pretending to use Dako's techniques. But the protagonist then revealed that there existed a sword art even greater than that. Curious, the Venom Fox asked what it was, and the protagonist answered, the sword art of Jin Sohan, a man known to be obsessed with swords. The Venom Fox admitted he had never heard the name, prompting the protagonist to share what he knew from his past life. Jin Sohan, he explained, wasn't part of any sect. He was born into a troupe of traveling performers and learned sword dance as part of their act. The Venom Fox, misunderstanding, joked that it must have been one of those seductive dances that cut off people's clothes, and to his shock, the protagonist calmly confirmed it. Stunned, the Venom Fox asked if that was really true, and the protagonist clarified that Jin Sohan used to dance with the older women who had raised him. He then asked the Venom Fox to imagine the boy's mindset, a child who practiced sword dancing for over 10 years, not to harm, but to protect and avoid hurting those who cared for him. He described Jin Sohan as an orphan of the world, a man who trained with the sword purely to avoid drawing blood. When that same man finally learned how to wield a killing sword, his enlightenment burst forth all at once. And it was through that moment that he surpassed Dako's 9 sword strikes and created the greatest sword art in existence. The Venom Fox, unexpectedly moved, called it a beautiful story. But the protagonist explained that it wasn't the sword dance itself that made it great, nor the brilliance of the art or the prestige of a sect. What mattered was that Jin Sohan had lived earnestly through 10 years of training. That sincerity was the true source of strength. He tied the lesson back to the Venom Fox, saying that how strong one becomes depends entirely on the kind of life one chooses to live, whether as a mere rat or as the poisonous fox. He ended his teaching with a simple, quiet remark, that was all. The Venom Fox stood silently, processing everything he'd heard. Then, with determination in his eyes, he asked for the next step. Before answering, the protagonist asked him if he would have any regrets. The Venom Fox, now unwavering, replied that he never would. Inspired, he shouted his resolve that this time he wouldn't stop at 100,000 strikes, but would swing 1,000,000 instead. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader, who had been silently observing, admired what he'd seen. He commented that young Master Li truly was something, recalling the tri-sword technique. His expression softened into a nostalgic one as he thought about his long years in the Murim Alliance, where friends and subordinates had gradually vanished one by one. Moved by what he had witnessed, the passion, the mentorship, the dedication, the Alliance leader decided to offer something in return. Saying that he had enjoyed such a good show, he mentioned preparing a gift. As he activated a mysterious power, the Venom Fox looked on in disbelief, thinking to himself that now even telekinesis was being used. The Venom Fox, Chul Myungo, stood frozen in disbelief as he stared at the Murim Alliance leader, his thoughts echoing in shock. Alliance leader. The old man's calm, yet commanding presence made the air feel heavier. Stepping forward, the Alliance leader looked directly at Kang Daehan, also known as Li Jin-yeon, and requested to speak with him privately. Daehan greeted him respectfully, noting that it had been a while since their last meeting. The Alliance leader acknowledged the greeting and mentioned that he had seen Daehan training several times before, commending him for his diligence. Watching the exchange, the Venom Fox was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. The man standing before them was the rumored leader of the Murim Alliance, someone said to be as elusive as a legend. His mind raced with confusion, wondering how Li Jin-yeon could possibly know someone of that status. As the Alliance leader's attention shifted toward him, he felt a jolt of nervousness. When the leader asked who he was, Chul Myungo bowed quickly, introducing himself with all the respect he could muster. The Alliance leader's sharp gaze fell upon the scar etched across Myungo's cheek, and he calmly remarked that it looked like a sword wound. Flustered, Myungo clarified that it wasn't from a sword, but a dagger. The leader's tone remained even as he asked what had happened. Under the pressure of the man's authority, Myungo stammered, unable to form a proper excuse. When the leader gently pressed whether it had happened during a duel or in training, panic overtook him, and he blurted out the truth. He admitted that he had once run a gambling den and had gotten into a fight with a debtor who stabbed him with a dagger. As soon as the words left his mouth, regret hit him like a thunderclap. He internally scolded himself for blurting out something so shameful before the Murim Alliance leader. He could have claimed honor, a duel, or at least training gone wrong, but instead, he confessed to running a gambling den. To his surprise, the Alliance leader didn't scold or ridicule him. Instead, he simply nodded and said he understood. Then, with a faint trace of nostalgia, the leader began to share a story of his own past. He told them his father once ran a brewery, supplying liquor to taverns and often carrying the loads himself. One day, the young leader had seen his father being beaten by drunkards. He hadn't known how to use a sword then, so he had grabbed a stick and swung it wildly until the men were all knocked to the ground. He described how his father, shocked, ran to him and tried to stop the bleeding on his arm, a wound he hadn't even noticed at the time. His father then carried him home on his back. He recalled how long it had been since he'd been carried like that, how his father's torn, sweat-soaked sleeve brushed against his arm. And perhaps that was why, he explained, that scar never faded. He ended his story with a quiet but powerful truth. Whenever one steps into the Jianghu, they always carry a story of their own. His eyes then moved to the Venom Fox's battered umbrella. He asked if that tattered thing was his weapon. Embarrassed, Myungo admitted that it wasn't even his. He had borrowed it from Kang Daehan. The Alliance leader nodded in understanding, then offered something unexpected. He said that this time, he would lend Myungo a weapon himself. From his side, he brought forth a black umbrella and handed it over. The Venom Fox immediately noticed its weight, almost staggering as he held it, exclaiming how heavy it was. The Alliance leader explained that it was a black iron umbrella, a gift from the Moyon clan to the Murim Alliance. Every rib and the entire shaft were forged from black iron, giving it immense weight and durability. He told him that even if he swung it 1,000,000 times, it wouldn't break. Holding the weapon with awe, the Venom Fox tried to hide his amazement behind laughter, admitting he wasn't sure if he even deserved such a gift. The Alliance leader then looked at him steadily, his tone soft yet probing. He asked Myungo if he regretted living such a shameful life, a question that pierced deeper than any blade could. After reflecting sincerely on the Alliance leader's question, the Venom Fox admits with honesty that he does regret living a shameful life. Hearing this, the Alliance leader tells him that if a man can correct his past mistakes and live properly today, he is already a good man. There's no need to dwell on what's gone. The words hit deeply, offering both comfort and redemption. The Venom Fox acknowledges the lesson with respect, and the Alliance leader, satisfied, prepares to leave. Before departing, He mentions that spending too much time with an old man can be tiring and expresses his hope to see them both again at the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament. Kang Daehan responds respectfully to the parting words, while the alliance leader adds one final remark. Whether Kang Daehan chooses to fight with his fists or his umbrella, he hopes their next meeting will be as allies of the Orthodox faction. Moved beyond words, the Venom Fox remains behind, overwhelmed by everything that just happened. When Kang Daehan casually tells him it's time for lunch, he refuses, saying he'll continue training instead. Left alone, he stares at the black iron umbrella, a priceless gift from the alliance leader himself, and bursts into a mix of laughter and tears, torn between pride and disbelief. From a short distance, one watches the scene, quietly wondering whether the Venom Fox is laughing or crying. A few days pass, and the story shifts to the eve of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The setting is lively. The Eve Festival has begun. The announcer's voice booms across the crowd, explaining that the festival exists so participants can test their skills freely before the main event. Since the tournament attracts countless contenders, many exhaust themselves just waiting for their turn. So this is their chance to challenge anyone they've been eager to face. The announcer makes it clear that if anyone realizes tonight that they're not strong enough, they shouldn't bother showing up tomorrow, because the tournament doesn't need weaklings slowing things down. The crowd cheers loudly in agreement, fully fired up. Kang Daehan observes the energy of the festival with interest, thinking that it actually looks quite fun. Meanwhile, the Venom Fox, now easily recognizable by the black iron umbrella he carries, draws attention immediately. One martial artist shouts at him, mocking his weapon and demanding to see what kind of umbrella techniques he's got. Irritated, the Venom Fox snaps back, accusing the man of being the one who picked the fight first. The tension grows as Kang Daehan watches from nearby, sighing in mild annoyance at how distracting the whole scene is becoming. The crowd around the arena bursts into laughter and mocking whispers when they see the Venom Fox holding his umbrella. Many jeer at him, questioning if he's seriously planning to use such a ridiculous weapon, joking that maybe the Muram Alliance has started banning umbrellas as actual weapons. The laughter spreads, filling the entire area with derision. The Venom Fox, his face turning red with anger, shouts back furiously, demanding why everyone is making such a big deal out of it. Watching from a distance, Kang Daehan can't help but sigh to himself, thinking that even among martial masters, the short temper of his still hasn't changed. Truly a lunatic. Growing even more frustrated, the Venom Fox yells back at the crowd, asking if they even know who gave him this umbrella. His pride flaring, he finally accepts the challenge thrown his way, declaring that he'll entertain them. He introduces himself confidently, stating that he's Chil Myung-go, a man who's swung his sword 100,000 times and recently learned both slashing and thrusting techniques from his master. Just as he said those words, Venom Fox instantly lunged toward his opponent, shouting that the one who strikes first wins. The umbrella shot forward at incredible speed, and the opponent's eyes widened as he thought to himself that Venom Fox was fast. In a flash, he dodged the incoming strike, and the umbrella crashed into the ground. As he observed it closely, the opponent noticed something odd. The umbrella was shorter than usual. That realization made him grin with excitement as he prepared to counterattack, mocking Venom Fox for not being able to handle his own weapon. But before he could finish his taunt, Venom Fox suddenly turned and began running away. The crowd erupted in confusion, wondering what he was doing. His opponent shouted after him, chasing him across the small stage while wondering in his head if Venom Fox was really running away. Venom Fox, however, had his own thoughts. He would retreat for now. To everyone's astonishment, he began circling around the stage, avoiding direct confrontation. The spectators burst into laughter, saying they had never seen a duel like this before. Then, without warning, the opponent caught up and struck Venom Fox hard, knocking him to the ground. Towering over him, he mocked the fallen fighter, calling him a fool for thinking he could keep running on such a small stage. He sneered that watching Venom Fox scurry around like a rat had at least been entertaining before ordering him to get up so he could teach him something useful. Struggling to his feet, sweat dripping down his face, Venom Fox cursed under his breath. He complained about being knocked down only to be told to get up again, questioning why he should go along with his opponent's arrogance. The opponent grew irritated and swung a powerful strike toward Venom Fox's stomach. But before it landed, Venom Fox grabbed the weapon, thinking that this much would be enough. Using that moment, he began swinging his umbrella in counterattack. However, his strikes couldn't reach. The umbrella's short range left him frustrated. He realized again that it was still too short. His opponent, full of confidence, mocked him for his sloppy side slash, ridiculing him and doubting his skill with thrusts. The opponent, growing more heated, decided to demonstrate himself and lunged with an aggressive thrust. The audience became more excited, cheering that Venom Fox was getting beaten one-sidedly. They mocked him for being all talk earlier, demanding the fight be finished already. Venom Fox struggled against the relentless assault, taking a hard kick to the face. Embarrassed, he thought about how everyone had seen his humiliation. But even then, he didn't fall. Staggering but still on his feet, he endured the pain. His opponent called him crazy, mocking him again for not giving up, then charged in to finish the fight. As the attack came, Venom Fox steadied himself, gripping his umbrella tightly and lifting it upward to strike. He reflected bitterly on his past foolishness, but decided that from now on, he would live differently. Using the momentum from his opponent's attack, Venom Fox swung his umbrella in one decisive motion. He laughed slightly, thanking his opponent for closing the distance, the perfect opening. In that single strike, he brought his opponent down. The crowd gasped in disbelief, murmuring in shock about the power of that umbrella. Venom Fox stood there, breathing heavily, facing his fallen opponent. Then, with trembling hands, he pointed his umbrella toward his master. As memories of his training and the lessons he had received flashed in his mind, he silently thanked his master for saving and teaching him. He vowed to repay that kindness, because he was Chiol Myongo, the stubborn fighter who never gives up. Back in the present, still pointing his umbrella toward his master, Venom Fox declared his victory. The protagonist looked at him and smiled, while the crowd erupted once more, astonished that he had actually won, with just a single strike from an umbrella. Venom Fox struggled to stay on his feet, standing weakly in the middle of the crowd. Though he tried to act tough, his body was drained and covered in blood. His breathing was heavy, and it was clear he had reached his limit. As he looked ahead, ready to end it all, several people suddenly stepped onto the stage. One of them stopped him, mocking him for getting overconfident after landing a lucky hit. Soon, more joined in, arguing among themselves about who would deal with him first. Despite his exhaustion, Venom Fox gave a faint, tired smile. Surrounded by hostile opponents, he knew he was in no condition to fight back. His body trembled as he tried to steady himself, forcing his mind to stay focused. Before the situation could escalate further, the protagonist appeared beside him. Without saying anything, he faced the crowd. His calm presence alone was enough to make everyone hesitate. The people around them suddenly felt uneasy, unsure why they were intimidated by someone who hadn't even spoken yet. One of them broke the silence and questioned who the newcomer was. The protagonist responded briefly, introducing himself as a contestant of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Venom Fox, still weak but relieved, asked why he had come down. The protagonist simply replied that he was there to enjoy the festival. Seeing his master standing before him, Venom Fox's fear eased. Confidence returned to his eyes as he looked at the people surrounding them. The sight of his master was enough to assure him that the situation was under control. When the people around heard the exchange, they began murmuring among themselves, surprised to realize who the newcomer was. They recognized him as the master of the Umbrella Guy, and a wave of hesitation spread through the crowd. Meanwhile, Venom Fox looked at them with a faint smirk, thinking about how quickly they had turned timid. Just moments ago, they were ready to attack him, but now, faced with his master, none dared to make a move. He found it amusing how fear changed their attitude so easily. However, exhaustion soon caught up with him. His vision blurred, and his legs weakened as he almost collapsed. Before he could fall, a calm voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. A young man stepped onto the stage, politely suggesting they end the commotion since it was getting late and everyone needed a rest before the main event. The crowd turned toward him in surprise, immediately recognizing the newcomer as the young master of the Wa clan. His presence drew whispers from the onlookers, who commented on his striking appearance and how the rumors of his charm were true. The young master quietly leaned toward the protagonist, speaking in a low voice. He advised him not to waste energy or cause unnecessary attention if his goal was to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The protagonist, unfazed, gave a calm but teasing reply, which made the young master smile before introducing himself as Waunwul. Seeing the growing tension ease, the others quickly agreed to disperse, deciding it was best to end things there. As everyone began to leave, Waunwul turned to the protagonist with a pleasant smile, suggesting they meet later for a drink. He mentioned that he had something to give him and invited him to his room, noting they were staying nearby. The protagonist agreed, and Waunwul cheerfully told him he would see him in an hour before turning to Venom Fox, complimenting him for leaving quite an impression. Later that evening, Waunwul sat in a quiet restaurant, sipping tea. A young woman entered and addressed him as her brother. Smiling, he teased her for speaking so casually before she immediately questioned why he had interfered in the duel earlier. Waunwul explained that since the young master, the protagonist, was aiming for the championship, there was no need to reveal his full power before the tournament. He then asked what she thought of him, and she admitted that he seemed strong. Waunwul agreed, elaborating that during a past speed contest, the young master had deliberately matched his pace, maintaining the exact distance between them the entire time. It proved his composure and experience. With a thoughtful smile, Waunwul admitted that although he had planned to defeat every successor of the Emperor's Assembly, he might sit out this year's tournament instead. His sister was surprised, asking if the protagonist was truly that strong. He calmly told her that even without using inner power, the young master could have defeated everyone there through sheer physical strength alone. Jokingly, he teased his sister, asking if she had taken a liking to him. Embarrassed, she denied it, but he continued playfully, suggesting that if she did, she might as well follow their father's advice and marry him. Flustered, she protested, but Waunwul explained that forming a connection with someone backed by the world's greatest merchant guild would be more advantageous than allying with another clan. Realizing what he was hinting at, she became annoyed and tried to leave, insisting she only wanted to see if the man was truly that strong. As she turned to go, Waunwul teasingly told her to think carefully since once the tournament began, it would be too late. She called out to him in frustration, insisting that the man wasn't her type. At that moment, as she stepped forward, she unexpectedly found herself face to face with the protagonist, who had just arrived. Startled, she froze when she saw him standing in front of her. The protagonist greeted her politely, asking if he could come in. From behind, Waunwul chuckled softly, amused by the sudden encounter. When the protagonist appeared before her, Yunseal instantly avoided eye contact and, in her panic, accidentally slammed her forehead against the door. Watching her awkward reaction, the protagonist could only stare in confusion, wondering if she was actually insane before dismissing the thought. Before the situation could get any more awkward, Waunwul interrupted with a calm tone, introducing his sister. He explained that the girl with her head against the wall was his foolish younger sister, Yunseal, one of the strongest candidates for the Dragon Phoenix tournament. He added that she had a tomboyish nature, but before he could finish, Yunseal shouted angrily at him and ran to hug him in embarrassment. After calming down, she turned toward the protagonist and introduced herself properly as Yunseal. The protagonist, slightly awkward, introduced himself in return as Li Jianian. Later, the three of them sat together at a table as Yunseal poured tea for him. While trying to compose herself, she silently questioned why she was even there. Breaking the silence, Waunwul handed something to his sister and asked her to give it to the young master. She protested, confused about why she had to do it, but her brother only smiled and turned toward Li Jianian, teasing that Yunseal had earlier found him impressive and wanted to offer him something personally. The protagonist, taken aback, thought to himself that he hadn't done anything to deserve such praise. Yunseal, trying to remain composed, presented him with a small box and explained that it contained the treasured fist guard of their clan. It wasn't a weapon, but a protective piece meant for the hands, offered as a gesture of goodwill. The protagonist was surprised, recognizing its value and craftsmanship, and quietly admired how fine it looked. He accepted it respectfully, promising to make good use of it. As the atmosphere eased, Hua Unwoo shifted the topic and asked if the protagonist knew who the main contenders for the Dragon Phoenix tournament were. When Li Jianian admitted he didn't, Hua Unwoo looked surprised and lightly scolded him for being so unaware of current affairs. He then told his sister to explain the details. Yinseal, clearly annoyed, complained that her brother knew this information better than she did. Ignoring her irritation, Hua Unwoo gave her a stern look, insisting she explain. Then, with a teasing tone, he added that if she refused, he could always tell Li Jianian stories about her childhood instead. Annoyed but unwilling to let that happen, she sighed and agreed to explain. She began outlining the situation clearly, saying that although many names were being mentioned as possible winners, the real competition was between two dominant powers, the Murim Alliance and the Rulers Association. The Murim Alliance was represented by Jin Jiol of the Manhwa sect and Lim Jiryong of the Wudong sect, though their participation was still uncertain. She explained that the Manhwa sect was known for risking their lives in every duel, while the Wudong sect preferred to stay away from worldly affairs. On the other hand, the Rulers Association was backing two strong contenders, Dako Han and Namgung Wai. If the two ended up facing each other in the finals, neither would walk away unharmed. The reason, she revealed, was because both men were rivals in love, infatuated with the same woman, Baekli Yun, known across the South as its greatest beauty. Their rivalry had long gone beyond martial arts. They were both determined to humiliate each other in front of her. Listening to the explanation, the protagonist's thoughts lingered on one name, Baekli Yun. He remembered a little girl from his past life, the daughter of a senior he deeply respected. He realized that she had now grown into a woman admired by every heir of the great clans. It felt strange for him, someone who had once been like an uncle to her, now standing among her peers. Hua Unwoo continued, mentioning that his own brother was also part of the Rulers Association, a dark horse in the tournament, though no one expected him to win since he had never fought a public duel and found most things in life bothersome. Li Jianian observed him quietly, thinking that perhaps this man either lacked the will to fight or was so powerful that he didn't need to struggle at all. Yinseal then continued her explanation, mentioning two unpredictable variables in this year's competition, one from the Hainan sect and the other being Li Jianian himself. Hearing that, he smiled faintly and decided that he had heard enough. Hua Unwoo leaned forward with curiosity, asking how prepared he was. Without hesitation, Li Jianian raised his hand, showing the fist guard, and confidently declared that none of the competitors he'd heard about so far were even within his consideration. His composure shocked both siblings, leaving them speechless for a moment before Hua Unwoo burst into laughter, impressed by his unshakable confidence. As he laughed, he silently analyzed Li Jianian, realizing how difficult he was to read. No matter how much he observed, he couldn't determine his martial arts style, his true level, or even whether he was interested in Yinseal, despite her fame as the Snow Phoenix. When he offered to pour more tea, Li Jianian simply thanked him, appearing calm and detached, his focus elsewhere. While Hua Unwoo pondered over his mysterious nature, Li Jianian's eyes lingered on the teapot, appreciating its craftsmanship. Yinseal, watching him, realized he was entirely focused on becoming stronger. He, meanwhile, examined the fist guard once more, admiring its fine design. Sometime later, as their meeting came to an end, Li Jianian stood up and politely took his leave, bidding farewell to both siblings. They both wished him well in return as he walked away. After Li Jianian left, Hua Yinseal, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, turned toward her brother and asked what he planned to do about the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Hua Unwoo pondered for a moment before calmly replying that he had finally met someone truly worthwhile. Yet, instead of forming genuine camaraderie, everyone seemed obsessed with winning a tournament. With a small smile, he decided that he would yield to young Master Li. Yinseal blinked in surprise, her thoughts trailing. So, he wasn't going to participate? She couldn't help but comment, half teasingly, that her brother sure had a way with words. But then, smirking, she added that he was truly shameless. Hua Unwoo chuckled quietly to himself, recalling his encounter with Li Jianian. A faint laugh escaped him as he murmured, amused, that the young man's demeanor was eloquent as flowing water and falling like autumn leaves. Yinseal stared at him in confusion, raising a brow and asking what he meant by that sudden remark. Waving his hand dismissively, Hua Unwoo smiled and brushed it off, joking that it was just a random thought. He then teased his sister, calling Li Jianian quite a bling man, someone who didn't even attempt to hurt her and didn't seem like a womanizer at all. Yinseal crossed her arms and muttered that maybe he was just pretending to be uninterested. Her brother shook his head immediately, saying he didn't think so, that Li Jianian genuinely didn't care. Annoyed, she snapped that she didn't care about him either. Hua Unwoo laughed again, his tone playful but soon turning serious. He told her to experience life freely, to look, feel, and enjoy it for what it was. He explained that in life, she would meet merchant heirs stronger than martial ones, and clan heirs more despicable than bandits. Not everyone in the Murim Alliance was a true hero, and not every man from the underworld was dishonorable. She should see the world with her own eyes, listen carefully to others' words, and then choose the man she truly loved. He told her not to take his earlier teasing to heart. Yinseal nodded softly, acknowledging his words. Hua Unwoo then chuckled again, remarking that Li Jianian had boldly dismissed even Namgung Wai and Dako Han, two men so prideful that if they'd heard it, they would have drawn their swords on the spot. But before he could finish his thought, a deep voice echoed from behind them. Did I just hear that right? Both siblings froze and turned in alarm. A man approached them with a stern, angry expression, his steps firm and heavy. The air tensed as the two realized who it was, the future patriarch of the Dako clan, Dako Han himself. His sharp gaze fixed on them, and in a cold, furious tone, he demanded, "Who the hell dared to say that?" As the tense silence filled the air, Hua Unwoo told his sister to go inside, and she quickly obeyed. As she walked away, Dako Han's eyes followed her with ill intent, making Unwoo's expression darken. He stepped forward, tried to defuse the moment, but Dako Han, clearly angered, began ranting about someone daring to insult him and Namgung Wai. Recalling what he'd seen earlier, he assumed it was the merchant's son, the heir of the Yunha merchant group, and sneered at the idea that such a man could compare to him. He pressed Unwoo for an answer, demanding to know who was stronger. Unwoo replied calmly, reminding him not to underestimate someone capable of defeating Ouyang Sang. Offended, Dako Han struck the wall in anger, his pride wounded, while Unwoo merely smirked and asked why he'd come. Dako Han straightened and suggested that Unwoo join the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament, saying that if he defeated either the merchant's son or Namgung Wai, their faction would surely win. Unwoo laughed, warning him that neither the Rulers Association nor the Murim Alliance would take the championship this year. Dako Han grinned sharply, challenging his words with a bet, 10,000 Niang on his side. Unwoo confidently raised it to 30,000, claiming the champion would come from neither faction. As Dako Han walked away, he promised to collect, and Unwoo simply wished him luck. The next day arrived with the start of the Dragon Phoenix tournament preliminaries. The arena buzzed with excitement as countless participants lined up to register. When asked for his name, the protagonist hesitated for a moment. Remembering his past title, he decided against using Fist King, feeling unworthy of it for now. Instead, he chose a new alias, Fist Warrior. Then suddenly the protagonist looked toward the receptionist and said to write Fist Warrior. Hearing that, the receptionist immediately wrote the name and wished him good luck. The protagonist simply replied with a calm, "Thanks." Sometime later, he and Venom Fox walked through the crowd of participants. As they made their way forward, the protagonist noticed the arena and some of the other competitors, thinking to himself that some of them looked pretty strong. It seemed that the inner energy of these young masters had improved lately, but he reminded himself that inner energy wasn't everything. Adjusting his fist guard, he thought again, determined this time he'd prove it. He'd test the body techniques he had refined. Then suddenly, a commotion broke out in the arena. One of the participants shouted toward the judge, nervously saying, "Excuse me, Judge." Why are you breaking my tag? The old judge turned toward him and sternly said that he lacked both the skill and character to reach the main round, ordering him to stop making a scene and leave quietly. Angrily, the participant protested, saying it was unfair to be disqualified after winning, and that he had come all the way from Shaanxi. The judge's expression hardened even more as he pointed a finger toward him, shouting that this was the Murim Alliance, and he was disqualified for attacking his defeated opponent so viciously. He demanded the man to leave immediately, declaring that such behavior was not fitting for a martial artist. Turning away, the judge called out for the medical team to hurry, saying that the injured fighter was bleeding heavily. Seeing the scene unfold, the protagonist couldn't help but smile slightly to himself, thinking that the man had quite the temper. Then he remembered the people he had encountered back when he was still part of the mercenary group. Thinking to himself, he reflected that sometimes the orthodox groups could be just as infuriating as the Ouyang clan. However, because of elders like the old judge, men who still held on to righteousness, he could never truly bring himself to hate the orthodox side. Then suddenly, he approached one of the tournament staff members and asked where the judge who had just scolded that participant went.
The staff member casually replied that it didn't matter because one spot had just opened up due to the injured contestant, so he could go up right away. Sometime later, he stood before that same old judge, bowing respectfully. The old judge glanced at him and commented that he was a polite young man, then asked for his tag. The protagonist immediately handed it over, replying courteously. Taking the tag, the old judge read it aloud. "Fist warrior, huh? Good luck." His eyes then caught sight of the gauntlets the protagonist was wearing, and he leaned forward with visible excitement. He said he had been in the Jianghu for 50 years, but had never seen gauntlets like those. The protagonist calmly replied that he received them from the young master of the Hua clan, and wasn't sure what they exactly were. With his eyes sparkling, the old judge examined them closer, and said the material resembled the rare celestial silkworm thread once made by the Bakley clan, a material not easily cut even by blades, of fine quality indeed. Hearing that, the protagonist thought back to the Hua siblings, realizing just how valuable the gauntlets truly were. He thought to himself that they had given them so casually he didn't even realize their worth. But before he could think any further, his opponent spoke up, asking if they should begin. The old judge cleared his throat and announced for them to start once they were ready. Both fighters took their stances. His opponent eyed him, and, noticing the gauntlets, said it looked like he also used his fists. This might be a good match. But before he could even finish the sentence, the protagonist had already moved. His speed was so fast that his opponent couldn't even register the movement. In the next instant, the protagonist stood right in front of him, saying calmly that he thought his opponent was ready. His opponent barely managed to respond, saying he wasn't. But before he could even react, the protagonist's fist crashed into his face, sending him flying straight into the wall. Seeing that, the old judge immediately raised his hand and shouted for the fight to stop, declaring, "Stop! The winner is the fist warrior. Stop right there." The old judge stared at the protagonist, thinking to himself that he had sensed an extraordinary aura from him. But that punch just now was exhilarating beyond words. Regaining his composure, the judge turned to the crowd and called for the next participant. A new contender stepped forward, handed over his token, and the old judge wished him luck before signaling the match to begin. Both fighters bowed respectfully to each other. The opponent, feeling the weight of his previous performance, thought that the last strike he witnessed was proof his new opponent was no ordinary fighter. Unable to read his level, he decided to pour all his inner energy into one decisive blow. Charging forward with everything he had, the opponent swung his wooden staff, but the protagonist easily dodged and countered with a swift elbow strike that shattered the staff in an instant. Moving fluidly, he followed up with a punch, grinning as he said that his opponent shouldn't have wasted all his energy on that staff. Otherwise, how would he block his fist? The punch landed clean, sending the opponent flying, ending the match in a single blow once again. The crowd erupted in disbelief, murmuring about how he finished both fights with just one strike. Some spectators smiled, admitting that although he only relied on body techniques, his strength clearly wasn't exaggerated. The old judge burst out laughing, thoroughly entertained by what he had just witnessed. His laughter echoed through the arena as he exclaimed how interesting it all was before shouting for the next contestant. But instead of stepping forward, one participant nervously raised his hand, sweating profusely, and stammered that he forfeited. Dropping his tag, he bolted out of the arena. The old judge glared and shouted furiously, calling out his lack of resolve and ordering him to leave his tag behind. Picking it up with an annoyed sigh, he muttered about how so many didn't even have the basics anymore. Then he turned back toward the protagonist, his expression shifting from irritation to satisfaction. Handing over 3 tags, he declared that he had never seen anyone pass the preliminaries with just 2 punches in his entire life. Telling him he qualified and that he'd see him in the main round, the old judge smiled proudly. As night fell, the staff members gathered in front of the tournament brackets, sorting through the participants' tags. One of them counted and suggested dividing the contestants into A, B, and C ranks according to their martial strength. Another agreed, adding that it would be fine as long as the A ranks didn't face each other. The old judge from earlier carefully placed the protagonist's tag on the board, noting that among all the participants he had evaluated, this was the only one who reached the A rank. Another staff member remarked that he was also the first to qualify for the main tournament, while another mentioned hearing rumors that he had advanced with just 2 punches. They began placing other names beside his for the matchups. Suddenly, the Murim Alliance leader entered the room, and everyone turned toward him, bowing in respect. He acknowledged their efforts and looked over the brackets, commenting that not many had made it to the main tournament. One staff member explained that they had filtered out those lacking in character, just as he had instructed. The alliance leader turned to the old judge, commending him for his work and asking if there had been any signs of demonic sect interference. The old judge assured him there were none. Satisfied, the alliance leader gave further orders to have the Flying Dragon, Cloud Dragon, and White Dragon units monitor the participants' positions, ensuring they wouldn't be ambushed or caught in unnecessary fights. From the shadows, several men appeared, bowing deeply as they acknowledged his command. The alliance leader continued, instructing that anyone who tried to harm a tournament participant, regardless of whether they belonged to a righteous sect or noble clan, was to be captured and imprisoned as an example. One of the men wearing glasses affirmed that they would carry out his orders. Before leaving, the alliance leader gave one final command, his expression unwavering. For the honor of the Murim Alliance, no participant was to be harmed. Once he departed and the door closed, the tense atmosphere eased. One of the staff members exhaled and muttered that the leader was still terrified. The scene then shifted to the day of the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament, the main event. In front of the Grand Murim Alliance building, all the participants stood in formation. A bald-headed man pulled down a curtain to reveal the brackets, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Inside the building, the alliance leader stood silently before the grand throne, gazing at the mural behind it. A subordinate approached and informed him respectfully that the preparations were complete. The leader gave a simple nod and replied calmly, The alliance leader heard a commotion from outside, shouts and surprise. Outside, the protagonist and Venom Fox were arguing. Venom Fox complained he couldn't see from the back and demanded why only finalists were allowed up front. The protagonist snapped at him to shut up. Nearby participants muttered bets and insults, and the uproar drifted into the hall. The alliance leader sighed, thinking he must be getting old as memories kept rising up. His gaze lingered on the mural. The image brought back the memory of his brother Jeonung, bloodied with a sword in his back, calling for him to lead. Jeonung's last words haunted him. "You must lead this war." The leader remembered the 5 Dragons' War, the sinners, the needless losses, and his own part as a commander who sent men to die. He wondered whether strength should only be tested among the strong, instead of dragging the weak into slaughter. Snapping back to the present, 2 guards opened the door and escorted him out. He thought, perhaps this Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament would be the last one he ever hosted. When he stepped into the crowd, the onlookers erupted in cheers and pointed at him, the great hero of the Murim Alliance. He waved, scanned the participants' faces, and when his eyes met the protagonists, a small smile appeared. In a clear, authoritative voice, he addressed everyone. He recalled 45 years ago, when a scruffy young man arrived here with borrowed travel money, hoping only to join the tournament. Now that same man stood before them. He spoke of how hard victory once was, how some died from bad luck, how he had defeated masters from noble clans and the Golden Blood sect. He remembered Jeonung taking 2nd place that year and later joining him in the Murim Alliance. Turning toward the contestants, he continued. At that time, Jeonung received the Taesong blade as a gift, and he himself was given the Suwol sword. It wasn't customary for tournament champions to receive prizes then, but the alliance leaders and elders had graciously presented them. The pride of receiving the Suwol sword drove him to become stronger. It bound him to the Murim Alliance. A girl stepped forward holding a box. The alliance leader opened it and announced the grand prize, the Century Purity Root from the Mount Ma sect. Murmurs swept the crowd. The Century Purity Root. The one they say is impossible to find no matter how much gold you offer, someone cried. Regretting not joining the tournament, the leader explained the weight of the gift. Venerable Master Hunui of Mount Ma, who scarcely grants anything even to his own disciples, had offered the route to the champion. Then he declared other prizes: the Taishong blade, return to honor Jeonung in the heavens, and an exceptional sword for the finest swordsman, his own Suol sword. The old judge in the audience stiffened and rose, clearly uncomfortable. Catching the shift, the alliance leader amended his words. He couldn't hand over that exact blade. Instead, they would present a sword specially crafted by Guchiol Workshop for the tournament. As he explained, he reminded them that Guchiol had forged the Bulmang sword, famed among Hwasan's greatest swordsmen. A participant gasped, sweating with excitement. The Bulmang sword of our Hwasan sect? They say the one who earns this new blade may name it themselves. Holding a sword aloft, the leader addressed his juniors solemnly. He spoke of the Suwol sword, how though years pass it remains sharp and unbent, and urged them to keep their integrity just as long. When they ascend to the heavens, it will be the juniors who stand guard over the place. The century purity root, the Taisheng blade, and the Guchiel sword were given for a single reason. Raising his sword respectfully toward the sky, he declared, "Because we are the righteous path." With that, he announced, "Let the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament begin."
Venom Fox was standing beside the protagonist, listening to the Alliance leader's speech. As he watched, admiration lit up in his eyes, and he expressed in awe that Grandpa truly looked cool. At the same time, the protagonist was smiling quietly to himself, thinking that because they were the Orthodox faction, the Alliance leader wasn't speaking of pride, authority, or justice. Instead, it was simply the resolve of an old man who had already lost so much, yet still declared that he would walk the path of the Orthodox faction until the day he died. Standing here, always in this place, were those who burned their lives away fighting to uphold their beliefs, and that was why the Orthodox faction were such stubborn, maddened folk. Sometime later, the announcer declared that the first match of the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament Finals would begin. The finalists, the Fist Fighter and the Hebei Twin Spears, were called onto the stage. Hearing the announcement, Venom Fox looked toward the protagonist and said it was him. The protagonist walked toward the arena, thinking that it was time to see what kind of skills a member of the Orthodox faction possessed. Inside the arena, he faced his opponent, who stood holding twin spears. The protagonist noted that it was his first time fighting someone who wielded twin spears. His opponent, seeing he had no weapon, asked if he was a fist practitioner. The protagonist casually pointed at himself and called himself the Fist King. Hearing that, the opponent smiled inwardly, thinking that fist practitioners had wide skill gaps, and since he'd never seen this one before, he must be weak, meaning the victory was his. The referee signaled for them to bow and then begin. In the next moment, both fighters closed the distance. When the opponent launched his first attack, the protagonist easily dodged, and the opponent noted that he had dodged and immediately moved in for a counterattack. Realizing that getting close was dangerous, he instantly leaped into the air, letting go of the spear shaft, and planned to restrain the protagonist from a distance as he prepared his next move. From his attack, a cloud of dust burst up from the ground, and when it settled, the protagonist was revealed standing firmly with the spear caught in his bare hand, blocking the strike with ease. He looked calmly toward his opponent, who stared back with sweat running down his face, and exclaimed that he had caught the descending spear with his bare hands. Before he could even finish speaking, the protagonist stepped in and kicked him straight in the stomach, sending him flying toward the elders. One of the elders looked at the collapsed fighter and called out to Elder Song. The old man simply laughed loudly, saying it was splendid, absolutely splendid, and reassured everyone that the fighter wasn't badly hurt. He had only fainted. The announcer then declared the victory for the fist fighter. The spectators murmured among themselves, surprised at how quickly the match ended, wondering who the fighter was, until someone mentioned he was the one who had supposedly cleared the preliminaries first. Venom Fox, overwhelmed with admiration, clapped joyfully while tears of happiness gathered in his eyes, thinking to himself that his friend master was truly strong and that his learning seemed endless. As the protagonist stepped out of the arena, Venom Fox excitedly waved at him, calling out to his friend master. At that moment, young Master Hua appeared from behind Venom Fox and offered congratulations for the win, saying it was good to see Master Umbrella. The protagonist thanked him politely, but Venom Fox quickly corrected him, insisting it wasn't Master Umbrella, but stubborn freak, Chiol Myongo. Young Master Wa responded with an awkward expression, addressing him as Master Chiol. Venom Fox shook his head and repeated that it wasn't that, it was stubborn. The next moment, a musical thud sounded as a bump appeared on Venom Fox's forehead from a hit, and the protagonist turned to young Master Wa to ask what his order number had been. Young Master Wa replied with a smile that he hadn't participated. Someone had provoked him, and on impulse he wagered 30,000 nying on the protagonist's victory, assuring that it wasn't meant as pressure. Venom Fox, startled, repeated the amount in disbelief, noting that it was almost the price of 3 houses. The protagonist smiled, cracked his knuckles, and told him well done, promising to ensure he wouldn't lose that money. He then mentioned the gauntlets he had been given and explained that he had heard from a senior in the Martial Alliance that they might be the heavenly silkworm's white silk made by the bakery family. Young Master Wa confirmed this, explaining that the senior's guess was accurate. They had once written a word to the head of the bakery family for his birthday, and in return, he gifted them the item, saying he liked the sword. Since the bakery family had been a sword-focused clan for generations, they felt it better for a skilled owner to use it. Hearing the explanation, the protagonist looked down at the gauntlets and said he saw. Inside his mind, he thought about how impressive it was to have a sword that satisfied the head of the bakery family. He recalled that Lady Wa had also carried a sword before, and seeing the head of the So family wield a fan suggested that they used a variety of weapons. The Wa family was hiding their true strength better than expected. Suddenly, young Master Wa looked toward the protagonist with a smile and said that his betting opponent was about to appear. He pointed toward the arena and explained that the man wielding the black Lana sword was Dako Han of the Dako family, one of the favorites to win, so the match should be over quickly. Venom Fox glanced at the protagonist and said it felt like anyone and everyone was suddenly a favorite to win. After a short while, just as young Master Wa predicted, the announcer declared Dako Han as the winner. The crowd erupted in cheers. From the arena, Dako Han looked straight toward the protagonist group, and the group looked back at him. With a confident smile, Dako Han remarked about making such a fuss over finishing in one strike. Dako Han then approached the group and, staring at young Master Wa, asked if he still felt like betting after seeing that duel, warning him that he'd regret risking so much on the son of the top faction. Young Master Wa, irritated, poked his ear and demanded what he had said. Dako Han walked past them with annoyance, calling it unfortunate, and muttered about the next Supreme Commander of the Emperor's assembly having such terrible judgment. Venom Fox, wearing a mocking expression, questioned what he was saying, calling him an idiot. The protagonist and young Master Wa both looked awkward and remained silent until young Master Wa quietly said Master Chiol. Venom Fox replied mockingly that he never said who the idiot was and asked if there was a problem. Dako Han suddenly turned back toward the group and, in a threatening voice, told Venom Fox to try talking again, calling him an insect. But suddenly, Dako Han slid his sword back into its case and laughed, staring at Venom Fox as he asked if he was fearless or just stupid, saying he'd remember him and see him in the duel. Venom Fox replied that he wasn't participating and called him an asshole, trying to act dramatic. Hearing Venom Fox's words, Dako Han's expression twisted with anger as he demanded that Venom Fox draw his weapon, so he could straighten him out right there. Watching everything unfold in front of him, young Master Wa thought that things were getting out of hand. He tried to intervene, telling them to wait and calm down. But before anything else could happen, a man suddenly appeared, carrying a massive sword on his back, and ordered them to move aside because they were in the way. This was Namgung Wai, Namgung's strongest swordsman and a participant of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Dako Han looked toward the new arrival, and Venom Fox, also staring at him, asked who he was. Namgung Wai answered by scolding Dako Han, saying he had wasted his inner energy on a trivial opponent earlier and was now squabbling with these people, implying he must have too much free time. Dako Han, angry, said Namgung Wai's name. Inside his mind, he thought about how Namgung Wai was the grandson of the Sword Emperor. At the same time, the protagonist looked at Namgung Wai and thought that his appearance really did resemble the Sword Emperor, and even at a young age, he seemed quite skilled. Then Namgung Wai looked toward the protagonist and said that he assumed he was the one from the merchant group. And suddenly, Dako Han spoke again, asking Namgung why if he wasn't the one who should be busy with the duel and why he was meddling here, saying he must have a lot of free time. Namgung Wai simply replied that the duel was already finished and he was on his way down. Hearing that, the group members were a little shocked, and Venom Fox quickly looked toward Namgung Wai, saying the last match had only ended moments ago. At the same time, people in the arena were tending to a participant covered in blood. With confidence, Namgung Wai explained that Dako had ended his match with a single strike, so of course he shouldn't take too long. The protagonist looked toward the arena again and thought that no wonder the match had progressed so quickly. That was Namgung Wai. Hearing this, Dako Han glared at Namgung Wai angrily and said his name through clenched teeth. Then, young Master Wa's younger sister appeared with a green-haired girl and called to her brother, saying Rei-Eon wanted to greet him and questioning the strange group combination. Young Master Wa looked toward the green-haired girl and greeted her, calling her Lady Beck. She replied that it had indeed been a while and thanked him for the sword he had given her, saying she was using it well. He smiled and said he was glad she liked it. Suddenly, Namgung Wai spoke to Lady Beck with a flushed face, but she ignored him and bowed respectfully to the protagonist. The protagonist bowed back, and Lady Beck began to walk away. Seeing that, Dako Han tried to call out to her, telling her to wait, but she continued walking. The group fell silent for a moment, and both Dako Han and Namgung Wai turned their angry stares toward the protagonist. Sometime later, the announcer called out to the protagonist, telling the round 1 winners to wait there for their next match. The protagonist rested in an air tent while young Master Wa looked toward him and reminded him that it was almost time for round 2, asking if he was prepared. The protagonist answered that he was ready. He then noticed the glares from Dako Han and Namgung Wai and wondered why they kept glaring at him. Young Master Wa replied that, as he mentioned earlier, they were rivals in love. The protagonist, confused, asked why that meant glaring at him. Young Master Wa thought to himself that it was because he had become the enemy of their love rivalry. Venom Fox, also watching them, commented that the whole commotion earlier had been because of a woman and questioned what the point was of being a child of a prestigious clan if they acted like fools blinded by lust. Then suddenly, Venom Fox poked fun with a teasing laugh, saying, "Oh dear. Haha." The protagonist looked toward him with a serious expression and told him to watch his mouth, saying young Master Dako had held back because of all the eyes watching, and that if he hadn't, Venom Fox would already be dead. Silently, the protagonist gave Venom Fox a thumbs up and thought that he'd done a good job. Venom Fox quickly responded in a respectful manner, saying he'd bear that in mind, while thinking to himself that the protagonist was welcome. Seeing their little act, young Master Wa's sister laughed, and young Master Wa spoke to the protagonist. Later, the scene shifted to the fighting arena, where the protagonist defeated his opponent again with a single hit, and the referee declared him the winner. When the protagonist came down, young Master Wa explained that the two of them really did seem like friends, and that with just 2 more wins, he'd reach the finals. He told him the next opponent was Dako Han, and that if he reached the semifinals, he would immediately face Namgung Wai, making things difficult. Because someone forfeited, the protagonist would fight strong opponents back-to-back. Between Hainan Sec's Golden Sandsword and the Manhwa Sec's Plum Blossom Wanderer, one of them would reach the finals. Soon after, the referee announced from the arena, calling Peerless Dako and Fist Warrior to step onto the stage. From the ground, the protagonist looked toward the arena where Dako Han stood, thinking about how he couldn't believe she was interested in someone who knew only crude physical techniques. Dako Han thought that he'd pour all his inner energy into crushing him. Pointing toward the protagonist with a mocking expression, he told him to get up there. Young Master Wa looked toward the arena with a joking expression, saying how murderous Dako Han seemed. Venom Fox angrily urged the protagonist to crush him. Once the protagonist stood on the arena, Dako Han glared at him and said why Yunwal was unlucky. The protagonist adjusted his fist guard and told him to watch his mouth. Dako Han, angry, raised his sword and said he'd crush that mouth first. He then slammed his sword onto the ground, the blast destroying the whole arena. People stared with interest as the protagonist watched his opponent, thinking that since it was an orthodox match, he had planned to go easy. Dako Han glared intensely, calling him a merchant worm and asking if he understood his place now. Hearing that, the protagonist finally grew angry. He lightly tapped the floor with his foot, and the whole arena collapsed instantly. Dako Han froze, sweating, staring at him and saying, "What?" The protagonist smiled slightly and said, "Know my place, you say?" Then he positioned himself, preparing to fight, and added that he liked that Dako Han would get special treatment from him. In the next moment, the arena lay broken as someone shouted that it had been shattered to pieces. The old judge turned toward the alliance leader. After a brief pause, the alliance leader raised his hand and instructed that the match proceed as planned, ensuring the spectators were not harmed. Inside the ruined arena, the protagonist and his opponent faced each other. Sweat ran down the opponent's face as he thought about how a single step had released such overwhelming power, questioning how much the protagonist had trained in external martial arts. Still, he convinced himself that this was probably all the protagonist had. He attacked in an instant. The protagonist remained still, expression blank, until lightning suddenly formed around his hand, and an illusory fist shattered the attack. The opponent's thoughts froze in shock at the sight of inner energy. From the audience, the siblings watched, and the young master quietly acknowledged that his earlier choice had been the right one. Lightning gathered again in the protagonist's hands as both fighters prepared to clash. As the protagonist threw a punch and the opponent drew his sword, the opponent realized that the protagonist's external and internal energy were perfectly balanced. Taking the punch head-on, he recognized that this was not just deep internal power, and that even as the son of a merchant group, the protagonist moved like a top martial master. No wonder Ouyang Sang had been defeated. The protagonist suddenly stopped attacking and questioned where the overwhelming force used to break the arena had gone, noting the opponent's excessive caution. Enraged, the opponent shouted back, only for the protagonist to flick the sword away with 2 fingers. Shock struck as memories resurfaced his father's harsh rebuke, the shame of losing balance, failing to master even the first stance of the heaven-destroying art, and whispers from others questioning his worth as the future patriarch. Back in the present, the opponent clenched his teeth, refusing to yield. He picked up his sword again, insisting he still had not shown his true strength. From the audience, the young master reacted in shock. The opponent declared his name and lineage and launched the heaven-destroying art. The protagonist observed calmly, recognizing the technique that concentrated all power into a single point. As the attack neared, he raised his hand and spoke coldly about the unity of sword and body, lightning flashing as he pointed out that while the sword was heavy, the opponent's mind was scattered. The clash sent shockwaves through the arena. Some spectators shielded themselves, while the young master protected Venom Fox. The alliance leader and the old judge watched closely as a massive crack tore through the ground. When the dust settled, the opponent knelt heavily, barely conscious, realizing in disbelief that his strength was dispersing everywhere. He asked how it was possible. The protagonist answered in a cold voice, expressing disappointment and stating that the Dako clan did not seem special after all, making it clear why the opponent had still not been recognized. Those words triggered buried memories. The opponent recalled a voice from the past, calling him an empty cart, making noise without substance. Panic surged through him as he muttered in denial, his mind unraveling. Grinding his teeth, he launched another reckless attack, cursing repeatedly. Inside his head, questions spiraled, why his attacks would not work, why the protagonist remained calm, and how those eyes could be so steady. Watching the desperate struggle, the protagonist reflected that children raised within powerful clans often carried inner demons more violent than those forged through hardship. Expectations and scrutiny cut deeper than any blade. When the body grew strong, but the mind remained weak, collapse was inevitable. What such people needed was a single clue to grasp and the composure to recognize it. He loosened his fist. Seeing this, the opponent suddenly understood. The heaven-destroying art was meant to gather scattered energy into one point, encasing drifting inner energy firmly. With renewed determination, he resolved to attack again. The opponent unleashed the heaven-destroying art once more. The protagonist dodged cleanly, acknowledging the success, then calmly stated that it was fortunate his opponent faced someone from the Orthodox faction. In the next instant, a punch sent the opponent flying out of the arena. Nearly unconscious on the ground, he stared upward in disbelief, realizing the gap was far beyond what his heaven-destroying art could reach. Even then, he struggled back to his feet, gripping his sword and insisting on continuing, swearing he would land his attack properly this time. An authoritative voice cut through the chaos, stopping both of them. The Alliance leader appeared, reprimanding Dako Han for failing to realize that the Fist Warrior had been holding back. He warned that further disgrace would not only shame him, but the entire Dako clan, urging him to take the defeat as a lesson and train harder. Hearing this, Dako Han dropped his sword and bowed respectfully, admitting his loss. He then walked away from the arena. The announcer declared the Fist Warrior the winner. Nearby, an observer commented that while it was a pity not to defeat Dako Han personally, this outcome was better, saving that satisfaction for later. The scene shifted back to the battle arena. The young master approached the protagonist and said that he had learned a great deal and congratulated him on his victory. The protagonist replied that the young master was too kind. Nearby, a warrior sat quietly on a bench, watching the protagonist with focus. Inside his mind, he analyzed the previous battle, realizing that the protagonist had hidden his inner energy until facing Dako Han. He concluded that the man was more calculating than he appeared and resolved to fight carefully, at the very least avoiding the fate Dako Han suffered. He recalled Dako Han's fighting style, which relied on overwhelming strength, and how it had failed completely. Though the protagonist was far superior in pure skill, the warrior believed he possessed one advantage: information. His thoughts drifted to a memory from his past, sitting with his grandfather while playing a tile game. After losing again, he admitted his defeat and asked how his grandfather always managed to win. His grandfather replied that acting with certainty without calculation was the habit of amateurs. He then reminded him that those who carried the blood of Namgung must always rise above the board, control the flow, and never become mere pawns. The way of a Namgung clan was to read the board and command it. Holding green tiles in his hand, the warrior smiled faintly at the memory. Looking down at the board, he placed a tile and decided that the first step was to pull his opponent onto his own board. Back in the present, the warrior stood up and drew his sword as the announcement echoed, calling the strongest swordsman of Namgung to the sparring platform. The protagonist tightened his stance, preparing himself. The two stepped onto the battlefield, facing each other. Voices from the crowd rang out, some cheering for Namgung, others shouting for the protagonist to tear him apart. Observing his opponent's calm demeanor, the protagonist noted that he seemed steadier and more serious than Dako Han and decided to make the first move. He attacked, but his opponent received the strike without his center wavering. The protagonist recognized the ruler's unrivaled sword art. The opponent announced the third technique and unleashed the ruler's 8 slashes. Despite the flurry, the protagonist remained unmoved, standing firm as the sword energy formed a defensive barrier. From the audience, the young master realized that the technique, normally meant to shave away inner energy, was being used as a specialized defense. Within the barrier, the opponent calculated that touching the sword energy would wear down inner energy, leaving vaulting over the empty space above as the only clean path through. He waited to see what choice the protagonist would make. Smiling, the protagonist remarked that it seemed like an attempt to lure him into jumping. Instead, he charged forward directly. To the opponent's shock, the barrier held, but sweat formed on his face as he realized the protagonist was forcing his way in head-on. Calling him a lunatic, he braced himself. In the next instant, the protagonist landed a fist to his stomach, sending him flying. With a smile, he remarked that he wanted to see how long his opponent could hold out while overthinking. From the ground, the opponent questioned whether fists alone could really break such a technique. Forcing himself to calm down, he resolved to retake control and attack first. He launched a renewed assault, but every strike was calmly defended and deflected with minimal effort. The audience gasped as they realized none of the attacks were landing. Watching closely, the protagonist acknowledged that his opponent was holding out well and had clearly been trained properly by the Sword Emperor. Still, he knew that surpassing the Sword Emperor was inevitable if he was to become the strongest under heaven. This young warrior was already using the Namgung clan's ultimate techniques. Feeling a spark of excitement, the protagonist recognized the fight as valuable preparation for his eventual battle against the Sword Emperor. Straining under the pressure, the Namgung warrior swung his sword in a wide arc, grinding his teeth in frustration as the clash continued. At the same time, his opponent realized that none of his slashes were landing properly. As he continued exchanging blows, a realization slowly formed in his mind. The sequence of attacks was repeating: palm strikes, fist strikes, kicks, then back again. There was a pattern hidden within the chaos. When a kick came in and was blocked, he suddenly understood what should come next. He moved forward, confident that he had finally read the flow correctly. However, the moment he acted on that assumption, he was proven wrong. The protagonist's response shattered his expectation completely. The impact was not just physical, it shook his mind. He realized in disbelief that this was not ordinary fist martial arts. The techniques carried an unfamiliar element that disrupted his perception and rhythm entirely. Memories from the past surfaced, moments spent playing board games with his grandfather. He finally understood what had gone wrong. From the very beginning, there had never been a fixed board. He had been trying to control something that could not be controlled. Another heavy strike landed, sending him reeling. In that moment, the difference became clear. The Namgung clan's way was to dominate the board and dictate every move. But the man standing before him was someone who destroyed the board itself. Blood trickled down his face as he collapsed to the ground. Around them, spectators murmured in shock, unable to believe how decisively the Namgung clan was being overwhelmed. Someone rushed to his side in concern, pointing out the blood on his forehead. But his attention had already shifted elsewhere. His eyes locked onto a familiar figure within the crowd. Lady Bakley. Slowly standing back up, he smiled bitterly to himself. He questioned how he could have suffered such a complete defeat. All his life, he had believed the world was a board he could manipulate at will. Lifting his blood-stained hand in front of his eyes, he looked through it toward the protagonist and finally understood the truth. The board he thought he ruled was no larger than the palm of his own hand. With that realization, he bowed deeply and accepted defeat, acknowledging that the encounter had taught him a great deal. The protagonist simply closed his eyes and smiled, offering a brief remark before turning away. As he left the arena, the defeated warrior vowed silently that he would challenge him again one day, determined to construct a board that could not be broken so easily. Soon after, the announcer officially declared the Fist Warrior as the winner of the semi-final match. Not long after, another warrior approached the protagonist and greeted him enthusiastically, praising his performance. This man was known as the Golden Sandsword, Action. His energetic demeanor made it clear that he was eager for a future clash. The protagonist, observing his behavior, felt only mild irritation at the noise. Their interaction was interrupted when another martial artist appeared, asserting that he would be the one advancing to the finals. The tension between the two semi-finalists rose instantly. The announcer soon stepped in and declared the beginning of the semi-final match between the Plum Blossom Wanderer and the Golden Sandsword. Amid the rising excitement, shouts, and anticipation filling the arena, the protagonist ignored everything around him. His thoughts drifted to a much simpler concern. He was hungry. The scene shifted as the second semi-final was about to begin. The referee formally announced the start of the match between the Plum Blossom Wanderer and the Golden Sandsword. As the two fighters stood facing each other, the Golden Sandsword drew his weapon and immediately advanced without hesitation, declaring his intent through action alone. Activating Gale Rush, he leapt into the air and descended with a powerful, aggressive strike. The Plum Blossom Wanderer met the attack head-on, blocking it with a solid and refined counter, showcasing the strength of Manhwa's swordsmanship. From the crowd, spectators observed closely. One noted how flashy and aggressive the Manhwa fighter appeared, while another reflected on the reputation of the Manhwa sect, how its disciples fought as if staking their lives, showing no hesitation in their blades. Watching the exchange, it seemed at first glance that the Plum Blossom Wanderer might overwhelm his opponent. However, the Golden Sandsword remained smiling throughout the clash, an unsettling calm in the midst of the battle. As the Plum Blossom Wanderer prepared his next technique, he unleashed the 24 moves Plum Blossom Sword Technique, leaping high and bringing down a powerful, descending strike. The Golden Sand Sword responded effortlessly. With a composed expression, he adjusted his stance and countered, acknowledging through his actions that his opponent always fought at full strength. Then, activating his own technique, Golden Thread Needle, countless strands of energy manifested around the Plum Blossom Wanderer. The threads bound him completely before he could escape, and with overwhelming control, the Golden Sand Sword slammed him into the ground. The impact shattered the arena floor beneath them. Struggling against the bindings, the Plum Blossom Wanderer attempted to rise, but was unable to break free. The Golden Sand Sword placed his blade near his opponent's throat, making the outcome unmistakably clear. Recognizing the situation, the Plum Blossom Wanderer finally exhaled and accepted defeat, exhausted from the fight and acknowledging that he had lost once again. The referee then declared that the finalists of the Dragon Phoenix tournament had been decided. The Golden Sand Sword helped his opponent back to his feet, signaling respect rather than hostility. Shortly after, the referee announced the two finalists, the Golden Sand Sword and the Fist Warrior. As the final match approached, the atmosphere within the arena intensified. The referee announced the beginning of the final battle, and the crowd erupted with excitement. Some spectators believed the Golden Sand Sword, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, would undoubtedly claim victory. Others argued that the Fist Warrior still seemed to be hiding his true strength and would emerge victorious instead. When both finalists stepped onto the arena and faced one another, the referee stood between them to confirm their readiness. With no delay after the signal to begin, the Golden Sand Sword immediately launched a powerful kick toward the protagonist. The protagonist raised his arms and blocked the strike cleanly. As the impact resonated through his body, he calmly assessed the situation, noting with interest that a swordsman had chosen to open the fight with close combat techniques rather than drawing his blade. The protagonist caught his opponent's leg firmly and, with a swift and controlled motion, spun him through the air. Even while being swung airborne, the Golden Sand Sword remained calm, immediately assessing the situation and recognizing the counter for what it was. Mid-spin, he drew his sword and adjusted his grip, deliberately shifting into a reverse grip technique. Using the momentum, he flipped his body in the air and forced the protagonist back toward the ground. Rising higher, he activated his Golden Sand Sword technique, moving violently through the air before releasing Golden Thread Needle. Thin streams of energy spread rapidly throughout the surrounding space. As the protagonist observed the web forming around him, he identified the technique and quickly realized something was unusual. The particles were not ordinary sand, but grains infused with inner energy, suspended and controlled with extreme precision. Carefully testing his assumption, the protagonist reached out and touched one of the particles. When it responded to his control, he confirmed his understanding. At that moment, the Golden Sand Sword attempted to complete his attack, but the threads abruptly halted midair. The sudden stop shocked the spectators. Even the judges were stunned by what they witnessed. The Golden Sand Sword realized that he had not stopped the technique himself. His opponent had forcibly taken control of it. The protagonist gathered the scattered threads onto a single point, condensing them around his finger before redirecting them outward. The strands wrapped tightly around his opponent, completely restraining him from all sides. The control was so precise that the threads were barely visible. Trapped and unable to resist, the Golden Sand Sword understood the gap between them. He recognized that the technique had been replicated and surpassed after being seen only once. The realization felt like standing before an insurmountable wall. The protagonist calmly withdrew the energy threads, releasing his opponent. Acknowledging the result, the Golden Sand Sword bowed in defeat. The crowd erupted in confusion and awe, many unable to comprehend how the sand had turned against its original wielder. One of the judges silently observed, realizing that this level of control exceeded what ordinary martial artists could even perceive. The implications of the protagonist's potential were deeply unsettling. As the two fighters stood facing each other, the Golden Sand Sword openly acknowledged the overwhelming difference between them and expressed his desire for another spar in the future. The protagonist accepted without hesitation. Seeing the outcome clearly, the judges concluded that the champion of the Dragon Phoenix tournament had been decided. The announcement confirmed the Fist Warrior as the victor. The crowd reacted with mixed emotions, excitement, disbelief, and pride. One of the protagonist's companions rose in celebration, overwhelmed by the result. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure quietly departed the arena, remarking on how formidable the younger generation had become. He moved swiftly across rooftops until he reached his destination. Upon arriving at a secluded residence, he entered and formally reported on the rising talents of the orthodox factions, noting that while some showed promise, they were still immature. The leader, satisfied with the assessment, decided to proceed with a revised plan. As questions arose, another individual entered the room, revealing that someone existed whom even the Heavenly Demon and the Sword Demon had failed to defeat. The newcomer was identified as the captain of the secret demon corps of the Myriad Demon Palace, Okyung. His presence immediately commanded respect. After issuing brief instructions, he left the others to prepare. The leader then issued new orders. The individual who had escaped the demon's grasp was expected to head toward the Murim Alliance, requiring a shift in focus. A formation was ordered to be established between the Murim Alliance and Gurung Gorge. Once the Dragon Phoenix tournament concluded, the plan was set in motion to eliminate the rising talents as they returned home. The Alliance leader looked toward the arena and calmly judged the situation. From his perspective, it was already clear that the outcome of this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament had been decided and that the champion was no longer in doubt. Near the stands, the protagonist's friend and the Venom Fox enjoyed the moment in their own way. They did not fully grasp how everything had unfolded so quickly, but the result was obvious. The protagonist had emerged victorious. The announcer then formally called the key figures forward, requesting the Fist Warrior, Golden Sandsword, and Namgung's strongest swordsman to step onto the platform. Namgung's strongest swordsman was momentarily surprised when he realized his name had been called. As the Alliance leader addressed him directly, he immediately responded with proper respect. The Alliance leader presented him with the Supreme Star Blade, explaining that it was a sword he personally treasured and offering it to him. Upon hearing this, Namgung Wai reflected inwardly with admiration. He had once believed that the Murim Alliance leader would never bestow such a gift upon someone affiliated with the Rulers Association, and he recognized that his assumption had been misplaced. With a composed smile, he accepted the sword and resolved to treasure it. The Alliance leader then called the next name, Maxian. Maxian stepped onto the stage, where the Alliance leader praised him as a once-in-a-century genius and acknowledged how impressive his performance had been throughout the tournament. Maxian responded with humility, stating that compared to the young hero from the Yunha merchant group, he still had much room to grow. The Alliance leader reacted with an amused smile, clearly aware that Maxian already understood the situation. Maxian confirmed that it would have been impossible not to notice. The Alliance leader then shifted his attention to the sword and asked whether Maxian had chosen a name for it. Maxian answered respectfully, expressing his wish to name it the Golden Sand Sword. The Alliance leader accepted this without objection, noting that the name aligned well with Maxian's sword art. After settling that matter, the Alliance leader turned his gaze toward the true winner and instructed him to remain behind for a moment. As night fell, the scene shifted to the Alliance grounds, now filled with gathered figures. The Alliance leader issued a series of firm commands, directing the White Dragon squad to secure the perimeter, ordering the elders to form a defensive formation centered on the platform, and instructing everyone else to withdraw below it. Each order was acknowledged immediately. From the sidelines, the protagonist stood quietly with a wooden box in his hands. The Venom Fox and the young master watched him closely. Confused by the situation, the Venom Fox questioned what was happening, and the young master explained that in the Murim, consuming an elixir was the most dangerous moment for a martial artist. During that time, one could not defend oneself, and even a slight mistake could result in energy deviation. Because of this risk, it was evident that the Alliance leader intended to personally oversee and protect the protagonist. The Venom Fox remained puzzled, wondering why the Alliance leader was showing such consideration. When he looked again, he noticed the Alliance leader silently signaling for restraint. The young master then explained that the Alliance leader had always treated juniors in this manner. Hearing this, the Venom Fox reflected inwardly that while not everyone in the Jianghu was extraordinary, the Alliance leader truly stood out as an impressive figure. Amid the controlled activity, The Alliance leader instructed the protagonist to consume the item immediately and assured him that he could take as much time as needed. While the protagonist circulated his energy, the Alliance leader and the Alliance members would stand guard. The protagonist paused briefly, then sat down at the center of the gathering. He opened the wooden box, revealing a century-old purified ginseng, and swallowed it whole. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate. Memories of his past life surfaced, and he reflected on how unimaginable it once would have been back when he lived as a mere wanderer to have others standing guard for his sake. The Venom Fox reacted with visible excitement, but the young master stopped him at once. The Alliance leader also maintained a calm, steady gaze. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued meditating, a faint blue form gradually taking shape within his dantian. He sensed that an entirely different Jianghu was unfolding before him, far removed from the lonely life he had once known. After some time, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes. Clenching his fist, he assessed the result internally. Thanks to the azurite essence, the absorption of the century-old purified ginseng had taken far less time than expected, and a cultivation had reached the 9th level. He then informed the Alliance leader that the process was complete. The Alliance leader expressed surprise at how quickly it had ended and questioned whether the protagonist was truly all right. The protagonist rose calmly from where he had been sitting and indicated that there was nothing wrong with him. Seeing this, the Alliance leader allowed him to withdraw. However, the Alliance leader was still clearly surprised by how quickly everything had concluded and asked if there were any lingering issues. At that moment, the atmosphere turned slightly awkward when the protagonist admitted that he was extremely hungry. The Alliance leader laughed at the unexpected response and decided that, under the circumstances, he should treat the winner to a proper meal. From the back, the Venom Fox loudly reacted, realizing that everything was finally over and openly complaining about his own hunger. The Alliance leader glanced in their direction and told the protagonist to call his friends over as well. After a brief pause, the protagonist agreed. The scene then shifted to the dining hall. Everyone sat together at the same table and began eating. The Venom Fox ate stiffly and awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable with the setting. While eating, the protagonist quietly observed him and noted inwardly that Shulmyungo was unusually quiet, likely because he was sitting in front of the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader soon turned his attention to the Venom Fox and casually brought up his nickname. Hearing this, the Venom Fox became visibly embarrassed and hurriedly clarified his proper title and name. The Alliance leader responded with a gentle smile, acknowledging it and asking whether he had gotten used to the umbrella he was now using. The Venom Fox answered hesitantly, and the Alliance leader commented that it must feel quite different from the one he had used before, encouraging him to continue working hard. The Venom Fox immediately affirmed this with renewed nervousness. Watching the exchange, the young master found the situation amusing and smiled to himself. Noticing this, the Alliance leader shifted his attention to him and confirmed his identity as the young head of the Wa clan. After receiving confirmation, the Alliance leader asked about his father and the state of the villagers. The young master responded politely, though sweat rolled down his face, clearly surprised that the Alliance leader knew such details. As this conversation continued, the protagonist quietly focused on his meal and reflected that there seemed to be something hidden behind the exchange. The Alliance leader then reassured the young master, explaining that he had received multiple reports regarding the Wa clan's covert actions during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs. Seeing the young master falter slightly, the Alliance leader set down his chopsticks and spoke firmly, reminding him that as the descendant of a great clan, losing composure was a form of disrespect toward his ancestors, who had once been his comrades in arms. He emphasized that such behavior should be avoided, especially in front of him. The young master accepted the admonition and resolved to remember it. The Alliance leader then addressed everyone seriously, explaining that since the Wa clan had begun moving again, it was important for them to know that the Fist King and Moyon Chu had gone silent. As for the Sword King, a letter had already been sent, ordering him to return to the Murim Alliance for the time being. He instructed the young master to relay this situation to his father as well. The young master acknowledged this without hesitation. The Alliance leader added that if the demonic faction began seeking revenge, the Wa clan and the others involved would need to be especially cautious. Everyone present agreed to take extra care. The Alliance leader then turned his gaze to the protagonist and told him that he needed to become far stronger than he already was. He explained that he wanted the protagonist to become the hidden sword of the Orthodox faction. Although winning the tournament would spread his name to some extent, the protagonist had not yet gained true fame, meaning the demonic faction was still unaware of his existence. For now, their attention would remain focused on figures like the Alliance leader himself. He made sure the protagonist understood this point. The protagonist acknowledged this calmly. Inwardly, however, he noted that his own objective aligned perfectly with what had just been said. At that moment, the Venom Fox spoke up, admitting that he was completely lost and had not understood most of the discussion. The protagonist responded bluntly, making it clear that he did not need to know any of it. After the meal concluded, the Alliance leader stood and excused himself, explaining that it was late and that he needed to prepare for the Dragon Phoenix tournament the following day. Everyone present respectfully wished him a safe journey. After he left, the young master mentioned that since Yunseal had a spar scheduled for the next day, he would walk her back first, then suggested that the men gather for drinks afterward. The protagonist agreed, while the Venom Fox jokingly commented that the young master was quite the drinker now that he knew him better. As the Alliance leader departed, he overheard their exchange and smiled quietly to himself. Later, while walking through a corridor, the Alliance leader suddenly stopped and sharply sensed a presence. Two figures emerged from the shadows, greeting him after a long absence. Moments later, another man appeared, carrying an injured person over his shoulder. Recognizing him immediately, the Alliance leader reacted in shock, identifying the Sword Emperor and noticing the injured man beside him. The Sword Emperor confirmed the Alliance leader's suspicion, revealing that the injured man was indeed the Sword King's disciple, and that the Sword King had been attacked. Hello guys, I hope you're all doing well. First of all, thank you so much for the amazing response to the last action story video. As a token of gratitude, I'm uploading another action-packed story video for you. I'll pin the link to that video in the description. After watching this video, make sure to check out the link and enjoy even more action. The scene shifts to a quiet room where a doctor finishes treating the Sword King's disciple. The Alliance leader waits nearby with a long-haired man who carried the injured disciple there. After examining the wounds, the doctor confirms that the injuries are not life-threatening, but stresses that the disciple will need complete rest. The Alliance leader acknowledges the doctor's work, and once the doctor leaves, he turns his attention to the long-haired man, asking how everything happened. The long-haired man explains that he was also attacked by members of the demonic faction. There were two figures who appeared to be leaders, accompanied by 12 others. Even after cutting them down, none of them died, as if their bodies were immune to blades. This shocks the Alliance leader. After a brief pause, the long-haired man adds that it did not feel like ordinary blade resistance, but rather the effect of some kind of spell. After escaping, he went to the Sword King's residence out of concern, only to find that the Sword King was already gone. The Alliance leader reflects on the situation, mentioning Moyong Chu, the Fist King, and now even the Sword King. The long-haired man reacts in shock upon realizing that Wu Xing is also involved. The Alliance leader confirms that the demonic faction is killing people across multiple locations. He immediately issues orders, summoning both the Cloud Dragon Squad and the White Dragon Squad. The Cloud Dragon Squad is instructed to split up and investigate traces of the demonic faction, while the White Dragon Squad is assigned to protect the rising talents participating in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The Alliance leader notes that the demonic faction's movements are completely different from their actions during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs and states that preparations must be made until their true objective is uncovered. The scene then shifts to an inn near the Murim Alliance. Inside, the protagonist, the young master, and their companions sit together around a dining table. They order wine and food before the conversation turns more personal. The young master asks Venom Fox about his earlier claim of running a gambling house. Venom Fox explains that he once operated a gambling den and had already mentioned this to the Alliance leader during their first meeting. He recalls advice from an old man who told him that living well in the present mattered more than dwelling on the past. Taking that advice to heart, Venom Fox decided to move forward, leaving the past behind. The young master agrees with this outlook, affirming that the past should remain in the past. Venom Fox then asks about the young master's clan and why it is regarded as a great clan by the Alliance leader. The young master explains that his ancestor, the first clan head, originally had no name and lived only as a tool who killed or obeyed orders without question. His first name, Wa Sam, reflected his low standing. Later, while delivering a letter to Cloud Dragonfalls, he met the Wudong Sword Immortal, who gave him a new name, Wal Wunryong. Being called by that name made him feel human for the first time in his life, even though he was already an adult. After a short pause, the young master explains that this moment marked the true beginning of the Wa clan, a clan born from a man finally being treated as a person. He admits that the story became long because it is a past he does not feel the need to hide. The protagonist then raises his glass, suggesting they drink together. He lightly points out the strange mix the three of them represent: a descendant of an assassin, a former gambling den owner, and the son of a merchant group. As more wine is poured, the young master notes that perhaps the reason the liquor tastes so good is because the table is full of such unusual people. Venom Fox responds with a relaxed smile, remarking that drinking companions are better the more unfamiliar they are. At that moment, a brown-haired boy suddenly appears beside their table, drawing shocked looks from everyone present. Venom Fox recognizes him immediately and reacts with a grin. The boy, clearly annoyed by the attention, brushes it off and explains that he only came to grab a drink before leaving. He takes a seat at their table and mentions that after losing his match, he stayed to watch the tournament all the way to the finals. He casually adds that the protagonist went easy on him during their fight. As the protagonist pours wine, he gives the boy an awkward look. The boy quietly sips his drink while studying the young master, who in turn observes him carefully, thinking to himself. With a tired sigh, the boy pulls out a pouch of coins and places it on the table, commenting that it is his first time drinking such expensive wine. He then stands up, thanks them for the drink, and turns toward the protagonist, expressing his wish to spar again in the future. Immediately after, he leaps away and disappears. The young master laughs softly, realizing that the boy came specifically to pay the wager. Venom Fox jokes that they should have included the person who lost 30,000 Niang in their toast as well. Holding the coin pouch, the young master insists that he cannot keep all of it since he did not even fight. The protagonist refuses, pointing out that he has no reason to take it and that the amount does not even cover the cost of the gauntlets. The young master keeps pushing the money toward him, but the protagonist firmly declines. Watching the exchange, Venom Fox thinks to himself how ridiculous rich people can be. The scene shifts to the next day at the main venue of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Among the crowd, spectators comment on how extraordinary this year's tournament has been, especially the highly anticipated match between the Snow Phoenix and the greatest beauty of Jiangnan. Sitting together, the young master thanks the protagonist for cheering for Yinseal as well, and the protagonist responds that it was no trouble at all. Venom Fox loudly cheers for Lady Hua. Lady Hua charges forward and lands the first strike. Her opponent attempts to block, but the impact knocks the sword from her hand. Lady Hua apologizes while holding her blade and immediately presses the attack again. Just as she prepares to deliver a decisive strike, her opponent counters with a powerful punch to her stomach, sending her flying through the air. Watching this, the young master realizes that body techniques are involved, while Venom Fox reacts in disbelief. Lady Hua rises again, regains her composure, and smiles as she acknowledges that her opponent has trained in body techniques as well. Her opponent explains that she learned a few techniques when she was young and states that mastering body techniques first allows one to overpower opponents regardless of other skills. Observing the fight, the protagonist reflects that Lady Hua has not forgotten her training, but also notes that she is still hesitant in her movements and has a long way to go. As the protagonist prepares to leave, Venom Fox asks where he is going. The protagonist explains that Lady Hua is likely to win for now and that he needs to handle remaining matters related to Ouyang Seng. Having left the Yunhe merchant group unattended for too long, he decides to go ahead while the others stay to watch more matches. Night falls as the scene shifts to a forest path. Walking alone, the protagonist realizes it has become much later than expected due to dealing with Ouyang Seng's affairs and decides to rest for the night nearby. He recalls a past moment involving unfinished documents and the detained Ouyang young masters. Thinking it over, he reassures himself that he had them released and that the Moyang clan's guard squad should still be stationed at the Yunhe merchant group. Thanks to the Moyang clan head, he feels safe heading toward the Murim Alliance. Reflecting on the journey, he realizes how much he has gained. Immunity to poison from the century-old purified ginseng, the White Lightning 10-phase art reaching its 9th phase, a rare pair of gauntlets, and valuable new connections. One step into the Murim has yielded tremendous results. Continuing through the forest, he encounters two merchants traveling together. They discuss the outcome of the Dragon Phoenix tournament, initially assuming the Snow Phoenix won. One of them clarifies that the winner was someone unaffiliated with both the Rulers Association and the Murim Alliance. Hearing this, the protagonist realizes that Lady Hua did not win after all and recalls hearing the name Baekyak. Lost in thought, he suddenly notices a beautiful girl standing in front of him. Smiling, she reveals that she skipped the awards ceremony and chased him down after the tournament. The woman removes her hat, and the protagonist studies her appearance. She looks unfamiliar, her figure clearly different from that of women from the Central Plains. Her physique resembles that of someone naturally suited for martial arts rather than trained later in life. She reveals that she is the winner of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. After a brief, awkward pause, the protagonist offers a simple congratulations. As he listens, he notices that her manner of speaking feels unusual. She then introduces herself as Baekyak, explaining that she was impressed by his sparring and deliberately sought him out. With confidence, she requests a final match between the dragon and the phoenix. The protagonist declines and continues on his way, making it clear that he is in a hurry. Baekyak grows irritated and insists, emphasizing that she ran a long distance just to challenge him and that it would only take a moment. Nearby merchants overhear part of the exchange and completely misunderstand the situation, reacting with amused assumptions. The protagonist, however, only becomes more aware of how strange her way of speaking is. Suddenly, Baekyak bumps into him. Annoyed, the protagonist turns toward her with hostility, making it clear that if she were an enemy, he would fight her immediately. Startled, she hurriedly denies having any hostile intent. He tells her that they can fight another time and starts to leave. At that moment, something catches his attention. A faint but unmistakable scent reaches him. He immediately recognizes it as the smell of blood. His focus shifts toward a hut hidden within the forest, where the scent is coming from. As Baekyak tries to continue speaking, the protagonist suddenly breaks into a sprint toward the hut. He reaches it quickly, opens the door, and is met with a gruesome scene, dead bodies scattered inside, blood spilled across the floor. While examining the interior, Baekyak follows him inside. She realizes that he tracked the location purely by scent and notes that the extinguished lights suggest no one entered the hut before them. Moving deeper, the protagonist identifies the victims: 3 underworld thugs, a waiter, and a cook. Even people with no martial arts training were killed. Checking one of the bodies, he determines that they died roughly a day ago. Their backs were deliberately broken, indicating they were tortured and left to die slowly. This method does not match the underworld or unorthodox factions. Whoever committed this had no hesitation killing civilians. As she watches him, Baekyak senses the intense killing intent radiating from the protagonist. Without warning, he rushes out of the hut at full speed. As he runs, he becomes certain that the perpetrators belong to the demonic faction. The scene shifts to another location. A man arrives outside a house and enters to find several people already gathered inside. Their leader sits calmly, holding a scroll, and notes the arrival of the youngest member while dismissing an escort group. The newcomer reports that a single person is watching them from nearby. One member reacts with irritation, but the leader remains composed and begins issuing orders, instructing some to check the surroundings while assigning others elsewhere. A loud voice suddenly cuts through the night from outside the house, ordering everyone inside to come out. The people within freeze in shock as the voice follows up, making it clear that it can enter if they refuse. Fear spreads through the group, and weapons are quickly drawn. The group steps outside, where they find the protagonist standing calmly in front of them. He explains that someone was killed at the inn down the road, and that he is questioning anyone nearby. The leader claims they are merely escort guards and porters from a small establishment, resting on their return journey, and insists they have nothing to do with the incident. The protagonist shows no concern for the explanation. He points out inconsistencies in their story, calmly narrowing his questions. As tension rises, one of the men secretly prepares a concealed explosive. Before the protagonist can react, the grenade is thrown. The explosion erupts, filling the area with smoke, debris, and dust. Amid the chaos, the group immediately moves into formation. The protagonist remains standing in the center of the blast zone, completely unharmed. As the smoke swirls around him, he recognizes the techniques being used as ancient demonic arts. The group launches a full assault. Their leader orders them to kill him without hesitation, but before the command can be finished, the protagonist strikes first. A single punch crushes the leader's face and sends him flying across the ground. Before the man can recover, a second blow caves in his chest, killing him instantly. The remaining members falter in terror. One tries to react, but the protagonist moves faster than their eyes can follow. A punch obliterates one man's head on the spot. Another looks around desperately, unable to track the protagonist's movements, before being struck from above and slammed in the ground, his skull shattered on impact. As the protagonist withdraws his hand, he briefly notes that despite their fear, the group was still well trained. The remaining members charge again. Lightning begins to gather around the protagonist's hand as he activates the incomplete form of the white lightning 10-phase art. The sky flashes brightly. Panic spreads through the attackers, but before they can respond, lightning crashes down upon them. The remaining enemies are burned to death instantly. From a distance, Baek-yak watches in silence, noticing that he is fighting despite previously refusing to spar. Standing among the still-burning bodies, the protagonist notices a signal flare near one of the corpses. He realizes the group was only a diversion, meant to call reinforcements. Without hesitation, he fires the flare into the sky, prepared to kill whoever answers it. Not long after, a man wearing an unusual hat appears in the forest and approaches cautiously. Upon reaching a safe distance, he studies the protagonist and realizes he is not affiliated with the Murim Alliance or the Rulers Association. The protagonist responds casually, making it clear that he is alone. The man wearing the hat questions the protagonist's background, first suspecting a connection to the Orthodox faction, then the underworld. Each assumption is denied calmly. When pressed further, the protagonist identifies himself only as the son of a merchant and states that one of them will die here, demanding the man's affiliation. The man introduces himself as Oh Kyung, a captain of the Myriad Demon Palace's secret demon corps. The name is unfamiliar to the protagonist, and he finds it strange that Oh Kyung reveals his identity so easily, noting that his attitude resembles that of a martial artist more than a typical member of the demonic faction. Oh Kyung removes an encrypted cloth hidden within his hat and ignites it, signaling that further explanations are unnecessary. He makes it clear that the encounter will end in death regardless. In the next instant, countless identical clones of Oh Kyung emerge from the forest and sky, completely surrounding the protagonist. At Oh Kyung's command, the clones draw their swords and advance together. The protagonist studies them carefully, unable to determine which body is real or whether the clones are illusions or physical forms. Preparing to counter, he launches a powerful punch, deciding to uncover the truth by destroying every last one. He moves at extreme speed, crushing the clones one after another. However, even after eliminating them all, more identical soldiers immediately appear from the forest and sky. Growing impatient, the protagonist releases his electric energy. Channeling his power into a single strike, he slams his fist into the ground, unleashing violent lightning and thunder. Bolts of white-blue lightning tear through the area, striking both the clones on the ground and those in the air. The entire forest lights up as the clones are annihilated in an instant. Watching from a distance, Oh Kyung is left stunned by the absurdity of the situation. Realizing the danger, he creates a paper bird infused with magic and sends it flying to deliver a warning, recognizing the protagonist as a serious risk factor that must be reported to the young palace master immediately. Before he can escape, the protagonist suddenly appears above him, standing on a tree branch. Startled, Oh Kyung tears away the last piece of cloth from his hat. In a flash, the protagonist moves behind him, but at that moment, another wave of clones descends from the sky, briefly disrupting his momentum. Using the opening, Oh Kyung attempts to flee. The protagonist reacts instantly, eliminating several clones in rapid succession before closing the distance. He strikes Oh Kyung directly, slamming him into the ground with overwhelming force. As Oh Kyung struggles to recover, surrounded by the remains of his destroyed clones, he realizes the truth of the situation. This operation has failed completely. The white cloth covering Captain Kyung's face begins to burn away. Accepting the outcome, he issues a final order to one of his remaining clone soldiers to retrieve his sword. In his mind, he resolves to take responsibility until the very end. Kyung suddenly grabs hold of the protagonist, restraining him in place. At the same time, the clone soldier rushes forward with his sword raised. As he maintains his grip, Kyung steals his resolve, believing this act to be his final repayment to the Myriad Demon Palace. With a twisted expression, he prepares to sacrifice himself. At the instant the sword is about to strike the protagonist's face, the blade is caught between the protagonist's teeth. Using sheer strength, he shatters the sword into multiple fragments. The sight leaves Kyung completely stunned. The protagonist grows even more enraged, crushing the remaining piece of the blade, still lodged in his mouth. As the fragments fall, he snatches one shard out of the air and drives it straight into Kyung's head, slamming him violently into the ground. Pinning him there, the protagonist releases a concentrated lightning strike directly into Kyung's body. The impact scorches the earth beneath them, cracking the ground and igniting nearby trees as thunderous energy surges outward. A blue lightning aura envelopes the protagonist as he stands calmly amidst the destruction. Internally, he recognizes that the demonic faction he is facing is abnormal, one that does not behave like the demonic faction of his past, yet still seeks to rule the world. He realizes that his former level of power will no longer be sufficient. To confront what lies ahead, he must reach the 10th phase, the realm of enlightenment, where lightning can be wielded without limitation. Only by completing the White Lightning 10-phase art will he be able to stand above all others, becoming the Lightning Emperor when he next unleashes it. At that moment, Baekyak suddenly appears behind him, breaking his concentration. Approaching closer, she makes her presence known and reveals that she has chased after him countless times throughout the day. She then produces the magical paper bird, explaining that she intercepted it while following the sound of the battle, suspecting it carried information related to him. The protagonist immediately understands that the demonic faction had been attempting to pass intelligence about him along. He acknowledges her assistance. Baekyak, however, does not let the moment pass lightly. While observing his hand, she presses the matter of their unresolved spar, clearly unwilling to let it go. The scene then shifts far away to a distant palace. Inside the palace, a cat yawns lazily and wanders through the halls before entering a chamber. As it does, a cloth hanging from the ceiling suddenly ignites on its own. The atmosphere in the room instantly turns tense as those present begin to panic. The members quickly realize that the secret Demon Corps' captain has fallen, though none can comprehend how such a thing could have occurred. Turning their attention to the young palace master, they seek direction. The young palace master responds calmly, urging the gathered clan heads to remain composed. He declares that he will personally investigate the matter. The scene shifts back to the Myriad Demon Palace, where the young palace master is quietly reading when someone announces their presence and enters the room. The man reports the results of the investigation, confirming that Oh Kyung, the captain of the secret Demon Corps, along with the entire squad on standby, has been completely wiped out by a single unidentified martial master. The palace master is visibly shaken by the news. He reflects on Oh Kyung's strength and acknowledges that his downfall was largely caused by traitors within their ranks. Regretfully, he accepts the loss of such a capable subordinate. Honoring Oh Kyung's final wish, he appoints the leader of Squad 1 as the next captain of the secret Demon Corps and orders him to reorganize the unit. The man accepts the command and leaves the room. Left alone, the young palace master sinks in a deep thought. With the failure of this operation, he realizes that the number of clans aligned with the Myriad Demon Palace may decrease. He recalls the foundation of the palace under his father's rule, a place that sheltered orphaned children with talent, raised them through harsh discipline, and passed down demonic arts so they could later repay the palace as its fighting force. However, the betrayal of the Heavenly Demon and the Sword Demon shattered that system. Their formation of the Heavenly Sword Alliance created a force far beyond the palace's control. Their power has already reached a level where even those who have stepped into the realm of kings can be killed with ease. This operation was meant to prove that the Myriad Demon Palace still stood strong, yet it ended in failure. Grief weighs heavily on him as he acknowledges the loss of his most loyal right-hand man. Though his methods were never meant to be ruthless, he questions whether the gap between the palace and the Heavenly Sword Alliance has grown too large to overcome. At that moment, a white cat wanders in, meowing softly before leaping into his lap. As he pets the cat, his thoughts turn darker. He reflects on how the very orphans they fed, sheltered, and raised, just like this cat, have continued to betray them. He wonders whether he, too, must become a demon, someone who schemes relentlessly and betrays without gratitude. Yet even as he strokes the cat, a bitter clarity settles in. The Heavenly Sword Alliance is now stronger than the Myriad Demon Palace. If they came for his life, begging or submission would earn no mercy. There is no other path forward. He resolves to become a demon himself and decides to send a letter to Yu Jonghong, the leader of the Murim Alliance. The scene then shifts to the Yuna Merchant Group's town. As the protagonist returns, he is warmly greeted by familiar faces. His friend reports that nothing major occurred during his absence. The Moyang clan's warriors maintained protection, and the young masters of the Ouyang clan departed a few days earlier. The protagonist acknowledges their efforts, and the Moyang soldiers prepare to return now that he has come back. From a distance, the brown-haired boy notices how late the protagonist has returned. The protagonist casually mentions that matters came up during his absence, and that he ended up winning the Dragon Phoenix tournament. His friend reacts with excitement, while the brown-haired boy is consumed by disbelief and jealousy, unable to accept the result. As the protagonist looks around, he notices that the merchant group seems far more crowded than usual. Before he can think further, a young woman approaches him. She introduces herself as Zhonghua, reminding him of their past meeting at the courtesan house. She explains that thanks to him, she was able to free the girls and leave safely. Now running a small shop of her own, she expresses her gratitude and eagerly invites him to visit later, promising the best hospitality. The protagonist is left confused, trying to process how he became the reason for her new beginning. The protagonist's friend interrupts the moment, explaining that the recent surge of people is likely due to the alliance the protagonist proposed, the Great Merchants Association, created to protect merchants. Not only local traders, but merchant groups of all sizes have begun joining, and as a result, the Yunha Merchant Group has scarcely had a quiet day. The protagonist responds modestly, claiming he did nothing and instead praising Wei Yan for handling things well. Wei Yan, however, has been curious for some time and finally asks about the people accompanying him. At that moment, Baekyak steps forward and introduces herself. She explains that the protagonist told her he would proceed together with her once he returned to the merchant group, so she followed along despite feeling that it was not her place. Her words shock Wei Yan, whose thoughts immediately spiral in the wrong direction. The protagonist quickly intervenes, firmly denying the implication and ordering tea to be brought to the reception room to defuse the situation. Around them, murmurs spread among the group. Some note that this is the first time he has brought a woman with him since recovering his health, while others openly comment on her beauty. Wei Yan laughs it off, joking that he may end up gaining a sister-in-law. After some time, the scene shifts to the training ground, where the protagonist and Baekyak stand facing one another. He asks whether it is truly fine to begin immediately. Baekyak confirms that she would rather spar than waste time on tea. She proposes a match excluding striking techniques, relying only on grappling and body techniques, with defeat decided when a shoulder touches the ground. The protagonist reflects briefly, finding body techniques acceptable but feeling uneasy about grappling with a woman. He voices concern over whether she will be all right, noting that such movements can become rough. Baekyak reassures him, removing her outer garment and explaining that what she is wearing is a martial arts uniform specifically meant for body technique training. He accepts this without further objection, though inwardly he finds both her speech and actions difficult to predict. Announcing her advance, Baekyak rushes forward with remarkable speed. She leaps into the air, moves behind him in an instant, and grips him, criticizing him for lowering his guard. Before she knows finish, the protagonist counters effortlessly, lifting her and holding her upside down in midair. He remarks that it feels as though he could simply slam her into the ground. Suspended helplessly, Baekyak admits he is not wrong, but asks him to try breaking her balance properly instead and requests another chance. He releases her, and she flips through the air, landing cleanly back in position and proposing a rematch. The protagonist agrees, and she attacks again. This time, before she can fully engage, he grabs her clothing and advises her to secure it properly, warning that an opponent may seize it. She acknowledges the advice with a smile. He then questions whether this ends the spar, but Baekyak insists on continuing once more. He reluctantly agrees. They continue sparring non-stop until evening, both growing increasingly exhausted. Even while gasping for breath, Baekyak asks for yet another round. The protagonist observes that he seems to be a level above her in body techniques and suggests that she use inner energy instead, expressing interest in testing her capabilities. As he channels lightning into his clenched fist, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, he feels a chilling sensation. Ice rapidly spreads over his body, freezing him in place. He is stunned, immediately recognizing the technique and realizing that both in the past and now, her mastery of ice arts is extraordinary. As Baekyak approaches, she warns him that if she truly uses inner energy, he will regret it. Confused, the protagonist comments on her deep familiarity with ice arts. He then unleashes lightning once more, recalling that in the Central Plains, all known ice art practitioners disappeared except those belonging to the demonic faction. With a surge of thunderous energy, he shatters the encasing ice and voices a grave suspicion that she may be a descendant of the heavenly demon. Baek Yak confirms it, clarifying that her lineage traces back to the first heavenly demon himself. She reveals that she is a descendant of Baek Mujin. Baek Yak calmly states that, personally, she finds it ridiculous that her ancestor is worshipped as the first heavenly demon. Seeing the protagonist staring at her, she elaborates. She explains that Baek Mujin was not originally the first heavenly demon. He came to be called that because his overwhelming ice-based martial arts inspired fanatic devotion from unstable followers. Later generations who restored his martial arts, or even those who mastered only fragments of it, were also labeled heavenly demons. Among all the greatest martial masters born in turbulent eras, Baek Mujin stood at the very peak. He was known as martial god Baek Mujin. Hearing this, the protagonist reflects inwardly on the fact that Lady Baek is a direct descendant of such a figure. He then admits that he has never once heard of Baek Mujin's bloodline appearing in the Jianghu and asks what happened. After a brief silence, Baek Yak avoids answering directly and instead suggests that they eat while they talk. The scene shifts indoors, where they sit across from each other at a dining table filled with food. Baek Yak eats as though she has not had a proper meal in quite some time. After a while, she remarks that, as expected of the Yunhe merchant group, one of the greatest in the Central Plains, the food is exceptional. Meanwhile, the girl serving them cannot help but think to herself that the young master now has two women around him. The protagonist steers the conversation back to the matter at hand. He asks whether her entire clan left the Central Plains and notes that it does not seem like she came merely to participate in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Baek Yak confirms this. She explains that the creators of their martial art, the White Blossom Divine Art, allowed it to be classified as a demonic art. Only much later did they learn that it caused upheaval in the Jianghu. As a result, prejudice spread throughout the Central Plains that ice arts belonged solely to the demonic faction. Even though her descendants committed no wrongdoing, they have lived under suspicion, as if merely practicing their inherited art were a crime. In truth, her clan has only done what was necessary to preserve Baek Mujin's martial legacy. However, a successor capable of fully mastering the White Blossom Divine Art appears only rarely, sometimes once in several generations. If they remained in a stagnant place without elixirs or worthy rivals, the martial art left behind by the first heavenly demon would inevitably disappear. That is why she came to the Central Plains, to ensure she does not lose what she inherited. And beyond that, she intends to set things right. The protagonist asks what she means by setting things right. In response, Baek Yak forms a spear of ice and casually kills a fly with it. The protagonist calmly observes the display. She then states her true intention, to prove that they are not part of the demonic faction, and she intends to do so by eradicating the demonic faction with her own hands. Inwardly, she acknowledges that she has heard of the many prejudices within the Central Plains, but she does not care. She has a goal. The protagonist repeats her ambition thoughtfully, a faint smile forming on his face. She watches him carefully. He then tells her that it is a fine idea and suggests that the two of them may form a meaningful connection. His reaction surprises her. Internally, he calculates the benefit. If a martial artist of her caliber were to lend her strength against the demonic faction, it would be an enormous gain. The prospect is good enough to bring a genuine smile to his face. Noticing how late it has become, Baek Yak stands and says she should return to her lodging. He agrees, and they rise. Later, after she leaves the house, a group of women wearing hats approaches her. Among them is Baek Ran, her cousin and guard. Baek Ran immediately notices her slightly flushed face and asks if something happened inside. Baek Yak brushes it off, saying it merely felt warm, perhaps because she used intense body techniques for the first time in a while. Baek Ran then asks about the spar. As they walk together, Baek Yak admits she could not defeat him. What he displayed at the Dragon Phoenix tournament must have been only a small fraction of his true ability. Baek Ran, surprised, asks if he is truly that strong, and whether there was anything else. Baek Yak casually answers Baek Ran's question by saying that, more than anything else, the food at the merchant group suits her tastes. Baek Ran teases her, asking whether food has ever not suited her taste, and pointing out her stomach. Baek Yak firmly insists that it is not a belly, but a martial arts pouch. The scene shifts to the next morning. After waking up, Baek Yak stretches and wonders if she ate too much the previous night. She then makes her way to a nearby lake she had heard about, wanting to see it for herself. Standing by the water, she notes that it truly does look as perfect for a walk as people claim. Finishing her stretching, she decides to go for a run and suddenly leaps off a cliff. Unbeknownst to her, the protagonist is already below, training while holding stones in his hands. As she descends, she notices him and immediately realizes the landing will be rough. Just before she crashes, he catches her and calmly asks if she is all right. Shaken and sweating from the fright, she assures him that she is fine. Afterward, as they walk together, she apologizes, explaining that she did not expect anyone to be below the cliff. He tells her not to worry about it. She then asks whether he is also taking a walk. He replies that he always trains and walks by the lake in the mornings. She acknowledges this, and they continue forward in silence. Breaking the quiet, Beckiak suggests that since they are already walking together, they might as well pick up the pace, declaring that she will head out first. He agrees. She begins running toward the lake. The protagonist notices the direction she is heading, surprised. As she steps onto the water's surface and runs across it as part of her morning routine, he observes inwardly how unexpected it is to see a woman treating the technique of stepping on water as something ordinary. Watching her glide across the calm surface, he remarks that her movement art is extraordinary. She glances back only to find that he is already caught up, running over the water as though walking on flat ground. She is shocked. In the Jianghu, only a handful of martial masters are said to be capable of matching her movement art, yet he has done so effortlessly. As they continue forward, he admits that even for him it is not easy to keep up with her speed, but that the challenge is stimulating. Maintaining her pace, she acknowledges that he is amazing as well. When he asks what she said, she brushes it off and instead suggests they run more. He agrees. After running for quite some time, they finally reach the shore, both breathing heavily from exhaustion. Beckiak admits she cannot even tell how far they ran. The protagonist replies that he became so absorbed in competing with her movement arts that they went much farther than intended and suggests heading back. As they return, Beckiak feels her face growing warm again and wonders why she has felt overheated since the previous day. She considers whether it is simply because the Central Plains are warmer than the Ice Palace where she grew up. Meanwhile, the protagonist looks around, slightly confused as he tries to estimate just how far they had run. Upon nearing the merchant group, a man stationed atop a watchtower calls down to him, informing him that he has finally returned and that the leader of the 8 Dragon Sect is calling for him. The protagonist is puzzled and asks why the 8 Dragon Sect leader would be looking for him. The man replies that it is karma, because the Crimson Reaper he killed belonged to the 8 Dragon Sect. Confused, the protagonist questions who the Crimson Reaper is. The man asks again whether the protagonist truly does not know the Crimson Reaper of Yukwan Main Street. The protagonist thinks back and realizes he is referring to the large man he previously killed. The messenger confirms it and explains that the Crimson Reaper's master wants to see him personally. If he refuses, the Yuna merchant group will suffer consequences in one way or another. The protagonist agrees to go. When the man offers to send someone soon to escort him, the protagonist refuses, stating that he will eat first since he already has a prior appointment and that they can wait. The man studies him seriously before agreeing. Later that night, after finishing his meal, the protagonist follows the man to their destination. Noting the distance and the lateness of the hour, he casually comments on how far they have come and even questions the size of the building, jokingly asking if it was stolen. The man inwardly thinks that he is insane, especially considering he calmly ate dinner before coming to what could be a dangerous meeting. Upon arriving outside a room, the man tells him to enter. Inside, members of the leader's assembly stare at him as he steps in. The 8 Dragon Sect leader introduces himself as Hajianik. The protagonist responds indifferently. Instead of remaining where he stands, he walks toward one of the seated assembly members, grabs him by the hair, and throws him from his chair. The man crashes violently into the wall. The other members react in shock, while Hajianik remains calm. The protagonist drags the chair forward, places it in the center of the assembly, sits down, and states that he heard they called for him. He tells Hajianik to speak. Hajianik orders a servant to move the man who is just thrown aside, and the servant complies. The sect leader then begins to address the matter of the Crimson Reaper, but before he can finish, the protagonist openly admits that he killed him. He demands to know what they intend to do about it, acknowledging that this is the underworld and that there must be rules. He then asks who the so-called master of the Crimson Reaper is. A blind old man speaks up, identifying himself. His servant quietly describes the protagonist's appearance and apparent martial training to him. The blind elder addresses the protagonist confidently, stating that he heard his disciple was killed. He remarks that the Yuna Merchant Group has established many businesses and threatens to eliminate several of their clients as an example, even suggesting he could cripple their ability to operate entirely. The protagonist turns to Hajinik and questions whether the sect leader has any novel method to render him powerless. He makes it clear that the only reason he is sitting there calmly instead of slaughtering everyone present is because the Eight Dragon sect did not interfere with the Yuna Merchant Group while he was away. Now, however, they are attempting to threaten him through it, which he finds disappointing. The blind old man dismisses him as a reckless youth and suggests they simply deal with him rather than waste words. Hajinik refuses. He clarifies that the Crimson Reaper was merely a disciple raised by the blind elder to increase his own wealth and was not an official member of the Eight Dragon sect. Therefore, the matter is the elder's responsibility. If the elder dies, Hajinik will avenge him, but he will not intervene now. The blind elder protests, arguing that his disciple's money was his money and that he even paid the Eight Dragon sect with it, making this their business as well. Hajinik responds that he does not care about the source of the funds and that he has already helped enough by summoning the protagonist under the sect's name. The elder must handle it himself. As the blind elder tries to object again, the protagonist stands up. He curses the underworld figures before him, insulting both the blind elder and the sect leader. He approaches Hajinik directly and questions whether he truly understands the position he is in. Hajinik calls him arrogant. At once, the surrounding soldiers draw their swords, encircling the protagonist from every direction. The assembly members react with anger and shock. Hajinik rises, drawing his own sword, accusing the protagonist of daring to show killing intent within the Eight Dragon sect itself. He unleashes a powerful strike toward the protagonist. The protagonist begins to respond, calling them the truly arrogant ones. As Hajinik's sword descends, the protagonist catches the blade between two fingers and smiles, asking whether they truly believe they can do this to him. Before the sect leader can even process what has happened, the protagonist delivers a powerful kick. The force sends Hajinik flying backward along with the soldiers behind him. He crashes violently against the far wall of the assembly hall, coughing in pain. The remaining soldiers rush forward in fury. Calmly drawing his sword, the protagonist remarks that he has been letting things slide for too long. As multiple soldiers charge at him, he advances as well and delivers a single precise strike. The slash cuts through them instantly, and the impact rattles the surrounding walls. The blind old man is shaken. Sensing the energy released, he realizes it is lightning. In shock, he deduces that only someone capable of wielding such lightning energy could be responsible and questions whether this young man is the Fist King's disciple. The protagonist smiles brightly and confirms the elder's sharp insight. Realizing the danger, the blind old man immediately attempts to flee, ordering his servant not to engage and to run instead, admitting they cannot face someone like this. Before he can escape, the protagonist throws his sword. It pierces the old man's head, killing him instantly. His servant collapses in horror, crying out in despair. Hajinik, witnessing everything, is visibly shaken. The protagonist coldly remarks that it is unfortunate the smartest one present has already died. He repeats the earlier threats about ruining the Yuna Merchant Group's business and eliminating its clients, questioning why Hajinik allowed the blind elder to gamble his life so recklessly. He then asks whether the Eight Dragon sect leader has a family. Hajinik confirms that he does. The protagonist's tone hardens. He questions how someone with a family could act so confidently while making such threats. Sweat forms on Hajinik's face as he realizes the implication that if he dares touch the Yuna Merchant Group, his own family will not be spared. Overcome with fear, Hajinik orders all remaining soldiers to put their weapons down. Confused but obedient, they drop their swords. He admits he completely misjudged the protagonist's abilities. Then, together with his subordinates, Hajinik bows deeply to the ground. He confesses his grave mistake and pledges that from now on, both he and the Eight Dragon sect will obey whatever the protagonist commands. The protagonist reminds him that if he claims to belong to the underworld, then he must abide by the underworld's code. Hajinik had said that if the blind elder died, he would avenge him. He should uphold those words. The protagonist declares that he will accept that revenge. Still bowing, Hajinik admits he lacks the ability to keep such a promise. The protagonist replies that in the underworld, promises are kept regardless of ability. Sweating and trembling, Hajinik suddenly draws his sword and cuts off one of his own fingers. The protagonist watches calmly. Hajinik declares that from now on, Every time he speaks words he cannot uphold, he will cut off a finger. He orders his men to do the same. Without hesitation, they obey, severing one of their own fingers as well. The protagonist makes it clear that he has no intention of gathering weak men or unifying the underworld. He does not possess some miraculous rebirth skill, nor does he care to collect trash beneath him. Hajionik, still bowing, renounces his identity as part of the underworld and states that he will simply follow the protagonist's commands. The protagonist steps forward and places his foot on Hajionik's head. He declares that even if the Yunha merchant group burns to the sky, even if his clients are destroyed, even if his own father and brothers were to betray him, what matters most is that he himself does not die. As long as he lives, nothing else matters. He demands that Hajionik understand this. Terrified, Hajionik confirms that he does. The protagonist removes his foot and tells him to follow. There is something further to discuss. The scene shifts back to the merchant group village. Upon entering a room, Venom Fox is greeted by a chaotic scene inside what resembles a gambling den. Confused and irritated by what he sees, he blurts out in disbelief, questioning what kind of absurd situation is unfolding there. Inside the room, the protagonist is already seated with Hajionik and several of his subordinates when Venom Fox arrives. The protagonist casually acknowledges his presence. Hajionik immediately orders noodles to be prepared, stating that he is hungry. After some time, the three of them sit together at the dining table, eating. As Venom Fox eats, the combination of noodles and a gambling den stirs up old memories for him. He remarks on it while observing Hajionik, recognizing him as someone who had once been beaten badly. The protagonist asks Venom Fox where he has been. Venom Fox replies that something came up. Looking around at the ongoing renovations, Venom Fox demands to know why his gambling den is being torn apart and remodeled into what appears to be an underground training hall. The protagonist introduces Hajionik properly as the 8 Dragon Sect leader and asks whether Venom Fox knows him. Venom Fox bursts into loud laughter, mocking the childishness of the sect's name. He jokes that if they were going to call themselves the 8 Dragon Sect, they might as well have gone all the way and named it the 9 Dragon Sect. He laughs so hard that he nearly collapses, clutching his stomach. The protagonist calmly tells Hajionik that he will give him time to beat Venom Fox later, that he should hold himself back for now. Venom Fox quickly composes himself and sits properly, though inwardly he wonders if he is the only one enjoying the situation. Turning serious, the protagonist asks Hajionik how many subordinates he currently commands. Hajionik answers that he has 240. Venom Fox comments that it is an enormous number, fitting for someone from the underworld. The protagonist then points at Venom Fox and formally introduces him as Chulmyungo. He asks Hajionik whether Chulmyungo is weaker than he is. After assessing him briefly, Hajionik confirms that he is. Venom Fox reacts awkwardly to the blunt assessment. The protagonist begins issuing instructions. Once renovations are complete, Hajionik is to select opponents appropriate to Chulmyungo's level and have him spar regularly. He is also to purchase every elixir available within his means and feed them to him. Hajionik accepts both orders without hesitation. Chulmyungo watches the exchange in confusion as the protagonist continues. He instructs Hajionik to personally teach and invest in Chulmyungo until he is strong enough to rise as the leader of a 9 Dragon Sect. He emphasizes that Chulmyungo is also his disciple and must be treated with respect. Hajionik bows and swears to carry out every command without exception. At that point, Chulmyungo slams his hand on the table and protests. He argues that no one has asked for his opinion and that he is already exhausted from practicing the Trisword technique to the point of collapse. He questions why he should allow an underworld figure like Hajionik to teach him. The protagonist calmly turns to him and admits he forgot to ask for his opinion. He states that if Chulmyungo dislikes the arrangement, then every swing he makes during sparring will simply count toward the repetitions required for his Trisword technique training. Chulmyungo tries to object further, but the protagonist cuts him off and instructs the two of them to figure out the training details themselves. He then gives Hajionik another task. He is to investigate recent cases of famous orthodox martial masters going missing and monitor any suspicious movements from the demonic faction. Since the demonic faction typically contacts the underworld first when stirring conflict with the orthodox faction, Hajionik is to determine whether any of the groups he knows have shown such signs. Hearing this, Hajionik grows thoughtful. He bows deeply once more and promises to use every method at his disposal to uncover the truth. The protagonist adds one final warning. If Chulmyungo dies, he will take revenge on the entire 8-dragon sect. Jianik, visibly tense, acknowledges and accepts this condition. With that, the protagonist leaves the room. After he is gone, Chulmyungo comments that the man truly does whatever he pleases and then walks away without hesitation. He questions whether Jianik has any pride left, asking if he truly intends to follow every order so obediently. Jianik replies that the command came from the disciple of the Fist King. In the underworld, it is common knowledge that no sect that has ever crossed the Fist King has survived. He considers himself fortunate to be cooperating while he still has the chance. As that thought settles in, another realization dawns on him. If Chulmyungo is constantly pressured and scolded by the protagonist, perhaps that frustration could be redirected. If he handles this situation carefully, he might avoid being treated however the protagonist pleases in the future. Venom Fox admits that it is true. Their master is terrifying. He places a hand on Jianik's shoulder and tells him they need to handle this properly. He reveals that their master once broke every bone in his body as well. Then he asks if Jianik knows why the Crimson Reaper was killed by young Master Jinyan. Jianik says he does not know and has been wondering about it. Venom Fox explains that the Crimson Reaper died for something as trivial as interrupting his training. Before he could even complete his quota of 1 million swings, the Crimson Reaper's subordinates laid a hand on him. That alone was enough reason for their deaths. He concludes grimly that both of them are essentially comrades bound for the afterlife if they fail to listen to their master. Jianik realizes that the earlier threat was no exaggeration. If they interfere with young Master Chul, they truly will be wiped out. He quietly acknowledges this. Venom Fox, inwardly amused, mocks him as a fool. The scene shifts to the Yunha merchant group training grounds. 2 monk-like soldiers are training when the protagonist arrives and asks how their progress is going. They greet him respectfully. He reminds them that training is not easy and that the Black Dog recoil art they are learning is so brutal that ordinary bodies should not attempt it. One of them admits that it is difficult but enjoyable. The protagonist observes that their bodies have grown tough enough to withstand most blades and remarks that recruiting them was worthwhile. He reminds them that the Jianghu is filled with powerful fighters and that even Lady Beck, who spars with him, is far above their current level. He explains that he learned much from sparring with her and intends to pass that knowledge on so they can grow stronger. The 2 soldiers thank him sincerely. Watching them, he smiles. At that moment, Ian approaches and informs him that a customer has arrived to sell an elixir and insists on meeting him personally. Confused, he asks why the man wishes to see him. A brown-haired herb gatherer named Young Nosa appears with his disciple. He greets young Master Jinyan respectfully and claims to possess a rare elixir called the Crimson Moon Flower, an item so extraordinary that even he would be surprised by it. He wishes to trade it directly. The scene shifts to near the summit of Dragon Valley Mountain. The protagonist travels with Young Nosa and his disciple toward the location of the herb. As they move, he asks whether the Crimson Moon Flower truly exists there. Young Nosa confirms it and explains that the flower cannot be stored. It withers the moment it is picked, meaning it must be consumed immediately at the blooming site. Because of this inconvenience, he claims to be offering the rare treasure for only 300,000 yang. The protagonist acknowledges the reasoning behind the low price. Suddenly, he begins laughing. Young Nosa, unsettled, asks why he is laughing like that. The protagonist remarks that pretending like this is exhausting. He calmly analyzes the situation aloud. The Crimson Reaper has already been dealt with. The Ouyang clan, still wary of the Murim Alliance, would not act so rashly. The assassin group previously hired lacks justification to make a move now. That leaves only one possibility. He directly asks Young Nosa about his relationship with the leader of the Little Deity sect. Young Nosa denies any misunderstanding and insists he is merely guiding him to the elixir. The protagonist then questions whether Young Nosa even knows how to properly consume the Crimson Moon Flower, warning that ignorance would mean death. Young Nosa explains incorrectly that one must carefully cup the petals and swallow it at the blooming site without picking it. The protagonist bursts into laughter again and declares that explanation wrong. With swift precision, he seizes Young Nosa's sword and explains the truth. The Crimson Moon Flower absorbs poisonous energy the moment it is touched and immediately withers. It grows only in damp, shaded areas where moonlight regularly seeps through. To harvest it, one must sever the stem with a sword and swallow it instantly without touching the petals. Young Nosa and his disciple are shocked. Before they can react further, the protagonist strikes with a single decisive motion, cutting them down instantly. their bodies collapse. He remarks that this is how they should have acted from the start. At that moment, multiple soldiers dressed in white appear, surrounding him from all directions. Their leader steps forward, observing that he followed them on purpose despite knowing it was a trap. Just as rumored, he is indeed a clever young man. The protagonist tosses aside the sword and states that there was no need for such elaborate bait. Comparing the crimson moon flower to treasures like azurite essence and primordial vermilion fruit, he points out how absurd it was for a mere herb gatherer to offer something so rare at such a cheap price. The lie was too foolish to be believable. The white-clad leader smiles and counters that perhaps the foolish one is him. The entire setup was simply the best way to lure him as far away from the Yuna merchant group as possible. Hearing this, the protagonist's expression darkens with fury. In an instant, he appears behind the leader and drives a devastating strike into his chest, blasting straight through him. As the man groaning with pain, the protagonist demands to know what they have done to the Yunha merchant group. The white-clad leader's lifeless body collapses onto the ground. The surrounding soldiers freeze in shock. One of them shouts in panic at the sight of their fallen captain, then snaps at the others to stop staring and attack immediately. All of them draw their weapons and charge. In the next instant, the protagonist, consumed by fury, moves. With precise, overwhelming strikes, he cuts them down almost faster than they can react. Steel flashes, bodies fall, and within seconds nearly all of them are dead. One surviving soldier trembles as he fumbles for his sword, horrified by what he has just witnessed. Before he can steady himself, the protagonist closes the distance and drives a devastating punch into him, slamming him against a massive stone. The impact obliterates the man's body, scattering blood and flesh across the rock. Just like that, every soldier is eliminated. Breathing heavily, the protagonist immediately turns toward the village and begins running at full speed. His thoughts race. His extreme yang energy is surging uncontrollably. From the very beginning, the true target may not have been him, but the Yunha merchant group. He leaps high into the air, accelerating toward the village. Inwardly, he urges the guard squad and the twins to hold out just a little longer. The scene shifts to the village. Chaos has erupted. Invading soldiers pour in. Civilians scream and scatter in panic. The village commander draws his sword and orders his men to prioritize evacuating the merchants and prevent any more intruders from entering. Suddenly, an enemy soldier strikes at him from behind. Before the blow can land, Myungbo, the monk trainee from earlier, steps in and takes the attack directly. The commander turns in shock, calling his name. Myungbo remains standing without visible damage and retaliates with a powerful punch, instantly eliminating the attacker. The commander stares in disbelief. Myungbo absorbed a direct strike and remains completely fine. Myungbo's companion arrives and urges the commander to leave the fighting to them and focus on protecting the chief administrator. The two trainees then charge into battle. With immense physical strength and hardened bodies from the Black Dog recoil art, they begin cutting through the invading soldiers one by one. Their overwhelming resilience and brute force stun the attackers. One of the invading soldiers curses in fear, unable to believe that a mere merchant group possesses guards like these. More soldiers flood in, and one of them shouts that there are only two defenders and that they should overwhelm them with numbers. The attackers surround Myungbo and his companion from every side. Watching from a distance, Hwayeon panics at the sheer number of enemies. At that moment, Baekyak arrives. She takes in the scene before her, soldiers clashing, blood spilling, chaos consuming the merchant grounds. She realizes that the Yunha merchant group is under attack and that this is no illusion. Judging from the vicious killing intent radiating from the invaders, she concludes they are from the unorthodox faction. She asks Hwayeon whether these are people he knows. He immediately denies it. A black-haired lady steps forward and reassures the merchant group members, telling them to go inside. She states that the young lady will handle this. Hwayeon protests that this is their problem and that they cannot allow her to fight for them. The black-haired lady calmly explains that the young lady is merely embarrassed to display her martial arts openly and insists they withdraw. Baekyak removes her hairpin, releasing her long hair. With steady steps, she walks toward the invading soldiers. The enemy soldiers stare at her, unsure. Baekyak looks ahead calmly. Since matters have unfolded this way, she decides she might as well earn her keep today. Baekyak's calm declaration only irritates the invading soldiers further. One of them angrily questions what is wrong with that woman. Another reminds the others that their true objective lies deeper inside the merchant group, the vault, and orders them to kill her immediately. All of them charge at her at once. Becyak does not move from her spot. She simply raises her hand, holding the hairpin between her fingers, and points it toward the incoming soldiers. In a composed voice, she declares her name and gives them a choice: die or freeze. The next moment, the ground beneath the soldiers erupts. Crystalline ice bursts upward in the shape of blooming frost roses, instantly encasing the attackers where they stand. Their bodies are frozen solid mid-charge. One of the trapped soldiers manages to speak in shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. Watching from a distance, Waiyan stares in disbelief, realizing that it is ice. The remaining soldiers, along with Myungbo and his companion, are equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. Becyak calmly observes the frozen figures before her. With a single, effortless gesture of her hand, the ice shatters. The soldiers' frozen bodies break apart along with it, splitting into fragments and collapsing into pieces. They are killed instantly. The soldiers of the merchant village stand in complete shock at the overwhelming display. Afterward, Becyak turns toward the merchant group's guards and casually asks whether she was not supposed to leave them alive. At that very moment, the protagonist arrives, running toward the merchant grounds. Exhausted from sprinting at full speed, he calls out to Waiyan and his father while catching his breath. However, when he lifts his head and looks ahead, he freezes. The village appears completely normal. People are calmly enjoying their meals and smiling as though nothing had happened. Moving forward in confusion, he questions what's going on. Waiyan stops him cheerfully and invites him inside for a drink, insisting that nothing happened. The protagonist hesitates and asks if that is really true. Then, in a slightly playful tone, he admits that something did happen. His gaze shifts toward Becyak. After observing her quietly, he understands the situation and asks if she helped. Waiyan, laughing excitedly, explains that Lady Beck merely flicked her hand once and the enemies collapsed. He excitedly describes how chilling and incredible the sight was. The protagonist turns to Becyak and sincerely thanks her. Waiyan jokingly asks whether he is perhaps considering bringing home a sister-in-law for them. Becyak silently watches the protagonist for a moment before smiling faintly and telling him that if he is truly grateful, he should spar with her again today. The protagonist smiles back at her. Waiyan attempts to continue teasing, but the village commander quickly shuts him up before he can say more. The scene shifts. At that moment, inside the Muram Alliance. Within the residence of the Alliance leader, a brown-haired boy enters and bows respectfully before reporting his findings. The Alliance leader asks whether any information was discovered. The boy explains that the Moyang clan has found traces of their former clan head, Moyang Chu. The Alliance leader questions what kind of traces. The boy clarifies that there was barely anything left to call body. What they found was a bloodstain shaped like a human silhouette. The identity was only confirmed through the former clan head's personal belongings. The Alliance leader concludes that it must be the work of demonic arts. The boy agrees and explains that it appears the body was absorbed by something and vanished, leaving behind only torn clothing, powdered white bone, and bloodstains. The Alliance leader reflects that after searching for so long, the body suddenly appears now. On top of that, a letter has also surfaced, making the situation feel like a trap. The boy asks about the letter. The Alliance leader reveals that someone sent a message claiming to know the location of the Sword King. Though he does not trust the informant's intentions, the information is detailed enough that he must investigate personally. He rises from his chair and announces that he will depart immediately. The troops are to be gathered and follow after him. From that moment onward, the Muram Alliance will enter an emergency state and commence the Sword King rescue operation. The scene shifts once more. In a remote cave, deep in an isolated location, a man is imprisoned. He sits on a stone inside the dark cavern. A black-haired man enters the cave accompanied by two companions. Looking at the prisoner, he remarks that he appears to be doing well and mockingly asks whether he enjoys his prison. He addresses him directly. Sword King, Nung Chianak. Sword King Nung Chianak calmly remarks that the prison is not bad. Since he was invited there, he asks the black-haired man to reveal his name. The black-haired man replies that he has already thrown away something like a name and tells him that from now on he may call him the Sword Demon. Nung Chianak repeats the title quietly. Inwardly, he recalls the moment he was attacked without warning and how he could immediately tell that his opponent was no ordinary fighter. Now it is clear to him that the man truly belongs to the demonic faction. He then asks why he was left alive. The black-haired man explains that Nung Chianak is known as the Sword King, and if he is to defeat the Sword God with his own hands someday, he needs to continue improving. However, He has not yet had the opportunity to witness the Sword King's martial arts. As he speaks, numerous soldiers enter the cave and surround Nung Chianak from every side. The black-haired man gestures toward them and asks what Nung Chianak thinks of his subordinates. All of them are swordsmen, and for them, simply crossing blades with the Sword King would be an honor. He suggests giving Nung Chianak the chance to kill them one by one. Nung Chianak calmly accepts the offer if he truly intends to give him that chance. The black-haired man then orders the youngest soldier to step forward and kill the great Sword King. If he fails, he himself will die. The soldier accepts the order without hesitation. Before the fight begins, Nung Chianak asks a final question, whether the Fist King and Moyang Chu were also killed in the same way. The black-haired man pauses briefly before recalling the Fist King. He admits that the man fought fiercely and incredibly well, making it impossible to capture him alive. Nung Chianak quietly concludes that they are all gone. He then takes a sword from one of the nearby soldiers. The moment he grips the blade, a powerful aura begins radiating outward from his body. Drawing the sword, he declares that even if he dies, he will drag every last one of the Sword Demon's subordinates down to the afterlife with him. The youngest soldier immediately draws his weapon and advances toward him. He launches a powerful strike, but Nung Chianak blocks it with his sword. The two begin clashing repeatedly, striking and defending in rapid succession. While fighting, Nung Chianak observes inwardly that the youngest swordsman has been trained extremely well. An average martial master from the Orthodox faction would not even be able to match him. The soldier launches another powerful attack. Nung Chianak evades it and realizes that despite the soldier's skill, he is still far from being able to face him. Spotting an opening, Nung Chianak strikes at the soldier's neck with force. The blow lands cleanly but causes no damage. Nung Chianak is shocked as he realizes that the soldier is impervious to blades and swords. Taking advantage of that moment of surprise, the soldier attempts another attack. Nung Chianak immediately gathers strength into his palm and releases a powerful counterstrike. The impact produces a shockwave that shatters the ground beneath them. When it connects, the soldier is thrown into the air and dragged backward before finally regaining his footing. After stabilizing himself, the soldier reflects in astonishment that Nung Chianak not only blocked his attack from an unstable position, but also blasted him away. The old masters truly are monsters. Watching the fight, the black-haired man criticizes the youngest soldier. He reminds him that he has repeatedly told him to keep the ability of being impervious to blades and sword hidden. Instead of exposing his neck at the start of the fight, he should have sacrificed an arm, his waist, or a leg to make the battle appear more convincing. At the very least, he should have acted as though he had been injured. The soldier lowers his head and apologizes. After witnessing everything, Nung Chianak quietly concludes that these opponents are not human. Hearing that, the black-haired man shows a brief look of surprise before smiling. He remarks that from the way Nung Chianak continues talking, it seems he has rested enough. The black-haired man then orders another soldier to step forward, telling the first sword to spar with Nung Chianak for a while, but not kill him yet. The soldier accepts the order. The black-haired man also instructs him to clearly point out anything unusual during the fight. Hearing this, Nung Chianak becomes furious and curses them, condemning them as vile dogs. Ignoring the anger, the black-haired man begins walking out of the cave, saying he will see him again later. Nung Chianak mocks him, questioning why he bothers with manners when he clearly has no sincerity. At the cave entrance, the black-haired man pauses and replies that he is only showing manners because people like them appreciate it, and that in its own way the situation is rather entertaining. Before the door closes, he expresses hope that Nung Chianak manages to stay alive. The scene then shifts to a palace located near the cave. Inside, a brown-haired man sits alone, drinking liquor without any side dishes. The black-haired man from the cave enters and remarks on the unusual sight of him drinking like that. The brown-haired man welcomes him and addresses him as the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader. In response, the black-haired man formally greets him, paying respect to the heavenly demon. The brown-haired man reacts angrily, saying he is sick of hearing that title. The black-haired man takes a seat and remarks that he clearly did not come there simply to drink his liquor, asking whether he has already chosen the next opponent. The brown-haired man explains that the underworld is currently wary of ambushes, so while waiting for them to lower their guard, he decided to target someone else first. The plan is to start with the Sword Emperor, Nam Gongwu. The black-haired man questions how that would be possible, since the Sword Emperor rarely leaves the safety of the Namgong clan. The brown-haired man explains that the Rulers Association has discovered the traces he deliberately left behind of Moyang Chu in the Bloodless region. Because of that discovery, the Rulers Association and many martial masters will thoroughly search the area. With their forces drawn there, the Namgung clan's usual troop strength will thin out. He further reveals that he has arranged for around 50 people to die in Bloodless. While the Namgung clan is distracted, it will become easy to reach the Sword Emperor. He also remarks that if the myriad demon palace master they admire had helped them, they could have caused far greater bloodshed, but that man has been growing colder with time. The black-haired man then asks when they plan to kill that admired myriad demon palace master. The brown-haired man questions why he is in such a hurry. According to him, the myriad demon young palace master will cause trouble first. When that happens, the followers of the myriad demon palace will have a reason to betray their own master. The black-haired man doubts that the young master could accomplish anything significant, calling him a coward. The brown-haired man disagrees. He explains that the young man is not truly a coward, but rather someone with a sensitive inner world. Children raised under extremely intense fathers often become like that. In any case, since they both agree about targeting the Sword Emperor first, it is time to move. They will use minimal manpower, only the two of them. The black-haired man pauses and asks who will absorb the Sword Emperor's power. The brown-haired man smiles and answers that it will be him. He asks if the black-haired man feels uneasy because he keeps yielding everything to him. He reassures him not to worry, saying that even if the world becomes one ruled by the demonic faction, they will still remain each other's only friend. Standing up, the brown-haired man adds that even if the world does not belong to the demonic faction, but instead becomes a world ruled by the sword demon, he would still be satisfied. The black-haired man asks where he is going. The brown-haired man replies that he is heading to the Namgung clan to kill the Sword Emperor. He says he will go ahead and instructs him to meet later at the Cloudfire Pavilion. The black-haired man is surprised and asks if they are not going together. The brown-haired man explains that he still has something left to do. The Sword Emperor who escaped earlier still bothers him, so he tells him to finish off the Sword King by today. After saying that, the brown-haired man leaves. Watching him go, the black-haired man reflects inwardly. He wonders why his friend, constantly yielding everything to him, is starting to feel uncomfortable. He questions whether it is because they belong to the demonic faction or because the man is the direct descendant of the heavenly demon who died during the great battle of the Five Tombs. He also thinks about how that man's father was a once-in-a-generation genius who fought the three gods of the Orthodox faction alone. Walking into the forest, he continues thinking. Perhaps it is simply because he believes the demonic faction cannot have true friends. He dismisses the thought, deciding that he only needs to grow stronger. If he becomes strong enough, these stray doubts will disappear. After all, the grand plan of the demon god is revolving around him. Eventually, he arrives near a cave sealed with a gate. Recalling his friend's words, he concludes that the Sword King should be killed today. At that moment, someone suddenly appears beside him, startling him. The Murim Alliance leader, Wu Namgung, stands before him. Turning toward the unexpected visitor, the black-haired man asks what the Alliance leader is doing there. The Alliance leader warns the others to be careful, stating that the black-haired man is a monster. At that moment, many of his companion soldiers emerge from the forest and surround the black-haired man from every direction. The soldiers launch a simultaneous attack, creating a powerful impact. The black-haired man immediately evades by launching himself into the air. The soldiers follow him upward, continuing their assault. While airborne, the black-haired man thinks about how the Murim Alliance's intelligence network is strong, yet there should have been no way for them to discover this location. He wonders who could have tipped them off and concludes that it must have been the young palace master. While he is distracted by these thoughts, one of the soldiers seizes the chance to strike. Appearing behind him, the soldier launches a powerful sword attack. However, the moment the blow lands, the soldier's sword shatters. The black-haired man instantly appears behind him and kills him with a single strike. Seeing this, the Alliance leader steps forward and declares that he will handle the black-haired man himself, ordering the others to deal with the remaining enemies. One of the soldiers reacts in shock at the Alliance leader personally entering the fight. Hovering in the air, the black-haired man mocks the Alliance leader for interfering. The two face each other and begin fighting. Their swords clash continuously as they exchange powerful strikes, blocking and countering each other repeatedly in a prolonged battle. During the fight, the Alliance leader realizes that the opponent's sword technique truly is difficult to deal with. The movements are unusually gentle, making it hard to predict where the next attack will come from. At the same time, the black-haired man recognizes how powerful each of the Alliance leader's strikes is. He understands that if he lets his guard down even slightly, he could lose an arm. Although he intends to surpass him one day on the path to becoming the Sword God, he knows this is not the moment. The Alliance leader launches another powerful attack. The black-haired man blocks it, but is pushed backward by the force. He then condenses energy into his palm and slams it against the sword, releasing a shockwave. The burst of energy spreads outward, blurring everyone's vision. Using the confusion, the black-haired man escapes and begins running. While fleeing, he thinks about how he spread his inner energy to erase his presence before retreating, hoping that it will buy him some time. The situation has become far more complicated than he expected. His plan is to regroup with the 12 demon swords before continuing. However, before he can reach the cave entrance, the Alliance leader appears directly in front of him and questions whether he really thought he could escape. The black-haired man is shocked and tries to flee again, calling the Alliance leader a monster. The Alliance leader immediately gathers energy into his sword and unleashes a massive energy strike. The attack blasts the black-haired man into the air and continues traveling through the forest, carving a huge crater and destroying everything in its path. The soldiers within the forest struggle to remain standing against the force of the energy. One of them shouts for the others to be careful and avoid being blown away. Witnessing the scale of the attack, one soldier reflects that such overwhelming power truly shows the strength of the Alliance leader. The scene shifts back inside the cave where the Sword King is imprisoned. The massive attack strikes the mountain, splitting the cave apart. The soldiers inside are shocked as the entire cave collapses around them. Nung Chianak senses the familiar energy and immediately realizes that the Alliance leader has arrived. Soon after, the Alliance leader appears before them, radiating immense power. He greets the Sword King, expressing relief that he is still alive and saying they will talk after everything is finished. Looking toward the remaining enemies, the Alliance leader states that he will not feel satisfied unless he kills this enemy. At that moment, the black-haired man rises again. He drives his sword into the ground and orders his soldiers to scatter immediately. The black-haired man condenses his energy again and drives his fist down onto the handle of the sword planted in the ground. The impact releases a massive shockwave that shatters what remains of the cave. As the structure begins collapsing, the Alliance leader realizes that the man is attempting to bring the entire area down. Moments later, the cave completely collapses. The Alliance leader shields both himself and the Sword King from being buried under the falling debris. By the time the dust settles, the black-haired man and his companion soldiers have already escaped. Observing this, the Alliance leader clicks his tongue and remarks that they are quick, like rats. The Sword King apologizes, feeling that the situation happened because of him. The Alliance leader dismisses the apology and comments that perhaps he is getting old, as he is too tired to continue the chase any farther. The Sword King then asks how they managed to locate this place. The Alliance leader explains that the information came from an anonymous informant and suspects that the informant likely intended for both sides to clash. At that moment, a soldier from the Murim Alliance arrives and asks whether the Alliance leader is safe. The Alliance leader confirms that they successfully rescued the Sword King and states that it is enough. He orders all Murim Alliance personnel to retreat immediately and instructs them to inform the Rulers Association and the 9 great sects at once that the demonic faction has returned. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, one of the black-haired man's companion soldiers is fleeing alone. As he runs, he worries about whether the others manage to escape safely and regrets not following someone else. He wonders if he should return, depending on how the situation unfolds. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor appears in front of him. Without hesitation, the Sword Emperor attacks, attempting to drive his sword into the soldier's neck while demanding why they refuse to die. The soldier desperately tries to block the attack with his hands, struggling under the pressure. The Sword Emperor increases the force behind his blade, declaring that this time he will slowly roast him until he dies. At that moment, the brown-haired man from earlier appears on a tree branch above them. Using magical threads, he binds the fleeing soldier and pulls him upward into the air. Smiling, the brown-haired man addresses the Sword Emperor and asks what he is doing now that the retreat order has already been given. The Sword Emperor recognizes him and challenges him to fight properly one-on-one this time, complaining that their last encounter was fought unfairly. The brown-haired man responds that he has something to do today and suggests fighting properly next time instead. The Sword Emperor then demands to know who he really is. The brown-haired man replies vaguely that he is probably just someone who became an orphan because of the Murim Alliance. After saying this, he disappears along with the captured soldier using his magic. The Sword Emperor remains staring at the tree branch in confusion. The brown-haired man and the captured soldier reappear at a mountain cliff. The brown-haired man explains that they can no longer use that location and remarks that the youngest nearly died. The soldier thanks him for saving his life. The brown-haired man then comments that the Alliance leader personally coming there is suspicious and wonders if there might be a traitor within the Heavenly Sword Alliance. The soldier replies that he is not certain, but believes there cannot be a traitor inside the Heavenly Sword Alliance. He states that he will return and rejoin the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader for now. Before allowing him to leave, the brown-haired man says there is something he needs him to do. As the soldier asks what it is, the brown-haired man suddenly strikes him, driving his finger violently into the soldier's head. The soldier cries out in pain, but the brown-haired man gestures for silence and calmly tells him to attain blissful rebirth. As the sun rises, the brown-haired man looks toward it and quietly wonders when the scattered ones will gather again. Elsewhere, a person is seen sitting silently on top of a tree. At the same time, the protagonist is traveling along a river toward his destination. The scene shifts to Anhui Province. A man from the Heavenly Sword Alliance, known as the 10th Sword, one of the 12 demon swords, is walking through a village. As he moves along, he reflects that about 3 days have passed since the incident and wonders what happened to the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader and the other members of the 12 demon swords. He also worries about where he will even find a place to sleep that night. While walking forward, he accidentally bumps into the protagonist. He apologizes for the collision. The protagonist turns toward him and asks why he is alone. 4 hours ago, Yunha Merchant Group's estate, a lady waits outside the estate along with her 2 companions. When the protagonist arrives, she calls out to confirm whether he is young master Li Jianian. He reacts with surprise and confusion. The lady complains playfully that she thought her neck would break from waiting so long. Hearing this, the protagonist becomes confused and wonders inwardly whether she had been waiting specifically for him and questions if she came to challenge him to spar, just like Lady Beck had done before. At that moment, the Alliance leader arrives together with Hua Ian, who is carrying multiple message scrolls in his hands. The Alliance leader informs the protagonist that the visitors are his guests. The protagonist responds that he had been about to escort them to the training grounds. However, the Alliance leader immediately corrects him, explaining that the visitors did not come to train, but instead came to discuss a marriage proposal with him. Hearing this, the protagonist becomes visibly shocked. The Alliance leader continues explaining that the lady standing before him is not the only one involved. He reveals that the Bakeley, Shimin, and Dako clans have also sent letters regarding marriage discussions. Yin, while holding the scrolls, expresses amazement and questions what the protagonist has been doing to attract so much attention, remarking that it is all his good fortune. The protagonist responds calmly, explaining that all he has done is fight and asks them to explain the situation properly to the visitors and send them back, stating that he currently has no particular interest in other women. The Alliance leader then brings up Lady Beck and asks what the protagonist thinks about her. In response, the protagonist smiles and jokes about the idea of making her their daughter-in-law, adding that such a decision would ultimately depend on Lady Beck herself. The Alliance leader then asks about Lady Beck's background, pointing out that she is the benefactor who saved the Yunha Merchant Group and that it would be disrespectful not to know her origins. The protagonist explains that Lady Beck is a descendant of Beck Mujin, the martial god. Hearing this revelation, Ian becomes extremely shocked and confused, expressing amazement at the title of martial god and realizing that someone given such a title must have been extraordinary. He remarks that this explains her exceptional fighting ability and expresses admiration toward her. The Alliance leader reacts with concern, commenting that Lady Beck must have had a very difficult life. Ian remains shocked and confused as he listens. The Alliance leader further explains that anyone who stood at the peak of the Jianghu would have had just as many enemies as followers. He reflects that the fame of being Beck Mujin's descendant would not have allowed Lady Beck to live an easy life. Hearing this, the protagonist reflects inwardly that descendants like them have done nothing wrong, yet often feels as though they live as if they committed a crime. After considering this thought, he acknowledges that the Alliance leader's statement is likely true. The Alliance leader continues, saying that repaying such a great debt of gratitude will take time. Ian then mentions that Lady Beck was said to be staying nearby, so he had already arranged to prepare a place for her within the Yuna merchant group. The alliance leader responds positively, giving a thumbs up and stating that this is an excellent decision. He emphasizes that since she will become one of them, she must be treated with the utmost care. While Ian confidently reassures him not to worry. After this conversation, the protagonist prepares to leave and mentions that he will step out for a while. While Ian asks him to pass along his regards to Lady Beck. Meanwhile, the visiting lady becomes irritated after hearing the conversation unfold. The protagonist then states that he is leaving to train and walks away. After learning all of this, the lady becomes visibly upset. The alliance leader notices her reaction and looks at her with sadness. He then suggests an alternative, proposing that since Jean already seems to have someone in mind, she might consider discussing a marriage proposal with Ian instead. Hearing this unexpected suggestion, Ian becomes extremely shocked and confused at being suddenly placed into the situation. The scene shifts back to the present in Anhui province. As the protagonist walks forward, he reflects on the idea of repaying a debt of gratitude. He acknowledges inwardly that one cannot simply remain idle after receiving such a great favor and begins considering giving Lady Beck something that would assist with her training. At that moment, the 10th sword bumps into him and offers an apology. The protagonist turns toward him and carefully observes the man. During this observation, he notices a silver plate attached to the man's sword. Seeing the silver plate triggers a sudden flash of memories in the protagonist's mind. He recalls an image of a man standing on top of a hill, followed by another image of a smiling man. Another memory appears of someone holding a sword with a silver tag attached to it. These memories cause him to immediately connect the silver plate to enemies from his past. Returning to the present, the protagonist becomes visibly shocked and realizes that the plate matches those used by the demonic faction members he remembers. He directly questions the 10th sword about why he is alone. The 10th sword responds arrogantly, turning the question back on the protagonist and questioning whether he knows them, since he claims to have never seen him before. The protagonist grows more forceful and demands that he stop answering with questions and instead respond directly. He presses further, asking again why he is alone and where the others who are with him have gone. The 10th sword refuses to answer, stating that it is none of the protagonist's business. Internally, he considers the protagonist to be troublesome and unstable, thinking that causing a disturbance will be problematic before he manages to return to the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader. Deciding to avoid confrontation, the 10th sword suddenly launches himself into the air in an attempt to flee, declaring that the protagonist should consider himself lucky. As he escapes, he moves rapidly from rooftop to rooftop. While fleeing, he reflects that rumors about encountering unstable individuals in large cities might be true, and believes that no matter how aggressive the protagonist seems, he will not be able to catch him. He also regrets that he can no longer remain in the place he had intended to rest. However, while he is still moving, the protagonist suddenly appears beside him at high speed and attempts to strike him. He questions where the 10th sword thinks he is going. In midair, the protagonist delivers a powerful punch, which the 10th sword manages to block using his sword. Realizing that the protagonist is far from ordinary, the 10th sword acknowledges his speed and strength and demands to know what he wants. Without hesitation, the protagonist grabs the 10th sword's weapon and states coldly that he only believes they may have met before. Immediately afterward, he delivers a powerful kick to the 10th sword's face. The impact sends the 10th sword crashing into a nearby tree. During the fall, the silver plate attached to his sword is knocked loose and falls to the ground. The protagonist retrieves the plate and examines it carefully, confirming that it is identical to those used by the enemies he remembers. Enraged, the 10th sword insults the protagonist and charges forward at extreme speed while drawing his sword, declaring his intention to kill him. He attacks relentlessly, striking repeatedly with his blade in a continuous assault. The protagonist responds by skillfully dodging many of the strikes and blocking several attacks with his bare fists. Despite the speed and ferocity of the attacks, he keeps pace with the 10th sword's movements. As the exchange continues, the protagonist internally notes that members of the demonic faction appear to have grown stronger, faster, and more experienced than before. At one moment during the battle, the 10th sword launches an especially powerful attack. The protagonist evades it by shifting aside, allowing the attack to pass, and then moves forward immediately. Taking advantage of the opening, he grabs one of the 10th sword's wrists. With his other hand raised, the protagonist begins gathering immense blue energy into his palm. While focusing this energy, he reflects inwardly that he has become capable of exploiting even the smallest openings in combat. Once the energy is fully gathered, he unleashes a powerful strike that creates a massive explosion. The impact sends the 10th sword crashing into the ground. His sword slips from his grip and becomes embedded in the earth. Observing the result of the strike, the protagonist reflects that he attacked with the intent to cut him down, yet acknowledges that his opponent's resistance to blades and weapons makes him extremely tough. He considers whether he will need to draw out even greater strength to defeat him. At that moment, the 10th sword suddenly raises his hand and points toward the protagonist, catching him off guard. He then releases a burst of violet energy from his palm, striking the protagonist and launching him into the air. The force of the attack pushes the protagonist backward across the ground, but he stabilizes himself by controlling his movement with his hand. After regaining his footing, he recognizes the technique being used and comments internally on the opponent's abilities, noting both resistance to blades and the use of origin fist energy. Meanwhile, the 10th sword begins condensing and emitting an immense amount of violet energy around his body. As the energy intensifies, he fuses his body with dark violet power and reflects that he had sensed something unusual from the beginning. He recalls the earlier statement about having met before and begins to understand how the protagonist recognized his abilities. Retrieving his sword from the ground, he continues releasing intense violet energy and identifies the protagonist's techniques, including the lightning-like energy and fist-based combat style. With this realization, he concludes that the protagonist is a disciple of the Fist King and questions whether he came here to follow his master. In response, the protagonist firmly denies this. Immediately afterward, he releases a massive outburst of thick blue energy that spreads outward, violently shattering the ground beneath him. Dust, debris, and fragments of stone scatter in every direction as the energy surges outward. The 10th sword raises his arms to shield himself from the incoming debris and force. Preparing to attack again, the protagonist clenches both fists and channels his killing intent, making it clear through his actions that whenever he encounters members of the demonic faction, he cannot restrain himself and is determined to eliminate them. As the protagonist's punch advances toward him, the 10th sword shouts and attempts to stop the attack. He blocks the incoming punch using his sword, but the force of the impact drags him backward. To stabilize himself, he drives his sword into the ground to halt his movement and regain balance. As he steadies himself, he becomes shocked when he realizes that the protagonist has already launched himself into the air. The protagonist is radiating intense blue energy, concentrating it into his fist as he descends toward him. The protagonist then delivers a powerful punch that slams the 10th sword down into the ground, shattering the surface upon impact. Despite the heavy blow landing directly on his chest, the 10th sword continues laughing, confidently claiming that attacks at this level cannot even scratch his sword-defying body. Angered by this response, the protagonist immediately delivers another powerful punch. While gathering more blue energy into his fist, he openly acknowledges that he is aware of the opponent's durability, but makes it clear that his intention is simply to beat him down. He continues striking relentlessly, delivering repeated punches that drive the 10th sword deeper into the ground. The assault continues without pause, completely overpowering him. As the punches land one after another, the 10th sword cries out in pain under the continuous impact. Amid the barrage, the 10th sword manages to grab hold of his sword. He then shouts loudly and swings his blade powerfully toward the protagonist. The protagonist blocks the attack effortlessly using his wrist. Refusing to hold back any longer, the 10th sword gathers violet energy into his sword and begins launching continuous strikes. This time, the force and speed of the attacks push the protagonist backward as he blocks and dodges in response to the relentless assault. During the exchange, the protagonist suddenly grabs the opponent's sword and begins carefully observing his movements and techniques. As he studies the fighting style, he realizes that something about it feels unusual. He notices similarities to techniques associated with Moyang-Chu's martial arts, the Sword King, and even the martial arts of the Green Forest King. Though the techniques appear unrefined, he recognizes that the swordsmanship is a blend of orthodox, demonic, and unorthodox faction techniques. This realization leads him to suspect that the opponent may have stolen these techniques. Suddenly, the 10th sword pulls his weapon free from the protagonist's grip and condenses violet energy into his fist. Without hesitation, he delivers a powerful punch directly to the protagonist's head. The impact slams the protagonist into the ground and creates a massive explosion, shattering the surrounding surface. Believing he has gained the upper hand, the 10th sword laughs mockingly while looking toward him. However, despite the violent impact, the protagonist stands unharmed. The explosion only disturbed the ground, but it failed to inflict any real damage on him. Witnessing this, the 10th sword is filled with disbelief and shock. The protagonist then launches himself into the air, flips backward, and repositions himself at a distance. Observing this movement, the 10th sword becomes even more stunned as he senses the overwhelming lightning-like energy radiating from him. As he stares at the protagonist, memories of the Fist King appear in his mind, making him feel as though the Fist King himself has returned once again. Meanwhile, the protagonist begins condensing blue energy around his body and directly questions how many people the opponent had killed in order to steal those techniques. In response, the 10th sword laughs carelessly, admitting that he never bothered counting. He then gathers immense dark violet energy into his blade and swings it powerfully, declaring his intent to end the protagonist's fist technique. With the swing, he releases a massive energy attack aimed directly at the protagonist. Despite the incoming attack, the protagonist remains calm and motionless, silently analyzing the power and structure of the attack. He concludes that while the energy itself is strong, the sword chi lacks refinement, reinforcing his suspicion that the technique was stolen from someone else. This realization fills him with rising anger, especially when recalling that he once died fighting enemies like this. As the energy attack approaches, the protagonist raises his hand and unleashes a counterattack using his immense blue energy. The two forces collide, but the protagonist's attack proves overwhelmingly superior. His power completely repels and destroys the incoming attack, scattering the remaining energy. Following this clash, the protagonist raises his hand and clenches his fist once more, gathering an immense concentration of blue energy. He prepares to unleash a powerful technique, channeling the strength of the White Lightning 10-stage art and reaching the 9th stage extreme realm. The protagonist unleashes a powerful thunderclap attack. His energy surges outward and transforms into a massive blue energy fist that advances forward, smashing through the 10th sword's continuous attacks. Seeing the enormous range and overwhelming force of the attack, the 10th sword becomes completely shocked. He freezes in place, unable to react or process what is happening as the giant energy fist rushes toward him. The massive fist slams into him with tremendous force, driving him straight into the ground and shattering the surface beneath him. The impact throws debris high into the air and creates a massive crater, leaving behind the clear imprint of a fist carved deeply into the earth. The 10th sword lies unconscious at the center of the crater. After some time, he begins to regain consciousness and groans in pain. Despite his injuries, anger drives him to move again, and he launches himself upward from within the crater in another attempt to attack the protagonist. In response, the protagonist raises his hand and activates his power of void manipulation. Crimson-red energy spreads outward from his palm and takes the form of a massive energy hand. Using this construct, he seizes the 10th sword midair while he is charging forward. With the energy hand gripping him firmly, the protagonist pulls him closer. Once he is within reach, the protagonist grabs him directly by the neck. The 10th sword groans in pain as the grip tightens. Remaining silent for a brief moment, the protagonist exhales calmly. While holding him firmly, he observes that the 10th sword is shedding tears of blood and concludes that his eyes are his weak point. Without hesitation, the protagonist brutally drives 2 fingers into one of the 10th sword's eyes. The 10th sword screams in intense pain as the attack lands. Still holding him by the neck, the protagonist demands to know what he truly is. Despite the severe pain, the 10th sword laughs weakly and responds in a cryptic manner, refusing to give a clear answer. Keeping his fingers embedded in the wound, the protagonist begins gathering blue energy into them and warns him to stop smiling. The 10th sword cries out again as the energy builds. The protagonist then gives him a final choice, either speak or die. In response, the 10th sword chooses death without hesitation. Accepting this answer, the protagonist releases the concentrated blue energy directly into his opponent's skull through his fingers. The 10th sword screams in agony as the energy detonates from within. The resulting explosion releases a massive burst of dust, debris, and light across the surroundings. As the light gradually fades, the destruction becomes visible. The 10th sword's weapon has been completely destroyed, and his body lies defeated on the ground. The upper half of his body has been obliterated by the impact of the energy. The protagonist stands silently for a moment after the battle ends. Afterward, he reaches into his pocket and takes out the silver plate that had been attached to the 10th sword's weapon. While examining it, he reflects that he will uncover the truth behind it, even if the answer cannot be obtained directly from his defeated enemy. The scene then shifts elsewhere within Anhui province. A black-haired man is seen sitting inside a moving chariot, holding a sword that bears the same type of silver plate attached to it. As the chariot enters the province, a brown-haired man with brown eyes is seen nearby, along with one of his companions. The companion notices his expression and asks whether something is wrong. The brown-haired man quietly surveys the surroundings for a moment before responding that it is nothing. Shortly afterward, the chariot arrives at the Scorched Cloud Pavilion. The pavilion is brightly decorated with lanterns and glowing lights. Inside the pavilion, the same brown-haired man who had earlier killed the soldier at the mountain cliff is now seated, reviewing several scrolls and continuing his work. While he is focused on reading, another voice interrupts him, commenting that he appears quite busy. The brown-haired man recognizes the visitor and notes his arrival. He also observes that the newcomer appears to be in terrible condition and mentions that he heard the Alliance leader had been present earlier. The visitor is revealed to be the same black-haired man who had previously fought the Alliance leader. He confirms that not only the Alliance leader, but also the iron-blooded Blade Emperor had appeared. He remarks that the Blade Emperor has been relentlessly hunting them. He also notes that since there has been no contact from the youngest member or the 10th sword, they have most likely been eliminated. Hearing this report, the brown-haired man reacts by acknowledging the heavy loss and comments that significant resources have been invested into them. He questions whether the sword was at least recovered. The black-haired man takes a seat and explains that the weapon was not retrieved. He further suspects that someone deliberately exposed their location so that the Murim Alliance would discover them, and he believes this may have been the work of the Myriad Demon Palace's young master. The brown-haired man considers this and reflects on reports that the Myriad Demon Palace Lord has recently completed his secluded cultivation. He concludes that the young master is likely planning something significant. The black-haired man then asks whether that information was included in the report. The brown-haired man confirms that it was and adds that there were several details that caught his attention. Among those details, he brings up a specific name, Li Jinyan, identified as the first young master of the Galaxy Merchant Guild, and questions whether the black-haired man has heard of him before. The black-haired man reacts with confusion upon hearing the name, Li Jinyan, stating that he has never heard of him and questioning whether he is someone who might become strong in the future. The brown-haired man responds that it is possible, though the chances remain slim. He explains that the first young master of the Yunha merchant group already has many enemies. He mentions that not long ago, the first young master of the Ouyang clan had requested the gold-silver assassins to eliminate someone, and that target was the first young master of the Yunha merchant group. He further explains that Ouyang who specifically requested stronger assassins to deal with him. The black-haired man comments that the young man clearly has many enemies. He then shifts the discussion, stating that since they have gathered sufficient intelligence, they should now consider confronting the Sword Emperor. He adds that with the Namgung clan positioned nearby, remaining idle makes him restless and eager for action. The brown-haired man, however, advises against confronting the Sword Emperor for the time being. He explains that something about the situation feels suspicious. Since Yu Zhonghong has already made a move, he suspects that the Rulers' Association may have prepared a trap in advance. Hearing this, the black-haired man becomes irritated and questions whether that means they must go into hiding again. Frustrated, he suddenly stands up and slams his fist onto the table, expressing that no matter how careful they try to be, constantly hiding has become exhausting. The brown-haired man calmly corrects him, stating that they have not truly been hiding, but have instead been wandering while searching for prey. Still frustrated, the black-haired man slams his fist onto the table again and demands to know where this prey actually is. He complains that his martial arts have stopped progressing and expresses that he is tired of capturing opponents like the Sword King merely to steal their martial arts. Instead, he insists that they should simply kill their enemies outright. In response, the brown-haired man observes that his frustration likely comes from his martial arts stagnating. He then proposes a plan. If the black-haired man delays attacking the Sword Emperor, he will personally handle baiting the Sword Emperor into coming to them. The black-haired man falls silent, staring at him without responding. Seeing his reaction, the brown-haired man questions why he looks surprised and reminds him that he is destined to become the demon god. He emphasizes that absorbing the Sword Emperor's power is essential, even if it involves walking into a trap. He then adds that after defeating the Sword Emperor, absorbing the myriad demon palace master and the other demons under his command would further increase his strength. He explains that absorbing the myriad demon palace master alone would make him significantly stronger. Hearing this bold suggestion, the black-haired man becomes visibly shocked and questions whether he is serious. The brown-haired man calmly pours tea for both of them and confirms that he is serious. He explains that such a plan should be enough to earn trust. He points out that so far, the black-haired man has only absorbed martial artists up to the realm of kings, but to truly ascend, he must surpass the emperor level and eventually absorb even the legendary 3 gods and 1 saint. He then slides a cup of tea toward the black-haired man and states that his true goal is to witness the downfall of the Jianghu and the Orthodox faction. The black-haired man accepts the tea and remains silent for a moment, thinking carefully. While holding the cup, he reflects that if he can successfully absorb both the Sword Emperor and the Myriad Demon Palace, there would be no reason to doubt the brown-haired man's intentions. He also states that once that happens, the brown-haired man will likewise have no reason to doubt him. He expresses a shared ambition to show the Jianghu and the Orthodox faction how those abandoned by the world can ultimately destroy the world itself. The brown-haired man responds with a faint smile, expressing hope that once the black-haired man becomes the demon god, he will not consider him unnecessary and discard him. The black-haired man reassures him, stating that even a demon god should keep at least one friend by his side. The two of them raise their cups in a toast. With a smile, the brown-haired man declares that his companion will become a god, while he himself will plan the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another location. Inside a training ground, Venom Fox is intensely practicing his martial arts. During his training, he suddenly hears a strange sound coming from his stomach. He pauses briefly and reflects inwardly that he had eaten something cold the previous day, which may be causing discomfort. He considers that if he stops training and rushes home, he could arrive quickly. However, he quickly dismisses the thought and resumes training. He convinces himself that such a trivial problem cannot be allowed to interrupt his practice. He also thinks about the 8 Dragon Sect leader, feeling annoyed that despite being only slightly stronger, that person continues to boast arrogantly. Driven by frustration, he continues his intense training while speaking to himself, boasting about his connection with the Murim Alliance leader and imagining the day when he will surpass his rivals. Suddenly, he senses an unusual presence and turns around. A shadowy figure with glowing blue eyes approaches him, causing him to panic and shout in fear, momentarily believing that he has encountered a ghost. Moments later, the figure reveals herself to be Lady Beck Yak. Relieved to see that it is a person and not a ghost, Venom Fox lets out a sigh. However, almost immediately afterward, he realizes something embarrassing has happened due to his fear. This realization causes him to become angry, and he directs his irritation toward Lady Beck Yak, blaming her for startling him. Lady Beck Yak responds while covering her nose, questioning why the situation would be her fault and commenting on the unpleasant smell in the air. Venom Fox shouts loudly with anger and irritation, blaming Beck Yak for startling him by wandering around like a ghost, which causes embarrassing incident. After hearing his outburst, Beck Yak thinks inwardly that he sounds like a weak lunatic. Still covering her nose because of the smell, she tells him that she will pretend not to have seen anything and asks him to just leave. Ignoring the situation, Venom Fox resumes his martial arts practice, muttering that he dislikes how the situation feels. Beck Yak questions what he is doing, but Venom Fox responds with arrogance, insisting that he will not stop training over such a small incident. He justifies his stubbornness by declaring himself to be the poisonous fox. Beck Yak remains silent while staring at him, and as Venom Fox continues practicing, she thinks inwardly that he is completely insane. Deciding not to stay any longer, she leaves the training ground and heads in another direction. While walking, Beck Yak suddenly becomes shocked when she unexpectedly encounters the protagonist. She instinctively addresses him as young master, but he simply responds with a wink instead of speaking. As she approaches closer, the protagonist asks whether she is returning from training. Bekyak confirms that she is and asks when he arrived. He tells her that he arrived about 2 hours earlier. While observing him, Bekyak suddenly notices bloodstains on his fingers and becomes worried. She quickly rushes toward him and grabs his hand, anxiously questioning why his hand looks like that and assuming that something serious must have happened. The protagonist calmly explains with a relaxed smile that he killed a man who appeared to be serving under the sword demon. He adds that since it was blood from someone of the demonic faction, it did not wash off easily. After hearing this explanation, Bekyak releases his hand and pulls back while blushing. Seeing her reaction, the protagonist looks slightly confused and comments that his hand is simply dirty before asking whether she is all right. He watches her silently for a moment with a gentle smile before asking if they can talk while walking. Bekyak agrees without hesitation. As they begin walking together, the protagonist is shown clenching his fist, which Bekyak notices. After walking a short distance, Bekyak reaches forward and takes hold of his hand. While blushing, she explains that she did not let go because his hand was dirty. Still holding his hand, she asks whether her hand feels cold. The protagonist looks at her hand and responds with a smile, reassuring her that it feels warm. They continue walking and eventually leave the area. After some time, they arrive at a nearby lake and stop there. While standing by the lake, the protagonist begins sharing information he learned. He explains that the group he encountered referred to the sword demon as their leader and that his subordinates were resistant to swords and blades. However, he notes that their eyes appeared to be their weakness. Bekyak listens carefully and responds with confidence. She explains that her clan possesses extensive information about the demonic faction forces. She mentions that her younger cousin Beck, Ran, has memorized much of this knowledge. She also adds that their main clan estate likely contains records about unknown forces that even the Central Plains may not recognize. She encourages him to share any clues he discovers, promising to provide answers herself or consult Beck Ran when necessary. The protagonist expresses his gratitude for her support. After thinking briefly, Bekyak adds that if the leader is called the Sword Demon, then they are likely followers of the Black Immortal Sword Demon. Hearing this, the protagonist suddenly recalls words spoken to him in the past by the Alliance leader, who had remarked that being a descendant of Beck Mutant must have made Lady Beck's life difficult. Snapping out of his memories, the protagonist asks Bekyak whether she has faced any hardships since arriving in the Central Plains. Bekyak responds that she has not experienced significant difficulties and comments that there are many beautiful places in the Central Plains. However, she also remarks that strange occurrences sometimes happen. While looking out across the lake, she wonders aloud why the first heavenly demon chooses to live in an isolated place filled with endless white snow instead of somewhere peaceful like this. The protagonist begins to respond, but before he can finish, Bekyak continues speaking. She reflects that the reason is probably tied to the many lives the first demon god took in the past. She explains that the demonic factions of that era were destroyed by his hands, and because of that history, the descendants who followed must have suffered from lingering resentment. She suggests that unseen grudges may still be pursuing them without their knowledge. The protagonist acknowledges her reasoning, agreeing that it is an understandable explanation. At that moment, both the protagonist and Bekyak suddenly sense something unusual. Instinctively, they turn around. As they look back, they notice multiple figures standing on the mountains behind them. The figures have glowing red eyes and are clearly watching them. Observing the threatening presence, the protagonist calmly remarks that it seems Bekyak also has enemies harboring resentment against her, enemies she may not have been aware of. The group that appeared behind them begins staring toward the protagonist and Bekyak with their weapons ready. At the top of the cliff stands their leader, holding an umbrella. The leader appears to be a masked man, calmly overseeing the situation from above. Looking toward the masked figure, the protagonist thinks that the man on the cliff is likely their leader. Bekyak then asks whether he knows where these people came from. The protagonist replies that if they are the ones wearing golden-colored masks, they are most likely an assassination organization known as the Gold-Silver Assassins. Carefully observing their opponents, the protagonist thinks that assassins normally do not reveal themselves so openly. He concludes that they must be highly confident in their skills and also realizes that they appear stronger than the assassins he encountered previously. Without hesitation, the masked leader gives a command, ordering all of them to attack together at once. Immediately, all of the assassins leap down from the cliff toward the protagonist and Bekyak. They land heavily on the ground, releasing a powerful shockwave that spreads outward. The force of a shockwave drags the protagonist away, creating distance between him and Baek-yak. One of the assassins shouts loudly, ordering the others not to let them escape. After hearing the command, multiple assassins rush toward the protagonist to attack. Standing with a calm expression, the protagonist looks toward Baek-yak as she fights against multiple opponents. He thinks inwardly that the attackers deliberately created distance between them, and before he could repay Baek-yak's kindness, he has once again ended up owing her. At that moment, an assassin charges toward him and swings his blade with great force. The protagonist swiftly dodges the attack and counters immediately with a powerful punch. The strike lands directly on the assassin's head, shattering it instantly. The remaining assassins become visibly shaken, realizing the overwhelming force of his attack. They react in shock, thinking that his punch alone was enough to sever the opponent's neck. The protagonist then addresses the assassins, questioning whether they thought he was easy prey simply because he stepped back willingly. He challenges them to attack again, just as they did moments earlier. Lightning energy begins radiating from his body as he maintains a cold expression. He warns them that if they refuse to advance, he will move toward them himself. Suddenly, the protagonist senses a very unpleasant sound and immediately covers his ears. He realizes that the sound being produced is a form of sound art. From above the cliff, the masked leader continues producing the sound, using it as a technique capable of paralyzing both the protagonist and Baek-yak. As the sound spreads, the protagonist's body begins to freeze in place due to the restrictive power of the technique. Seeing this opportunity, the masked leader commands the assassins to strike immediately, ordering them to kill their targets. Following the command, all of the assassins charge forward at once, rushing toward the immobilized protagonist with their weapons drawn and ready to strike. However, despite the restrictions imposed by the sound art, the protagonist manages to move. He launches a powerful punch toward one of the incoming assassins, striking with enough force to shatter the attacker's head instantly. Witnessing this unexpected resistance, the masked leader becomes visibly shocked. He realizes that the sound art, which should have immobilized the protagonist completely, is not working as intended. The masked leader watches closely and thinks inwardly, while noticing blood flowing from the protagonist's ears. He realizes that the sound technique is indeed affecting him, even though the protagonist continues to move. As the protagonist overwhelms the surrounding assassins with powerful movements, the leader grows uneasy. He notes that despite the sound art working, the protagonist is still capable of fighting effectively, which makes the situation troublesome. At that moment, another assassin throws 3 small daggers toward the protagonist with force. Without hesitation, the protagonist effortlessly stops the incoming daggers using his fingers. With clear irritation, he remarks that they're always causing trouble. The assassin becomes visibly shocked at the display of control. In the next instant, the protagonist throws one of the captured daggers back toward the attacker, killing him immediately. Without pausing, he launches another dagger toward the leader standing on the cliff at extreme speed. The dagger travels swiftly through the air and slices off one of the leader's earrings, the very tool he was using to produce the sound technique. Enraged by the attack, the leader shouts in fury. Without wasting time, the protagonist advances toward the leader by jumping from stone to stone along the mountain path. With a powerful leap, he launches himself into the air, gathering lightning energy into his fist while demanding to know why they suddenly came after him. He then delivers a powerful punch to the ground, releasing a massive shockwave that knocks the leader down onto the surface below. The leader groans from the impact. With visible anger, the protagonist confronts him directly. However, the leader's remaining earring continues emitting the sound art. The wave strikes the protagonist again, causing severe internal injury. Blood begins spilling from his eyes and mouth as the attack takes effect. Taking advantage of the moment, the leader swings his weaponized umbrella with force. The impact sends the protagonist sliding backward across the ground. After regaining his footing, the protagonist realizes that even with a single bell, the leader can inflict internal damage. His consciousness begins to fade, and he concludes that his close combat techniques are not well suited against this type of martial art. Radiating intense sound waves, the leader slowly walks toward him, confidently declaring that the protagonist can no longer move. He then points the weaponized umbrella directly at him and advances aggressively, declaring that he will end the fight swiftly and without pain. At that moment, Baek-yak watches in growing fear and calls out to him in alarm. As the leader closes in, lightning energy suddenly begins gathering throughout the protagonist's body. In a sudden reversal, the protagonist grips the leader's weaponized umbrella with one hand and seizes his head with the other. Lightning energy bursts from his body as he remarks that he feels better now and curses the bell that caused his suffering. The leader becomes completely stunned at what he witnesses. In disbelief, he realizes that the protagonist burned his own head with lightning energy to disrupt the illusion technique created by the sound art. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist reaches forward and grabs the leader's ear, the one still holding the remaining earring. With a powerful pull, he tears the ear completely from the leader's body. The leader screams loudly in pain while the protagonist holds the severed ear firmly. With cold determination, the protagonist confronts him directly. He identifies him as a member of the Gold-Silver Assassins and demands information about their base. He gives him a brutal choice: either reveal the location before dying or face death immediately without speaking. The leader suddenly opens the umbrella, blocking the protagonist's view. Using the brief moment of confusion, he immediately turns and flees at full speed. Reaching the edge of the mountain cliff, he launches himself into the sky while thinking in panic that the opponent he faced is a monster and that fighting him one-on-one is extremely dangerous. He quickly forms a plan, thinking that if he can capture the woman who was with him as a hostage, he might still escape. However, when he looks toward Baek-yak, his fear only deepens. She has already eliminated all the remaining assassins, and the frozen bodies around her form a flower-like pattern made of ice. Seeing this terrifying sight, he becomes completely shaken, realizing that she's also a monster in her own right. Baek-yak notices him immediately and launches herself into the air to intercept him, gathering snow energy into her palm. At the same time, the protagonist advances from behind, closing the distance rapidly. With the leader trapped between them in midair, Baek-yak attacks from the front, while the protagonist strikes from behind. Both attacks land at the same moment. The leader cries out in pain as his body is struck by the combined force. The impact completely shatters his body, disintegrating him in midair. At the same moment, the hands of the protagonist and Baek-yak collide with each other after striking their target. Their energies clash together, releasing a massive outburst of blue lightning and frost that spreads outward in all directions. When Baek-yak's full moon cold energy meets the lightning of the white lightning 10-phase art used by the protagonist, lightning wraps around the moonlight and illuminates the entire night sky in brilliant white. The scene creates a breathtaking phenomenon known as Moonlight White Night, a spectacle so rare that only warriors on the level of martial gods are said to witness such a sight. After the explosion of energy fades, the protagonist and Baek-yak stand side by side beneath the leader's umbrella, which they now hold above themselves. Looking at the illuminated surroundings, Baek-yak quietly remarks that the sight is beautiful. The protagonist agrees with her calmly. After a brief pause, the protagonist smiles and comments that they seem to be quite compatible. Baek-yak smiles in response and agrees, but immediately blushes after realizing what she just said, whispering to herself in embarrassment. The protagonist then notices an injury on her shoulder and points it out. Baek-yak casually explains that it was only a slight graze from earlier and assures him that there is no reason to worry. After a short silence, the protagonist hands the umbrella to her and reminds her that, as she mentioned before, he has many enemies. He begins walking away and warns her that if she continues to involve herself with him, she will face even more dangerous situations. Baek-yak asks whether he is telling her to leave. Instead of answering directly, the protagonist approaches her again and places a robe over her shoulders. He clarifies that he is not asking her to leave. Instead, he instructs her to move her lodgings to the Yunham merchant group so that she can remain closer to him, allowing him to feel at ease. Hearing this, Baek-yak blushes and addresses him respectfully as young Master Jinyeon. The protagonist then points out that she had just called him Jinyeon by name earlier. Realizing this, Baek-yak blushes heavily and becomes flustered. She turns away and loudly questions whether she really called him by his name. Trying to recover from embarrassment, she awkwardly claims that she does not remember clearly and suggests that she might have confused him with someone she knew back home. Before the moment can continue, the protagonist suddenly loses consciousness and collapses onto the ground. Baek-yak quickly turns toward him, filled with worry. She rushes to his side and calls out to him anxiously. Moments later, the protagonist regains awareness in a completely different place. He finds himself standing in shallow water, realizing that he is inside a dream. Thinking inwardly, he concludes that losing consciousness was inevitable after pushing the ninth phase to its absolute limit using Li Jinyan's body and directly enduring the lightning energy. He realizes that the current body could not withstand that level of strain and acknowledges that he needs more training. He also worries that collapsing so suddenly must have frightened Baekyak. At that moment, a warrior suddenly appears behind him, holding a sword. As the figure draws the weapon, he declares that the protagonist deserves punishment from Baekmujin. At the sudden appearance of the warrior, the protagonist immediately turns toward him. Without warning, the warrior swings his sword powerfully toward the protagonist. Although the protagonist manages to dodge the attack, the blade still leaves a small cut on his cheek. Reacting quickly, the protagonist jumps backward to create distance. As he holds the cut on his cheek, he notices that the wound feels frozen. Thinking inwardly, he realizes that the cold energy surrounding the attack is far from ordinary. The sensation feels strangely familiar to him, resembling the ice arts used by Lady Beck. This realization leads him to suspect that the warrior standing before him is none other than Baekmujin. After recognizing the identity of the warrior, the protagonist becomes filled with excitement rather than fear. Driven by that excitement, he charges forward to attack. While advancing, he thinks that the reason Baekmujin appeared in his dream does not matter. For someone like him, who has aimed to become the strongest since stepping into the martial world, having the chance to spar with a martial god, even in a dream, feels like an incredibly thrilling opportunity. Gathering lightning energy into his fist, the protagonist launches himself forward and delivers a powerful punch toward Baekmujin's chest. However, Baekmujin blocks the incoming punch effortlessly using his sword. The unexpected resistance shocks the protagonist, leaving him momentarily silent. In the very next moment, Baekmujin releases a massive surge of frost energy outward. The blast explodes with overwhelming force, sending the protagonist flying into the air. Soon after, freezing energy begins gathering around the protagonist's body, rapidly encasing him. Within moments, the cold energy solidifies into a massive mountain of crystal ice, trapping his body completely inside. Frozen within the enormous structure, the protagonist struggles to move, but realizes that the ice surrounding him will not break no matter how hard he tries. At that moment, Baekmujin floats through the air and approaches closer to the trapped protagonist. The protagonist looks toward him with confusion as Baekmujin begins to speak. However, the words are unclear and the protagonist cannot understand what is being said. Unable to comprehend the message, he wonders to himself what Baekmujin is talking about. Baekmujin then reaches his hand forward toward the protagonist's head. Using a single finger, he taps the protagonist's forehead. Instantly, the scene shifts. The protagonist suddenly falls from the first floor of his residence and crashes onto the ground below. Hearing the loud sound, Hua Ian, the Alliance leader, and several others rush toward him in concern. The Alliance leader calls out to him with worry, while Hua Ian also shouts anxiously, addressing him as brother. Still lying on the ground and holding his head in pain, the protagonist weakly asks where he is. Meanwhile, Jaeyeon casually dismisses the situation, commenting that the protagonist simply fell while sleepwalking and that everyone is making unnecessary fuss over nothing. The Alliance leader calls out to Jaeyeon in a firm tone. Jaeyeon responds casually, saying that he is only speaking the truth. Soon after, the scene shifts back to the protagonist's room. Sitting on his bed, he begins to question how he ended up there. He clearly remembers collapsing at the lake, yet somehow he is now safely inside his room. Hua Ian explains the situation to him. She tells him that Lady Beck carried him all the way back on her back. She stayed by his side for a long time, watching over him carefully, and only left after confirming that his life was no longer in danger. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately asks whether Lady Beck looked all right, expressing concern that she might have been injured. Hua Ian responds with confusion, asking whether Lady Beck was injured at all. She explains that Lady Beck appeared perfectly fine when she saw her. At that moment, Jaeyeon interrupts with a teasing tone, mocking the protagonist for being carried by a woman and telling him to have some shame. He jokes that he thought the protagonist had returned to chasing women like in the old days. Annoyed by his behavior, the Alliance leader strikes Jaeyeon on the head. Then, turning his attention back to the protagonist, he speaks with concern. He mentions hearing that the protagonist collapsed after fighting assassins at dawn and asks whether he is truly all right. The protagonist reassures him, stating that he dealt with all the assassins. He adds that he will soon locate their hideout and eliminate them, telling him not to worry about the Yunha Merchant Guild. However, the Alliance leader corrects him, explaining that he is not worried about the Yunha Merchant Guild at all. He is worried about him. He reaches out and grabs the protagonist's hand while sitting beside him. Speaking sincerely, he admits that although he is not knowledgeable about martial arts, he can still tell that the protagonist has been pushing himself too hard lately. He reminds him that he does not have to carry every burden alone and promises that as his father, he will help with anything he can. Hearing these words, the protagonist lowers his expression and apologizes for making him worry. Hua Ian silently watches the exchange between them. The scene then shifts to a mountain cliff deep within a forest. At the cliff, the protagonist is intensely training his martial arts. He repeatedly punches the mountain wall in front of him, and each strike releases bursts of lightning that crack through the air. After delivering multiple heavy blows, he lands back on the ground and exhales heavily. While catching his breath, he reflects that his current level is still not enough. He recalls how the ice created by Baekmujin felt far stronger and more unbreakable. He realizes that it was not just the ice itself, but also Baekmujin's martial skill, speed, and internal energy that completely surpassed his own. He admits to himself that he was not even close to matching that level. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he scolds himself internally. He questions whether he has become satisfied just because he reached the same realm he once held in his past life. He reminds himself that he barely managed to defeat even a single subordinate from the demonic faction. He angrily questions how he plans to take revenge at this pace and declares that he must surpass his current limits. With that determination, he launches himself forcefully into the air. The pressure from his leap fractures the ground beneath him. While airborne, he reflects on the wall that he failed to overcome in his previous life. He understands that unless he surpasses the Thunder Emperor and reaches the level of a martial god, he will not only fail to take revenge, but also fail to protect anyone or anything. As he remains airborne, lightning suddenly gathers around his body. The 100 Battle Judgment art activates, surrounding him with intense power. However, in the next moment, the strain becomes too great. He suffers severe internal injury, and blood spills from his mouth as he loses control and crashes down onto the ground. Lying there with irritation and frustration, he questions why he remains stuck at the threshold of the 10th phase. He wonders what unseen barrier continues to block his path forward, preventing him from advancing further. At that moment, a voice called out from behind the protagonist, repeatedly calling him brother. Hua Ian quickly approached and grabbed the protagonist's head with both hands, calling out loudly to him as Brother Genion. After confirming he was awake, Hua Ian relaxed and sat down on the ground. He remarked that the protagonist had just woken up yet was already training, and admitted that he thought the protagonist might collapse again. The protagonist responded with confusion and asked how Hua Ian knew he was training there. Hua Ian explained that lightning had been striking from a clear blue sky, so it was obvious to him that the source had to be his brother. While speaking, Hua Ian suddenly noticed the numerous fist marks carved into the mountain wall from the protagonist's continuous punches. He expressed shock and mentioned that it was his first time seeing the protagonist train like that, asking if all the marks were made by his fists. The protagonist calmly replied that he was just about to finish training and head down, telling him not to worry. Hua Ian then showed a mischievous smile and explained that he did not come there to stop the training. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. Hua Ian extended his hand forward and challenged him. The protagonist realized what he meant and asked if it was arm wrestling. Hua Ian explained that since he was not a martial artist and could not spar, he believed he might still stand a chance in arm wrestling. He confidently added that he had been training his strength in his spare time and would not go down easily, no matter how strong his brother was. However, in the very next moment, the protagonist used only a small amount of strength and slammed Hua Ian's hand down onto the stone surface. Hua Ian was immediately shocked. Holding his injured hand with teary eyes, he began walking away in pain. Seeing this, the protagonist apologized and admitted that he should have held back more. Still clutching his hand, Hua Ian painfully admitted that his brother was truly strong. He then questioned why someone with such strength was worrying so much. The protagonist remained silent for a brief moment. Then, while walking toward the mountain cliff, he spoke and revealed that he had a dream the previous day in which he fought Sir Baekmujin. Hua Ian reacted with surprise, mentioning that Sir Baekmujin was Lady Beck's ancestor. The protagonist confirmed this and admitted that he was no match for him and had completely lost. Hua Ian asked if the reason he had been overworking himself was because he felt frustrated after losing in a dream. The protagonist clenched his fist and explained that it was not the only reason. He revealed that there were enemies he needed to defeat, but his current strength was not enough. He explained that to defeat them, he needed to become the strongest in the world. However, he had failed to overcome his limits and even collapsed in front of Lady Beck, which made him feel pathetic for losing so helplessly, even inside a dream. Hua Ian listened silently while looking at him. After a moment, he spoke again. He admitted that he did not know much about the martial arts world, but he clearly remembered the time when the protagonist returned and fought the opponent from the Gaon clan. From his perspective, the protagonist had looked just as impressive as the strongest person in the world at that time. He encouraged him to stop brooding like an old man and regain his confidence, teasing him that his handsome face was drooping. The protagonist responded that it had been a while since he last heard Hua Ian nag. Hua Ian continued with determination, telling his brother to set his mind on becoming the strongest in the world. He promised that he would handle all matters outside of training and asked him to trust his little brother. He confidently declared that he would make sure the protagonist could even defeat the martial god. The two of them then bumped their fists together, and the protagonist expressed his gratitude. Later that night, the scene shifted to the protagonist sleeping quietly inside his room. While asleep, he suddenly regained consciousness within a dream realm once again. After regaining awareness, he looked around the unfamiliar surroundings and realized that it was another dream, noting that the place was different from the previous one. Soon, he heard the sound of laughter. Turning around toward the source of the sound, he noticed two people sitting inside a hut. Inside the hut, Baekmujin sat calmly with another man as they drank wine together. At that moment, the protagonist approached them and slammed his hand onto the table, demanding another fight with Baekmujin. When Baekmujin gave no response, the protagonist grew irritated and questioned why he remained silent, pointing out that before, he had attacked without hesitation. He doubted that fear was the reason and warned that he might overturn the table to force a reaction. As the protagonist grabbed the table and tried to flip it, the man sitting with Baekmujin casually placed his closed hand fan on the table, instantly stopping him. Despite exerting force, the protagonist could not move it at all. He realized that his strength was being suppressed by nothing more than that fan. The pressure between them caused the table to crack. The black-haired man smiled and remarked that it was rude for the protagonist to appear there without having earned the right. In the next instant, the black-haired man advanced and struck the protagonist in the stomach, launching him into the air. Meanwhile, Baekmujin remained seated, calmly holding his wine. The protagonist and the black-haired man faced each other midair as the protagonist was pushed backward by the force. Regaining control, he stabilized himself and countered with a powerful kick, but the opponent effortlessly dodged it and mocked his speed, questioning whether he truly believed he could fight at that level. The protagonist gathered lightning into his fist and attacked again, but the black-haired man continued to evade with ease, pointing out that his technique was too obvious. Even after another attack, the result remained the same, and the opponent commented that even the Cloud Dragon would perform better. Then, with a calm smile, the black-haired man questioned whether the protagonist intended to continue living in the Jianghu. The protagonist stared at him in silence, irritated, as the man began moving away. Instantly, the protagonist chased him, leaping across bamboo with great speed and launching another attack, demanding that he stop running and fight properly. The black-haired man remained still. At the moment of impact, a burst of blue light erupted as he drew his sword at the last second and blocked the attack. Seeing the weapon, the protagonist recalled its distinct form, two curved blades shaped like thin crescents, and realized the identity of his opponent. He recognized him as Jin Sohan. Now fully aware, the protagonist felt a sense of excitement, realizing that he was facing the man known as the martial god of the underworld, even if it was within a dream. Jin Sohan then drew his second blade and launched a series of attacks. His movements were fluid and unpredictable, forcing the protagonist to dodge repeatedly by leaning, jumping, and retreating while trying to keep up. As the fight continued, Jin Sohan's blades released a strong red aura, and his movements resembled a flowing dance rather than a conventional sword technique. The protagonist realized that the attacks were impossible to predict, understanding what it meant to be completely immersed in the blade. Jin So-hun pressed forward again, cutting down all the surrounding bamboo in an instant, but the protagonist had already moved away. Now, positioned above, sitting on a piece of bamboo, the protagonist observed him while gathering lightning energy. He came to a conclusion: if every possible movement path was destroyed, the fight would end. With that, he activated the white lightning 10-phase art. Lightning gathered intensely around his fist as he launched himself forward, releasing a powerful lightning roar punch. A massive blue energy fist formed and surged forward at extreme speed toward Jin So-hun. Despite the overwhelming attack, Jin So-hun stood calmly, holding his blades, and remarked that for someone known as the Fist King, he relied too heavily on lightning. Jin So-hun took a proper stance, holding his red, energy-infused blades, and pointed out that he could already see through the protagonist's techniques. He remarked that the protagonist truly did not listen to others. With a powerful swing of both blades, he released a massive energy attack. The two forces collided midair, creating a huge explosion of light. However, Jin So-hun's attack overpowered the protagonist's, completely repelling it and even severing a limb from the protagonist's body. Blood spilled from the protagonist's wound and mouth as Jin So-hun calmly approached him with a faint smile. He told him to return and live properly, advising him not to put excessive strength into his shoulders while fighting. Despite the injury, the protagonist refused to give up and declared that it was not over yet. Jin So-hun, still smiling, addressed him as the Fist King and reminded him that with rebirth comes responsibility, warning him not to forget that. Then, with another powerful strike, he sent the protagonist flying high into the air. As he was carried away by the force, the protagonist noticed a nearby building. His gaze focused on its nameplate, which read Martial God Inn, leaving him confused. In the next moment, he regained consciousness. The first thing he did was check his body, confirming the condition of his hand. Later, while sitting alone, he reflected on what had just happened. He realized that the experience felt different from his previous dream and began questioning whether it was truly just a dream. The name Martial God Inn lingered in his thoughts, making him wonder if he had once entered some kind of higher realm before his death. He then recalled Jin So-hun's earlier remark about his lack of manners despite being weak. Snapping out of the memory, irritation filled him as he cursed Jin So-hun. At that moment, Ha-jianik, the 8 Dragon Sect leader from the underworld, who had been nearby, responded, thinking the insult was directed at him. The protagonist clarified that it was not, and told him to continue. Ha-jianik then explained what he knew about the gold-silver assassins. He stated that even within their organization, the leader's identity remained completely unknown. The group was divided into gold mask and silver mask assassins, with the gold masks being the stronger ones. He concluded that since the protagonist was considered a worthy opponent, they had likely sent gold mask assassins after him. The protagonist acknowledged that locating their leader would take time. Ha-jianik assured him that he would find a leader as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Venom Fox, who had been listening from a distance while training, casually interrupted. While continuously swinging his weapon, he suggested a far more direct approach. Simply find their headquarters and kill everyone there. According to him, if everything and everyone were eliminated, the leader would inevitably reveal himself. Hearing this, Ha-jianik felt irritated internally. The protagonist then asked Venom Fox how many times he had done such things. Venom Fox responded while continuing his practice, stating an exact count of 76,203, then casually updated it to 76,204. He complained about how exhausting it had become and wondered when he would finally reach 1,000,000. The protagonist advised him not to obsess over numbers, pointing out that his impatience was ruining his form, especially his shoulders. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly recalled Jin So-hun's earlier advice about not putting too much strength into his shoulders. His expression turned serious, then angry, as realization struck him. Venom Fox stopped training and demanded to know what was wrong with his shoulders, frustrated that the explanation had been left incomplete. In response, the protagonist punched the ground in anger, causing a powerful explosion that shattered the ground beneath them. As he pulled his fist back, he muttered that he finally understood what Jin So-hun had meant. Venom Fox, now concerned, questioned whether his shoulders were really that bad. Meanwhile, Hajianik burst into laughter, mocking Venom Fox and joking that the comment was probably just a request for a shoulder massage. The scene shifted to the protagonist's imaginary training realm near a waterfall. As he walked forward, he reflected on his own mistake, realizing that he had completely misunderstood something important. The words spoken by Jin So-hun replayed in his mind, about relying too heavily on lightning and putting unnecessary strength into his shoulders. Coming out of that memory, he began to think more deeply. If someone like the martial god had pointed out a flaw, then it had to be something he himself had failed to notice. He realized that while he had been giving advice to others, he had overlooked his own shortcomings. He continued analyzing his martial arts. Originally, his fighting style was built around overwhelming lightning energy, tearing, crushing, trampling, and suppressing everything in his path. But against Jin So-hun, all of that had been completely dismantled. He then reflected on the wall he had yet to overcome, the 10th phase. He understood that the final phase of the White Lightning 10-phase art was not merely a technique, but a state of enlightenment. Only those who reached that level could truly become the Lightning Emperor. With that realization, he resolved to change. He decided to cast aside the pride of being called the Fist King and fix the flaw in his approach. At that moment, numerous assassins appeared and surrounded him from all directions, their weapons drawn and killing intent clear. From behind them, their leader gave a simple command to kill him. All the assassins launched themselves toward him at once. The protagonist dodged the first attack and countered with a powerful punch, instantly crushing one assassin's abdomen. However, in the next moment, while blocking another strike with his wrist, a different assassin attacked his knee. The sudden hit caught him off guard, and before he could recover, multiple attackers overwhelmed him and killed him. Immediately after, the assassins dissolved into black mist and disappeared. Lying on the ground, he realized his failure. He understood that he needed to remain calmer so his movements could not be read. He needed to think ahead of his enemies and avoid becoming impatient by relying too much on lightning. As soon as he reached that conclusion, the assassins reappeared and attacked again. This time, he moved faster. Launching himself into the air, he flipped and landed on an assassin's shoulder. Grabbing the opponent's head, he tore it apart with brute force, realizing that he should only release his full power when he was certain it would secure a kill. After eliminating one, he continued advancing, reminding himself not to let his guard down since the fight was far from over. Suddenly, threads of purple energy wrapped around his neck. A brown-haired man controlled those threads and forcefully pulled him in. The unexpected attack shocked him, and before he could respond, another assassin struck and killed him again. Once more, everything dissolved into mist. Frustration built up inside him as the cycle repeated. The assassins reappeared, and he charged at them again, refusing to stop. He kept fighting, thinking that it was not over yet and that he needed to try again. But each attempt ended the same way. He was killed again and again, repeating the process countless times, yet failing every single time. Exhausted, the protagonist collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Lying there, he realized that no matter how many times he tried, the outcome never changed. Individually, the assassins were not particularly threatening, but the moment they coordinated their attacks, he was completely overwhelmed and reduced to prey. He sat up and began thinking about how someone like Jin So-hun would have handled the situation. At that moment, dark mist gathered and took the form of Jin So-hun, who appeared standing calmly in the middle of the assassins. As all the assassins rushed toward him at once, Jin So-hun remained still, holding his swords with a composed smile. With a single precise movement, he swung his blade. The energy from his strike moved through the air with perfect accuracy, targeting all the approaching assassins. Before they could react, every one of them had their eyes cut at the same time, instantly blinding them. Watching this, the protagonist realized that Jin So-hun had neutralized all of them in a single move. The brown-haired man controlling the energy threads attempted to intervene, but Jin So-hun immediately closed the distance and eliminated him with one swift strike, severing his head effortlessly. After wiping out all the enemies, the protagonist charged at Jin So-hun. However, his attack was easily blocked with a single sword, and in the next moment, Jin So-hun countered, launching him into the air. The protagonist fell into the water behind him. As he resurfaced and tried to recover, Jin So-hun instantly followed up, pressing his foot onto the protagonist's head and forcing him underwater. Held there, he struggled for air and began to suffocate. His vision blurred, and eventually, he was eliminated, his body dissolving into dark mist. Moments later, he reappeared once again. Jin So-hun repeated the same words about rebirth and responsibility. Hearing this again, the protagonist began to think more deeply. If Jin So-hun was truly the martial god, then he must have known about his reincarnation. That meant those words carried meaning beyond a simple warning. He began to wonder if it was related to the demon god, the being who had fought against the three gods during the great battle 25 years ago, or perhaps something even greater. Soon after, Jin So-hun's form dissolved back into mist. Standing alone near the waterfall, the protagonist made his resolve clear. If rebirth truly came with responsibility, then he would carry that burden fully, whether it meant protecting the Yunham merchant group, protecting the world, or protecting innocent lives. He resolved to eliminate the demonic path entirely and protect everything, even if it meant confronting his own limitations. With that determination, he struck the stone near the waterfall with a powerful punch, shattering it apart. As the dust settled, he reaffirmed his goal, to try everything possible until he could eliminate the demonic path and become the strongest under heaven. This time, his attack carved a massive path through the mountain. Observing the result, he realized that the first step was to correct his habit of tensing his shoulders. At that moment, the scene shifted to a mansion near the Taeho merchant group. A massive explosion erupted inside, destroying part of the structure. Within the wreckage, Elder Pil, the strongest martial master of the Taeho merchant group, was left severely injured and sitting on the ground. The attacker mocked him, acknowledging his strength for surviving such an attack. Pil demanded to know who he was. Without hesitation, the attacker stepped forward and drove his hand straight through Pil's chest, killing him instantly. With a chilling demeanor, he introduced himself as the Left Guardian. Inside the training grounds of the Yunham merchant group, our protagonist devoted himself entirely to training. During the day, he continuously strengthened his body and refined his combat abilities, while at night he focused on meditation, controlling his mana, and improving his mental discipline. 2 months quickly passed. By then, his movements had become far more refined than before. Inside the training grounds, he continuously sparred against Baek-yak. While exchanging blows and blocking her attacks, he acknowledged that her martial arts had improved greatly since their last fight. Baek-yak also admitted that his combat style had changed significantly. His transitions between offense and defense had become smoother and more natural, making close combat increasingly difficult to deal with. During the spar, our protagonist suddenly stepped forward and tackled her off balance. As Baek-yak fell backward, he caught her by the waist and held her in his arms. While calmly looking at her, he admitted that changing his mindset would have been difficult if he had trained alone. Baek-yak became slightly embarrassed and quietly said that she was glad she could help. However, our protagonist immediately returned to analyzing the spar and pointed out that she still needed to strengthen her lower body more, because she had let her guard down at the critical moment. Before the atmosphere could settle, someone suddenly arrived near the training grounds and froze in shock after seeing the two together. It was Guang, the successor of the West Wind escort establishment and one of Li Jinyan's close friends. After Baek-yak left the area, Guang stared at our protagonist with disbelief and immediately demanded to know who the beautiful woman was. Our protagonist calmly explained that she was simply a guest staying under the protection of the Yunham merchant group. Guang clearly did not believe that explanation at all. He complained that our protagonist had claimed to be focusing entirely on training, yet what he had just witnessed definitely did not look like an ordinary duel. Ignoring the teasing, our protagonist asked where the other companions were and why Guang had arrived alone. Guang then revealed the real reason for his visit. He brought up the Taeho merchant group, reminding him that the group leader was a close friend of his father and that they had previously sent the precious azurite essence. However, serious trouble had recently struck the Taeho merchant group. Elder Pil, the martial master guarding the group, had suddenly disappeared. Shortly afterward, a large merchant ship carrying their goods vanished without leaving a trace. On top of that, unknown individuals had appeared demanding an enormous compensation payment for the missing cargo. Even the West Wind escort establishment had business connected to the Taeho merchant group, and Guang admitted that the situation made him uneasy. Because of that, he carefully asked our protagonist if he could accompany them on the journey. After thinking silently for a moment, our protagonist reminded Guang about the letter the West Wind escort establishment had once sent alongside the century-old fleeceflower route. Back then, Guang had asked him to become stronger and protect the escort establishment someday. Now, he decided it was finally time to keep that promise. Since he also owed favors to the Taeho merchant group, he could not ignore the situation and remain idle. Guang became extremely excited after hearing that, and jokingly praised him for being manly enough to win over a beauty like Baekyak. Without wasting more time, our protagonist immediately decided they should depart as soon as possible. At that moment, someone suddenly descended from above and landed on top of a nearby building. It was Venom Fox. Standing on the rooftop, he loudly declared that he would also be joining the journey, whether they liked it or not. Sometime later, the group began traveling toward their destination in a horse carriage. Inside the carriage, both our protagonist and Venom Fox sat in complete silence with serious expressions, creating an extremely suffocating atmosphere. Guang, trapped between the two martial artists, desperately tried to lighten the mood. He enthusiastically greeted Venom Fox and mentioned hearing rumors that he had quit wandering around gambling dens and had recently been training intensely. He even commented on how much stronger Venom Fox appeared now, especially his forearms. Venom Fox proudly admitted that he had been putting in serious effort lately and confidently asked if the improvement was really that obvious. However, our protagonist immediately shut him down, saying that his current level was still nowhere near enough to properly survive in the Jianghu. He questioned what Venom Fox had been thinking by following them into such danger. The memory of an earlier moment resurfaced in their minds. Back then, Venom Fox had literally clung to our protagonist's leg while begging to join the journey. Our protagonist had warned him that if he insisted on following despite looking so pathetic, there had to be a real reason behind it. After remaining silent for a while, Venom Fox admitted that there was no special reason at all. He simply wanted to fight stronger opponents. He proudly claimed that he could at least win once out of every 10 fights now, and that he was already capable of defeating most of the enemy lackeys they had encountered before. Still, our protagonist warned him seriously that he was misunderstanding the true danger of the martial world. If he followed them without fully understanding what awaited ahead, he could genuinely lose his life. Even after hearing that, Venom Fox instantly refused to leave. Watching the tension inside the carriage continue rising, Guang could only sit there nervously, feeling completely trapped between the two overwhelming personalities. Venom Fox stubbornly declared that he would take care of his own life no matter what happened. Even after hearing the warning from our protagonist, he refused to back down and confidently claimed that he would survive on his own terms. As evening approached, Guang suggested that they rest at a nearby village before continuing their journey. After arriving at the village, the group entered a local inn to eat and spend the night. The moment they stepped inside, Venom Fox immediately tried to force Guang into paying for dinner. Our protagonist instantly called him out for acting like a thug and told him to buy his own food instead of shamelessly relying on others. Inside the inn, another familiar group was already dining there. The young head of the Hua clan, Hua Yunwal, was seated together with his younger sister, Hua Yunseal. The moment Hua Yunwal noticed them entering, he greeted Li Jin and even recognized Venom Fox immediately. Hua Yunseal also politely greeted both of them, and when she remembered Venom Fox's name, he nearly lost control of his emotions internally from happiness. After exchanging greetings, Hua Yunwal invited them to sit together since fate had brought them to the same inn. While eating together, our protagonist explained that he had accepted an escort mission connected to the Taeho merchant group because Guang requested his help. Guang immediately stood up and passionately explained that he trusted Jin because the atmosphere surrounding the Taeho merchant group felt extremely suspicious. Hua Yunwal agreed that Li Jin was indeed dependable. When our protagonist asked whether Hua Yunwal knew anything about Elder Pil's disappearance, Hua Yunwal revealed what he had heard from recent investigations. Signs of a violent struggle had been discovered near the Taeho merchant group, but only Elder Pil's judge brush and traces of blood were left behind. No corpse was ever found. Because of that, Hua Yunwal suspected the involvement of demonic arts. He also revealed information from a recent Rulers Association meeting. The Sword King had apparently been captured by mysterious enemies before eventually being rescued. According to the Sword King, the enemies possessed bodies impervious to blades and swords. After escaping pursuit from both the Murim Alliance and the Rulers Association, Those enemies had scattered across different regions. Hearing this, our protagonist immediately understood why the sword demon subordinate he fought earlier had been isolated from the others. Although relieved that the Sword King survived, he also remembered the Alliance leader's warning that the demonic path might soon begin moving openly. Because of that, he sincerely warned both Wei Yunwall and Wei Yunseal to remain careful. Meanwhile, Venom Fox was still completely confused about what Blade Sword imperviousness even meant. Our protagonist bluntly told him to stop talking and focus on eating. Venom Fox awkwardly complained that it was impossible to eat while keeping his mouth shut, causing Wei Yunseal to burst into laughter. Seeing her laugh and kindly explain the martial art to him made Venom Fox internally celebrate like he had just achieved enlightenment. Meanwhile, Wei Yunwall silently observed everything and immediately realized that Venom Fox was incapable of hiding his emotions. Trying to create an opportunity for Venom Fox, Eon Wall suddenly declared that he needed to discuss something important with Li Jin Eon and requested Wei Yunseal to guide the others to the lodging first. However, the moment she agreed, Venom Fox instantly panicked because things were progressing far better than he expected. Guang tried to leave as well, but Venom Fox desperately begged him to stay behind and continue drinking instead. Completely confused, Guang could only stare at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wei Yunseal waited near the exit and asked why he was not following yet. Venom Fox immediately ran after her in a flustered panic. Watching him leave, our protagonist apologized to Wei Yunwall and admitted that Venom Fox was not exactly a normal person. Wei Yunwall calmly replied that it was fine because his sister would have rejected him immediately if she truly disliked him. Not long afterward, Venom Fox and Wei Yunseal walked together across a bridge illuminated by bright moonlight. Wei Yunseal commented that the lodging he chose was surprisingly far away. Nervously sweating, Venom Fox claimed it should appear if they walked just a little farther. While secretly admiring her beauty, Venom Fox remembered regretting that he never properly spoke to her during the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Meeting her again after stepping into the Jianghu felt like fate itself had given him another opportunity. As the moonlight reflected across the bridge, Venom Fox convinced himself that the atmosphere was perfect and desperately tried to gather courage. Finally, with extreme nervousness, he loudly called out to Wei Yunseal. The moment she turned toward him, he tried to confess that ever since the Dragon Phoenix tournament, a masked assassin suddenly appeared behind him with a raised sword, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest outside the village, 2 members of the 12 demonic swords were secretly observing the situation. The 6th sword and the 8th sword discussed the people staying at the inn, particularly Wei Yunwall and Li Jin Eon. The 6th sword was surprised that Wei Yunwall had already deduced the involvement of demonic arts without even seeing the actual crime scene connected to Elder Un-Pil's disappearance. Although he did not consider Yunwall particularly powerful, he still viewed him as a troublesome person who could become dangerous if left alone. The conversation soon shifted toward Jin Eon. The 8th sword explained that he was most likely the eldest son of the Yuna merchant group, and the man rumored to have crushed the gold-silver assassins a few months earlier. However, the 6th sword dismissed him as nothing more than an ordinary martial artist of the Jianghu. At that moment, he came up with a cruel idea. Since Jin Eon's group was heading toward the Taeho merchant group anyway, he proposed killing them all before continuing with their mission. The 8th sword immediately objected, reminding him that their actual orders were to prepare traps near the Namgung clan and monitor the movements of the Rulers' Association. Their alliance leader intended to strike the Sword Emperor soon, meaning they should avoid unnecessary complications. However, the 6th sword only laughed it off, claiming the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader would never care about a few dead martial artists and would simply view it as entertainment. Although the 8th sword warned him once more not to create unnecessary chaos, the 6th sword assured him that he would handle everything quietly. He then ordered the 8th sword to head toward the Taeho merchant group and report today's events, while he personally dealt with Jin Eon's group himself. Even as he agreed to leave, the 8th sword still warned his senior not to toy with the targets this time. The 6th sword simply smiled confidently, clearly intending to enjoy the hunt. Near the bridge beneath the moonlit sky, the masked assassin swung his sword directly toward Venom Fox's neck. Before the strike could land, Wei Yunseal instantly shoved Venom Fox out of danger and intercepted the attack with her own weapon. Venom Fox crashed onto the ground in shock, while Yunseal shouted at him to run away immediately. The assassin pushed Yunseal back with overwhelming force, dragging her across the bridge. The moment she exchanged blows with him, she realized he was even stronger than Wei Yunwall. Despite that, she resolved to buy enough time for Venom Fox to escape. The assassin continuously pressured her with powerful sword attacks infused with heavy energy, but Yunseal stubbornly blocked every strike. Impressed by her defense, the assassin praised her skill before suddenly slashing her leg and cutting deep into it. As Yunseal collapsed, unable to properly move, the assassin revealed his disgusting intentions and prepared to absorb her inner energy. Just as his blade descended, Venom Fox suddenly jumped in and blocked the attack with his umbrella weapon. Furious, he called the assassin a complete pervert before forcing him backward with brute strength. The assassin finally realized the umbrella was actually Venom Fox's weapon, while Yunseal became frustrated that he had ignored her order to flee. Even so, Venom Fox stubbornly declared that he would run only if he wanted to, and right now he had no intention of leaving. Those words left Yunseal stunned for a moment. Without hesitation, Venom Fox charged the assassin and smashed his umbrella into the man's chest. However, the assassin did not move at all. Venom Fox immediately realized something was wrong when his attack felt like striking solid steel. Yunseal quickly warned him that the enemy possessed blade sword imperviousness, the martial art that hardened the body beyond normal limits. Even after hearing that, Venom Fox refused to back down. Barely understanding the technique, he simply decided to keep attacking until the enemy eventually fell. He unleashed a barrage of strikes and finally poured all his strength into a powerful blow that exploded with dust upon impact. But when the dust settled, the assassin was calmly holding the attack back with one bare hand. The assassin found Venom Fox strange, noticing that he possessed almost no inner energy and used only the basic tri-sword technique, yet still lacked fear. Venom Fox proudly admitted that he was a little fearless. In the very next second, the assassin casually slapped him across the face with overwhelming force, launching him through the air and smashing him across the ground. Yunseal panicked and shouted his name, but Venom Fox still forced himself back up despite his injuries. Even while bleeding, he stubbornly claimed that the fist of a pervert felt like a feather compared to his master's punches. The assassin smiled with interest after hearing that. Rather than killing Venom Fox immediately, he began treating the fight like entertainment, deciding to keep him alive at least until he grew bored. The masked assassin relentlessly overwhelmed Venom Fox with a barrage of attacks, striking him again and again until his body became covered in injuries. Despite trying to block with his umbrella weapon, Venom Fox could not stop every blow and was steadily pushed into a corner. While mercilessly attacking him, the assassin mocked him and told him to suffer in agony. Even in that condition, Venom Fox suddenly leapt into the air and launched a powerful counterattack with his weapon. However, the strike once again failed to damage the assassin at all. Shocked by how completely unharmed the man remained, Venom Fox desperately tried to figure out where his weak spot could possibly be. The assassin only smiled and mockingly told him to find it himself, claiming he would either end up begging for his life or beaten to death first. Badly injured and breathing heavily, Venom Fox still refused to give up and instead shouted for the assassin to keep hitting him harder because he was supposedly itching for more punishment. His fearless attitude irritated the assassin, who commented on the arrogance in his eyes before drawing his sword and aiming it directly toward Venom Fox's eye, preparing to finish him once and for all. At that moment, Venom Fox recalled one of his brutal training sessions inside the 8 Dragon Sect training grounds. After being smashed into a wall by another fighter during practice, Hajinik finally ended the match for the day. While sitting on the ground exhausted, Venom Fox suddenly asked Genik whether he could ever become as strong as Geneon. He then explained how he had secretly followed Geneon months earlier and witnessed him completely destroy a mountain during training. Seeing such monstrous strength made him wonder if he needed to step into the Jianghu and fight stronger opponents in order to grow faster himself. Genik pointed out how Venom Fox had only recently struggled against low-level martial artists, while another fighter praised his current progress and suggested he could start fighting stronger squad captains. However, Venom Fox completely ignored that suggestion and directly challenged Genik himself to a duel instead. At first, Genik tried to walk away and dismiss him, but Venom Fox continuously provoked him by asking if he was scared. Finally losing his patience, Genik grabbed a wooden sword and furiously attacked him, declaring that being the 8 Dragon Sect leader was not some kind of joke. The strike launched Venom Fox into the air instantly. Immediately afterward, Geonik realized he had accidentally used too much strength and became worried that Geneon would hear about it. However, instead of complaining, Venom Fox excitedly asked how Geonik had performed the technique, noticing similarities to the Trisor technique. While wiping blood from his face, he demanded to see it again. At that moment, Geonik finally understood what Geneon saw in him. Despite being reckless and ridiculous, Venom Fox possessed an incredibly stubborn will that refused to break. Returning to the present, Venom Fox remembered that lesson at the critical moment. As the assassin attacked again, Venom Fox suddenly redirected the strike with a precise movement, knocking the sword straight out of the assassin's hand. Standing behind the assassin, Venom Fox declared that he had no intention of stopping. Without hesitating, he rushed forward again and shouted that from the very beginning, winning was the only thing on his mind. He then attempted an absurd attack aimed at the assassin's backside, hoping to exploit some hidden weakness. However, even that failed because Blade Sword Imperviousness protected literally every part of the assassin's body. While gasping for breath, Venom Fox stared at him in disbelief and complained about how even that area was impossibly hard, wondering how the man could even function normally with a body like that. Completely enraged by the humiliation, the assassin unleashed a devastating punch powerful enough to explode the bridge itself. The massive impact shook the entire area and filled the surroundings with dust and shattered debris. But just before the attack could hit Venom Fox directly, Geneon suddenly appeared and stopped the assassin's fist barehanded. Seeing his master finally arrive, Venom Fox collapsed onto the ground in relief and complained that Geneon had taken far too long to show up. Sitting injured on the ground, Yinseal looked toward Geneon in shock as he blocked the assassin's devastating punch barehanded. At that moment, Wei Yinwall also arrived beside his sister and immediately apologized for letting her go alone. Although Yinseal assured him she was fine, she became worried about Venom Fox's condition instead. Yinwall told her not to overexert herself and to focus on resting first. While watching Geneon confront the assassin, Yinwall realized the bad feeling he sensed earlier had been correct all along. He could hardly believe that members of the demonic faction had appeared even in a small village like this. Still gripping the assassin's fist, Geneon looked toward Venom Fox and reminded him that he had clearly warned him before. Following someone into the Jianghu without understanding the dangers could easily get him killed. Badly injured and covered in blood, Venom Fox admitted that Geneon was right. After finally experiencing the Jianghu firsthand, he realized how terrifying it truly was and jokingly muttered that maybe he should have just stayed in his room, training quietly instead. However, Geneon calmly acknowledged that despite everything, Venom Fox had managed to hold out surprisingly well. Hearing genuine praise from him instantly changed Venom Fox's expression. Embarrassed and relieved at the same time, he awkwardly complained that if Geneon was going to compliment him, he should have stopped at the compliment alone. Immediately afterward, he collapsed unconscious from exhaustion and injuries. At that moment, the assassin gathered demonic energy into his fist and unleashed another violent attack. Geneon easily avoided the strike, rushed toward Venom Fox, and carried him away from danger. The assassin then gripped his sword and coldly declared that it was actually better this way, since all the flies had gathered together in one place. Instead of hunting them down individually, he intended to slaughter them all at once. Feeling the terrifying demonic energy radiating from the assassin, Yinwall briefly wondered if this man could actually be the sword demon himself. However, Geneon immediately clarified that the man was most likely only one of the sword demon subordinates and also possessed blade sword imperviousness. Yinwall became even more shocked after hearing that. If a mere subordinate possessed such overwhelming demonic energy, then the sword demon himself had to be far more monstrous than expected. Meanwhile, Geneon quietly analyzed the enemy and realized this assassin was clearly stronger than the demonic subordinate he fought previously. Because of that, he started suspecting there might be a hierarchy among these demonic warriors. The assassin suddenly rushed toward Geneon with his sword aimed directly at him, intending to finish him immediately. But Geneon effortlessly avoided the attack and casually remarked that despite all the noise surrounding him, the assassin was not worth that much attention. Before the assassin could react, Geneon drove a powerful punch straight into his chest and launched him high into the air. The furious assassin tried to retaliate, but Genion instantly followed up with a devastating kick to the head that slammed him directly into the river below. Watching the exchange from above, Yunwall became stunned. Even with his own sharp eyes, he struggled to follow Genion's movements properly. He already knew Genion had become stronger since the Dragon Phoenix tournament, but not to this overwhelming extent. Genion then asked Yunwall if he knew how to properly deal with blade sword imperviousness. Yunwall explained that according to rumors, the technique could only be broken by injecting inner energy into the opponent's body and melting them from within, something supposedly impossible unless someone had reached ruler-level mastery. Genion confidently replied that there was another method and told Yunwall to watch carefully as he demonstrated how to kill such an opponent. Without hesitation, Genion leapt down from the bridge into the river below and immediately resumed the assault. The assassin blocked his incoming punch with his sword and admitted that Genion was surprisingly spirited. The assassin then launched a relentless series of attacks from every direction while Genion calmly dodged each strike. As he attacked, the assassin arrogantly boasted about how he and his comrades had hunted and absorbed countless martial masters before. According to him, many of those warriors once carried the same confident look in their eyes as Genion. He described how entertaining it was to watch the light disappear from their eyes after being defeated by opponents they once considered inferior. Genion calmly waited for an opening. The moment the assassin charged recklessly, Genion instantly gouged out one of his eyes using only 2 fingers. Because the eyes remained the only weak point in blade sword imperviousness, blood finally spilled from the assassin's body, shocking him completely. Terrified, the assassin immediately attempted to surrender and offered information about the demonic path and their leader. However, Genion revealed he had no intention of listening. When the assassin secretly attempted a final sneak attack underwater, Genion slammed his head beneath the river and declared that he simply wanted to kill him. Gathering lightning energy into his palm, Genion unleashed a massive burst of lightning directly into the assassin's body. The lightning completely overwhelmed and destroyed him from within, illuminating the entire river and night sky. Watching from a bridge, Wai Yunwall felt as though the Lightning Emperor himself had descended before them. Even after winning, Genion complained that he had originally wanted to defeat the enemy without relying on lightning energy, but Venom Fox's reckless actions forced him to step in. The next morning, Venom Fox woke up heavily bandaged inside a new inn. Sitting beside him, Yinseal explained that Genion had killed the demonic practitioner and told him to rest because his body still had not recovered. Despite coughing up blood immediately afterward, Venom Fox stubbornly insisted he was perfectly fine. Yinseal then apologized, blaming herself for being unable to properly protect him during the battle. She admitted that the assassin's demonic energy had terrified her so badly that her body froze, while Venom Fox continued fighting until the very end to save her. With a bright smile, she sincerely thanked him. Completely flustered, Venom Fox silently stared at her while blushing. When Yinseal finally asked what he had originally wanted to confess before the fight began, Venom Fox hesitated before admitting he wanted to wait until he became stronger and worthy enough of her. However, he awkwardly added that if she could not wait, there was nothing he could do about it. To his shock, Yinseal quietly replied that she would wait. Outside the room, Genion silently observed Venom Fox's condition and concluded that he would probably need to feed him even more elixirs once they returned home. The next morning, Guang stood together with Genion and Wai Yunwall. Unable to understand what had happened during the night, he repeatedly questioned why Myungo had ended up in such terrible condition. Genion simply brushed it off by saying that unexpected things happened and told Guang to take Venom Fox back safely to the Yunha Merchant Group, while he personally continued toward the Taeho Merchant Group to deliver the goods. Although Guang looked hesitant, Wai Yunwall stepped in and agreed with Genion's decision. He explained that the Taeho Merchant Group had become far more dangerous than anyone currently realized, making it safer for Guang and Venom Fox to return immediately. Wai Yunwall also promised that he and Yinseal would personally escort them back safely. After hearing that, Guang finally accepted the decision. Despite still looking worried, he promised to safely return Venom Fox to the Yunha Merchant Group and told Genion to be careful. Genion simply responded with a calm smile, while Guang quietly wondered how he was supposed to explain everything to his father once they returned. After the others departed, Hua Yinwall asked Jin Yan if he could spare some time before heading toward the Taeho merchant group. Sometime later, the two arrived near a massive waterfall hidden close to the village. Standing before the waterfall, Hua Yinwall asked Jin Yan what he thought about the scenery. Jin Yan admitted he never knew such a magnificent waterfall existed nearby. Yinwall then explained that he had always loved waterfalls because looking at them made it feel as though all his worries were being washed away. Whenever something troubled him, he would seek out waterfalls to clear his mind and remind himself of his resolve. He then began speaking about his past. When he was younger, he used to feel ashamed of the Hua clan's name. Unlike famous martial clans that earned glory through heroic battles or legendary martial arts, the Hua clan lacked any grand philosophy or renowned techniques. Because the clan originally descended from assassins, Yinwall believed they were destined to remain in the shadows forever. Realizing his son's thoughts, Yinwall's father once took him to the Cloud Dragon Falls of Mount Wudong. Hearing this, Jin Yan immediately recognized the place. Yinwall explained that the name of the Hua clan's ancestor, Hua Unryong, originated from those very falls. Standing there, he realized something important. What truly mattered was not how a person or clan began, but what they devoted their lives to protecting. Yinwall then revealed that, just like his own name implied, he deeply loved beautiful things. Because of that, if demonic practitioners ever threatened the things he cherished, he would willingly devote his life to protecting them. Jin Yan smiled after hearing those words and told him that if Hua Unryong could see the path he had chosen, he would surely be proud. However, the moment he mentioned the ancestor's name, Jin Yan suddenly became lost in thought as memories from the past surfaced in his mind. Something about the name Unryong seemed strangely familiar to him, making him question whether it could possibly be connected to someone he once knew. Seeing Jin Yan distracted, Hua Yinwall asked what was wrong, but Jin Yan calmly dismissed it and said it was nothing important. Shortly afterward, Hua Yinwall respectfully bowed before Jin Yan and sincerely thanked him for everything. He admitted that he owed a great debt both to Venom Fox and to Jin Yan himself, and promised in the name of the Hua clan that he would repay this favor the next time they met. Jin Yan calmly accepted the promise and said he would look forward to that day. Meanwhile, far away at the Taeho merchant group, the atmosphere had become extremely tense. Inside the throne room, Taeho merchant group leader Jiang Yunmyong angrily reacted after hearing the outrageous new demand being made against them. The amount demanded had now risen to 100,000 yang, far exceeding the original price. Standing confidently before him was Li Jiancheng, the first disciple of the Thunderbolt sect. With a calm but arrogant attitude, he claimed that after reconsidering the value of the Thunderbolt sect's treasure, they had realized they originally priced it far too low. Because of that, he questioned whether a massive organization like the Taeho merchant group truly could not afford such an amount. Jiang Yunmyong suddenly becomes furious as he confronted Li Jiancheng over the absurd amount of money the Thunderbolt sect had extorted over the past few months. The amount had already reached hundreds of thousands of niang, yet they were still demanding even more. He accused them of fabricating the story about their sect treasure being transported aboard the missing ship and claimed the Thunderbolt sect had deliberately sunk the vessel to erase all evidence. Li Jiancheng showed no intention of hiding the truth anymore. He mocked Jiang Yunmyong for raising his voice despite being powerless, then revealed that Elder Un Pil and the Taeho merchant group's guards were already gone. According to him, every person outside the room now belonged to the Thunderbolt sect. He threatened that if the merchant leader refused to continue paying, the entire Taeho merchant group would disappear just like Elder Un Pil. Enraged, Jiang Yunmyong called them shameless brutes who were no longer even pretending to be righteous. But before the situation could escalate further, loud screams suddenly echoed from outside the building. The sudden chaos immediately alarmed Li Jiancheng. He was certain every guard had already been dealt with, so hearing battle outside made no sense to him. He kicked the doors open and rushed outside, only to freeze in shock. The disciples of the Thunderbolt sect had already been completely overwhelmed. Standing in the middle of them was Li Jinyan, calmly holding one of the defeated men before tossing him aside. Jinyan coldly asked whether Li Jiancheng was the leader of these underworld bastards. Furious, Li Jiancheng denied the accusation and declared that they were the Special Operations Unit of the Murim Alliance, the Thunderbolt sect. He immediately launched forward with his sword, unleashing a powerful attack that shattered the ground and filled the area with dust and debris. However, when the dust cleared, Jianian had stopped the blade effortlessly with only 2 fingers. Li Jiancheng was left speechless. Jianian mocked the sect's name, saying it reeked of the underworld, trying to imitate the Orthodox faction. With only a slight increase in strength, he shattered the sword in half. Before Li Jiancheng could react, Jianian grabbed his wrist and crushed his grip completely. The broken sword slipped from his hand as Jianian furiously condemned him for daring to use the Murim Alliance leader's name for such filthy actions. In the next instant, Jianian drove a devastating punch directly into his face. The impact launched Li Jiancheng through the air and slammed him into a wall hard enough to completely shatter it. At that moment, Jiang Yunmiang finally stepped outside and stared at Jianian in disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, Jianian calmly introduced himself as the eldest son of the Yunhe Merchant Group and the leader of the Great Merchants Association, Li Jianian. He then respectfully bowed to the Taeho Merchant Group leader. Afterward, Jianian casually pointed toward the destroyed wall and apologized, saying he would compensate them for the damage. Despite everything that had just happened, Jiang Yunmiang could only respond that it was fine. After some time, the scene shifted back to the Taeho Merchant Group. Inside the main building, Jiang Yunmiang sat comfortably on a sofa while the captured Li Jiancheng remained bound on the floor nearby. Yunmiang warmly greeted Jianian, noting that it had been many years since they had last met. The last time he had seen him, Jianian had only been around 10 years old. Seeing how dependable and capable he had become filled him with admiration. Jianian responded modestly, crediting much of his growth to the help he had received from Yunmiang in the past, especially the azurite essence and the care shown to him during his younger years. The merchant leader chuckled and explained that Li Xiangmin frequently mentioned his eldest son in his letters. According to those letters, Jianian had matured greatly and become a proper martial artist. Since his old friend had personally requested that he lend assistance whenever possible, he had never hesitated to provide support. Jianian respectfully bowed once more and explained that his father had also been worried about the Taeho Merchant Group's situation. Although his repayment had come later than intended, he was determined to return the kindness that had been shown to the Yunhe Merchant Group. From this day forward, the Taeho Merchant Group would no longer suffer extortion or threats. Hearing those words, Yunmiang finally understood why Li Xiangmin had always spoken so proudly of his son. After a brief moment of thought, he reached into his robes and retrieved an item before handing it to Jianian. The object turned out to be a judge's brush. Yunmiang explained that it had belonged to Elder Unpil. Originally, the elder had wielded a pair of brushes, but after his disappearance, only one remained. Examining the weapon carefully, Jianian concluded that the missing brush had likely fallen into the hands of those responsible for Unpil's disappearance. He vowed to avenge the elder no matter what. Later, after forcing Li Jiancheng to guide him, Jianian arrived at a secluded residence built atop a mountain overlooking a river below. Standing outside, he questioned Jiancheng one final time to confirm that the sect leader was truly inside. The battered disciple nervously confirmed it. Unsatisfied by his hesitant response, Jianian slapped him across the face and warned him to stop mumbling. Missing a few teeth was no excuse for speaking unclearly. While apologizing and coughing up blood, Jiancheng inwardly fumed. The very person threatening him was the same man responsible for knocking out those teeth. Even so, he remained convinced that Jianian's confidence would vanish the moment he faced their new sect leader. The two entered the residence. Inside, a man was already seated comfortably while reading a book. The moment he noticed the visitors, he greeted them casually, immediately recognizing that this was no ordinary guest. Jianian's eyes narrowed. In a man's hand was one of Elder Unpil's judge's brushes. Panicking, Li Jiancheng immediately began shouting for help. He desperately informed the man that a martial master from the Taeho Merchant Group had annihilated all of their forces and needed to be dealt with immediately. He never got the chance to finish. Without hesitation, Jianian hurled the judge's brush he had received from Yunmiang. The weapon shot through the air and pierced straight through Jiancheng's neck before pinning him to the wall behind him. The disciple collapsed to the floor, dying before he could utter another word. The seated man merely sighed and remarked that killing him seemed wasteful. Ignoring the comment entirely, Genion asked a single question. He wanted to know where Elder Unpil's body was. The answer came immediately. According to the man, the corpse had been discarded somewhere at the bottom of the river. Worse still, it had already been mutilated beyond recognition, making any attempt to recover it meaningless. Genion's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the man studied him with growing curiosity. He admitted that he couldn't identify him. He knew the faces of most martial masters, yet Genion wasn't among them. Nor did he appear to be one of Unpil's disciples. Holding the remaining judge's brush, the man suggested a simple arrangement. Since both of them clearly had questions, they could take turns asking and answering. Genion agreed and immediately asked whether the man's superior happened to favor purple robes. For the first time, genuine surprise appeared on the man's face. He couldn't understand how Genion knew such a detail. Genion casually explained that the man's irritating face resembled someone he had met before. After reluctantly admitting that the guess was correct, the man proceeded with his own question. He wanted to know whether Genion was a senior from the Myriad Demon Palace. The name immediately caught Genion's attention. It was the same organization another demonic practitioner had mentioned in the past. After considering it briefly, he simply answered no. The response completely caught the man off guard. He repeated the answer in disbelief before suddenly exploding in irritation. All of his caution disappeared instantly. He had gotten nervous over nothing. Pointing the brush toward Genion, he angrily complained that if Genion wasn't even connected to the Myriad Demon Palace, then there had been no reason for him to act so seriously. Frustrated at having worried unnecessarily, he concluded that perhaps he should simply kill Genion right then and there. After calming himself, the left guardian let out a long breath and regained his composure. Realizing he had become overly excited, he told Genion to continue with the next question. Genion immediately asked about his position within the organization. The man casually explained that his lord referred to him as the left guardian, and that was the title he carried. Since it was now his turn, he questioned Genion in return, asking whether his master had died at the hands of his lord. Genion answered without hesitation. The answer was yes. He then asked another question, wondering if the left guardian's parents had died during the great battle of the Five Tombs. The left guardian confirmed it without emotion. Both of them had perished there. As the conversation continued, the left guardian began piecing together clues. Genion clearly knew far too much about them despite not belonging to the Myriad Demon Palace. He first wondered if Genion might be a disciple of Alliance leader Yu Zhonghong, but immediately dismissed the idea since all of Yu Zhonghong's disciples had died during the great battle of the Five Tombs. His thoughts shifted again toward the Green Forest King, but he quickly rejected that possibility as well. After all, they had personally hunted down and eliminated every disciple of the Green Forest King. Then suddenly, something clicked. The left guardian froze for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. The possibility was so absurd that he could barely contain himself. He mockingly concluded that Genion must be the hidden disciple of the Fist King. Still laughing, he explained how shocked his lord would be to discover that the Fist King had secretly left behind a disciple. The left guardian then deliberately described the Fist King's death in gruesome detail. According to him, the sword demon had been the first to drive a blade into the Fist King. After that, the 12 demonic swords had taken turns plunging their weapons into his body while competing to absorb his core energy. Because of that, no one could even say with certainty who had truly delivered the killing blow. He sneered that Genion's devotion to his dead master was admirable, but added that the Fist King's soul had likely been torn apart long ago, leaving no peaceful afterlife waiting for him. Throughout the entire insult, Genion remained silent. His cold eyes never left the left guardian. Then, unexpectedly, Genion changed the subject entirely. Looking around the residence, he noted that there were no servants, maids, or laborers anywhere to be seen. The sudden question visibly surprised the left guardian. Genion calmly asked whether everyone who had once lived there had been killed so the place could be taken over. The left guardian stood up at once, finding the question strange and irrelevant. To him, people died all the time during business, and he pointed out that Genion himself killed people without hesitation. Genion's answer came without emotion. There was a difference. He only killed pests. A mocking smile spread across the left guardian's face. The conversation had reached its end. Without warning, Genion stepped forward and drove a powerful elbow strike toward him. The left guardian reacted instantly, blocking the attack with his wrist. Genion then stated that he had one final question before killing him. He wanted to know where the left guardian's lord and the sword demon were currently located. The left guardian's expression twisted with rage. The question and answer session was over. Cursing furiously, he swung the judge's brush toward Genion, but Genion effortlessly dodged the attack. A moment later, Genion's fist crashed directly into the left guardian's face. The impact launched him through the air and slammed him into a wall. As chunks of stone scattered around the room, Genion calmly removed his outer robe and informed him that he had better be capable of enduring torture because there were still many things he intended to ask. The left guardian slowly rose from the shattered wall. In his eyes burned pure fury. He declared that such confidence was only possible if Genion managed to survive. With a roar, he rushed forward again and unleashed another attack. Genion stepped back to evade it before immediately surging forward. His fist buried itself into the left guardian's abdomen. The man doubled over in pain. Without giving him any time to recover, Genion seized his wrist with one hand, grabbed his head with the other, and smashed a devastating knee directly into his face. The left guardian was sent staggering backward. Genion pressed the attack once more, but this time the left guardian countered by swinging the judge's brush with all his strength. The moment the attack erupted, Genion blocked it using the back of his fist. As he observed the energy flowing through the weapon, realization struck him. The brush was infused with fire energy. The left guardian immediately followed up with another blazing strike. Genion jumped backward to avoid it while carefully analyzing the technique. The energy wasn't ordinary fire chi. The judge's brush had been infused with a far more dangerous power, one capable of piercing even reinforced gauntlets. Then Genion activated the invisible grasp technique. An enormous energy hand formed in the air and reached toward the judge's brush that had earlier been pinned into the wall. The weapon tore free from the stone and flew directly into Genion's grasp. The next moment, both men attacked simultaneously. A massive explosion erupted from the collision. The entire building shattered apart under the impact, while flames rapidly spread through the remaining structure. When the smoke began to clear, Genion was still standing completely unharmed. The left guardian clicked his tongue in irritation. He admitted that he had actually liked the building, only for it to be reduced to ruins. Genion ignored the complaint. Having recognized the source of the technique, he revealed that the fire energy wasn't ordinary at all. It belonged to the martial arts of the Fire Wheel Demon Emperor. The left guardian grinned. Since Genion recognized the technique, he posed a question of his own. Between the martial arts of the Fire Wheel Demon Emperor and those of the Fist King, which was superior? Lightning immediately began crackling around Genion's body. A faint mocking smile appeared on his face. To him, the answer was obvious. The superior martial art belonged to the one who won. The left guardian gathered fire energy into his palm and unleashed a massive torrent of flames toward Genion. Dodging to the side with a swift leap, Genion immediately closed the distance and drove a lightning-infused punch into his opponent's chest. The strike landed cleanly, severely injuring the left guardian. However, Genion suddenly noticed something and hesitated for a brief moment. Taking advantage of that opening, the left guardian grabbed his wrist and smiled, believing he had finally caught him. Before he could act, Genion delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending him flying across the battlefield and crashing into the ground. Struggling to his feet while fire energy continued to surge from his body, the left guardian expressed his disappointment. He had originally intended to melt Genion down completely. Watching him carefully, Genion recognized the martial art. The true Crimson Hand art looked as though its user's hands had been heated in molten iron. During the Great Battle of the Five Tombs, the Fire Wheel Demon Emperor had used this very technique to melt countless orthodox martial masters. The left guardian charged again, releasing a relentless barrage of fire-infused palm strikes. Genion flipped and moved through the attacks with ease, avoiding every blow. In the next instant, he appeared directly before his opponent and seized both of his hands. Even then, the left guardian continued mocking him, claiming that the Fist King's martial arts were nothing compared to those of the Fire Wheel Demon Emperor. Genion calmly responded by bringing up an old story. He had heard that the mighty Fire Wheel Demon Emperor once challenged the Mad God, only to have his limbs torn off and be cast into the abyss of the 5 tombs. He casually wondered whether anyone had ever found the body. The remark immediately enraged the Left Guardian. Before he could continue shouting, Jineon released lightning energy directly into his body through the grip. The overwhelming power coursed through him, forcing out a scream of pain. Still, the Left Guardian was not finished. Concentrating fire energy into 2 fingers, he launched a sudden attack. Jineon narrowly avoided it and realized that the man possessed more tricks than simply grabbing and melting his opponents. Moments later, the Left Guardian unleashed another dense wave of fire energy from his palm. Jineon crossed his arms and blocked the attack. The overwhelming force pushed him backward and devastated the surrounding terrain, but he remained completely unharmed. Looking at the exhausted Left Guardian, who was now breathing heavily, Jineon pointed out that his inner energy was clearly running low. If he truly carried the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, he should have been standing on his own strength. Instead, he was attacking merchant groups and extorting money. Jineon questioned how someone like that expected to take revenge on the Mad God. The words struck a nerve. Grinding his teeth, the Left Guardian angrily insisted that the energy he still possessed was more than enough to kill Jineon. Gathering all his remaining power, he unleashed the single-point true Crimson Hand Strike. A devastating beam of fire erupted forward. At the last possible moment, Jineon lowered himself and avoided the attack. As the beam passed overhead, he launched himself high into the sky. Suspended in midair, he gathered lightning into both hands and activated the White Lightning 10-phase art, Realm of Enlightenment. Lightning energy condensed and took shape as a short spear. As the weapon formed, Jineon focused entirely on controlling the power. Lightning was not meant to be recklessly unleashed. It had to be tempered, refined, and contained. Below him, the Left Guardian desperately concentrated his remaining fire energy, preparing a final counterattack. Meanwhile, Jineon floated amid brilliant lightning, holding the completed spear. Surrounded by crackling energy, he resembled a god of thunder descending from the heavens. For the first time, the Left Guardian froze. Then Jineon activated the White Lightning 10-phase art, Lightning Strike. The spear shot downward. The moment it struck, the entire area exploded apart. The ground shattered, a massive crater formed, and lightning consumed everything in its path. When the destruction finally settled, Jineon landed calmly on the remains of the bridge. Nearby lay a severed arm. Examining the result, he casually remarked that it was his first time using the technique. He wasn't quite used to it yet, and should have aimed for the legs instead. The Left Guardian screamed in agony while clutching the stump where his arm had once been. For the first time, genuine fear entered his mind. He had never expected the Fist King's disciple to be this powerful. Realizing the battle was lost and their entire plan had been ruined because of this one man, he immediately turned and fled. His only remaining objective was to escape and report everything to his lord. However, after only a few moments of running, he sensed something behind him. Jineon had already caught up. The realization sent a chill through him. The Left Guardian suddenly stopped and loudly called for the Right Guardian, making Jineon momentarily wonder if reinforcements had arrived. Taking advantage of that brief hesitation, the Left Guardian gathered fire energy into his remaining palm and tried to launch a counterattack, believing his trick had worked. However, before he could act, Jineon stepped in and drove a knee into his face. Grabbing him by the hair, he demanded answers. The Left Guardian quickly admitted defeat and desperately offered information about his lord's plans in exchange for his life. Jineon showed no sympathy. He mocked the man's disgraceful behavior, pointing out how pathetic it was for someone who had been boasting moments ago to suddenly beg for mercy and invent non-existent reinforcements. He then demanded to know why the Taeho merchant group had been targeted. The Left Guardian claimed it was because they needed money. When Jineon pressed further, he attempted to fabricate a story about preparing a gift for an upcoming banquet. Realizing he was being deceived, Jineon yanked his hair harder and threatened him, warning that he would burn out his tongue if he continued playing games. Terrified, the Left Guardian immediately promised to tell the truth. Before the interrogation could continue, a powerful sword energy suddenly struck Jineon, creating a massive explosion. Laughing in relief, the Left Guardian declared that fate had spared him and welcomed the newcomer. The person who had arrived was the 8th sword of the 12 demonic swords. The 8th sword calmly asked what had happened. Pointing at Jian, the left guardian explained that he was the Fist King's disciple and claimed his inner energy should already be exhausted. He urged the newcomer to join forces with him and kill Jian. The 8th sword studied Jian in silence while the left guardian continued ranting. Confident now that he had support, he boasted about finally getting revenge and reminded everyone that the 8th sword possessed blade sword imperviousness. The 8th sword, clearly annoyed, simply told him to stop talking while fighting. Ignoring the warning, the left guardian prepared another attack and continued shouting threats. But before he could finish, Jian moved with lightning speed. Passing by the 8th sword in an instant, he appeared directly in front of the left guardian. Without hesitation, Jian grabbed the man's tongue and forced his fingers into his mouth. He calmly declared that since a new opponent had arrived, he would simply choose a different interrogation target. The left guardian could only struggle helplessly. Jian remarked that the man's tongue had been far too loose. In the next moment, he unleashed a dense surge of lightning directly into his body. The energy burned through him from within, reducing him to nothing but dust. The 8th sword stared at the remains in shock. Jian then turned toward him and coldly expressed his hope that this new opponent's tongue was not as loose as the one he had just erased. The 8th sword stared at Jian with a pale face and cold sweat running down his forehead. He had suspected it earlier, but now he was certain. The man before him was the eldest son of the Yunhe merchant group from back then. If Jian was here, then the 6th sword had likely been defeated as well. Realizing the danger he was facing, the 8th sword unleashed his demonic power. He knew that if he fought carelessly, he would die just like the left guardian. With a fierce roar, he charged forward and unleashed a devastating sword attack. Jian calmly caught the strike between 2 fingers and coldly remarked that it was surprising he still wanted to fight after witnessing the left guardian's fate. He wondered whether it was loyalty or simply reckless courage. Before the 8th sword could react, Jian immediately targeted his weakness. 2 fingers shot toward his eye and pierced it. The demonic swordsman trembled in pain, but managed to jerk his head backward, pulling himself free before the attack could become fatal. Seeing this, Jian praised his quick reaction. A moment later, Jian drove a powerful kick into his abdomen. The impact sent the 8th sword skidding across the ground before crashing into a tree. Clutching his injured eye, the 8th sword quickly realized how the 6th sword had likely been defeated. Jian had aimed for the eyes from the very beginning. Understanding that a direct confrontation was hopeless, he immediately chose the only option left, escape. As he fled, Jian clicked his tongue in annoyance, wondering whether demonic practitioners knew how to do anything besides run away. While pursuing him, he noticed the direction they were heading and realized it led toward the slums near the Taeho merchant group. The 8th sword leapt across a cliff and landed inside the settlement below. Looking around at the frightened residents, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He had found exactly what he needed. Before he could act, Jian descended from above and struck him with a powerful punch. Although the attack sent him flying, the 8th sword quickly regained his footing near a father and his young son. Without hesitation, he snatched the child away and hurled him toward Jian. The terrified father cried out in panic, but Jian instantly caught the boy and protected him from harm. Fury flashed across his face as he glared at the demonic swordsman. The 8th sword immediately took advantage of the opening and unleashed a sword energy attack. The strike exploded against Jian, blasting him backward and smashing him into a nearby wall. Keeping his blade pointed forward, the 8th sword sneered. He had expected this reaction. No matter how ruthless Jian appeared, he was still a member of the Orthodox faction. While protecting an ordinary child with no inner energy, he could not freely surround himself with lightning power. At that moment, the boy's father grabbed a stone and charged forward in desperation, furious that someone had dared harm his son. The 8th sword effortlessly caught the man by the face. The surrounding residents froze in terror as he slammed the father into the ground and pinned him there. Using the helpless man as a hostage, the 8th sword warned Jian not to make any sudden moves. If he tried anything, the hostage would die. The father groaned in pain while the child broke down in tears, desperately calling out to him. Despite the situation, Jian calmly held the boy and reassured him that his father was not going to die. Neon calmly activated his lightning art and gathered energy into one hand. Seeing the crackling lightning, the eighth sword pressed his blade closer to the hostage's throat and accused Neon of intending to burn everyone nearby to death. Neon remained unfazed. He pointed two lightning-infused fingers toward him and coldly replied that he only burned trash. In the next instant, a precise bolt of lightning shot forward and struck the eighth sword's remaining eye. Agony surged through his body as darkness swallowed his vision completely. Before he could recover, Neon closed the distance. Grabbing his shoulder, he declared that the demonic swordsman had crossed the line far too many times. A lightning-infused punch followed immediately. The impact exploded outward with terrifying force. Lightning surged across the area, the ground shattered beneath them, and a massive crater formed around the point of impact. When the dust finally settled, Neon stood silently with clenched fists while the child rushed toward his injured father. The man immediately embraced his son and frantically checked him for injuries. Watching the reunion, Neon's gaze shifted toward the motionless eighth sword. In a cold voice, he warned him not to expect a peaceful death. Sometime later, the scene moved to a river. Neon sat aboard a small fishing boat holding a fishing rod. Attached to the line was a chain connected to the eighth sword, who had been submerged beneath the water. With a pull of the rod, Neon dragged him back to the surface. The demonic swordsman burst from the water, gasping desperately for air. Neon calmly revealed that he had already seen through the breathless corpse art and knew the man had only been pretending to be dead. The eighth sword stubbornly insisted that torture would accomplish nothing. Neon agreed that loyalty would likely keep him silent, but explained that this was no longer about information. The man had involved innocent civilians who had nothing to do with the conflict, and that alone was enough reason. The eighth sword only laughed. In his eyes, the deaths of a few ordinary people meant nothing compared to the greater cause. Without hesitation, Neon yanked him higher from the water and drove the man's own sword into one of his eyes. A painful scream echoed across the river, but even then the demonic swordsman continued to laugh. He declared that the Orthodox faction was losing because of its stubborn principles. According to him, the age of massive wars had ended. The conflict now belonged to the strong. While the Orthodox world enjoyed peace, the demonic faction had spent years hunting powerful martial artists. Even now, masters across the Orthodox faction were dying one after another. In the end, he believed the demonic path would emerge victorious. Instead of being disturbed, Neon smiled. If this truly was a battle between the strong, then it was exactly what he wanted. Lightning gathered around him once more as he declared that the hunters had become the hunted. From this moment onward, he would track down every member of the demonic faction and extinguish their lives one by one. The lightning surged through the sword and directly into the eighth sword's body. The weapon shattered under the overwhelming power, and the lifeless corpse fell into the river. Then something unexpected happened. Countless dark souls began pouring out from the fragments of the demonic sword. Their wails echoed through the sky as they swirled above the river like a storm of restless spirits. Looking up at them, Neon realized those were the souls trapped within the weapon. Judging by their number, the eighth sword must have slaughtered an unimaginable amount of people. Elsewhere on the river, a ship drifted through the waters. A group of women dressed entirely in white stood aboard it, their faces hidden behind white masks. Their leader looked toward the sky and immediately sensed the disturbance caused by the released souls. Hearing the mournful cries, she concluded that a demonic practitioner was nearby. Without hesitation, she ordered her followers to prepare for battle. There would be no capture and no mercy. Anyone affiliated with the demonic faction was to be killed on sight. Back on his small boat, Lee Neon quietly looked at the broken remains of the demonic sword in his hand. In the end, he hadn't managed to obtain any truly useful information. His thoughts drifted back to the demonic sword's final words before his death, revealing that the Taeho merchant group had been targeted because money was needed to prepare a gift for an upcoming grand banquet. Snapping out of the memory, Neon sheathed the broken sword fragment and wondered who that mysterious banquet was meant for. Just then, the sound of approaching water caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a large ship drawing closer. It was filled with women dressed in white robes, each wearing a white mask. As one white-haired woman stepped forward, Jinion's eyes immediately noticed the dragon pattern embroidered on their robes. However, the moment the woman saw the broken demonic sword in his hand, she instantly concluded that he was a demonic practitioner. Without giving him a chance to explain, she ordered her disciples to kill him. Several women immediately rushed toward his boat, swinging their energy-infused whips. The combined attack shattered the boat into countless pieces. But by then, Jinion had already disappeared. Using his lightning-fast movement technique, he landed directly aboard their ship in front of the white-haired woman and her companions. Remaining completely calm, he explained that they had misunderstood the situation and that he wasn't a demonic practitioner. The woman refused to believe him, insisting that the demonic sword itself had already exposed his identity. Jinion simply let out a quiet sigh. Without another word, the women attacked again. The white-haired warrior wrapped her whip around Jinion's arm and ordered the others to seize the sword first, believing his blade sword imperviousness made it impossible to injure him directly. Jinion immediately grabbed the whip with his free hand and pulled the woman toward him with overwhelming strength. Releasing the whip, he drew the broken demonic sword and placed its shattered edge against her neck. The woman froze in shock as she realized the sword had already been broken. Lowering the blade, Jinion calmly explained that if the sword had still been whole, her neck would already have been pierced. He also pointed out that the blood covering the weapon wasn't his. It belonged to its previous owner, whom he had personally killed. Before the confrontation could continue, another disciple hurried out from the sect leader's quarters, urgently informing the squad leader that the sect leader had ordered everyone to lower their weapons and escort the guest inside immediately. Realizing her mistake, the white-haired woman withdrew her whip and sincerely apologized. She admitted that the sight of the demonic sword had distracted her so much that she failed to notice the wounds covering Jinion's body. Jinion accepted the apology without complaint, saying the misunderstanding had been unavoidable. The woman then personally guided him toward the sect leader's chamber. As they walked through the ship, Jinion confirmed his earlier suspicion. This was indeed the White Dragon sect, recognized by their dragon-embroidered white robes. It was his first time seeing them in person. He remembered hearing that the sect accepted only orphan girls as disciples and was made up entirely of women. Although marriage wasn't forbidden, most of them remained unmarried, much like Buddhist practitioners. Surrounded by so many women, Jinion couldn't help but feel as though he had stepped into a forbidden place for men. More importantly, he recalled that their sect leader was considered one of the strongest female martial masters in the Jianghu. As they reached the inner chamber, a gentle voice came from behind the curtains, apologizing for the trouble her disciples had caused. Moments later, a beautiful black-haired woman stepped out with a warm smile and formally introduced herself as Zhu Yianwal, the White Dragon sect leader. Jinion respectfully bowed and introduced himself as Li Jinion of the Yunhe merchant group. As the introduction ended, several nearby White Dragon sect disciples quietly admired his appearance, unable to hide their flustered expressions. Zhu Yianwal noticed the young disciples stealing glances at Li Jinion and smiled. She remarked that he was far too handsome, and if he stayed around the younger disciples any longer, it would only interfere with their training. Leaning slightly closer with a playful smile, she suggested they move somewhere more private since there was something she wanted to show him as well. A short while later, the two were seated at a table on the upper deck of the ship beside the railing. As she approached, Zhu Yianwal admitted that it had been a long time since she had spoken with the young man and asked him to forgive her if she ended up talking too much. Jinion politely told her to speak as comfortably as she wished. While listening, Jinion quietly observed her. He could immediately tell why she was known as the greatest female martial master. Her body was both flexible and powerful, and every movement reflected the countless years she had devoted to mastering the whip until it had become an extension of herself. For a brief moment, he wondered who would win if she ever crossed paths with Lady Beck. Noticing that he had been staring at her for quite some time, Zhu Yianwal smiled awkwardly and admitted it was a little embarrassing to be looked at so intensely. Realizing what he had been doing, Jian apologized. Zhu Yinwal then opened a small box and revealed the reason she had invited him there. Inside lay another broken fragment of a demonic sword. She explained that when she first encountered its owner, she had mistaken him for nothing more than a shameless pervert. However, after fighting him, she realized something was terribly wrong. No matter how many times she struck him, he simply refused to die. In the end, all of the White Dragon sect disciples joined forces and poured their inner energy into the ominous sword to destroy it. The moment the blade shattered, a ghostly wail echoed through the surroundings, and only then did its owner finally die. Judging by the number 11 engraved on the nameplate, she believed it represented his rank. Hearing that explanation, Jian immediately understood why the White Dragon sect disciples had reacted so naturally to blade sword imperviousness during their earlier clash. It also confirmed another disturbing truth in his mind. The demonic faction had already infiltrated even an isolated and mysterious sect like the White Dragon sect. The scale of their activities was clearly growing. Zhu Yinwal then remarked that she had never imagined demonic practitioners had even reached the Teho merchant group before asking whether everything there had been resolved. Jian confirmed that it had, then asked how she had happened to come all the way there and defeat one of the demonic sort herself. With a gentle smile, Zhu Yinwal explained that she had come under the direct orders of the Alliance leader. To her, the Alliance leader was like a grandfather. Both of her parents had served the Murim Alliance, but they lost their lives during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs. After their deaths, Alliance leader Yu Zhonghong personally entrusted her to her master. She continued that after hearing the Alliance leader had once again begun fighting against the demonic forces, she decided to visit him after so many years because his enemies were her enemies as well. Jian quietly looked at her with a warm expression. Once again, he was reminded that the scars left behind by the Great Battle of the Five Tombs still remained everywhere. His thoughts drifted back to the Left Guardian, who had also admitted that both of his parents had died during that same war. One child had been raised by the Orthodox faction. The other had been raised by the demonic path. If another war broke out, the same tragedy would simply repeat itself forever. Looking up at the sky, Jian let out a quiet sigh. After a moment, he rested the broken demonic sword on the table and asked Zhu Yinwal to give his regards to the Alliance leader. He also asked her to tell him that his junior from the Yuna merchant group was working hard as well. Curious, Zhu Yinwal asked if he also knew the Alliance leader. Jian nodded and began explaining that they had met during the Dragon Phoenix tournament. But before he could finish, Zhu Yinwal interrupted him with a confident smile, saying that he must have won the tournament. Caught off guard, Jian asked how she had figured that out. Picking up a cup of wine, Zhu Yinwal smiled brightly and replied that there was no way a man capable of defeating a demonic sword alone could have failed to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament. She then raised her cup toward him with a warm smile and invited him to accompany her to the Murim Alliance.
After hearing Zhu Yonwal's invitation, Li Jinian remained silent for a while before apologizing. He explained that he still had unfinished work and could not accompany her to the Murim Alliance. Zhu Yonwal smiled with a hint of disappointment and replied that she would at least pass along his message, telling the Alliance leader that his junior from the Yunha merchant group was working hard. Jinian then became serious and said there was something the Alliance leader needed to know about the demonic faction. While killing 3 men with blade sword imperviousness, he had uncovered information that could not be ignored. Zhu Yonwal's expression immediately changed in shock. 3 of them. Jinian confirmed it and added that one of them had even claimed to be the Left Guardian. Hearing that, Zhu Yonwal explained that although the demonic swords and the Left Guardian belonged to different demonic factions, it appeared they had now joined forces. Putting together everything he had witnessed recently, Jinian concluded that the demonic faction was not preparing for another all-out war like the Great Battle of the Five Tombs. Instead, they were secretly gathering funds while systematically assassinating martial masters. He even revealed that the Green Forest King had already been killed. Ju Yonwal was stunned. Even the Green Forest King had fallen. Jinian continued that the demonic faction seemed determined to stay hidden while launching surprise attacks on various sects. Because of that, gathering everyone at the Murim Alliance would only make matters worse. The Alliance leader himself might become their next target, so she had to deliver this warning. However, if a full-scale war truly broke out, he promised he would fight alongside them. Realizing the importance of his words, Ju Yonwal assured him that she would personally relay every detail to the Alliance leader. At that moment, one of the White Dragon sect disciples approached and informed Ju Yonwal that they had nearly arrived at the Tiho merchant group. As they prepared to part ways, Ju Yonwal said their conversation had been truly meaningful and asked which sect he belonged to. Jinian answered that he was from the sect of enlightenment. Smiling, Ju Yonwal immediately guessed that he must be a disciple of the Fist King. She then asked about his master. Jinian remained silent. The brief silence was enough for Ju Yonwal to understand. She quietly offered her condolences, realizing the Fist King had already passed away. Jinian simply smiled and said it was all right. She then asked if he currently had no master. Jinian confirmed that he did not. As she looked at him, Ju Yonwal silently analyzed his situation. The sect of enlightenment specialized in lightning-based martial arts, an extreme yang cultivation path that would eventually reach its limits without a heaven-sent opportunity. Yet despite his young age, Jinian had already defeated 3 opponents possessing blade sword imperviousness. His talent was simply too extraordinary to be wasted. With that thought in mind, she smiled and offered to introduce him to one of Jianghu's greatest seniors. However, she warned him that the man had an extremely difficult personality. She could only arrange the introduction, and there was every chance he would be thrown out the moment he arrived. Curious, Jinian asked who the senior was. Ju Yonwal described him as the king of narrow-mindedness, the god of stubbornness, and a master of being completely unreasonable. Jinian paused for a moment before a smile slowly spread across his face. It was the Mad God. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Tiho merchant group, where Elder Yunpil's funeral was being held. Many mourners dressed in white funeral robes and hoods gathered to perform the funeral rites. Standing among them in the same white attire, Jinian quietly reflected on Elder Yunpil's death. He thought about what a remarkable man he had been. At the same time, he found it strange that the demonic faction had not appeared. After losing so many subordinates, he had expected them to show themselves out of curiosity to discover who had destroyed the Thunderbolt sect. During the ceremony, Tiho merchant group leader Jeong Yunmyong approached and sincerely thanked Jinian for helping with the funeral. Thanks to him, Elder Yunpil could finally rest in peace. Jinian humbly replied that he had only done what needed to be done. As Elder Yunpil's foster son, he had deliberately spread rumors that he was the one who destroyed the Thunderbolt sect, ensuring that the Tiho merchant group would remain safe for the time being. He then returned the judge's brush that Yunmyong had lent him. He explained that the enemy's matching brush had been damaged beyond recovery during the battle. Although he had wanted to retrieve both weapons, he ultimately failed and apologized. After a brief silence, Yunmyong shook his head and told Jinian to keep the judge's brush. Surprised, Jinian reminded him that it was Elder Yunpil's keepsake. Yunmyong gently replied that Elder Yunpil himself would have wanted Jinian to inherit it and continue using it for righteous deeds. Jinian gratefully accepted the gift and thanked him. Yunmyong then added that he had also prepared a generous amount of money for Jinian and asked him to take it along when he returned home. However, Jinian politely refused, saying he had never helped because he wanted money. Instead, if Yunmyong truly wished to spend it, he suggested using it to help the people living in the nearby village rather than giving it to him. Yunmyong was caught off guard by the unexpected request. Even he had been so focused on keeping the Tiho merchant group alive that he had overlooked the suffering of the villagers. Realizing this, he couldn't help but admire Jinian's character. With conviction, Jeong Yunmyong declared that, as the leader of the Tiho merchant group, he would honor the wishes of the Great Merchants Association leader and use the money to help those in need first. Jinian smiled and asked him to speak more casually. He admitted he was only making the suggestion because he had destroyed quite a few things during the battle. Confused, Yunmyong asked if he had really caused that much damage. Jinian casually admitted that he had. Yunmyong could only let out a helpless sigh. Hidden among the people attending the funeral were 2 members of the demonic faction. One quietly confirmed that Jinian was indeed the man they had been looking for and asked what they should do. After thinking for a moment, the older man with the long beard decided that they were not strong enough to fight him alone. For now, they would simply follow him while requesting reinforcements from their lord. Once the funeral ended peacefully, Jinian took his leave after thanking Yumyong. As he traveled along the riverside road leading toward the mountains, he recalled Ju Yonwal's words. She had told him that the mad god lived somewhere on Mount Chinjiak. Although she did not know the exact location, she believed a warrior like him would have little trouble finding it. Letting out a sigh, Jinian wondered if he would simply be thrown out the moment he arrived. Several hours later, by evening, he finally reached the area surrounding Mount Chinjiak. Before searching the mountain, he entered a nearby inn and ordered a meal. When the waiter brought him a plate of sweet and sour pork, Jinian casually asked whether there were any regular customers who lived on Mount Chinjiak. The waiter looked puzzled before laughing. Unless someone was completely insane who would willingly live on such a dangerous mountain. Jinian simply smiled and thanked him. As the waiter walked away, he couldn't help thinking how strange the question had been. The inn barely had customers to begin with, so the idea of someone regularly traveling from the mountains sounded ridiculous. Just then, another customer entered the inn. The waiter welcomed him while silently wondering why so many people had suddenly shown up that day. The newcomer walked straight across the room and sat at Jinian's table. Looking up, Jinian immediately recognized him as the long-bearded member of the demonic faction who had been hiding at Elder Yoon Pil's funeral. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Jinian remarked that the man's appearance had completely ruined his appetite before asking how many of them had come. The long-bearded man answered that there were quite a lot of them before asking if Jinian was the one who had killed the 6th sword, the 8th sword, and the left guardian. Calmly continuing his meal, Jinian admitted that although they had never exchanged names, he was probably the person the man was looking for. He also recognized the man by the many ill-fitting rings covering his fingers and recalled seeing him during Elder Yoon Pil's funeral. Since the man had remained quiet back then, Jinian wondered whether he had not known who had killed his comrades. With a twisted smile, the long-bearded man replied that the Tiho merchant group was innocent. The ones who would pay for those deaths were Jinian and the Yunha merchant group. Still smiling, Jinian casually asked whether they had also sent troops to the Yunha merchant group. The man confirmed it. He mocked the martial masters protecting the merchant group, saying that not even the 8 dragon sect would be able to stop them. However, there was an order to everything. Clenching his fist with murderous intent, he declared that he would personally return to the Yunha merchant group carrying Jinian's severed head. After that, he would slaughter Jinian's brothers, his father, every member of his family, every servant, and even the animals they kept. Jinian simply smiled and sarcastically replied that he was so frightened he might wet himself. The long-bearded man stood up and ordered Jinian to come outside, saying there was no reason to drag innocent people into their fight. Jinian calmly rose from his seat and followed him. As they walked out, the long-bearded man inwardly mocked Jinian's confidence. This would be his final day. To ensure his death, they had not only brought all of their own forces but also the elite warriors of the demonic faction. Jinian's confidence would end there. Just before leaving the inn, however, Jinian stopped beside the waiter and handed him a pouch filled with gold coins. The waiter froze in shock. Even the long-bearded man turned around in confusion. Completely ignoring the tense atmosphere, Jinian calmly reminded the demonic warrior to pay his bill before leaving like a proper customer. Then he told the stunned waiter to keep the remaining money as change. The waiter protested that it was far too much. Watching the exchange, the long-bearded man burned with rage, inwardly cursing the completely insane bastard. The long-bearded man suddenly flicked a silver coin toward the waiter with enough force to kill him. Before it could strike, Jinian calmly caught it between 2 fingers. The stunned waiter could only stare in disbelief. Looking at the coin, Jinian remarked that the attack had been incredibly rude. He then handed the silver coin back to the waiter and quietly asked whether the inn had a back door. The waiter confirmed that it did and asked why. Jinian calmly instructed him to take the innkeeper and the cook and leave through the back without making any noise because the inn was likely about to be destroyed. Looking down at the heavy pouch of gold Jinian had given him earlier, the waiter finally understood why he had been so generous. Without wasting another second, he hurried off to warn the others. Jinian then turned and calmly walked toward the front entrance. The moment he stepped outside, two assassins waiting on either side of the doorway attacked simultaneously, their blades slicing toward him. Moving with lightning speed, Jinian leaped into the air and effortlessly avoided both strikes. Before either assassin could react, he appeared in front of one of them and crushed his head with a single devastating punch. The second assassin immediately lunged forward with his sword. Jinian effortlessly slipped past the thrust, grabbed the man's wrist, and redirected the assassin's own sword straight into his neck. As the assassin cried out in pain, Jinian threw the dying man aside before turning his attention toward the long-bearded man and the large group waiting behind him. After examining their matching robes and distinctive gold and silver masks, Jinian immediately recognized them. They were the gold-silver assassins. The long-bearded man introduced himself as Gongsun Bok, the leader of the gold-silver assassins. He reminded Jinian that the assassins he had previously sent after him had all been wiped out, destroying the organization's reputation. Today, he intended to kill Jinian and eradicate the entire Yunhe merchant group. Jinian simply smiled and pointed out that Gongsun Bok already knew his men had died without accomplishing anything, yet he still believed he could challenge him again. Gongsun Bok answered with a sinister grin that this time was different. He had not come without a plan. At his signal, two warriors suddenly attacked from behind Jinian with dark energy-infused swords. Their combined strike erupted into a massive explosion of demonic energy, but instead of suffering serious damage, Jinian merely slid backward across the ground before coming to a stop. Smiling, he glanced at the two attackers and remarked that this was apparently Gongsun Bok's plan. It seemed the gold-silver assassins had the demonic faction backing them. Standing before him were none other than the 7th sword and the 9th sword of the 12 demonic swords. Gongsun Bok then revealed that hunting Jinian was no longer just a matter of revenge. It was now an order from the demonic faction as well. He claimed that there was no way Jinian could have defeated the left guardian, the 6th sword, and the 8th sword with his own strength alone. Someone must have been supporting him. But now, trapped alongside the gold-silver assassins and two demonic swords, Jinian had nowhere left to run. The moment Gongsun Bok finished speaking, every assassin charged forward at once. Instead of showing the slightest concern, Jinian calmly smiled and straightened his posture. He had actually been wondering what gift he could bring when meeting the mad god. Now it seemed one had been delivered to him. Without warning, Jinian suddenly turned around and sprinted away toward the forest. Gongsun Bok immediately shouted for everyone to chase him and warned them not to underestimate Jinian's lightning techniques. While the assassins rushed after him, the 7th sword and 9th sword remained where they were. The 9th sword narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was wrong. Jinian's movements made it seem as though he was deliberately luring them deeper into the forest. The 7th sword agreed. It could easily be a trap, so they needed to remain cautious. Still, they couldn't simply allow him to escape. Whatever awaited them in the forest, they would proceed carefully. As both the 7th and 9th swords leaped into the air to continue the pursuit, the chase quickly shifted deep into the forest. Our protagonist raced through the trees at lightning speed, jumping effortlessly from one branch to another while the gold-silver assassins followed closely behind. Suddenly, one of the gold-masked assassins appeared beside him and launched a close-range attack. Our protagonist blocked it instantly, but at the same time, several silver-masked assassins hurled a barrage of throwing knives toward him. Without hesitation, he grabbed the attacker beside him and used him as a human shield, causing every knife to pierce the unfortunate assassin instead. While holding the dying assassin, our protagonist quickly analyzed their formation. The skilled gold-masked assassins specialized in close combat, while the less experienced silver-masked assassins stayed at a distance, supporting them with thrown weapons. It was a coordinated combination that made them troublesome opponents. Deciding to end the harassment, our protagonist activated the White Lightning 10-phase art. Brilliant lightning erupted across the forest, instantly terrifying the assassins. A massive burst of lightning exploded outward, engulfing the surrounding area and illuminating the entire forest as numerous assassins were caught in the devastating attack. Moments later, Gongsun Bok arrived with the remaining assassins. Staring at the destruction left behind, he was stunned that a single release of lightning could produce such overwhelming power. Our protagonist calmly turned toward them and challenged them to stop attacking in small groups, declaring that their current numbers were nowhere near enough to defeat him. Just then, the 7th sword and 9th sword attacked simultaneously from behind. Their coordinated strike was blocked with ease, and instead of being surprised, our protagonist smiled as though he had been waiting for them to appear all along. Both demonic swords were visibly startled by his reaction. Meanwhile, Gongsun Bak angrily scolded the two demonic swords for hiding while his own assassins suffered heavy losses, warning that they would be held responsible. The ninth sword dismissed the assassins' complaints, while the seventh sword ordered everyone to cooperate until Li Jinian was eliminated, promising they could settle their differences afterward. Before he could finish speaking, our protagonist instantly closed the distance and drove a lightning-infused punch straight into the seventh sword's head, sending him flying across the battlefield before crashing violently onto the ground. The ninth sword immediately counterattacked, swinging his demonic sword with tremendous force. Our protagonist casually blocked the blade with his bare wrist. The collision unleashed a violent explosion of demonic energy that shattered the ground beneath them, yet our protagonist remained completely unharmed. Smiling confidently, he remarked that the enormous amount of demonic energy they were releasing was exactly what he wanted, because it would surely attract the person he had been waiting for. At that moment, he recalled the Mad God, a legendary martial master whose title was earned through countless battles against the demonic faction. The Mad God despised demons so deeply that he had spent his entire life hunting and slaughtering them. Using all of his strength, our protagonist suddenly shouted across the entire mountain, repeatedly demanding to know where the sword demon was. His thunderous voice echoed throughout the forest with such force that the ground trembled beneath everyone's feet, leaving both the demonic swords and the gold-silver assassins completely shocked by his seemingly insane behavior. Even Gongsun Bak, while covering his ringing ears, believed our protagonist had completely lost his mind. However, the answer arrived immediately. Without anyone noticing his presence, the Mad God suddenly appeared directly behind Gongsun Bak and grabbed his head. With overwhelming killing intent, he demanded to know the location of the sword demon. Gongsun Bak froze in absolute terror at the legendary martial master's sudden appearance. Seizing the opportunity, our protagonist immediately informed the Mad God that Gongsun Bak was the leader of the assassins and that every person present belonged to the demonic faction. Panicking, Gongsun Bak desperately ordered his subordinates to kill the Mad God before it was too late. He never got the chance. The Mad God tightened his grip and effortlessly tore Gongsun Bak's head from his body with sheer brute force. After casually wiping the blood from himself, a crazed smile spread across his face as he realized that the demonic faction had finally revealed itself. At that moment, every remaining gold and silver assassin leaped down from the tree branches with swords drawn, charging straight at the Mad God while shouting for everyone to kill him. Before a single blade could reach him, the Mad God casually raised one hand. With nothing more than a simple gesture, a terrifying wave of energy swept across the battlefield, slicing every assassin apart in midair. Their severed bodies crashed onto the forest floor one after another, turning the area into a gruesome field of corpses. Watching the overwhelming display, our protagonist couldn't help but think that the man known as the Mad God was practically another monster created by the demonic faction itself. Covered in the blood of his enemies, the Mad God smiled with complete madness. Instead of being disturbed by the slaughter, he seemed to enjoy it, believing that this endless battle against the demonic faction was the very reason he was still alive. Our protagonist silently observed him. Although the Mad God stood against the demonic faction, his brutality was no different from theirs. He was a man who existed on the boundary between good and evil, someone who intentionally wore gray robes as if acknowledging that he belonged to neither side. The surviving gold and silver assassins completely lost their nerve. After witnessing their comrades being slaughtered so effortlessly, panic consumed them. They abandoned the fight and desperately fled through the forest, convinced they had encountered a true monster. Their escape accomplished nothing. The Mad God effortlessly hunted them down one after another, killing every fleeing assassin without showing even the slightest mercy. Even the seventh sword and ninth sword were shaken by the horrifying scene. The seventh sword stared at the old man in disbelief, unable to understand what kind of existence he was facing. The ninth sword also admitted that, whatever the Mad God was, the level of his inner energy was far beyond anything they could possibly handle. While their attention remained remained fixed on the mad god, our protagonist suddenly appeared before the ninth sword. Lightning gathered around his fist as he launched a powerful punch, but the ninth sword barely managed to intercept it with his sword. Our protagonist coldly reminded him that his opponent was standing right in front of him. The ninth sword gritted his teeth as he struggled to withstand the immense force behind the punch. Meanwhile, the seventh sword carefully observed the clash. Realizing that our protagonist completely dominated close quarters combat, he decided to take advantage of the opening. While the ninth sword occupied their enemy, he prepared to unleash a devastating sword energy attack from a distance. However, before he could even finish gathering his power, our protagonist instantly fired a bolt of lightning. The lightning pierced directly through one of the seventh sword's eyes. He screamed in agony as he clutched his ruined eye. Our protagonist calmly pointed out that fists were far from his only weapon. The ninth sword immediately charged forward in fury, raising his demonic sword before bringing it down with overwhelming force. The impact shattered the ground beneath them, but our protagonist blocked the attack effortlessly without taking a single step back. The ninth sword realized that their enemy had deliberately targeted the weaknesses of every demonic sword he had fought and demanded to know whether the others had all been defeated the same way. Our protagonist answered without hesitation. Whenever he found a weakness, there was no reason to ignore it. Before the ninth sword could react, our protagonist drove a devastating knee straight into his face, launching him backward through the air. He declared that the ninth sword would soon end up just like the others. At that exact moment, the injured seventh sword unleashed a massive slash of sword energy toward the battlefield. Both our protagonist and the ninth sword were forced to leap backward to avoid being caught in the attack. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, our protagonist muttered that he should have destroyed both of the seventh sword's eyes instead. The ninth sword quickly turned toward his senior. The seventh sword, now surrounded by dense demonic energy, realized there was no longer any hope of escaping after the mad god had joined the battle. Instead of dying while running away, he resolved to pour every last bit of demonic energy into a final attack. He ordered the ninth sword to do the same so they could stake everything on one decisive strike for the sake of their lord. The ninth sword accepted the order without hesitation. Both demonic swords raised their weapons and began pouring every ounce of their demonic energy into them. Watching them prepare their final move, our protagonist immediately realized what they were planning. Both of them had decided to gather all of their remaining demonic energy and settle the battle with a single attack. Our protagonist responded by activating his lightning art as well. Since striking both of their weak points at the same time was impossible, he realized he would have to endure one attack while eliminating the other. From a distance, the mad god watched the battle unfold without interfering. Seeing our protagonist focus on their eyes, he bluntly told him to stop obsessing over that weakness. Instead, he urged him to burn them completely, explaining that blade sword imperviousness was nothing more than hardened skin and that overwhelming lightning could destroy everything beneath it. The next instant, both demonic swords lunged into the air and brought their blades crashing down together. Our protagonist caught both swords with his bare hands, but the impact shattered the ground beneath his feet. The two swordsmen poured every bit of their demonic energy into the clash, determined to crush him through sheer force. For the first time in the battle, our protagonist visibly struggled. Lightning burst from his body as he fought to hold both blades back, but even his power seemed insufficient against their combined assault. Watching this, the mad god continued to instruct him instead of stepping in. He praised the quality of the lightning energy, but declared it still lacked the intensity needed to completely incinerate blade sword imperviousness. He challenged our protagonist to stop holding back, reminding him that true warriors only grew stronger by pushing beyond their limits. Since no one else could interfere while he was present, there was no reason to hesitate. If necessary, he had to risk his own life. Burn everything except the skin, and reduce even their blood to ashes. Those words ignited something inside our protagonist. He poured all of his lightning into the two swords through their own weapons. The demonic swords immediately felt something was wrong as the overwhelming current invaded their bodies. They realized in horror that even their blade sword imperviousness was beginning to fail. Still, our protagonist refused to stop. He continued forcing more lightning into them while drawing on the source of his extreme yang technique, his anger. Transforming every ounce of rage into lightning, he unleashed everything he had without reservation. The result was devastating. Their swords shattered first. A heartbeat later, the immense lightning erupted inside their bodies, blowing them apart from within before either of them could escape. Both demonic swords exploded into countless fragments as a colossal blast of lightning illuminated the entire forest. Even the mad god had to raise an arm to shield himself from the blinding explosion. As the light finally faded, the mad god looked at our protagonist protagonist with clear satisfaction. He declared that the display had been splendid and that it would not be an exaggeration to say our protagonist had completely mastered his martial art. At that moment, our protagonist's White Lightning 10 phase art successfully advanced to the 10th phase. The battle was over, but the strain immediately caught up with him. Exhausted, he dropped to one knee and breathed heavily. The mad god walked over and calmly instructed him to begin the macrocosmic circulation immediately. He explained that our protagonist should treat the expanded territory within his body as something to leave his own footprint upon. Following that guidance, our protagonist sat down, formed a hand seal, and focused completely on circulating his inner energy. A spear-shaped mass of lightning gradually formed around his chest as lightning from the surroundings flowed toward him. After completing the circulation, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and clenched his fist with a satisfied smile. He had finally reached the 10th phase. The mad god sat beside him and asked whether he was the disciple of his missing junior, the Fist King. Our protagonist confirmed that he was. The mad god quietly replied that our protagonist had already surpassed the Fist King, then asked where his old junior was now. Looking toward the sky, he wondered if the Fist King had become one of the stars shining beside his own wife and children. Our protagonist looked up as well and answered that the Fist King was probably still fighting somewhere, even in the place where he had died. Hearing that, the mad god smiled faintly and remarked that, in that case, they would surely meet again someday. He then asked for our protagonist's name. After hearing that he was Lee Jinian, the mad god smiled with satisfaction and entrusted him with a new responsibility. From this moment onward, he declared Lee Jinian was the new Fist King, and he would have to bear the full weight of that title. The mad god's words left our protagonist silent for a moment. He slowly sat up, then knelt before the mad god and firmly vowed that he would carry the title of the Fist King. A satisfied smile appeared on the mad god's face. He then lay down on the ground beside our protagonist and casually asked how the demonic faction was moving. Our protagonist explained that they had scattered across the land and were causing disturbances everywhere instead of gathering in one place. Hearing that, the mad god said he had expected nothing less after the demonic faction's defeat in the great battle of the Five Tombs. He then looked up at the night sky and pointed toward a lone star shining beside the 7 stars in the endless darkness. He revealed that he called it the heavenly demon star and considered it his own star. He recalled how he had once believed that no one in the world could survive the combined attacks of the 3 gods, including himself. Yet the demonic faction had made such a monster possible. The heavenly demon's martial art had been created by stealing the strength of countless others. During the great battle, they had not merely been fighting the heavenly demon himself, but every warrior whose power had been stolen and absorbed into him. The mad god wondered how many weak people had been sacrificed to create such overwhelming strength. The stronger the heavenly demon became, the heavier his own heart had grown. He admitted that he did not know whether all those who died had truly become stars in the night sky, but he questioned what joy there was in merely shining above after death. Unlike them, he declared that he had no desire to become another star. Our protagonist quietly acknowledged his words. Still gazing into the sky, the mad god continued. Instead of becoming a star, he wished to become the sky itself, the one that embraced every soul that had perished. He recalled how the demonic faction remembered him during the great battle of the 5 tombs, a man with disheveled hair, filthy clothes, and an untrimmed beard, but now everything had changed. He washed himself every day, kept his beard neatly trimmed, prepared clean clothes, and before he even realized it, his hair had turned black once again. He burst into loud laughter, remarking that no one would ever recognize him as the same mad god who had terrified the battlefield all those years ago. Watching him laugh, our protagonist realized that the laughter sounded more like a sorrowful cry than genuine happiness. By accepting his own madness and continuing to live with it, the man before him had truly become the mad god. After a long sigh, the mad god quietly wondered why he and the Fist King had been born to live such painful lives. Our protagonist replied that perhaps the answer could only be found after death. While they were alive, no one could truly know. He then added with a faint smile that simply being curious about the answer did not mean they could choose death. All they could do was continue living until that day arrived. The mad god smiled at the response and joked that our protagonist sounded like a little old man. After a brief silence, our protagonist respectfully asked the mad god what he needed to do to become even stronger. The mad god looked at him in surprise and replied that he was already incredibly strong for someone his age. He questioned whether our protagonist would only be satisfied after surpassing even the heavenly demon whom the 3 gods had fought, or perhaps warriors like Mugen and Sohan. Without hesitation, our protagonist protagonist admitted that he truly wanted to become stronger than all of them. The mad god chuckled, saying that perhaps he was not a little old man after all but simply a greedy child. Then his expression became serious as he revealed that true strength required something far greater than talent or martial arts. It required a story. Confused, our protagonist asked what he meant by that. The mad god slowly raised his hand toward the night sky and explained that every warrior became only as strong as the story they carried within them. The same had been true for him. What had elevated him to the rank of the three gods was not merely his martial arts, but the story born from the deaths of his twin children who had become those stars in the sky, and the love he still carried for his wife. He bitterly questioned what meaning there was in obtaining such strength through a story filled with loss. No matter how much stronger he became or how desperately he reached toward the heavens, he would never be able to touch them again. To him, the man he once was had already died long ago. What remained was simply someone living out the rest of his life while stubbornly honoring the oath he had made. With a self-mocking smile, he concluded that it was almost absurd for someone like him to be giving advice on how to become stronger. The mad god pointed a finger at our protagonist and explained that becoming stronger depended entirely on the story a person carried through life. There was no single answer that applied to everyone. Curious, our protagonist asked whether legendary figures like Sohan and Mugen had also reached their heights because they each had their own story. The mad god nodded without hesitation. He explained that every truly powerful person, even the heavenly demon himself, had been shaped by a story. The members of the demonic faction who had resurfaced all carried stories of their own as well. In the end, the conflict between them was nothing more than a struggle to determine which story would prevail. However, there was one thing he could never accept. While he had relied only on his own story to become stronger, the demonic faction had chosen a different path. They had gained power by sacrificing children, exploiting the weak, and treating innocent lives as nothing more than tools. Yet despite all that stolen strength, the heavenly demon had still met his end at the mad god's hand. His expression hardened as he clenched his fist. He declared that this was also the story of the orthodox faction. If those arrogant fools ever attempted to walk the same path as the heavenly demon again, he would personally stop them once more. That unwavering resolve was the reason the man known as the mad god was still alive. And he added, it was also the reason our protagonist had survived. Our protagonist quietly accepted those words, promising that he would remember them. The mad god then lifted his eyes toward the night sky and suggested that, now that fate had brought them together, they should create a brand new story. Whether our protagonist became stronger because of meeting him or whether he himself found new strength through this encounter, either outcome would become another chapter in their shared story. After a brief pause, he suddenly remembered the battlefield around them. He remarked that he should clean everything up before leaving. If the corpses remained where they were, they would eventually rot, wild beasts would feed on them, and if people later consumed those animals, disease could spread. With that, he leaped high into the sky. Looking down at the battlefield, he remarked that there was no need to show respect to the corpses of evil men. While suspended in midair, he calmly gathered an enormous amount of energy between his palms before warning our protagonist to stand back. If he were caught in the attack, their story would end right there. Without another word, the mad god activated the Star River divine art before unleashing the demon annihilation first technique, Heaven Rest Drawing Spear. Realizing what was about to happen, our protagonist immediately retreated at full speed. Even while escaping, he understood that the mad god intended to erase the entire battlefield without leaving a trace. The enormous sphere of energy crashed into the ground, triggering a devastating explosion that swallowed the entire area. The earth was completely obliterated as a blinding light illuminated the surroundings, and the sheer force of the blast could be seen from an incredible distance. Even after creating an electric shield to protect himself, our protagonist was forced to withstand the overwhelming shockwave. After the dust finally settled, he let out a small laugh and admitted that the mad god truly was a walking disaster. The mad god landed beside him and casually remarked that he had managed to avoid the attack quite well. Our protagonist replied that he had almost been annihilated along with everything else. The mad god simply shrugged and pointed out that he had not even used half of his power. Still staring at the enormous crater left behind, our protagonist asked whether it had really been necessary to destroy an entire section of the mountain just to dispose of a few corpses. He wondered if the lingering demonic energy had required such an overwhelming attack or if there had been another reason altogether. The mad god stood silently for a moment before giving a completely unexpected answer. He admitted that he did it simply because it looked cool. Without another explanation, he launched himself back into the sky and headed toward his home. As he flew away, he loudly declared that he was hungry and called for our protagonist to hurry up, joking that whoever arrived last would be responsible for preparing the meal. Watching him disappear into the distance, our protagonist could only wonder to himself whether someone truly had to be that insane to earn the title of the Mad God.
The Mad God then landed near his house, which stood at the top of a cliff surrounded by a vast mountain range. As he looked out over the mountainous scenery, lightning suddenly erupted nearby as our protagonist landed beside him. After wiping his face, our protagonist complained that the path up there had been quite rugged. The Mad God explained that the difficult journey was partly because his movements were too rough and violent. Instead of constantly fighting against the mountain, he advised him to move along with its natural flow, which would allow him to travel much faster. Our protagonist could only point out that this was his first time coming there. Seeing that our protagonist was still partially naked, the Mad God threw a pair of clothes toward him. He then told him to stop making excuses and prepare breakfast, specifically asking him to boil some noodles because he preferred them soft and thoroughly cooked. Our protagonist was confused by the request and suggested catching a mountain animal and grilling it instead, admitting that he had never cooked noodles before. The Mad God immediately rejected the idea and insisted that breakfast was always noodles before turning away in irritation. Watching him, our protagonist could only think that he truly was a master of being unreasonable. After some time, our protagonist finally came out of the Mad God's house carrying a tray with 2 bowls of ramen. He placed the bowls on the table and told the Mad God to eat. The Mad God immediately asked whether the noodles were good, but our protagonist honestly admitted that he had not even tried them yet. That answer instantly irritated the Mad God. He questioned how our protagonist could expect him to eat something when even he did not know whether it tasted good. Remembering the profound conversation they had shared beneath the night sky, our protagonist could not help but wonder where that wise man had disappeared to. Still, he simply told the Mad God to eat for now. The Mad God picked up his bowl and took a single noodle. After silently tasting it, he suddenly slammed his chopsticks onto the table and lay down on the wooden platform. Our protagonist asked whether he should make them again. The Mad God refused and complained that he would simply starve, adding that he should have boiled the noodles himself in the first place. That finally irritated our protagonist. He grabbed both bowls and began eating them himself, telling the Mad God that if he wanted to starve, then he could go ahead while he ate everything. The Mad God could only call him an insolent brat. However, our protagonist quickly changed the subject and asked about the martial art the Mad God had used earlier to dispose of the corpses. The Mad God recognized that he was talking about the Star River divine art. He was shocked that our protagonist was asking for such a powerful martial art so casually, comparing it to someone simply coming to retrieve luggage they had left behind. Still, he explained that there was no real reason for our protagonist to learn it. The technique was flashy, but it could easily catch allies in the crossfire. In fact, the Mad God admitted that he had only learned it as a hobby. Our protagonist then activated his lightning ability and offered a trade. If the Mad God taught him the Star River divine art, he would teach the Mad God the White Lightning 10-phase art. The Mad God immediately refused, explaining that he already had more than enough offensive power. Our protagonist then offered another technique, the Black Dog recoil art. He explained that the Sangbo twins he was currently teaching had been making good progress with it. The Mad God remained uninterested, saying that he already possessed plenty of defensive martial art. Our protagonist then proposed the mind-splitting art. The Mad God responded by demonstrating 2 martial arts techniques simultaneously with both hands. He explained that performing different martial arts with each hand was nothing unusual for someone aiming to become the greatest in the world. To him, it was simply the basic of basic. Not giving up, our protagonist activated another ability. Violet energy began gathering around him, causing the chopsticks and bowls of ramen to rise into the air. With a confident smile, he presented it as invisible grass. The Mad God effortlessly reproduced the same technique, lifting the table and ramen into the air with ease. He dismissed the technique as nothing impressive and admitted that he had expected more from the Fist King's disciple. Our protagonist realized that he had no choice but to reveal something else. He admitted that he had not originally planned to mention this particular technique. Then he revealed that he was willing to teach the Mad God Dako's 9-sword strike. The moment those words were spoken, the Mad God's expression changed completely. He was genuinely shocked to hear the name of Dako's 9-sword strikes and immediately warned our protagonist not to try scamming him. Our protagonist calmly admitted that his offer had in fact been a scam. The Mad God remained confused for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Seeing him laugh, our protagonist used the opportunity to ask him to teach him at least a little. Instead, the Mad God completely dismissed the request and told him to boil the noodles again because the broth had been far too thin. He then directed our protagonist to a lunchbox in the corner of the kitchen, explaining that there was some wild ginseng inside, and instructing him to throw it into the noodles while they boiled. Our protagonist was confused by the idea of putting wild ginseng into noodles. The Mad God then explained why he had chosen to live on Mount Chongyak in the first place. The entire mountain was practically covered in wild ginseng, while Lingzi also grew there, and even the peaches were unlike anything found elsewhere. The mountain was filled with mushrooms and other rare ingredients as well. The animals living on Mount Chongyak fed on these elixirs, which meant that the ingredients produced by the mountain were incomparably better than those found anywhere else. The Mad God then pointed out that his white hair had not simply turned black again for no reason. Hearing all this, this, our protagonist concluded that the Mad God had practically monopolized Mount Chongyak. The Mad God then explained that there was something more important to understand. It was not simply about eating the best elixirs. One had to consume the mountain itself, but without destroying it. Instead of stripping the mountain bare, a person had to live alongside it and take only what it naturally offered. First came the mountain air, which one breathed in. Then came the mountain water, which one drank. The animals consumed the grass nourished by that water, and their droppings enriched the soil, allowing new life to grow. Eventually, the elixirs created through this natural harmony could be consumed as well. In this way, by breathing together with the mountain and participating in its natural cycle, one effectively consumed the entire mountain. However, the most important part was maintaining the harmony of the mountain. The Mad God explained that his own presence could not be allowed to disrupt that balance. Because of this, even one meal a day was enough for him. To him, greed was the fastest way to destroy harmony. Hearing this explanation, our protagonist finally realized that the martial arts themselves had never been the truly important part. Whether it was the White Lightning 10-phase art, or even the Star River Divine Art, those techniques were only part of the journey. Through the Mad God's teachings, our protagonist felt that he had gained a profound realization. The Mad God simply told him that if he was truly grateful, he should go boil the noodles again. According to him, the previous batch had tasted so terrible that even the mountain beasts would have spat it out, and he would rather chew on grass than eat another bowl like that. Our protagonist remained silent for a moment before pointing out the obvious contradiction in the Mad God's philosophy. Someone who talked so much about living in harmony with nature had just used the Star River Divine Art to blow away an entire mountain. With a smile, our protagonist sarcastically suggested that perhaps the grass and beasts living on that particular mountain did not count as nature. The Mad God turned toward him with a smile. But in the very next moment, he grabbed the wooden table and threw it toward our protagonist. Our protagonist immediately ran inside the house to avoid it, watching him escape. The Mad God could only mutter about what an insolent brat he was. He then sat back down on the wooden platform and complained to himself that even the Sword Emperor and the Alliance leader became flustered when standing before him. Yet this brat dared to play word games with him. To make matters even worse, the brat had actually tried to teach martial arts to him. The Mad God concluded that the boy was completely crazy, extremely crazy. Meanwhile, inside the house, our protagonist took out the wild ginseng and began preparing the noodles again. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the Cloudfire Pavilion. Inside his grand mansion, the heavenly demon stood beside a window, silently watching the situation outside. He had expected a messenger pigeon to arrive by that day, but there had still been no message. Realizing that something was wrong, the heavenly demon turned toward the Right Guardian and ordered him to travel to Mount Chongyak and investigate what had happened. The Right Guardian immediately accepted the command and assured his lord that he would obey. Without wasting another moment, he disappeared from the room using his technique. Left alone, the heavenly demon quietly acknowledged that the situation had become a setback. First, they had lost the left guardian. Then came the gold-silver assassin. And now, if the 7th and 9th swords had also fallen, the situation had become far more serious. The heavenly demon finally recognized that the eldest son of the Yuna merchant group, Li Jinyon, was no longer someone who could simply be ignored. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly slammed open. The leader of the demonic swords stormed inside. The heavenly demon turned toward him calmly and acknowledged his arrival, mentioning that he had something to discuss with him as well. But the demonic sword leader did not even bother responding. He furiously charged forward, grabbed the heavenly demon by the neck, and slammed him against the wall. Even while pinned against the wall, the heavenly demon remained surprisingly composed and questioned why his friend was acting this way. The demonic sword leader's anger only intensified. He tightened his grip and made it clear that the heavenly demon should stop calling him a friend. Then, with his fury barely contained, he demanded to know exactly what the heavenly demon was planning. The heavenly demon immediately understood why the demonic sword leader was furious and asked whether this was because of the 7th and 9th sword. The demonic sword leader confirmed it. The 12 demonic swords were never supposed to move without his command, yet the 7th and 9th swords had gone to Mount Chongyak without even informing him. His anger intensified as he tightened his grip around the heavenly demon and demanded to know whether the heavenly demon had used his subordinates by selling them out under his name. The heavenly demon calmly explained that he had not wanted to burden the demonic sword leader with what he considered trivial matters, especially while the man was preparing to face the Sword Emperor. He insisted that his actions had been motivated by consideration, rather than betrayal. That explanation only made the demonic sword leader angrier. He rejected the heavenly demon's excuse, arguing that sending his subordinates toward their deaths could hardly be called consideration, since joining forces with the heavenly demon, he had already lost half of the 12 demonic swords, and every time something happened, it seemed to occur in places where he had no way of keeping an eye on his subordinate. He demanded an honest answer and accused the heavenly demon of hiding something from him. More importantly, he wanted to know exactly how many of the 12 demonic swords the heavenly demon had secretly absorbed without his knowledge. The heavenly demon denied having any interest in the power of the demonic sword. He claimed that his only goal was to raise the demonic sword leader to the position of demon god, insisting that they could not afford internal conflict when they were already pursuing a greater plan. The demonic sword leader finally released him and told him to keep talking talking if he wanted. However, he warned that if the heavenly demon failed to convince him, he would personally cut him down before the Sword Emperor. The heavenly demon then changed the subject by asking whether the demonic sword leader remembered the name Li Jin-aeon. The demonic sword leader recognized the name as belonging to the eldest son of the Yuna merchant group, the man he had been told about previously. The heavenly demon explained that he had learned Li Jin-aeon was responsible for killing the 8th sword and his subordinates at the Taiho merchant group. Because he wanted to eliminate Li Jin-aeon before he became an even greater problem, he had originally intended to deal with him through the gold-silver assassin. However, he believed the gold-silver assassins alone would not be enough, so he had borrowed the strength of the demonic sword leader's subordinate. He insisted that he had merely ordered another subordinate to investigate the situation and urged the demonic sword leader to wait. Since no information had arrived yet, it was still too early to conclude that the 7th and 9th swords were actually dead. The demonic sword leader then reminded him that the heavenly demon had previously claimed Li Jin-aeon would have difficulty becoming a truly powerful martial artist. The heavenly demon admitted that he had been complacent. At first, he had assumed Li Jin-aeon was nothing more than a novice who had only recently entered the Jianghu. But after seeing that he had killed opponents possessing blade sword imperviousness, the heavenly demon realized that Li Jin-aeon might already be stronger than the Sword King. Because of that, he decided that after they dealt with the Sword Emperor, the Yuna merchant group would have to be their next target. Compared to the Sword Emperor, who was connected to the Rulers Association, the Yuna merchant group would be much easier to eliminate. The demonic sword leader remained silent for a moment before asking the question that mattered most. Could the heavenly demon actually kill the Sword Emperor? Although some people called the Sword Emperor a toothless tiger, he was still the same man who had once competed with Yu Zhonghong for the position of alliance leader. The demonic sword leader feared that attacking recklessly after losing more than half of the 12 demonic swords could result in their own defeat. The heavenly demon remained confident. He reminded the demonic sword leader that whenever he had hunted powerful opponents in the past, he had always fought alongside the 12 demonic swords. There was no need to be so worried. After all, according to the heavenly demon, the true blades of the 12 demonic swords were the 1st through 5th swords. He then revealed that he had already taken measures to prevent the other families of the Rulers Association from reaching the Namgung clan. He would personally handle the bait needed to lure out the Sword Emperor. That meant the demonic sword leader only had one task: eliminate the Sword Emperor using the remaining demonic sword. The heavenly demon leaned closer and placed a hand on the demonic sword leader's shoulder, assuring him with complete confidence that their plan would suffer no further setback. All the demonic sword leader had to do was trust him. The demonic sword leader remained silent for a moment before finally walking away. As he headed toward the door, he issued one final warning. If even the operation against the Sword Emperor ended in failure, the heavenly demon would certainly pay the price. Before leaving, he made one thing absolutely clear: his subordinates were not expendable. He then exited the room and slammed the door shut behind him. Once he was gone, the heavenly demon's expression changed. He could hardly believe that a man dreaming of becoming the demon god could be shaken so easily by the loss of a few subordinates. In his mind, he questioned the sword demon's resolve and wondered whether this fear was the limit of his ambition. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the cliffside near the Mad God's house. The two had finished the bowls of noodles our protagonist had prepared. After eating, the Mad God admitted that the noodles had actually tasted quite good with the wild ginseng added. Our protagonist agreed that there was a slight astringent taste, but when savored properly, it was actually a delicacy. He even felt that his mind had become clearer after eating it. The Mad God immediately dismissed the complaint about the astringency, insisting that the noodles were simply sweet. He then ordered our protagonist to clean everything up and follow him because they were going to eat peaches. Our protagonist was confused by this sudden change of plans and asked whether he had heard correctly about the peaches. The Mad God explained that it was said immortals always ate peaches after their meals. Our protagonist reminded him that he had just spent all that time explaining how he only ate one meal a day. The Mad God immediately shouted that dessert was a completely separate matter. He explained that while he himself could survive without eating, our protagonist was still young and at an age when he needed to eat plenty. With that, he told him to stop talking and follow him. Watching the Mad God head off for the peaches, our protagonist could only think that there was no problem at all. The Mad God simply wanted to eat peaches, then shifted to the mountains near a waterfall, where the Mad God and Li Jin-aeon began making their way upward, leaping from one stone to another. The Mad God climbed the mountain effortlessly, barely slowing down as he moved from one foothold to the next. Jin-aeon, however, struggled to keep up. Even so, after pushing himself, he eventually reached the top of the cliff. The Mad God noticed how much faster Jin-aeon had become compared to earlier. Jin-aeon, still catching his breath, attributed his improved speed to the wild Jin eaten. He was also surprised to discover that peaches could grow in such a steep and isolated location. When he looked ahead, Jin-aeon was stunned by the sight before him. The entire mountain peak was covered in peach trees, creating a breathtaking orchard unlike anything he had ever seen. The Mad God explained that the place remained untouched by the secular world, which was why he had named it the unnamed Peach Orchard. He then picked a peach from one of the trees and explained his unusual belief that peaches were the most perfect fruit in existence. Because of that perfection, he considered them to be natural elixirs. To prove his point, he brought up the legendary Sun Wukong and how the Monkey King's strength was connected to the peaches he had consumed. Jinyan found the idea amusing and figured that people like the Heavenly Demon and Sword Demon probably had never experienced anything like this. The Mad God tossed a peach toward Jinyan and encouraged him to try it. Jinyan took a bite and was immediately surprised by its incredible taste. He continued eating without hesitation, admitting that it was far more delicious than any fruit he had ever tasted. The Mad God then told him that after eating such a peach, he was bound to accomplish great things in the future. He compared this to his own achievement of fighting and defeating the Heavenly Demon alongside the other three gods. Jinyan became curious and wondered whether the Mad God had eaten these peaches before fighting the Heavenly Demon. The Mad God clarified that he had discovered this place only afterward. Had he known about the peaches back then, he jokingly believed he might have been strong enough to face the Heavenly Demon alone. While Jinyan continued enjoying the peaches, the Mad God began searching around the orchard for something specific. Jinyan asked what he was looking for, and the Mad God explained that he was searching for something called natural alcoholic fruit. Jinyan understood it as naturally formed wine or fruit alcohol, but the Mad God clarified that this particular substance was different. Just as the peaches were naturally infused with the energy of the world, the natural alcoholic fruit of Mount Chongyak was created when that same energy gathered and transformed into wine. Because the unnamed peach orchard was such an extraordinary location, the Mad God believed that if the natural alcoholic fruit could not be found here, it probably did not exist anywhere else in the Jianghu. Jinyan realized that the Mad God was essentially searching for a place where this natural alcoholic fruit might have naturally formed. The Mad God admitted that every time he visited the orchard, he searched for such a place, but despite repeatedly looking, he had never managed to find it. Then Jinyan noticed a massive crack in the mountain floor that had formed a deep trench. He suggested that perhaps the natural alcoholic fruit could be hidden somewhere below. The Mad God immediately warned him that the area beneath the crack was essentially a bottomless cliff with nowhere to stand, making it extremely dangerous. Rather than being discouraged, Jinyan simply smiled. To him, such danger was exactly what could create an unforgettable story. Without waiting any longer, Jinyan jumped straight into the trench and declared that he would go down first. The Mad God remained silent for a moment, seemingly caught off guard by his junior's recklessness. However, a faint smile soon appeared on his face as he realized just how daring Jinyan was. Instead of stopping him, the Mad God decided to follow. With that, he also jumped into the trench, accepting the challenge and choosing to turn their descent into an unforgettable story of their own.
Both the Mad God and our protagonist continue falling deeper into the trench. The bottom remains nowhere in sight, making it feel as though they are descending all the way to the depths of Mount Chongyak. The Mad God calmly compares the trench to a giant maw swallowing them whole, and even settles into a relaxed position while falling. Our protagonist finds his calmness strange, but the Mad God explains that there is no turning back now. If they want to escape, they have to reach the bottom first. Despite the situation, our protagonist has no regrets about jumping. However, he soon notices that his body is becoming unusually hot. The Mad God realizes that the reaction has finally begun. He explains that the wild ginseng and peaches from Mount Chongyak are all elixirs filled with extreme yang energy. He had deliberately given them to our protagonist because of his extreme yang martial arts. However, our protagonist has consumed too much yang energy and is struggling to contain it within his body. The Mad God explains that normally, energy circulation would be needed to settle the excess yang energy, but doing so while falling is extremely difficult. If the situation continues, the yang energy could eventually overwhelm our protagonist. Our protagonist becomes irritated that the Mad God didn't warn him earlier. Fortunately, the Mad God notices water at the bottom of the trench and realizes that cooling his body should solve the problem. He tells our protagonist to dive into it, and moments later both of them crash into the water. After resurfacing, our protagonist catches his breath while the Mad God calmly explains that the water of Mount Chongyak is just as special as its ginseng and peaches. He encourages our protagonist to drink it and absorb its energy naturally. Our protagonist points out that without the water, he would have died from the fall, which makes the Mad God laugh. The Mad God then notices a hidden cave beneath the cliff. Despite living on Mount Chongyak for years, he has never discovered this place before. Our protagonist jokes that he has found somewhere even the great Mad God couldn't find, but the Mad God simply suggests that perhaps our protagonist is just as crazy as he is. Inside the cave, our protagonist notices golden liquid dripping from the rocks and collecting in several holes across the floor. The Mad God immediately recognizes it as the natural alcoholic fruit he had been searching for. Our protagonist realizes that the liquid likely came from the peaches in the unnamed peach orchard, with their juice and energy seeping through the mountain and gathering inside the cave. The Mad God admits that he doesn't know the exact reason either, believing that nature doesn't always provide explanations. Instead of overthinking it, the Mad God decides they should simply drink it. After drinking the natural alcoholic fruit for some time, both of them become heavily drunk. Eventually, the Mad God collapses and admits that he has reached his limit. Our protagonist asks how many cups he managed to drink, and the Mad God reveals that he had 5. Our protagonist proudly announces that he drank 6 and therefore won, The mad god mocks him for being proud of such a victory, pointing out that someone who had already eaten 3 bowls of noodles and plenty of peaches would naturally be able to hold more liquor. Then the mad god's expression becomes serious. While reflecting on life, he compares the world to a great dream and wonders why people must endure such hardship. He explains that this is why he spends so much of his time drunk, singing beneath the bright moon, and trying to let go of the painful memories of the past. Our protagonist asks about the poem the mad god was reciting. The mad god explains that it is Li Bai's Waking from Drunkenness on a Spring Day, adding that poems written by people living comfortable lives often sound like that. Our protagonist slowly sits up and points out that it doesn't sound like a song the mad god himself would sing. The mad god agrees, saying that people cannot simply forget the things they have lost. Remembering the death of his wife, he makes it clear that he will never forget her. He then reflects on how life is like a great dream and says that he would rather make that life more difficult than simply forget his old memories. Our protagonist shares the same resolve, saying that he also won't forget. The mad god then suggests that they begin. The two sit opposite each other and start meditating, circulating the energy within their bodies. Their energy rises into the air, transforming the surroundings into a space filled with stars and condensed energy. Our protagonist soon notices 3 condensed energy circles forming in the sky. He recognizes this as the 3 flowers peak bloom and realizes that the natural alcoholic fruit is far beyond an ordinary elixir. Since the 3 flowers peak bloom appeared immediately after beginning his energy circulation, he believes that completing the process might allow him to reach the unified 5 energies. However, the natural alcoholic fruit has caused his core energy to surge endlessly. Although the elixirs from Mount Chongyak have strengthened and expanded his vessel, there is still a limit to how much energy his body can contain. If he cannot control it, his body will eventually be overwhelmed. Our protagonist decides to solve the problem by forcibly consuming the excess energy. He activates the White Lightning 10-phase art and attacks one of the condensed energies, but the attack fails to damage it. Realizing that the White Lightning 10-phase art alone isn't enough, he combines several of his martial arts. He uses the invisible grasp of the Phantom Blossom Divine art to contain the energy, the Black Dog Recoil art to withstand the pressure, and his 10th phase lightning energy to consume it. After combining all 3 techniques, a brilliant explosion fills the cave. When the light finally fades, our protagonist opens his eyes and realizes that he has achieved complete enlightenment by synthesizing the martial arts he possesses. A lotus of white divine energy appears above his palm, confirming that he has reached the unified 5 energies. He names this newly created technique the Enlightened Divine Art before allowing the energy lotus to disappear. The mad god, who has already finished his own energy circulation, praises his achievement and acknowledges that he has reached the unified 5 energies. Our protagonist is surprised by how quickly the mad god finished and then notices that his appearance has completely changed. The mad god explains that the natural alcoholic fruit left him overflowing with energy, so he used an old face-changing technique to return to a much younger appearance. Our protagonist remarks that the transformation makes him look as though he has undergone age regression and could easily pass for his older brother. Looking at his reflection in the natural alcoholic fruit, the mad god explains that the transformation is simply another result of the energy he gained from Mount Chongyak. He considers it the mountain's final gift to him before leaving. Our protagonist realizes that the mad god intends to return to the Jianghu immediately. The mad god agrees, explaining that with the demonic faction appearing again, he can no longer remain hidden on the mountain and pretend to be its guardian. As they leave Mount Chongyak together, the mad god wonders whether the younger generation of the Jianghu has produced many people as crazy as our protagonist. He admits that he doesn't know how much the world has changed. Our protagonist thinks of Venom Fox and admits that there is at least one person around him who is even more out of his mind than he is. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the cliff near the house of the mad god, where our protagonist is practicing his newly created technique. Bringing his hands together, he gathers a glowing sphere of energy between his palms and activates the enlightened divine art. As he releases it, the energy transforms into a delicate white thread. Admiring it, our protagonist realizes that the first phase takes the form of a white thread. He then transforms the technique into the 4th phase, creating a thick energy rope in his hand. Swinging it, he instantly shatters the falling leaves around him. He realizes that the 4th phase possesses the power of a whip, and that by increasing and manifesting the energy further, the whip could eventually become a thunderbolt and then a lightning dragon. As the energy whip disappears, our protagonist reflects on how living on Mount Chongyak has allowed him to freely control not only the power of lightning, but also its form. He considers both the Mad God and Mount Chongyak itself a heaven-sent opportunity. Suddenly, the idea of a whip becoming a dragon reminds him of Ju Yonwol. He recalls her saying that after finishing her business with the Muram Alliance, she planned to visit the Mad God and hoped to see him again. Realizing this, our protagonist rushes toward the Mad God, who is shaving his beard, and reminds him that the White Dragon sect leader plans to visit him. The Mad God wonders why Yonwol would need to see him, saying that people who are meant to meet will eventually meet. He then remembers how she used to follow him around as a child, begging him to teach her the Star River divine art, and asks whether she still seemed like a child when our protagonist saw her. Our protagonist answers that she seemed fully grown. The Mad God accepts this, realizing that she must have been living her life diligently as well. After stepping outside, the Mad God releases a small amount of energy from his fingers and decides that it is enough. He then says that he should start living his own life diligently again and suggests that they leave quickly. Our protagonist agrees. As they leave, the door closes behind them with a message left for Yonwol. Yonwol, let's meet in the Jianghu. While walking through the forest, our protagonist asks whether the Mad God plans to head to the Muram Alliance. The Mad God explains that he has no fixed destination and must go wherever the demonic faction is. However, he wonders how they can lure out enemies who prefer hiding and ambushing, especially after the demonic faction was wiped out at the foot of Mount Chongyak. Our protagonist says there are many ways to do it, and that, with the Mad God there, they only need suitable bait. When asked for an example, our protagonist explains that his friend Guong is the eldest son of the West Wind escort establishment, which has no particular ties to the Jianghu, while he himself is the son of the Yunha merchant group leader. The Mad God is surprised that our protagonist comes from a merchant family, as he had expected him to belong to a great clan or martial clan. Our protagonist explains that he is barely involved in the merchant group's affairs but has connections with the Muram Alliance. If goods from the Yunha merchant group are entrusted to the West Wind escort establishment and transported to the Muram Alliance as a token of gratitude, the mission should not arouse suspicion. The Mad God understands the plan. They can disguise themselves as escorts and wait for anyone who takes the bait. Our protagonist agrees, explaining that whether the goods are weapons or support funds, members of the underworld, bandits, or the demonic faction who oppose the delivery will eventually appear. If nobody interferes, the goods simply reach the Muram Alliance, so they have nothing to lose either way. The Mad God laughs and calls it a sweet escort mission. Our protagonist adds that he is currently employing the Eight Dragon sect, which was once an underworld power, and they can spread rumors about the escort mission to attract their enemies. Eventually, they reach a mountain cliff. Looking over the landscape, the Mad God feels as though he has finally returned to the Jianghu after a long time. He suggests that they first visit our protagonist's home while enjoying the world along the way. Our protagonist agrees. The Mad God then warns him not to call him Mad God once they enter the Jianghu. Our protagonist asks if this is because he is wary of the demonic faction. The Mad God confirms it, explaining that using the title would create unnecessary pressure. He no longer needs to be known as the Mad God in the Jianghu, and instead wants to appear as an ordinary neighbor, a pathetic-looking man who seems like he would die from the slightest touch. Our protagonist remains silent for a moment before smiling and calling the Mad God his big brother. The Mad God is surprised by the title, then bursts into laughter. Despite being over 90 years old, he realizes that he is still our protagonist's elder brother, joking that even Yu Zhonghong never managed to call him that. Our protagonist then says he can even speak informally with him, but the Mad God immediately rejects that idea. Our protagonist simply agrees. The Mad God then leaps from the cliff and reflects on how vast the Jianghu is and how many crazy people he has encountered throughout his long life. He encourages our protagonist to live a long life as well before telling him to head down before sunset. Our protagonist follows and calls him Big Brother again. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Anhui Province. The marketplace is crowded with people going about their daily business. As our protagonist and the Mad God enter the market, the Mad God notices how peaceful the area is thanks to the presence of a large merchant group. Our protagonist explains that the peace comes from everyone living diligently. He then mentions a friend nearby whom he wants to recruit as an escort and describes him as a training fanatic. The Mad God realizes this is the same person our protagonist previously described as being crazier than himself. Intrigued, he agrees to meet him. Inside, Venom Fox is sitting in meditation. When he notices their arrival, he acknowledges them. Our protagonist asks about the Eight Dragon sect leader and learns that the leader has temporarily returned to the sect to retrieve the elixir Venom Fox needs. Our protagonist then notices Venom Fox's unusually serious expression and wonders if he suffered an energy deviation after his fight with the sword demon. Venom Fox denies it and explains that his first journey into the Jianghu taught him many things. He then recalls Ionsol telling him that she would be waiting for him. Remembering her gives him a new reason to become stronger quickly. Our protagonist realizes that his sudden motivation is because of Lady Hua, while the Mad God observes that having a reason can indeed make someone stronger. Venom Fox finally notices the Mad God and wonders who the unfamiliar man is. The Mad God jokes that after being called Big Brother, being called Mr. makes him feel even younger. Our protagonist adds that Venom Fox would have called him that even if his hair were white. Venom Fox grips his umbrella weapon and realizes that since his master brought the man here, he must be a martial artist. Assuming he has not come merely to play around, Venom Fox challenges the Mad God to a spar. The Mad God is caught off guard by the sudden challenge, but Venom Fox provokes him by asking whether he is scared. Our protagonist immediately warns Venom Fox to watch his mouth. Instead of getting angry, the Mad God bursts into laughter. He appreciates Venom Fox's boldness and says that if he is crazier than his little brother, he should at least be this fearless. With all these eccentric people gathered together, the Mad God considers them a perfect group of birds of a feather. Venom Fox insists that he is perfectly normal, but the Mad God declares that he is actually the most abnormal one. Our protagonist explains that Venom Fox is peculiar because he has devoted himself entirely to practicing the Tri-Sword technique. The Mad God is shocked that he has practiced only that technique and wonders why. Venom Fox proudly introduces himself as Chul Myungho, the poisonous fox, and reveals that he has swung his sword 316,850 times. He immediately raises his umbrella weapon and makes it 316,851 times, by attacking the Mad God. The Mad God effortlessly dodges and lightly slaps Venom Fox across the face. Despite using minimal force, the blow sends Venom Fox flying through the nearby wall. Our protagonist points out that Venom Fox does not even possess inner energy yet. The Mad God assures him that he only swatted Venom Fox lightly like a fly, and admits that he likes the peculiar fellow. He decides to take Venom Fox along as an escort and have him run his errands. Outside the shattered wall, Venom Fox lies on the ground with a swollen face and wonders if he is dead. Our protagonist approaches him and says that he is not dead. Venom Fox realizes that he almost died, but our protagonist tells him that he has just received a heaven-sent opportunity. Confused, Venom Fox asks what opportunity he means. With a bright smile, our protagonist reveals that it is the heaven-sent errand-running opportunity.